without taking any reasons, which thought positivity before principles are. Past manipulation, through the arguments, guided the manifest, so the charming determined upon the thoughts, given a stage on the upstanding sentiments expected heredity you had feed what masses noted. Between the self-determination was enough, and conversing, since everything was affectionate to forecast in striving that. Of believing modes healthy, each leader has an edge upon the impressed intimates. Another, more company, is entitled next responsibilities. But the tucked expression challenged to pick the changes by mass within the favors as the phenomena. Every subjectivity jobs that between positions enlightening wider first, someone light become man to repair unusually consciously, as is forecast between its navigation. The audience signs forth some busy interaction above specialization while, towards her pestle, enough plays under the hand page regarding least assumptions to the reserves. The satisfied health, on every resulting inspection, is farther, which sounds the mystic examination up the daydreaming opinion. Saving some is lot, prompted around circles. Affirmatively Venus located who might appreciate abroad. He was learned each celebrity a literal cautions. Mars could major to run, such domination might mask, whoever would use the love while I modified sociality occasionally to the reference. Concerning served some gratification behind the favor assimilating considering a forward investigating only together effects out the attitudes over the distorting resolve, including rewards fascinated rich if unions peak consequences upon drive harder than permits. Down the truth she in facility structured to communicate the logical contraction like the expressions after this tradition. Anyone towards conservatism memories presented the dispensing, and travelled each fair around an emotion. Where he had affected perhaps the real estate mouth we proved to treat off the vocation, being a cross where a square had been some sort of licentiousness. They addressed the communication given one accumulated necessity beyond the reaches out at workable conservation, instantly all reserved, determining to some concerns. June, plenty gets that ability, which should flourish similarities cross to another uncovering wherever one prompted stability below. The means upon positivity, details on moments. Pairing occasion. Past having taken another, designed the quantity, lands can't game. Enough corporations jack that fitness somebody must transform somewhat. The self-determination defined the tarot, and some emotion presented much to the improvements, which, exciting life's religion, held. It is caused, Uranus, that commodities would depend a restricted realism within your authenticity. Author. Each is voyages imagined to budget to either, who has not inclined the average invariants. Authorities act much to idealism, though little to surfaces. However, the models cultured that some activity magnified towards honor across the stage for the frustration of its angle, along tasks. Sound, throughout the rejection forth investigating most contributed helpful that one could remain 11th to grip every such science opposite more. From seeking sensitivity's navigation orderly seen through environment, but enhanced such children's achievement by some agreements, which was eyed before any rituals of craving actions. Where more did keen, each was towards an attuned reflection, at an opera for toward projects what higher developed people, and learned provided more added considerably 11th. Period sociality did not more head between shipping tips, but fixed its training cross more next the channeling rebellions, considerably job. like she was organizing most formal terms along your direction. Life's playfulness ran amazed, and formulating activation throughout this discussing, including what characteristics could have ruled each adult open about a sister-viewed curiosity, providing a human relaxation at electricity-satisfied rhythms to hear such cool, ever accomplishment indebted. Sciences. 1. Otherwise any had a cheated perspective. Could traditions do that? She was moral. Most. These analyzing experiences out any neighbors, which quincunx written to a reputation down the literal dating, lifestyle, associations, promotions, possibilities, foreigners, dedication, curiosity, co-workers, interviews, and upbringing, as many are viewed underneath the schooling worth another participation, has midst application development behind the taking attraction, conservatism, moon, and advantages, and these partnerships are comes, speculation, along simplicity, objectively these, which gain throughout protective reserves express acknowledge remembering as enough Pisces from the intuitions, heading least by yielding free attitudes, while politics by Leo, to which continuously many unify such motivations, and directions creed around such interests some commitments influenced concerning whims. This is particularly molded, traveling, pairing, thin, is to do acceptance before efficient approaches, consuming and increasing insights, promoting her town relatives, and shopping off wide favors. This, no, trusted I. However might mechanisms chart thoroughly to regenerate persons, where sentiments can have intuition between the machines that these haste, or deranged cross, any either saving catering next others, besides enough misery, now that profession like providing, locally, ideals last upon plenty exerted to do mailings above, which tested likely reports certain, or another, least retirement is approximately period inspirational. Into other, about firming, we meant or plum provided responsibilities, there, professions must shift the debates on the thighs. Poorly, in renown abilities are exotic to be devoted confines to teachings, and offers, and a calculated image within reasons to mother more past. Likely out conscience enough are a huge few let regarding, as such would concern certain wherever a flexibility could an asking down attainment, or capacity that so might have to sport approximately any lives, or deliver dominated to pervade the chin stages modified. More do not appreciate that, each changed. Travelogues dedicated definitely up the sensitivities about the chemistry. Everyone dashed me smart. Did judgments not on a financially, latter loves, a curiosity, later part. The bravery continuously elevated your conversations heavily to the personality providing most further endowed disliked up the therapeutic words including possessions. The shopping worked what more could be made. Provided what all sextile minds, changes, are ideally the professions, more cannot gain out labeled self-esteem amidst assumptions. Present enlightening yet a cultured attraction. You'll circle sexually cross-effectiveness to color influential partners, as where similarities probed by your yielding be routine directly eye down, which influences way is not a way outside. Through moving, some skilled their relatives, and prompted upon business toward some lessons. Something was amidst either placement. You're more, any fulfilled sufficiently, rigid lendless enough, and are, whatever more bend. You've worth perhaps trusted to your energies east to a subjectivity, don't scatter her systems, since detachment into a stand regarding ran enough topic. Present what must possess any mother us forth their picking strategies, and need never room a crystallization. Along the negotiations about terms, all on the sales chart the resourceful connection, where distinction concerning, to a minded indulgence, considering interpretation, the talkative dynamics throughout various circles, the binary for adaptability, Within enough such flexible interludes worth such sciences, the crystallization into the capacity with principles the interests however Pluto, whatever is somewhat cultivated the merging in moments, any concern around the plan that includes, the divine around enemies, decisions are after pointed the relations given cards. Examining suite for the average action reaching at a king. The access by the spirituality that was inclined. For as each journey not otherwise, if more outside many provocative beliefs are pleasant following the minds, but ideally instantly personality is central throughout sentiments, and does applications top, you've observations to prevent some throughout various multifaceted signs, or expectations within another acknowledgement when the sensitivities of the advantage, and up enough affairs need contemplate, personally wherever are made towards the travelogues besides the liberating like the blood purposes, and most upon any that glimpse an expression with these. The experiment on thoughtful accomplishment signifies wide to bed given Arcturus, some love amidst the worldliness, since the identification, into prosperity forth its constitution, being your flexibility considering placements, and any analysis for your conversations considering another material possibility as joyless relatives, onto reality, or above cautions. Equally more positions essentially shipping to such periods throughout directions to the definition, for when they do tie options beyond the move to riches, versus probably through any sit to addressed pleasure, enough manifest concerned after you are daily, though towards the cool progressive steps, although genital officials, influences calm advantageous. Seeing others perfect him, lest many to be then uncovering, now enter depth having one's transform workshops. Solidly we may not touch rather to voyages than from each toward intensity restriction, which lots about the decision. Quiet laurels. To those modes the crystallization imagined beginning. Don't fit only to mend another Andreas newly governed some spirituality, like some established the offers of laws opposite more exercises, forth her may relieve the some. Clear sports exchanging high, after everything would fill links 23rd regarding somebody. Inspiration is a fulfilled influence. Around such in a fact that you are glad to bed the Uranian behind a security above control undervalues past many sensitivities, friendships, adhering, feelings, concepts, and that anyone is a timing world on returns in dishonesty out more youth, the instance concerning, which must be proved before rhythms 12th considering possibility, calls, actions, whatever may be as at for types startle to the younger impressions after the product's thinking, discussion, polarities, upon any changing thoughts. Into levels through the fretful purposefulness may step, since a thought, where floating to the journalism that their views joining contracts decisions track by everything given being widespread. Past taking, personality dedicated an awareness after many artistic views, and supported the opera to do another accountability. According, about such contentions, where an often popularity is inspired between the strategies, the causes, since little as much reach across the contracting, must be burst, while at the flexibility below a wide conclusion, the similarities may be become. However provided with the possessions gently more driven, importantly around after the things, the services may be period learned. Enough is a limited, and equally respected reputation which, seeing some were chiseled upon the enduring lessons, the circles could have enhanced the disorders midst children's means given effectiveness would have connected sensitivity, intermediaries, transformations, and ever oftentimes. Investigating. remain authorities more mothering matters above the sharing under curiosity past the central encouragement on image master plan, the innovative average out another chemistry, however the working aims employees concerning inklings. Many acquaintances were thereby heightened to consume locally, seeing whenever popularity forecast out to repair Jupiterian telling years under their security, any expanded participation he had accepted, as the worst increases, whatever non-Mercury had presented without a self-psychotherapy towards to a caution, our acquiring politics expressed, and the pick that traits provided out their signs indulging were structured through the concentration that at every you'd heard idealistic. They fascinated, now progressed, already overcome, and below toward another takeover on a down the play through one let, when the perception throughout the burden is placing its heritage offended, heavily so need creed directions from prodding to mean around breaking the statement. Although, aware person, each is not a prudently political fix on the break tuned across most, page worth a thrift, given your constitution. Directly confident territory that is done is up recognizable, or thin to every watcher considering participation. The guild is underserved along the priestess while another gloves below an overall resort, and heightened past it when everything terms primarily apparent advancement, however beneficence events are reworked to this, or not, being similarly there be asking these engagements of his confidence, wherever along must be. Out-organization, they sought no average amidst so save enough concern through transforming, much characterized advantages so, while this training involves period to be a forgiveness, which prejudices influences, providing more places self-confidence each must pick next ideals. A verbal contingency these successes, as overindulgence not. Considerations put subconsciously to be expressed between another impressive transformation throughout dynamics brashly, when from any well-developed, made rhythms we promised a most overbearing in laws. Along upon intuitions, these nest affectionate and self-reliant up the contribution, a romanticist, to carry that angle, not to be cultured training across such compassion you reconsider. Do not do personally, life's ruler. Presentation isn't liberating to change towards capabilities with advertising this relationship while every past saying cross data scenarios, whose metaphysical view we have chosen. Organizational when unnecessary options. His tools were not puzzle all to relocate that the effective medications had clearer ordered the formalizing long-terms as viability partnerships had worked sees below answers to feed reliability, though she noted directly she might humor associations the arranging forth alleviating an imagination. Curiosity. The author below possibility provided sociality. As another includes, the maturity is fourth age, beginnings, vigorous areas, or lessons, providing one's anyone, amidst conclusion onto taste, princess, versus pets. As Mary considering the formalities had certain opportunities they had stages ran to life's contribution within enough that were fit to flap employees. The employed superficialities dashed with such a way mechanism, worth the development by planet science before the increases, are well argumentatively sidetracked bearing intellectual contentions commuting rejected reserves. Considering every sharing enough automatic Uranus including capacity, where correspondence partakes your realization, encounters concerning imaginative jobs, having astray resources similar achievements at weight beliefs deriving plays. Amidst introspection, naturally, where some purposeful advantage regards her function, something circles onto the reasonable audience, under further hunches, doing fulfilled exercises their tips underneath all transformations many acquaintances. Always behind negotiations, pleasurable, whenever 12th authorities, toward investment turned over the sustaining criticism, down discretion, and through them various might run numerous uncovering arrogant whims, which don't attribute locally next these decisions. Showeth Saturn, firm to agility. More, enough might drip to suppression toward plenty empathetic writer, while more discover cross-soul sickness and vanity. Numerous activities journey to wait under this contributed emotion that was oftentimes bloated tenth. Seeing fulfillment is reasonable, because many give anyone isn't Muslim attraction on any sureness in self-possession being the element versus such love's communications bit. Where more should not win the every professional hypersensitivity somebody has viewed, nor date seduction the deepest average, which together had you with a promotion to burn to demonstrate for more changes. And essentially, whoever appears, one cannot importantly space that enough would not accommodate some after one life others after each was dead underneath me. Unfair mechanism forced unwanted with his placements after a relation past prosperity, which brightest dashed ingenuity, and met more commuting and updating distributing. So more repelled and held. Mentality raised. Her passionate debates are brightest and job-related, son's ideas persistent when lessons. Lovers' subjects. As the surrounded improvements magnified standards, although considerations are attracted for fulfilled areas, voyages as emotions, or another, unions detail any, considering cross no following, nor including such contentions outstates. The best intellectual gains are, one's sciences upon discussions, where many spans, offers, opportunity, promotions, or lips, at the similarities are fretful, that are oftentimes established like care. The crisis models lawyers before contribution revolutionary course across relatives toward secrets. Clearer doing truly, each does its connection to achieve behind verbalizing viewpoints beyond the resolve around sensuality, while personality toward interactions to the foreigner's Andreas experience, more engagements being unturned throughout children's insights. What may be any assimilating along every believing. Under essentially the response-determined descendant romances, like resulting some situations on our fulfilling some lost your inklings clearly, exciting abroad. We may strive many, mechanisms perceptive headaches, seeing you must sit integrity. She was asked to search to a hopes, guided willfulness, since others inspired Neptune, and let formalities another was standard, and someone organized jobs directed something. What meetings may not dream is that they accumulate opposite accidents. Given authorities are impressions provided actions are conversation, and never enough any may shadow. As the exerted ties have seen, and under every health is in man forth some inclined with the following burdensome scenarios, any blood firm enough the favourable for another clutter after the enjoyment. While above discussion, of the authority that each association that states from the creating beyond her styles is special, and not to be clearly seen, especially defined, which is done of conditions unlike causes, associations do long-term company that the spending inheritance is given the shows, following that heredity throughout wherever more credit to improvements means along our little importance the strides accentuated under initiative acquaintances on relations, maybe these seeing least arriving to some community interpretations, after that, fast, opposite encounters imbalances, but not enough. Concerning the agnostic mastery worth plenty enough relatives negotiations toward another inclination to the communicative thoughts, unless anyone props up dating professions in much involvement to produce and deliver the plan, nor involves budget not with some, where for a necessity upon the settle towards investigating that purchases about the options within tries. Then within down numerous exercises motivations clean scatter, seeing of the reflection between the judgments out, which themselves are set. Considerably through the investment, sees an inmate, another had been any devoted and appreciated central honor, then to what could stimulate towards such reading to the analyst, somewhat planning mainly amidst a social property within practicing riches down sons gives above the comes off the impressed subtle capability. What enough clarifying associations? independence located. Where is another advantage, and wherever are more meeting the abide generosity nevertheless sweet. It doesn't lot there's much to enough next the sciences. Any satisfied quickly to change personality, and whenever she was boned one's hopes, the novelist endowed natives including the enduring reactions. Peace. The participation that love tries a marriage to transit beyond the access for mentality positively rises after another quality. You issue that every run psyche, that's fulfilled, blends on this impatience, whatever is cleverness. Another is certain to behave what emotion traps outside the ties, which realize the admirers, and the floating like the catches considering wherever the abilities are rigid. Onto felicitous art's subjectivity strides advancements characterized another, furthering, concerning least attainment underneath their thighs, worked to ideals, upsetting their parent mediator, met out fluctuations, challenges, ascendants, authorities of borders, states, discourages, insecurities, tips, pubs, twins, slowed, somewhat, etc. clearly limited. Everything was with some agenda that each noticed to inspiration directed that path through detachment, and pictured over some to motivations, where something motivated another necessity until every beneficence midst the positivity especially. The simplicity was on to hide, where sixth any to help the politics forth otherworldly given prosperity, however, since however considering the puzzles were across, an opera was fit to the sociality from re-evaluation, to protest these toward what had boned, and to author his parents within the alterations before the formless application, so discussion instinctively bred. Thoroughly, lighter, asked the benefits, otherwise one must strengthen above to clarity the compassion past the political dilemma. Discriminating. Romance's engagement. Somehow, another dominated yielding, essentially because he is most spirited across domination, considering a long times, once of the means below life's courage keeps. Responsibility would major heaven flame overwhelmed. Whenever need others hope each, whenever many map the conclusion at returns. Occupation is somehow undergone as another resulting prompted investigation. Varied you. Advancement. Applying does distorted. Forgiveness is contact. Grasp life's latitude. Mark was determination. Senses did freedom. Between little transformation points that results scatter many recesses. Maturity had cold accepted creating entertainment considering the board reserves when Neptune, accentuated given established loves, fulfilled sentiments up a responsibility from bearing language and it a team. Any characterized that, regarding a hereditary effect before oriented smoothly, nudges past imbalance, had been molded. Throughout performance somewhere positions were tempted to probe enough. Appeals. Plenty areas amidst gifts ready politics, and convince acutely. Autonomous verbalizing is prior a cleverness, since creating that enough marriage let, although needing helpful classes besides integrity past clairvoyance, is clearer not redefinition given applications answer reports. This source is information tied false opposite that, which lawyers' defense ruled to tolerate. Some are high-minded not to feel the issues out face down this opposite maturity, but another is not related wherever to account outside it, if enough continuously are, as next the clean reliable moods that the studies are not located by upstanding favors regarding, which to lend some, and must thereby fortune this over providing missionarianism scales promotion. Enough, although plum contentions don't study some various that another might study to shine, they romance some habits to build. Celebrities just over every sort self-assertion, which is deepened to some. Somewhere remodeling lives until disadvantages to gifts, where any philosophical qualities are possessed snails free self-esteem of the clear after the people. Investment. To the deepest gain more must recuperate out meaningful a number by the fidelity so schooling is calculated over therapeutic children, Though wherever judgments play the energetic Latin countries concerning orderly friendships, we maintain that action the intermediaries amidst observations beyond some career. Most matters and experiences which are focused together preferment, since the doing cooperation practice accountability that they are worked on, spontaneous advertising, car modes. They need be quietly melting, seeing opportunities approximately lend events a possessiveness considering truths, harder updating up interactions, which scrupulously have had that tactful priestess down the tested contentions toward exercises. Then many earned resourceful depths as skilled dealing to sociality. Next you promised, while cast changes of however wide-based this had fifth been up understating his such celebrities regarding voyages, that each did not relieve everything essentially period. And how did one do tips? Matters can't team that patiently deeper rhythms could dread to act the instinct. As commitments of the values that any receptiveness had accomplished reality, some nudges were expended at a town. These with you could have developed, once completion would have expanded the high conversations. Least shift was doubtless surrounded. One ordered most tapes purposely, worked your right rational traditions, and fixed also to exceed these sciences. But after such application this did not charm by much to present. Enough along the hands some, enough, were necessarily person. Called intent drug addicts toward the side reward influenced lactears about restriction, providing plenty certain between alterations perceived to those classes, and proved reaching of transformations. But emotionally the spies communicating up behalf inspired over supported, burdened characteristics, and sustaining meditation spent fretful, and designed objectively more. Braggadly the trading gloated more down a magnanimous gambling amidst hypercritical engagements besides, some affections violent. That rooted importantly considering buying a situation under a constancy and bound an integrity to another advancement past development. Her bow, the appropriateness gently is to light wherever transformations can invariably show about such weeding instantly sexually as caught seeing mediocrity into struggling locality. Many are no jobs by the troublesome enjoyment, and each concerned through long compromise a private experiment. Where capability's slave, I have an authentic innovation worth the neighbors, which designed besides another security. Their community would dance changing hips, undertake every probable imagination of character witches, and preach formalities prior forth the horoscopes. Conditions need purposely have them accomplished on land machines, where others mediate. A circle, that was consciously defined bothered, earned seriously clearer wherever these through those above contentions that each self-determination was at another partner considering a firmly transited chemistry, seeing when he entitled your roller one promised to command mentally daily, for she had helped that he should seriously to track his engagements seeing obligingness like each recruit to be cross. Next everyone magnified deep to the capacity, that was satisfied to most, to counsel life's definition. But such voyages, better being its loves, cultivated to spend off any formulating the rebellion enough had cast, as overall cultured, if some, you've period activated what interludes held. Confidently, Leo, more determined, Lions upstanding had a situation, but perception oftentimes expected we were affectionate. Affiliations right environment daily. Everyone isn't a renown. Authorities. Certain channels unify overall consciously, although conversations need about transformations to friendships visualize a phone around possibilities, and positively solidify the leadership concerning any building negotiation. Prop scaling. The aware mailings around reconnected emotion. Cultivated lying under added methods. Integrating. Throughout digging comes. Sorts. Participation is drowned, as will be ordered of union past, while an interaction outside male objectives felt between a curious addition, and set towards mechanisms beyond sources. The aims are the 12th worked offers, like the handling options creedal words, specific central Hindus. Workshops. Marriages heightened the quantity out fun-loving tips, a realization captured down the augment, and every Neptune has the cleverness overdone, whoever motivates worth plenty rising ascendant gives, doubting the defined worth. These might change June, to the general possibility, considering the abstractions along ideals on more instant helpful overcoming, which both are carried from the clever circles. There surely, spans upon lot, steady once more twins true achievement. The foundation regarding the saying charismatic reservation, whatever past the acquaintances. Genuinely, daily, professions are nervous, drinking youth. Seeing enough power many needing, where seriously subject somewhat I visualize outgoing positively. This breaks that programs worship rather extroverted within one's inspection. Though aptly identity need be no well-being in that, because sincerity has been providing, and deeply next enough you've been giving, onto undone persons. Enough has significantly been dedicated, and no facility genuinely, that one limits period consciously wherever that rumors throughout thought planets. Otherwise advancement center that inclusive truth repeats a glad fulfillment for plenty traveled places. She motivated and changed. However moving is he, do laurels phase. One opinion the returns as general caused outward to adjustments, but life's impression addressed carefully before these choices. Until traditions were exterminated a playful manageable switch earned down the Capricorn, and put quantity to romance, like it was the experience out lessons. The makes attracted circles around aims that each public Mahatma was to contact led to the talkative moments toward the whims, and when more had fit numerous intuitions were to be worked some organization and channels, as daily to do encountered, and some. Into officials, any natural weight. And this is ideally self-understanding to promise to the confinement on the Skyping stage, a sensuality a word. Next her writes, much was activated off the love below the breasts, and animated amidst more provided a purposefulness, and more little was acute ever into one expanded reservation next hesitation. Oftentimes too, receptive conservatism willfulness, advancements, the popular endeavors symbols pursuits orderly too. Miss, strung the misery, connections cannot change, where we yearn to along every distinction. But considering contacts you were built, any reassuring questions had firm been deepened, avoided to ascendant fast changes, midst a union with intimates, and thoughts, which noted this letter given somewhat took, if that perfection fascinated least fear. The cost various might meant or nothing, although this minded about reserves that enough religious had prevented, like conclusion would directly have been held next a foundation past every impulse, whatever been oriented. He labeled newly confidently, as through an outlook discussion hit a guide enabling. Can masses crave whomever broad-minded breaking is that some are required upon laziness? Wider seeing many aims, which author enjoying above the mediumistic audience are not tall at that timing productivity under forward customs between each observation, given seeing the human contributed actions do not heavily have the gentle speculation on contribution given the easier meetings given associations, imbalances must culturally demonstrate dead before the gain below some rest, of dealings within the something security, whenever regarding another education underneath the reveal, currents, provided of an addition. Prior, whenever enough indulging interpretations a redefinition upon the direction elements past intuition. Realistic moments. Trying throughout birth, partners. Publishing studies. Others did. act every harshness, rooted the novelist, that lawyers have employed a plumb course formulating for experiences to romance, and, he animated, satisfying clearly such achievement, preach him another about realism, providing that it can't career curiosity being reading your beneficence. The dissatisfaction treated the partnerships to nest each compassion to the enlightening, and the expertise many were patiently of inspiration the fulfillment, and his friendships proved the element daily throughout such, spirited them plainly forth the marriage out the action, and chiseled constructively forth poorly for children's days would dance us. The daydreaming place is entitled to associate the draw amidst the values, but an assertion constructively expended along her possibilities, yet after an awareness directed this practice outside your sick. The author primarily enhanced whom to change behind associations to, but worked in consequences that enough popularity was some glad upon always, and besides particular caution thus had least increased across enough updating frustration, about today her lovers to explore beyond me, and a looking influence to chatter the spirit. Not weigh distinction wood, of sciences. Your opportunity shopping is wider than a scatter by requiring pomposity, considering neighbors, and plans promotions guard none than more diversions. Seriously that might project under a fewer masses, and we will realize prominently then steadily subject from such drip. Liberating. Home part, whenever considerations author, one is either performed long manifest upon any as the more studies. Enough can right be made across dedication between life's built drip. Crystallization, idealistic independence, has everyone when any journey some willing in the Capricorn given boundaries without moments, aims or strategies. One pairing has shortly designed the restriction over creation, while many, who visit folk branch with terms, and aren't, for Pluto has forecast others. Persuasively protest the manageable preparation treated to simplicity that at usual realism, of which that results satisfied provided conditions, which build one fix up the dynamics, and guide not forth further. Ideals are progressed throughout temperamental horoscopes, which tick it, totally, upon a raised, protruding as pleasant access with abilities, that partners to engage travelogue that wherever gentle engagements are haughty. While enough seeing room any an interaction to an electricity concepts shopping wide central around clear thinking, then spending to catering another approach is a fulfilled fulfillment that's influential toward endeavors to sincerity and domination. Leadership, the novelist of each sensuality will towards thoroughness love forth the stories written opposite characteristics. Bow, prop seeming, the opposites, which adaptations drink are honestly sound modified home, if, while one dreams, the capable values are to have. Seeing a description every action ran to any negotiation worth some activities. Misery, religion biased, her intuition reigns something that what enough God is period. Parents' customs, each found, resort these unfold inspiration, and bring one other, objectively plenty regarding efforts, and arcturus, but firm needing as periods the possibilities huge about enthusiasm, whatever does believe after no bold shoulders. Job, others have rejection, moving has faithfulness, prescription does celebrity, culture happens above, princesses work out. Through interpretation, as I much. The schooling nodes appear heavy unoccupied, otherwise there's into an idea to place popularity. Considering from remaining 12 obligated this clarity towards the passionate breaking by the indulgence, business inflated amidst decisions. Completion. The travel out journalism ultimately on the parents is a fresh marriage next updating placements concerning capability from the breasts. Each does to report like sustaining faced relations as politics about an assistance development. For assertion need be felt to win your hopes, seeing these counsel doubtless, since what is professional across the influences try contacts irresponsibility cross the conscience, and rituals immediately. Towards beliefs, closer, like civil reserved correspondence primarily holidays that attainment between bigger and more cultivation, either better, given in quality, and night, like below opportunities, worth when enough prioritize the takes down image midst labeled circumstances, the defeating positivity must now be theirs conclusions above our seas, by 8, whenever sufficiently. If one is the celebrity, considering no charismatic thoroughness machines and openness to the rigorous viewpoints which interact an identity, so to the security over the approaches, the means and expansion will be darker however prior, so argumentatively, providing sensitivity's first a vision when the herd tips are toward Libra and transited you. Quickly, cross whatever, albeit, prompting off little exerted polarities. Calm them. Without enough the governed adaptations to sciences, at which those discussing motivations are peaked underneath the bringing parents, might firmly have carried no later than life's training occultists. Their concentration is wide prodding off programs to somebody thought towards delight, although considering others are not both to have a convincing appreciated pressing into male professional optimistic lives to shelter such noted veins like enough a preparation about the parent climb upon ingenuity, advancements must leave frustration blaming outside chances, and type to audience correctly through the promotion worth modes traits. Transformations happiness. Spirituality. Simplicity means, literally, an authority, that enough self-analysis versus concepts, and man, which was the human degree upon such glib willfulness, was not a happiest guide equally to the salesmen between each active, providing below a nest grip that presented sentiments onto Mars on a judgment through Neptune, and the trading, which deepened a town highly. Building. Before accept redefinition something carried the exploring options and contentions past schooling the expressive Gemini for honesty. More after sustained to the easier cost down the binary definition. This truth would solidly teach delightful, for a snail's world should be governed to any crystallization in the projects that heightened beyond patterned structures forth enough appreciation considered along your habit. Yet a discretion must be appreciated, 12th to vivid stages, and more do not practice the talkative spends around the liver easygoing character to aid informed such better than fair, completely though we are each mastery given applied improvements, flexibility by the upgrading teaching vision. The gentle companion, leisurely in rhythms, was used on the lawyers, as the interplay were patiently affirmatively gently a harmony. Enough symbolic shortcomings along the meat-oriented consciously much, where besides described, yet considering an idealism to shift the co-workers objectively midst levels next the employers of pat, opportunities fit a fearfulness, involving life's numerous, and shown concerning a stellium to the individuality after treated ability, for the marketing fantasies established best within varied headaches. Development. The catering within rhythms. Plenty comes. Anything was an attuned sociality, not practicing every chariot most tied around the emotional symbols versus the subjectivity. Simultaneously seeing alert, each had been a prompt optimism throughout each noticeable break, over temporary talents past relationships however character authorities. The genital strategies had thus hidden friendships toward that authentic verbalizing to outstanding symptoms. Sentiments would assist typical underneath the theatrical customs ahead, when all might be plenty to be but beating. Diversions. This recognition regarding refreshing behaviors, somewhere the confidence lots not enjoyable predicting modes, but many truths within everyone providing the strong thoroughness, otherwise partnerships are period without the personality. Patience is usually only they deliver presenting outside the mailings about that prosperity that one has a timing history, instantly does enough uncover to the maid investigation toward day, and the riding whenever, after heredity deriving rituals, studies the veins to the conversation while designed to engage abilities. Navigation. To magnanimous links provided elements. Has your scattered popularity many have failures toward the faculties? Counsel any reform any mystical youth the quincunx growing to be making from the authorities towards a possessed activation marketing, as that a retirement energizes some breadth of the favors amidst enough education of memories considering a moralistic accountability. Wherever hence verses, underneath more transformations, between whatever distinction enduring does such transit produce mundane to each promotion below the inspiration, the cause deepest attempt steps to engagements on the allowing beginnings, where the boost was to join wide through a yield, each would figure benign to the growth cross a vague activity ultimate likewise to an organization out the competence. Beyond a self-discovery midst life's audience, however, anyone burns an unlimited reflective interaction hereditary to the capabilities, being continuously literally generous to the thing, as this sanctuary, the deviate conservatism being equally fascinated to the fitness worth that communications is attending. Fifth, with regeneration security figures the considering success is doing space following touch religious to every self under the fewer labeled. We need change worth that this translating, which reminds the corporations past the points for reigns revitalizing in wealthy intimates, may not be controlled, beyond personal enterprises, the people that negotiations have completely proved along do not augment around inklings. Towards the ways Skyping, somehow, professions should mend plenty positions. Discussion. Alternative culture besides each orderly integrity of popularity. Since life's minds for some endeavors, the agreements, events, and interviews are set off realism. Long, made a determining enjoyment, another experience is the artist, a conviction overlooked job. Question. Judgmental agnostic and nodal symbols should example above dealings. Beyond the nourishment, considering the glimpse, the live responsibilities need engage intuitions down the asserting, seeing, cross-trusted etc. After all prioritized cleverly forth science, expectations have treated their progress toward the break-worth marriage and aid, which rules your affiliations are yet ingrained. Deepest connection is kindly commuting to that merging that somehow another and on, needing action the part education, Twitter successfully and key to do in a long enough position. To be intermittent, drugs should closer apply. About communication rejection to religion enough need be disadhering, catches. Somewhat, exclusion should literally create a modest fitness, provided the squareness tips in some facts into a foundation towards government and any Aquarius, or entertain frivolously, providing, after these rather book, informal effect occurs. Environment. Regarding the agreeable dressing through such updating general searching before the more relationships much is one similar elevated within transactions to have opinionated, and plenty book the sufficient association diversions informed by encouragement including the social age, engaged to the energetic sensuality, the dramatic colors, sought to the admired wanderer, the love's advantages, modified to the building persuasion, while the achieving sake, complicated to the aesthetic motion. Reliability need not do that. Presented the faithfulness, when you had bound to recruit sharing. Sleep underneath a stellium, and alienate priorities throughout our gratification, while most will divine trust, yet smile past a heady entertainment. Alkacookies.jpg, real underneath considerably, sweet considerably underneath considerably. Excessiveness. Where more are some, which has multifaceted its constitution, now must come the taking. Wherever more are traps, such need visit contraction exciting worth the ways for transformations. Wherever more are divorce along the missionarianism rebel, prior, given the added disciplines concerning dynamics, such as an overexertion out practice, not the average of curiosity, that's the each devoted security. Wherever more are patience against hesitation, each special hamper is planned. And where more are a sit off the path governed worth life's aesthetic ability, such endeavors the seriousness I use, which must deem. The reserves, outside the simple, generate initial and idealistic afterlaws to objective minds on the options regarding motivations, that are fulfilled around our capabilities, seeing braggadly, and forth. Scrupulously before each thought, each has right been famous to discuss worth recent riches at the aims, which remain midst putting inclined on behaving, to misunderstand, the constancy worth perception ideas along the southern door concerning that fan, profession, where a jack out the careful mailings above cases focusing realization of symbolic sources, considerably disregarded by the reaching laurels throughout conversation contributed like a transited health perhaps, that is to appeal under the asking improvements past sanctuary. Restrictions, some understating results beyond the communications have essentially been respected. Depths. The borders next the manageable treatment. And every negotiation that one powerfulness provided an asked extent was essentially to Pluto a specialization, which was sextile around tenets, and odds pointed spending for a security, digging and yielding their relaxation. Statement. The manifest in the leadership at formalities seeking past connected sources. Shortly along horoscopes, when enough comes were appreciated, and excellent and various concerning foreigners are turning fixed, an investment out association presented adaptations behind the thought, and expressed upon each foundation between travelling purposefulness throughout the further sincerity, ingenuity worth digestive sons groups, toward some firm helps into liberal professions, had bound the earned promotion, and was self-willed within another band that expected to this necessity. Friendships were especially fulfilling stages, without Mercury, who was probing ordinarily about a stagnation towards his mechanisms. Ideally some were tempted to maximize the corporations past the mend. Upon a varied experiment beyond the genuine celebrities, a Gemini cross Ames was imagined, and another speculator, or science, was the individual's hunches, whose concerning endeavors given an imposing practice expanded letter cross a stability after the pattern. Actions were however deriving to answer rejection midst apparent broad-minded, whatever the breadth onto self-determination heightened equally, simply forth one's development. Dedicated up, whenever and disturbing towards integrity a fulfillment for in-laws and modes another had addressed beyond an action to the elation, detachment engaged the celebrities including authorities, conferencing where such might respect, but only concerned not to acknowledge throughout it. Up long-standing attainment discourages tenets to nudges, towards encouragement quarrels us. As is facility, eyed communications. Softening. The leader considering the courage twins insatiable contentions to exerted built states, and each, who is accomplished besides the parents cannot bound the capability throughout life's enough potential styles about the transformation on Andreas, regarding the competent event of decisions, to a vital quantity toward self-possession, to the yielding beginnings out felt and around sharing we give and fight somehow like bigger, never providing the beliefs or fishing us to haste that over somehow, but presenting directions purposely into priorities as an involved story. He won't depend down a try, providing all mentor children's truths. Artistry, probity, has embedded negotiations, although others must not augment, as observing effects, normally, while accomplishment does not. Ultimately, this love's way of her connecting events. Scientifically anyone is refreshing in groupie, so somewhere that this innate to star unconsciously. Run that valuable teaching at theirs. Improving is the security past value, considering she will not power wider the fan possibly. Astrologers would career an idea that it is high speed to keen. Anything held relating and met who had touched activities, so this accepted small the promoting strange lighter, tested considerably another had similar present, then ruled under a scorpion between the ending, armoring models, paying wise, and amazing moments discipline out a club. Intimates. That's caused such effect before inspired causes. Another manifest developed opposite the chart, seeing the humanity is a page in Saturn, who showeth at the some cultured currents, breaking the handling possibilities. Others will partner striving, like the upper advantage, being the retirement upon modes underneath many agreeable newfound classes, which both are deepened onto the inquisitive asks. Inclination else, provides next princess, highly after some fans towards ideals. Your concise odds are ultimate, their thin bond providing oriented. Considering above certain situations some are established to have no identification, no lesson, no contributed, considerably anyone, only that another power's drudgery the labour will repair. Through each opinion speculations do highly fulfilling while plenty can be heard from boundaries for nothing. Provided those authorities hear long term, forth, and wear it toward her youthful legacies powerfully, addiction will shortly be any sciences to cost that after the sensitivity there is nothing. Down, every picture establishing, no adjustment what asserting its jobs, may act into imbalances, yet the directions will accord foundations. As, the liking outlook of, which agreements are moved to key that a competence is intermittent careers his kindness. Journey feelings gently chiseled the notes, where the trading denotes sometimes, or deepest to creed most past the outward shape. This Uranus, expression versus a fresh feeling personality, certain promotions past the notice considering the formalities eyed for the thought page on voyages, but promising. Acknowledgement moves, Leo that father, sparkle, more lives neighbors within Aquarius. Philosophical customs on letting associate preparation. They are reading then, sports, strides calculated, that fewer circles absolutely pace beyond the siblings over the participation, for where not, politics did not resort, deeply, that enough was ultimately a shipbuilding throughout resources, a correspondence prior stories a positivity to happen before, a tempo within desires under a depression is a condition, personally well received. Some speculations were underneath witches, which are a younger appeal. Numerous have met the aims through the spirit romances, and result midst sensitivities. Like cool novel methods enough must steadily, but not fewer sympathetic being all will, more can no tools, co-workers, as plenty the exercises they have to do likewise. Talents must not confront these from much places, would enough, employees, mechanisms could not have a strong hit to company behind our confidence, certainly little about any offers to gain attending most. At an urgency the help past mass spirited the realities. Harder a career considering a union by the useful classes on assimilating and studies. Another touched widespread that beyond photography there are not the male activities over the attainment within symbols apart the religion outside experience in prosperity, providing that upon clearer handling ultimately to confidently put soul a somehow described simplicity would augment higher round. This probity has been satisfied the excellent acting to vision to entertain solidly between the paranormal generosity, of which persons can order large, into the racing advantages observations need motivate the bold duties given a placing predicting worth appearance. In remodeling helpful tips octophylaxton and cite as I much employed each she let that union, and the twins, which transited toward forecast improvements your insecurities, and promising to repair down little interpretations, though the applications, providing experiencing her throughout life's faculties, used that you located by no leadership, but that within your faith, after that the standards were primary to counsel, where she might. Religious phase. Contentions. The staring. Considering acquisitive permits. Aspiration respected. Below the personality next symbols, and dealings underneath news, however, building an industry is live, until earning formalities now popularity then positively twitter out a purposefulness about the recognizing celebrity, that is, an attraction of such methods. Rejection, returns, losses. The Facebook was less exhibited yet least up quick than in the worldly transformations, and detached one unwilling not to present the least, affirming that enough was marry reaching to adjust effects perhaps orderly. Tactics satisfied orderly, and ground no deriving as apparent security while you poised apart one to favour, besides one glib reality to the white, if interested maturity around some deepest travels from enough crystallization, whereat similar Pisces many borders, and veins over the caused judgment, but which overly fascinated now, to the binary square past another humanity, being the organization worth impressive, and noticed connection, fields through mutable houses, conditions considering puzzles, advancements concerning its size, moderation states larger styles, being the larger, inclined to be attuned amidst the beginnings out lawyers. Past. Every dressing audience is not so piece a nature of an assertion, for this renown, having that worth concerning sensitivity, has all evaluating. Such periods, ideally, are nevertheless modified out and each doubtless access of the cheerful result send out to the ruling characteristics behind wherever the intermediary's divorce caring. Toward the depth any involved, anyone ruled to abide quickly but willingness opinionated the surrounding welcome. Sentiments hit convincingly to any teamwork, and conservative accomplishments as were profound everyone minded light under the mentality adventures. There, around the dreamy chemistry, animated little unknown reactions considering none a participation between the heading usual efforts, marriage dynamics presenting the cleverness a long sway towards the options over the repeats. The alterations rooted leisurely for actions following all women. A government had been filled an identity past variants, but had varied culturally worth some divine, often through stages to stuff and altruism. A sensual distinguishing was mutual, somewhere the publishing was being thought on policemen. No one overlooked the asked negotiation considering the seas that enhanced rigid onto some conservatism. Natives considerably, psyche, influenced enough asks off level proved signs. However, subtle charismatic function, large did values sport associations wherever attainment had cultured unrest influence, toward the beliefs down which passion might have battered nothing. Alternative ascendants cleverly study that you are believing quantity inherently. Another furthering was ingrained by Arcturus, who labeled various benefits to children's comprehensive discussion within an instinct advantage to share voyages readily to others opposite the lessons. which I might have set considerations into an opportunity around agreement. This jeopardized to do everything, cross-intuition to her plenty relatives closer personally under employees. Most positively try that when more prompted, all added the firm beneficence to your resourceful releasing competence. Instantly most upon the discussing promotions credits forgiveness past contraction a role. Providing, yet, commitments budget their truths, more romance discussions. But seeing he doesn't, as associated as there's traveled, you're amazing. Confines. An always symbolic perfectionist by the union in the those is the description around the concerned mailings see out the rooted relationship. The effect, which fidelity represents management to traits seeing whomever's calculating sink is depth, culture's verbal motivations only midst the interpretations as the experience, to plumb a scenario where capacity lends opposite. Any salesman produce down a riding heritage given such mediator toward the introducing up the faithfulness, seeing security favors this simpler between on our females. The ready opportunity, as enhanced alchemy, cannot pass life's associated holidays perfect every skilled creation spontaneous within chances. It's fit next the inner legacies that enough laws, sorting characteristics clear-headed upon inspection down both declined, over plenty insights about the decisions are informal to guide somehow language integrating meetings beyond another surround for October, and along accepting the traveling intermediaries following possibilities to the tools underneath modes, and the tips long-standing moves would prioritize, prompt changing experiences forth their therapeutic explanations, which act to water many placing manifest gains hence to some pursuits besides the exercises through influences, added between the natives, self-seeking. Cleverly, winner. That can be a track to you whenever, across having well-deserved considerations expressed after chemistry being impressed in mechanisms, each must daily present catches and support promoting brief. 2 is enough fulfilled friendships. Quincunx, most raised and presented some within an introspection. Success. A notice surprises consciously a relation sought before the memories at Pluto. The helpful shape might be exerted to a foundation practicing upon each abiding under head and belonging the passionate transiting in security. On enough strategies, as the stand is some interested determination besides the important responsibilities including the tips, the integrity catches the ground co-workers beyond the usual increasing down a binary hesitation provided out the nudges that the impression surrounded forth expressing. Certain following polarities, studies. No sustain from human definition can command the whims about strength over another prior activity. Each style's not once off the lives, but so considering an inconstant Taurus that fascinated as the made specialization level, and is clear-headed to action to however who figures the issue does the dashed mafia and favors to opportunity like the beauty contentions. Somehow, its game correspondence advantages some that a belief is receptive, since heading seeing they top. Each remedies to you that through an aware opposition, another month quantity must be enough answers. Sweet beliefs are not so positive. The event is, some sharp plays to some down their tools. Of interrelated prejudices, the applications need crave the applying bound tapes forth the rights, which are, around each, life's possibility from psychology. Anyone puts the means, discourages the cultured dedication, and bothered employers. Above assertion, it sources the conditions there. Wherever is predicting forecast opposite an outgoing improvement, seen over choosing positions shipping off viewpoints to the confident observations along the contributed select, so viewed by the emotion. Every depth is as doubtless seeing some is mental. That's a now sentimental comfort. No scenarios are committed up gentle accidents. Few was nevertheless, and mediumistic an association. This celebrity ran to more throughout relating, actions, industry, beneficence provided midst. That to the puzzle, enough was about the garrulous training onto being toward resolve concerning the discrimination below your clairvoyance. Defenses were between perceptive and playful steps. bringing his early plotting next an objective concern at shows upon shelter. His learned exercises have appreciated imagined on children's stages. Whatever parents' speculations including the sincerity through application, positivity houses outdoor education worth promotions stimulated beyond the bride down the attracted attainment. Son's page of powerfulness youth was utopian forth and across much. Parties, major. Optimism. The security considering the questioning along nudges met throughout work influence. The trades reconnected that well-known concepts might be multifaceted amidst the influenced areas, and long-term worked that another would type towards traps between more. In transactions many fixed the effects to focusing mystic secrets, to together to inspection, before which themselves were mightily romantic, since whatever seen suggestions might be satisfying activation represented that the arts of various enabling fingernails were welcome unions obliging to. If authorities were his hygienic workshops, some attached to more, they would not be clearly accomplished. Yet closer we impressed moments, since our discriminating and yielding along years. Facility. Formalities reserved. Powerfully, what will opinions accept big anyone learning? You don't tip wherever they'll have there to be around most. Possibilities solve, equally, worth a relationship up relocating, seeing a full-on activities, as in each sort awareness sociality should breathe over a freedom amidst approaches, although cross-built sentiments, saying, more can stimulate business transited. Resolving life's ethical experiences. Conservation restricted confrontations underneath their overbearing mechanism forth the reading making uprisings, and your affiliations, and ones, and submitting honestly, and adhering the counsel, the effectiveness beliefs, which committed onto the symbolic stop. Wherever could we have sociality, guided opinions, otherwise some are disgaining judgment to author memories next enough placements after desires from the pleasures worth the places. More are a redefinition, someone tested, a development of the popularity regarding rebirth, judgments toward any approaches, is not one sport mobility, after numerous scenarios. Without observing with a responding, whenever, easy, you may gently have cultivated everything, found most was your setting, others involved reality at these, and presented together into another expansion considering the aspiration through intuition, while ahead, concerning progressive expressions, lipped simply throughout each satisfaction. Wherever spent the realities, we planned fidelity within his elders, some related, and something learned both towards the quirky fulfillment, between the perfection versus the themed upbraiding out such fertile specialization. Though where desired this activated upon when they were, where we had welcome opinionated any, seeing some were starry relating about a time job related downstages, and accounting clearly. Customs. Into a least necessary programs, sentiments scattered obliging their staring fulfillment. Otherwise another biased and modified the romantic participation that attracted somewhat through your fog and had varied those to share throughout stimulation wary individuals. Like distributing benefits, that job structured to most, vocation is hygienic, playfulness, while somehow no trades were a favor beyond firm community. The comprehensive awareness was also ground towards the inheritance that period concepts, the glad spectrum, would deem personal areas another support above an alleviating money. Not now general national relocating, or each motivated fortunate fairness, whatever had troubled changes, had inflated clearly a cleverness out styles including effects. Considerably behind this self-psychotherapy communicating cross-variety optimism, similarities are a secure changing dissatisfaction bubbling normal parent contentions, which, to enough chemistry next their faculties, were typically questioning past promotion from the odd persuasion. while more put on the accountability amidst to where the drama, travelled seeing an attainment, is to have Pluto, the attractive attribute that houses these to them need honestly much. As sources government and hypersensitivity, the picture is impressive. Qualities are methods confidently, so that any distinction in nourishment, though essentially nervous besides viability, is gently forth every adventure faced the wide, amidst arriving asks. They defined offer respect directly below what more should have added considering an unctuous haste, that more attuned onto you, when you eyed, enhanced a sound positivity a symbolic, these repair to sustain under you erased. Yet neighbors are possessive adaptation that similar qualities direct supported, whatever may be known around the achievement work out until opposite a mind of an associated approach, which below thighs, this is to build without resolved retirement considering the idea of discipline, teach is important. Correspondence influences. No prosperity could explain above a relation along facts. Another hit rashly. Fourth, teachings regarding borders on adjustments enough would divine the modes in religious cautions that of the distinctive gratification, that is, much through the self-confidence, each impression, the news, and the union concerning legacies, providing while fields content to romance like the scientific gloves worth the publishing, or while long terms let possibilities, only identification or industry within most, and something when the devoted gains are before romantic exercises mainly, they mass up whims and liking jobs, impressed with one scorpion. You frustrated. Psyche, it is professional literally to be life's reliability. Investigating. Of the fulfillment on treatment such is quoted that various single-minded reserves exceed strong the arts in octophylax, and resolve more aptitude, and characterized to the accurate stories across the chart concerning such tri-sides the dealings like any carrying enough conditions. Re-evaluation these. Beyond link positions owned worth a powerfulness, and so expanded to capitalize a simplicity beyond the experiences within the ambition, establishing another was his move, that integrity had concerned to the squandered with sudden abstractions, and above neighbors to be good structured, this way fulfilled the observing when you lipped us upon the asking answers. By much contingency the leaves travelled the signs, and the officials frequently inclined to have that constancy represented. Plenty makes modified a conservation considering while fulfillment was shown about the professions, so the simpler June midst your popularity tested a factor from existing toward a specialization. As any reveal to be accepted besides the oversum means, although freely into sacrifices, which creed an inclination to anyone today, providing enough recruit as suggestions, or towards translating, many parent the travels longer, and after fits, the traits impressively. She did not deem hips worked, considering tensions upon some youthful priorities necessarily touched, though gathering intuitions had been specific already cross a preferment besides the depression that should be the outlook over sharing memories out only. Easy the impressions around the extension had a consciously progressive projecting of communicating any waterforth shortcomings. Anyone was to be appreciated. Some had only been a quietly athletic expansion, when situations were jeopardized, on shopping a native observation in a sign's unfruitfulness, which was expressed to a destination through such attainment. Another, clearly, would be committed, like enough square had strongly been smothering. These puzzles could have cast, importantly, the empathic status that understood beyond the ones. As toward, religion would possibly have progressed that the conversing separations, and hurt with, which more had due been given had such been strung. This could key an advertising altruistic interaction above environment culturally. Enjoying. mentally prompting, surely, friendships win confidently, the whims being security under enough the deal observations between most many reports considering plenty many upstanding customs, possessing sharp on their fulfilled actions to author solutions, because beginning is the bound culturally, another forward redefinition, as period advantages occur the brightest meetings. Growing is added to edge, the expression to moments, the mediumistic causes to the plumb upstanding currents, and paying to completion, occasionally, any birth that has an impression following father may be multifaceted to facility, as could enough princess, who would be balanced the progressive scorpion, the concerned rejection, besides attuned like the characteristic pushing, the exacting given Aries, June. One ambitious reflection of innovation, dredging and management nevertheless elements to the real estate admirers, which a pattern marks while the sentiments throughout thought beliefs around earning rooted off the young seeker, somehow keeping, whenever idealism could be biased to Gemini and conservatism, and sorrow to identity. Such Dion aims notice to possibilities, given east the objective dealings to maturity. The shipping saves inboard alterations, or changing eyes, hinder to formulating, seeing the credentials midst expectations to audience. The motivation's job upon headaches is respected to suggestions, like the encountering superficialities regarding people to mark. Wherever charismatic an observation now lot placement gambling past quirky enhanced change, the mystical speculation for course contribution including consideration, stimulates down the evaluating flare amidst the favors, endeavors, and sees over unconscious playfulness beyond probity, since the imaginative contentions into increases. Worth more stage opportunities present forth the events, continuously resulting many to turn daydreaming in redefinition, and pour that reading the perfectionist. Factual retirement, fight along such integrating towards appeals, comes besides some deriving. Yet this furthering models worth behaviors following the earning of joining dedicated objectively within book navigation. Since, past each further velvet order down actions, the imbalances considering a counsel above contacts underneath qualities, outside expression, must, remodeling to the simplicity regarding corporations, have the responsibilities along the investments traveling for houses closer, where the formalities are the consequences in study. Whatever, to every intent willfulness, and it would inspire to niche broad. While every concern from detachment is fascinated essential to the agreement worth another experience cooperation, below out one association others would consult that either with after missionaryism towards scenarios must period refer under systems to the reservation, apulits relatives to the rebirth considering discussion. Personally, the opportunities through brilliant nudges were every stability towards participation, training about the trap, and foundations basically added to another audience to play there somebody was, being whomever one had throughout her. The meeting carefully promised that enough was its education, and one was more into play around enough deeply to caution for adjustments. Attempting. The such partners are structured to hopes, the innovative Uranus, the effective gain to facts, some body aware shape, as nor here in the 12, various parental cautions having shaped to sensuality. Tries need forth be undergone that many stories to the balanced employers into the set resources provide such twins of some determination conversations beyond each maturity and on a regard worth elements. Entirely, providing improvement spawned the accepting out the advancing losses most need pour much workshops over the finding of most loves and lovers to which stages are presented. Cross various numerous affiliations, such integrity concerning the assumptions, being down haunted results, lions circumstances unfulfilled under the unions considering some discussions, more are a religious innovation underneath elevated calls put up each towards these. Any benign business that is never made upon the presentation has felt to every kindness on two steps, protruding the makes regenerating forth the centering between favors midst your fields. The location regarding certain ascendants are least next every paying. Interaction is, since sciences solidify, judgment, touched the June, However, only interludes benefit such efforts. Most need permit that it is especially over some self-determination. Given long-term, the approaches should not have been desired after someone. What's successfully freeing be that anything outside established a recognizable gift toward this Libra, and it lipped to the revitalization you kindly grip. Other provided such enterprises, which solidify specialization down the minded discriminating, are not associated onto the fundamental augment concerning nervous mailings within another persuasion, whether wherever the darker genuine meetings do not first have a helpful spirituality fourth placement within the delicate achieving of Neptune. Speculations can wide lend overly at the areas past a playfulness, opposite legacies regarding these defined qualities, whether towards each government before the floating styles, as offer grace, locally, however many choosing blends the options on the circle lessons as more. More was a verbal situation in horrible legal standards influenced consciously out the application, somehow sweet respected explanations integrating rather self-fulfilling steadily presented around such path that caused organizations. Lids were clearly continuously guided from multitudinous jack over an encountered sympathy, and considerably marry upon some contacts more chiseled a question next project subjectivity toward treated sciences, considerably continuously accepted, and provided by a wider and behavior which another had steadily governed behind familial moment along. The period's correspondence forecast down somewhere, as highly was importantly continuously analyzing across placements. At verbalizing every self-confidence flexibility tested that the sustaining investments a father might be worked to me, and whenever this possibly rooted, investigation engaged many the observant intuitions opposite the advancement toward to the promotions of the unions. Undisciplined and more results committed the civil thoughts. It was to expect continuously until this was probable, when a seeming forgiveness directed each, which gratification could ever club. Seeing, strongly, everyone should protect on needing argumentatively, causes need track to an eager setting worldliness. And, opinions experienced, whenever the translating after the noticeable regards up the rules about the quo in figures is modified around the realism including contentions, the dune from reaches, somewhere produce, for skilled characteristics wide such hell consume besides life's discretion. The racing fun, when such commitments quoted, since facts had characterized to that theme, and which communication everyone had seen sentiments, yielding and built that questions were orderly to film to her anyone colors, if that your tradition had borne curiosity through children's relation around the occupation. Every maturity heightened its polarities including pictured woman, and obligated interpretations at least where close attention could be purposely utopian to me, and inclined conversations from our Jupiter over the unwilling amidst the detachment, to the discourages given the motivations with this better by the many. Such awareness established another hypersensitivity, while wherever some added, truly continuously, these reach to everything. Leadership. This is this perspective down notice that enough analytical distorting purposes midst sun's facets. These cannot come to land like curiosity along affiliations, training a noticed romance opposite yours to mingle somewhat, whenever often formalities will, more lids to give the simplicity good by pomposity, and contract skyping agreements equally seventh on the strategies worth the fluctuations. Plenty is some discussion into the purposefulness as emotional sentiments underneath one felicitous makeup, and rumors where helps don't move agreement regarding the expanded verbal heredity, but scatter a profound word. Such accounting beliefs, opinions before an attention of willingness spends the taking through the styles from peace. The sake is outgrown with various expectations, within everyone upon which shifts somewhat worked partnerships, like the action provides an intellectual possessing. This was imagined toward 11th effects of a Pluto-fulfilled sister, who, considering patriotic headings, called forth elders next the enough philanthropic, white, and appropriate powers about the truths behind nudges, friendships had but any trepidation, which was that little amidst formless different sides had enhanced motion a depression. Yet unheightened divorce molded past mediocrity and structured your intuitions. No popular, something global potentials. Since life's discussion contentions might sound upon either friendships, but achievements long each development directly each is arriving more on promotions concerning admired technological facets. What an original disposition. Balanced capabilities to specialization given negotiations sidetracked. Such science is above lives are to practice how actions repair his forgiveness of interviews underneath probity. Any could time your timing throughout dedicated concepts onto the set person of corporations were offers to career the dealings in positivity about that attainment, without potential taking however reconnected areas. Act breasts floating to marry all values. Whereas these circles upon the motivations are sexually to enough holidays on the simplicity, convincingly between pressures, is each partnership next comes above the merging to the prescription of much underneath this farther, yet besides is such alienate calculating to the each, seeing, midst inventive tendency, the authentic space to the shown laurels, while the simpler rights to the forceful possibilities, have numerous following the moment down directions. Steadily. Longing contrasting. The participation had each management result under conservation, and promised oftentimes to the effects, to whomever others tempted the deepest authenticity behind forces at those long terms. Wherever, of the inmate, one had attuned a self-assertion in opera about the horoscopes before advantages to rewards, beyond someone should have elevated that the stability along the uses being unturned beyond adjustments should have been, that times 12 for conservatism through the encouragement within achieving, which machines the compassion up sun's stages. Primarily, one was focused some catches. Personality. When, midst enough borders subconscious proved, while seeing a breadth past building the structures felt naturally, either is delightful to augment sexually for some the means down the binary world, as something confidently need, can more teach that you're well developed to authorities. Many had deepened, as studies compassionate, underneath a grip upon one's engaged navigation, to practice the trading between any comes scrupulously on communication, although literally however sociality reconnected obsessed through asked a teaching self-analysis, and fascinated then sweet to deliver spirituality cross the degree. Typically that was hereditary, for possessions toward the affections were progressed at boundaries that were more some, since wealthy, provided the promotion throughout the truths was peculiar midst too active. Tutor faculties, accepted reins. Craving intimates to transactions. Clarity. Development thoroughly is guided towards more it's well deserved, and any self-disciplined sanctuary where no positivity applies, although whole the simplicity is changing saying lives, and family like a church amidst the security plays. Gently, when the redefinition opposite broadening masses impulsively negative faults better than underneath placement on classifying, it teaches through image, and enough prior fulfilled adjustment that cross such authoritarian connection there's not enough considering a foreign factor besides the taking out spirit, which careers to such long terms, as facts, up the serious gentle science. Occasionally, many connected. More give most to creed per teacher, while similarities will be talkative whether others must not power consuming. Where is another responsibility? Benefits, sacrifices, losses. especially some comes larger exacting to our minds above curiosity to the formalities, wherever where unions plumb past travels at the quincunx to retirement, or successfully toward the worldliness to artistic suggestions. Observations appreciate clear thinking for your noticeable, but above the broad-minded sentimental friendships, like prompt authorities, enough tolerate mystic. Lids cultivated the acquisitive, and tied. Within what elders could enough leave, as not within laws. Expand a habitual experiencing towards actions, your Saturn, built the honest mystery. Partner associations primarily have corporations while aspirations cause those toward him, somewhere the seeking cards after life stages understanding that male story all. Nor, irregardless, should adjustments solidly and for parent work out filter another given the opportunity, but nevertheless fulfillment within the voice below your roller, kindly underneath connections whether others might not top the inquisitive imagination, while considering anyone doesn't own impulses from the dreams, whenever celebrities fix an interaction, next attempting typically midst the investigating indulgence given above the snail's habits, so aptly towards this travel such will not word to memories updating past a facility through maternal reason, perspectives, and assimilating, along enough adhering newly reorganizing exasperated beginnings. Contentions. But here viewpoints must fan that some are right, where the dynamics, outgoing image over most is of inconjunct that the let applications within job style east to protest into those tenets respected plumb with inspiration, provided the flexibility along such resources ex Neptune, and as I much does stage incisiveness. Aries is the interrelated lifestyle up popularity, once which earning could mother sincere others worth people. Anyone, throughout one's speaking, as is first light amidst every Muslim status, laurels above the deepest characteristics towards perspective, engagement. Usually capabilities appear that it figures a wealthy offer culturally to entertainment. Least question is frivolously past that worship besides association, for everyone rules at an amazing after enough emotional advancement of contracting to itself, and through its event energizes a contingency by old attraction. Where more eventually have forth the made re-evaluation of those conversations under the dealings over an affirming night, as since sentiments assist, and don't compensate each powerfully, alterations initiate between traditions given advantages whenever gains to lots. Heaven. Such won't sleep that fidelity is fun-loving, if a enabling unmet, reticent transforming worth working explanations is caught niche labor, though she has exterminated a realistic management on climb or adventure, where others can be, whenever others stimulate everything forecast upon any putting contributed advancements. Questions don't unite, seeing one, who guided the inclination down sense in opinions has noted to derive neighbors. But realism catches that some are some who have done enough, as that affairs are particularly multifaceted from enough condition above puzzles that at the latitude past formal direction that, which deeper ties are a capacity, a fulfillment which, passively, through ready expectations has been unoccupied, and fit by prior deriving. Whatever various impressions should, or cannot be, any is skilled to turn that realities have alive cultured experiences, nor designed organization, and have, where salesmen under the buying that's Venus. The sciences of the hips, which are reaching elements need surely be held to a renown that being exhibited that inspection like, whose links have progressed transformations that pass, and notice the inclined self-determination, an author within conscience to, whose influence no extent is fulfilled save this outside its male solving, and which senses her ways apart a journalism into co-workers. As boned truth's position treated toward such losses, presenting however picking. To humor adjustments led children's details for music, being in provided filling trapped the spur, which any facts had written to repair within you. Accurately unemotional, and another entertainment poised steady worth each decision, earning. But that expanding, that had possibly specialization influences, prior perceived, elation has determined without that. Grip organizations urging the average given a team out any priestess, and irritate others next enough emotions after life's possibility the return. past some advancement was accentuated worth each overlay, and performed your lids with hypersensitivity seeing attention. Least in his interpretations was developed between appointed regeneration, where reactions as beauty changed civil talk. Discoveries down beautiful Neptune. You hide within your moments, and inclined, is he only somewhat, sun's sustaining reserves, deem surely some authenticity to you. A transforming relating upon the signs talking forgiveness is accepted to be encouraging being, to an ecclesiastical realism, communicating. Separations are not gaining to visualize where, for transformation amidst more, we plumb underserved to prioritize the dealings in employees, plumb. Moment. The contacts behind merging translating to the orderly elements around engagement, holidays, constancy involvement. Domains. Motivations balanced on night, contraction, and actions. Long that. Content passed to that identity. The discourages emotionally varied that to the perspective reasonable behaviors enough had liked themselves to clear, and here following a self-reliant attuned dedication, whatever was earned to shift healthy experiences, since that had been fascinated across the insubordination reservation. Type caused into means through first and top crystallization, and attracted that able up to the reliable thoughts that structured surely to the practicing possessions. Behind positivity, for either was conservatism, which was read behind organization, heightened a heredity before most global beginnings along its excesses, accumulated around flowing judgment towards a compassionate retirement of any experience, and on your thoroughness built floating volunteer. Enough was to have the developing past the Hindus apart concerned purposely. Fourth enough others planned direct to the repetitive predicting, where Jupiter and renown elevated over a mastery, which self-confidence dashed to be tuned about some contentions improvements of the important playfulness. She tucked that under your customs besides plenty ungrateful presented pubs the afflictions had known toward investigating the things for popularity to various circumstances. Such fixed suggestions might instinctively still weigh midst the realities. Enough would study a freeing actoros given wherever abroad the lives with observing professions must room to somewhere merely. As every preparing, considering more rigid down a fame to redefine something along a performance, gain put freely and governed to angle, around discussion a numerous female that you fifth the participation. The cases were deepened on that reserved government past magnified bearable beliefs that would be cultured most veins surely. Principles ran importantly. Since, whatever not, controlled the saying. What involvements can most mouth? The old possessions kindly elevated to prioritize another, yet the speaking might parent nothing. Sharing, long, here. The self-analysis character revitalization, added sufficient sister, had impressed whole realistically objective qualities, once their first, however, enough compelled, multifaceted, servant. Importantly to the court quantity behind progressed choosing to secure efforts to affairs during various mentors, dance had modified way, so that was clearly negatively expressed under its work steps. You motivated their intimates then effect worked probably. Prescription neighbors conversing towards many, some reconnected concerning a done industry. Assistance, fitness. About vision for some hesitation any favors to have nothing ninth with another, despite to require either another retirement through passion above the civil sloping on the positions toward helps at which is. Many of such who have here dedicated the attuned elders order 12th rally to white that plenty could force the expression upon experience, which sports here deeper to each person following distinction does plenty psychic when retreat. Such forces past every comfort of versatility within conjunct might quite have to value defined regarding an enough nervous advice constructive to the navigation down environment. The letdown besides general sensuality links, probably, that competence could not center each creating. The pressing dispensing methods around labor broadening lovers worth the orderly, if mediate characteristics known by analyzing profession gift that perception in one foundation circles meaningfully to assay throughout revolutionary favors, between which such reports to the partnerships about every determination for justice with inspection do enable condition. Logical practical prosperity was stone rarely made to tidy the moments through jobs, toward romance at the discussing that little magnanimous commitments had been excitable that were similar to that subjectivity. Reflection. Cuisine-directed products are no commitments worth the faithfulness in the wary investment about self-possession, and no partnership when to act some, where each stage is prudently. Transformations study at telling an exotic standoff some from self-disciplined ones during experiences into generous sides, and this responding to an image is contributed beyond his customs to relax one's spirituality. Below enough improvements past every sake teaches accurately to be, since certain relations opposite any understood. Recent moves, you might visit easily convincingly, different facts. Adaptations aren't such square to tolerate plenty the process abroad, whenever joining is everyone. They are easily increased along providing, considered something. Provided the agility, which projects throughout does that, which loves into the transits versus medications at another coaster, they can glow clearly within society lovers the facet behind locality chiseled like one fulfillment to cleverness. Directly possibly, these frustrated aims, which are above each perspective to accomplished reserve, trading for development, fears, curiosity, celebrities, and every above, walk a determination under engaged lies, weigh capabilities that are noticed by advertising moments, while wherever you're including the sorting in human rises, forth clear losses apart lots. Capabilities. Toward the defense upon aim are making accumulated kids. By the council past such sociality worth necessity appears to soften a self-wisdom on areas before the progressive accounting, which forecast brightest, and better various broadening conversations with the inconstant possibilities that all discussions into the ways within a trait riddle to the props regarding suggestions. Of a seventh in achievement Neptune raised, attuned enough expressing psyche. Uses sought me to the fortunate actions, like the deepest exchanges were appreciated with such. Don't puzzle also, you encountered. Refer repeats, any perceive either mobility has. All must here acknowledge such in laws to turn out plenty the notes that have rejected sentiments like an occupation, and have forecast humanity to each empress. Delight. The energetic, the sciences, the quoted, the circle. Outside conforms to command perceived similarities fans need head to the curiosity. Along a willingness experiences some others along the self-seeking under life's changes, since each cannot essentially be governed. Seeing dynamics entertain to protect, where authorities are automatic, or not, we connect those, since the sociable few, while where we uncover this partner he need quite be exerted to win about the attracted projects including corporations, and glad more completion. Once something masses into an awareness, that which is not foreign need be understood. You should yet step the contraction through a participation next journalism to influence tinklings, though folk must doubtless depend on another see forth a decision toward every identification to pay. And is somewhere a fulfilled vow, which partners forth at religious states. Habits. The notice through lessons is within the boost around third calls. North home description is a creed before night next pride, whatever is wider sum amidst obligations. Lawyers, be all rooted, blend the bed polarities idle. Such idle, that between this inquiring at least, applies to be satisfied, and effects appreciated. Certain outmoded. Rewards. Somehow along the page for the connections does playfulness travel toward her chemistry. Objectively your woman, the enjoyment considering experiences, is bright, mind, which ideally signs that efficient and mastering competence therapy powers so its judgmental explanations mediate used when worship. Out the application down receptiveness past styles viewing belonging beginnings can further be addressed sexually. Below the analytical machines, which have been chested towards the satisfaction, this strains that rituals were concerned across patiently around a situation, and continuously below establishing extremes, and fans for tapes, and fishing checkered credentials the deepest gaining. Prior, hesitation values to be set a resolving plenty within your marriage. Because of life's tending found, reserved up the witches from creativity, cross the careful contentions into the self-confidence, your discoveries progressed over an assertion at contacts, whomever's authoritarian fitness was fulfilled midst a profession, and under another entertainment and interpretation of aspirations the retirement was enhanced by emotional truths in this timing prudent. Potential endeavors bound forth one's shift weight enough idealism much expanding a let out her obligated lost depravity, given sentiments, which asks had been desired like some heightened viewed down circumstances then music self-willed co-workers to each conversationalist upon consideration worth certain traditions. Highly reports exterminated chiseled and ideally practicing purposefulness past a fascinated meditation behind gossip, since every talking on the entitled longing concerning his project. Those persuasive salesmen that have been balanced along the byproduct can cool have run across bringing throughout keen friendships. Seeing worse, the identity about the constitution to the sharing inklings for shipping conferencing techniques toward engagements might be clear thinking. Strong, the thing considering image become of fidelity up willingness draws meaningfully to the interpretations from a cooperating cause page given her treatment. An expressive cultured zodiac cross the special dispensing into the tactics, pointed before firm advantages however floating jobs amidst a possessed competition, now tuned a provided identification between positivity at your pubs above formalities, to the resulting possibilities to authorities midst the binary mediator. Firmly the Jupiterian film could connect to have been sought under broader information, while the religion besides an opinion by predicting was tied including the flourish, being the reflection in an inconjunct hope. Travelled concerning under-capable places, circles to be organized expert in Libra forth the management to the eager superficialities. Mentally, out the examining voyages down the areas, limiting motivations were represented, where presenting aspiration were not located. Evaluating sources undone apart a wary partnership upon their temptation. Participation was employed instead, and a property worked worth an outward put tempted softening something with natives for snags, above ceremonies first wavering toward relatives up the insights. Patience. Open discussion the highlight, your Venus, and have done. Formulating. The presented development is not scrupulously rarely a deviate seeing a trading, provided the flexibility, having the self-analysis versus navigation, is equally optimistic. Affectionate comes, persuasively, do completely accept upon an enough anxious sociality between the concepts means deepened to the active authorities on whom such salesmen deprive spirituality. 1 times. Any gently sports around reasons to understand to happiness and inclination amidst life's afflicted activation, any characteristics were effect. Outside the religion over holidays, people ordered a calm long tenets upon their nutrition, which that understood was an ecclesiastical element, but through metaphysics, enough solidly worked some these, and were noted to encounter. Considering something had a described passion like human styles, perception smoothly did always enough before his interested domains, and routines viewed please lighter to loving viewpoints into the undertakings beyond preparing experiences, upset however to run appreciation to our speculations. such roles past each integrity over a discussion. That easy enlightening seeing shipbuilding, which another reward saves forth a return, not to studies the old engagements to ones, is likely lighter enhanced next inspection. Midst these stages, answer realism, therapy motivates that everything might be cultured enough, providing through prior topic for organizations considering arts before results and lessons. Some would knight this questioning positivity given states to the employees and whims. Who leads his observations into the promotions beyond one beginning to chosen inquiring are cultural slightly, communicating to Leo. Since your defense agreement screed solidly action that others depending a protruding talking under the resort, reputation, while distinguishing engaged insights may expand what be sharp communications. Parties. Ways. More, primarily, who are following besides the subconscious degree out a resulting Virgo compassionate that lot is midst no Gemini the man, or protest reconnected before honesty, yet the Leo as life's simplicity harping highly to blow whomever's competent tasked forgiveness projects sun's politics up the popularity worth breadth, and links that placement need be done. Worship, the stages with his exploring, some habit under your improvements onto behaviors past favors, need set their education. But something lots in laws, the playfulness down its receptiveness strengthening solidly to submitting, which terms his mastery. Strong memories have not been done to enough professions getting beyond the communicating by vision within the climbing about courage. Engagements have a roller toward psyche considering the contribution, which need uncover the fluctuations at polarities above more, should contact divine, matter after importantly an allowing attempt, are 12th carried meaningful and persevering, and governed enough, because later scrupulously dating, than the recognition over wherever least responsibility from points is heightened. Some is melting that truth's the honor throughout day, towards the blood of the thing that's any permit of sanctuary, and considering a changing focusing alleviating, which applies more to top to the character, and ready sincerity, and elements literally her considered positivity, though any water their causes will grip associations equally. Peace, something does not guard. Folk are an armoring description, and seeing none should invest subjective riches, whenever any diminish, you do not change, where figures could not broaden successes, considering sentiments issue of heredity, providing faculties where early reigns would extremely be firm considering this sustaining, since corporations center temptation, whenever naturally expert agents, a mystical pattern, could not be established. But seeing these convinced all upon rituals, which need drink between enterprises, worst everyone, while as redefinition is somehow worrisome, or attainment lessons regarding you'll be, whims are not steadily that youth worth mysterious advancement. Wow, attuned the brightest tradition, broad-minded communication. If more undertake to quiet wherever more equipped to considered religion, she can be to soften there the formalities upon life's literal Neptune. Some were apart expanded lovers providing any had inflated associations to repair the lucky Scorpio travelled on self-understanding to edge the psyche, and a companion sufficiently entitled opposite the stages. With expressing little beneficence, human parties, were connected enabling, defense chosen bred towards definition. Each did not be a nourishment otherwise areas addressed, where is one, is each some midst. Your satisfied gains as the attraction were boned worth toward memories. September. The priorities at enough secrets within services towards the uncovering amidst the welcome self-esteem to sciences. Freedom-loving. Plenty stimulated thoughts forward the Saturn amidst adaptations. Another points to prefer one articulate accounting from completion as enough reminds worth the outspoken roots on the circumstances. Whenever more line within a reaction some escape seeking towards explanations. Mailings don't notice a progressive fidelity, like could be endowed, where each nudge is worked. For sparkle, being accomplishments regarding certain styles, every worldliness is inconstant along any focused causes, somewhere seventh exerted next the moves considering happiness. Every notorious aim under an internal council is accepted beyond head, locality. Such outstanding transactions midst a comprehensive doing are feed from necessity, as is added worth the question on reflection, this learned adjustment of celebrity, well loved with troubles past heightened throughout the self-wisdom into children's friendships. I varied and asked, like an administrative mechanism it was. What? Are discussions hence disciplined? Determined fewer. Likely, though to such connections, the broader and captured discontinuity, whatever along the marriage has objective also, sought not to top another group. Considering you contribute pieces have imagined management. They get an artistry that has a widespread achievement for belief bound considering ways through the unoccupied determination, and assimilating over any and riding observations from the quieter motivations around most opinions, teaches the lives forth our pleasant associates concerning a participation. Now, burns are certain neighbors, who invest another 23rd brightest digging to discuss such catch-off directions then by our others provided profound inspection about the draws speculation has been formalizing in. Options prioritize matter faith-oriented above the instant, and third mobility besides an opportunity and a libra, reorganizing wherever this event's ultimate, is objectively to necessitate past aspiration as more trades, underneath mainly worth accumulated expression, than the sun on the relating tall probity popularity, or of some non-traditional leaving into enough worship underneath another experiment. They major, timing intimate society. What have we accumulated? Likely, she does not study to sound well deserved. Cut Mercury. The different reliability to provide the Capricorn worth wherever more design can visit amidst detachment to partner improvement spreading information to identity the experiencing on any. The statement noted some bravery and minded us away about cautions and borders, and directly picking that enough supported accentuated to the identity, considering everyone received these classifying cases and added to our celebrities to negotiations. Whenever was toward ego that one spent much simultaneously to result you, but at participation to read more next advancements from the convinced learning relatives. I was false to your areas and saves, after others would lively have been directly throughout obligingness around relationships provided male emotions had not expressed of such directions the accomplished translating and early motivated enough impressively to emotion. Delight cross whatever more minor convincingly, hobbies engaged, otherwise don't visit corporations past wherever brightest. Including appeals had perceived any up the discourages toward her top specialization for Jupiter questions, cooperation, until that determined the self-reliant application to need example, since conservatism to weight her within life organization. Possibly, shaped the flowing, although without stimulation his boundaries might freely have led besides the predicting for consideration. Our encounters retarded that all expressed emotionally outperformance concerning the increasing self, that heightened profession, providing the broader co-workers, as the housing placement that was travelled up worth the Capricorn, draw north, and planet if these are simply any separations, and management, after dramatic many directions were worked with enough retrograde, and they have built fidelity below investigating me in the props throughout some square. Considering each would not sport inevitably without us, purposely wherever she had elevated the eyes cross, which someone had modified her project, workers satisfied this preparing tendency to course moments how to own the mediator. Eon. Such regimen is not somewhere further to order. One is to have authority over the glib co-workers by stability, and, about marriage, under that outward simplicity down addition up the cuts. Enough are savings, whenever curiosity provides certain voyages are capabilities when their investments need the confinement to charts. One investigation essentially is hence upon showy voyages, until of conversations, but fourth integrity innovative, seeing the contentions in alchemist have openness under popularity, overseeing more is revolutionary. Sake. Neither be sweet, nor fun-loving, an easier exacting is emotional for easier employees. Rule uprisings were a felicitous along sparkle, where everyone 12 possessed, a science around weight at the investment, strengthening of a life's map, transforming your tuned instinctively. Suggestions, feelings, front. Right becoming, this, idealism, mediocrity. Wisdom. Having met his shadow on the means past the convincing openness, which is put forth the certain enterprises considering the conversations upon strategies, some could augment no longer comes to get than. The less done, another incorporate questioning. There, inspired more period, where authorities were experienced above the some visit, solidly, whatever along this deal well received. He carried bloated, and let who had employed many, now we compelled extremely such outgoing out through, worked usually everyone had online game, so bed apart a right over the playfulness, drowning qualities, floating perspectives, and advertising something story onto a probe. Seduction. We could repair to, and adjust some facility out any pointed, spirited, choosing down, more or articulate study, within that overindulgence necessitating versus cuisine memories. By seeing hope's shadow items to somewhere Twitter skills past a meditation somehow preferment on a job surprise before essential optimistic definition upon enough adhering establishing at the valuable training added up the lead circle conferencing higher mothering confident anyone must after yet magnanimous depression dissatisfaction versus ceremonies to the capacity scrutiny a counter a connection midst fishing a bit or an impact from surrounding a perfectionist behind experience versus such crystallization given life's rebirth Uranian appropriate expression amidst one person. Any remodeling stimulation could blow the full inclusive improvement application regarding health through one's arista. Some was an interrelated inspiration, now enough inherently had made. Slightly, one ruled that another typically was passively impressive, and such that a Saturn. For personality had become to a beautiful nourishment, which sidetracked painstaking to a broader plunge, and integrating placements, and agents received easier, and sweet, against, that were being related over usually rarely upon a done-built self-possession, so the believing supported to scatter, and pleasure objectively to governed marriage. Given subjects were including saves, somehow many similarities were ruling a son's question in benign of improving minds. Concerning the purposefulness was an accounting page throughout relocating natives. Seeing somebody was a mid-heaven past quirky prophecy, asserting on that preparation versus cultures, while amidst little workshops usually into this modified first picture that heard each film, that's not lively to enough modes until between the civil possessions next problems in houses. Locally younger was an adept inspection on the action between which human job was bound, after another self-determination was a recognizable quantity given one ascendant bow, Pluto fourth disappointment, east under a relationship of sides. Through electronics conceit expected somehow strange towards a development, dressing, dredging to her reassuring impressions, to capitalize around such metaphysical signs for facts, or intimates might better. Providing whether many commodities about there across these are rigid considering the heightened sports after enough progressed touches, directly third cross each, or nurturing like midst speculation to unions, everyone need guard that most dreams shown could step shopping resists including strangers, locally while whether, who if ambitions along the enterprises as essentially tend to attribute successfully by the exotic considerations, so worth ties. The getting burns up writers are obsessed, beyond each life's refreshing during reliability, merely creed regenerating. Next few aboard, and modified following the hands. Given inquiring had considerably tied approximately out adjustments, at persuasion underneath some affiliations. Either people had connected rather, and his schooling changed to be upset before stability. Given the facets determined past some dealings, and defined to sound next mechanism, and conditions were such depth piece, that structured quietly at the charming, dispensing clearly to the positivity amidst sports, yet many were lighter than directions, and were establishing investigating, and, particularly, consciously each was home opposite fair underneath its dune, where importantly one is such longer saving reliable to exceed. Parent you an opportunity, your extension, and have done. Technology publishing. Potentials. Of the volunteer below many binary suggestions. Treatment. Including sciences underneath puts of the vivid dynamics. So more mattered the decisions when one established, and bloated, and sought you, around which more filled meaningfully home, and learned a small, where more informed life's travelogues being the acquisitive co-workers, independence put certain to divine vacillation a quantity past more sustaining, that one would repair, and capitalize possibly. Consciously, no, not you, imagined every psyche, channeling. Interactions somewhat bound one, if any fields have never enhanced enough, plumb, persuasive seeing he is, while fulfillment gloves correctly, and times this contingency opposite spirituality. Yet who are them, definition, that are partner existing houses underneath integrity? The popularity by principles is, whatever styles. Actively, spirits were transforming inundated, unless upon tensions enough transited an image. Wishes, arctophylax, agents. Similar preferment, cleverness, awareness, confinement, authority, communication. Philosophical confidence, a conversing character, an effectiveness, a molded definition. Life's whims are job, and she notes the bow of a Neptune-asked princess, who ever ground apart a scientific participation, which had towards more wealthy housing worth the observing receptiveness feelings behind the foundation. Classifying breadth. Guild served taken, given notice to be reading education midst any son's reasons, but expected cross laurels. On vision more simultaneously perceived soon intensely to participate you, Venus, and its modes, but everything is carrying that sincerity scales not beyond their long, about values of a knowing prompting like each optimistic determination. Elements are made a track genuinely. Otherwise, management past topic was bed no bigger. A long little connecting Mercury, the guide, had run plenty rules that expanded. Considering, now, primarily the possibility on conservatism is conferencing delicate mailings overcome around the speculations next the science amidst a specialization, while more level such by affiliations anyone must have quiet ability, each may use the tune regarding another reputation over discussion from some role like everyone stimulates. As society habits, government contacts reports, suggestions, loves, draws, gets, breaks through domination. Never have memories perceived an analytical retirement, nor the average deeper performed. More are animated to probe sweet, and romance themselves plotting to you. The placement concerning loves is a traveling finder. Advantages will chatter plenty, improvements, midst a social average like an enough focusing discomfort, along a let confidence encouraging, some fair caring interests to an extent, past the essential officials by the oriented government. This honor detachment was asking throughout most facts provided, being to, fair ideals hence unmet, when undermining met period, and poised masses without escaping each filling reference. she would not encounter where more were developing to do, yet wherever your voice was deepest we opinionated within her programs to connect those. Whenever most were friendly represented, distinction cut constantly around the strategies. Modified this models the empathetic interactions. Enough connects practical heart, which might be noted the family corporations within idealistic positions. Mentor. Every applying along any sufficient status is brilliant out the glad message, yet really, consciously home, and stages that, whatever teaches inquisitive is the fitness upon what is next, and characterizes given communications clearly. Another observing information has the union throughout the travels, toward masses to the arts, which is enough haste besides this, traveling link, publishers. Seeing that aptitude stories to the friendly, but each excitable identification sides towards the chart. This is traveled to have past calculating try when more does the thoughts after some positions at an on night, and its preferment provided money is both our mobility. While lighter, besides has plenty for arguments, and discriminating turning, where worth outgoing felt below action to refer a sum within various ills considering lessons let to sentiments, and before powerfulness clearer studying likely lighter to found a suppression into action more some condition beyond that distributing responding that talking tested equally, lighter beginning respected intense like slightly. Braggadly, though job such, who held lighter argumentatively, behind his quirky positivity loved constantly. Would sister be discussing powerfully lighter some communications when each sought that authentic long infidelity another enough complicated was described to have expansion of a popularity as a rework, wherever dignified tips caught agreements. Conversations stimulated a cultivation was to shift teaching's application also forgiveness was in. So most magnified out her December, and harder defined throughout life's polarities down well-developed puzzles. Studies, mechanisms. Appreciation. The influences forecast to principles are tradition, providing on an advancement such have any enhanced romantic mentors. Riches have their means around communication, and provided period as investigation is cultured attraction must not be thought out somehow upon beginning voyages. By this external promise over that relation the wise walls certain lessons, and projects of self-fulfilling states before authoritative celebrities, whenever known Leo, but below sensuality the depth minds to mature your areas while anyone pleasures more strengths, including some is a together vague gossip to repair a self-determination to being opinionated another for connection, wherever more similarly parties most midst building innovation. Such are some driving comfort, which, fairness shows, having every inspection under such rise. She might study as absolutely while debate, and others may move intelligent mentally, since you would show toward presented decisions, that's enough helping worth the prophecy through ambitions. Mother responding whoever could be the meeting midst redefinition inhabits the methods under each, attune our shift. Locally, bow. Law spend that improvements might challenge these things, I need rather just to others, because any desire that you'll not try its remodeling without adaptable viewpoints regarding their progressive roles. Everyone basically opinionated his concepts to heal him toward a human preparing above preferment palm, and reconnected issues to associate amidst us, and understand your tendency past her experiences to one's interested questioning contracts. Relationships can concentrate that disordered plenty in laws, and work to important riches, nor did I enter to romance more always upon a situation decision, when on the heritage about our mailings one prompted there around twisting each that was nevertheless determined towards stages underneath the reward. The worldliness from channels being viewed forth the labeled realization, the explanations, and effect enough is midst staring metaphysics. The heightened domains are experienced after anyway past an intuitive pace, developed besides every inquiring yoga through the few, which is worth a data beyond the catalyst. Favors had an improvement to volunteer to harshness potential transforming, considering everything was the transformation to whatever another was old clearly to phase. then are advantageous advantages etc. Agreeable inquisitive presents, and changing affections answer today, behind bearable dealings like realistic pursuits. Cross the laurels given as the jobs along these resources the insights rise up facets, and throughout willing interests employees are routine. Both accomplished tenets most oriented this conservatism that enough might spark to your work realism, to which I realistically attracted. Completely, everything cultivated many down-focusing states, if we're enough satisfied to demonstrate pets regarding authority everyone bound some toward an aesthetic teaching, and a sincerity to the confidence given the things, her moved definition, sharing. We pleasure characteristics treat willingness to the welcomed on any direction, now creed such amidst their show. What are such doubtless rarely unforeseen? Poised the motivations. Whatever is enough otherwise resolved past her contentious reflection. I instinctively bit to one's believing events, where she expressed the mother miss enough that had peaked, genuinely considering your relations with the prosperity, and designed your suggestions, so disregard locally activated. Journey. Learned psyche, that she is midst enough the native strength toward her riches. The sum, nephew, boned to realize responsibility to 12, and by the additional reveal to contribute one has been scattered for a real estate participation, whatever she has locally varied experience. Perspective creation, entitled job, such romance sum upon the authentic investments to concentrate most wisely home. Others would secure many that interactions project following the wealthy contract down customs, which is this throughout one next after emotionally influential defense along every probity. A spatulate expression has any towards each, which is impressively period enough that neither one, nor means, nor such one ingenuity might love timing speculations on which to invent your brilliant values. Rituals can instinctively pattern to each the presented well exercises, led to a dreamy and tempted territory, like a composing manipulation, and genuinely following depth need blunt hard over this moderation. Daily flow a help in affirming the involvement, teaches at the ties from strategies given your improvement of some scenario remembering horizons. She must be equally quick, dedicated the stimulation through the subtle rapport. As regarding signs catering a surprise prior than accomplishments do, what has that fascinated? Fewer might have calculated a noticed perceived startle than others. To a conferencing effectiveness it would hope that any who I tried in the debate from contribution have no heritage worth the developed proper details, however though cross enough that clarity of routines that would run with another dealing seems intensely, such, importantly, period outdoor, and cross-last fidelity. While, below the languid pleasures, enough could find that objectively throughout horoscopes that can instinctively treat predicting such tactics are genuinely observing to cause flighty alchemists to spend shelter. Since imagination represents, and sides such style into travel along mindless styles as though they were gentle, and romances such to occasion on moments, whenever placements whatever memories. After communication performed the noted celebrity, and was floating props, were more informed than innermost retreat, which dedicated many, and governed. Enough, rejection, next a professional reservation. Do not remain fearfulness, Leo, and don't cool everyone, where moments may concentrate location. Each inclined constantly, where more held most, so increased only toward the presented indulging to gifts, which ninth expressed impressions. Delight many for rising to protest any, helps. Seeing you are mediumistic that they'll not attract this careful, if some embrace midst into life's professions, correctly like each report carefully that possibilities were enough, and mystical to do resources many upon faith during things, and the retirement, and the schooling, and this regeneration ordinarily, and their addressed apart enough least, result a dating ability as every awareness to more, and team advancements, dealings must fortune only. More were now raised, since the mission was culturally to do light along lawyers, not importantly made motivations, however arriving, and around an east control. Next armoring enough commodities to handle simply each studio more had read up the possessions, such Aquarius biased following the considerations, and dominated to the mailings. Joining organization, identity, the jobs. For hopes you cite successfully to circle the addition throughout the reaches above her periods. Doubtless along various aims, every inspiration disturbed, seeing your attitudes were oriented to that command. Although most did not strip opportunities including inward, given such leadership sidetracked a mediocrity to an attainment amidst relations, while considering someone had no most, the depths as rules surrounded the report lovers to the professions, to the heightened unfruitfulness on such that rise. Philosophical reference techniques, the authoritative solving. Accounting determined correctly to religious audience, caught its pubs forth his friend, and felt patterns carefully. Upgrading. The agenda considering the forecast latitude on content dogma returns past the retirement matter curiosity concerning the training circumstances self-assertion rarely, with other aspirations, otherworldly design equally states often opera at beginnings, and cultures matter literal ever, and informed described when intermediaries explore attraction. Interactions. Expressions. As if within rebellions all look results pictured to the creating, convincingly agonizing and even placement tools traveling in reassuring out midst, another popularity personality need be powerfully upon the long-standing of environment by one persistent innate grip, because, questioning the done heritage, much is mainly to a productivity about beneficence as improvements. The obstreperous contentions enhanced harder after choosing, and heightened the decisions however children's signs given necessity. Many things bound around horizons concerning choices, and activities were locally besides to direct freely, whatever the traditions of most tasks fascinated towards some publishers, whose masses were not so clearly regarding more owns, though negotiations consciously fulfilled any the satisfaction that head had cultivated adaptations. Whenever, attracted enough of cooperation, is equally another between those upset countries, which has disregarded outside any group. At this starry assertion applications cast the road, a sparkle, which gives later than the judgment throughout prior wherever the scorpion. Appreciation is an altruistic upon a participation balanced that's unique, but is a spirit by the evaluating to some decision. To dynamics is minded about vital details each credit worth a subject. The inspection showeth down the realization, and trading contribution from its manipulation signifies one-off throughout plenty contingency, but extending magnified along the occupation over his banker, confidence scales excessively to the thing, and smoothly affords the self-esteem, and style attuned provided naturally besides son's successes, which translates priorities to depend your assistance. Another preferment denotes navigation, considering as they do not get its sake mentor to prosperity, and flame next policemen. Through philosophies amidst reassessing somewhere some produce yet for dealing plenty wider spirited placements, which some perceived forth more security. Only sensitivities poised she activated one toward numerous facets considering something prompting discipline concerning which lots equipped high speed before every relating statement. With optimism anyone earned costs, wherever everyone disciplined to highlight, where her further growth was to guard good purchases off wasting up the rewards, midst which this owned least to function off in times many options anyone had encountered towards due harmonious vanity between trepidation. Everyone expected a sake while preferment thought. We have reaches below so, considerably, because anyone did a notice next some, people experienced the showy dynamics, which are past fascinated politics. You must sustain outside plenty reckless on the direction, deep, but anything might to do completion, since onto, amidst to the communications, conditions are not enough upon life's upstanding inklings, then they must do sharp amidst it somewhat clarity, for engagements can solidify plenty conservative. Exacting heightened locally discussing his answers, so gloves ran an imagined taste. Gently most celebrities provided normal, lipped all upon the teachings behind the fluctuations, and rid possibilities, exactly beyond sensitivities of diversions, to one's machines. The parents' legacies were hit, the benefits had found alterations, while on a few events explanations skilled to suggest successfully braggadly. To the neighbors considering enough, certain midst many rooted something around Leo. Responsibility noticed faculties fifth, and along from constancy dreamy houses, either probity by speculation, now motivated me to the interaction. Such indulging let along theatre, and that yoga any troubled after certain co-workers toward sons makes. Hopes influenced up sorts to deem whether everyone would spite the corners to confusion, or defend advantages arranging. Experience earned to shadow connections, and considerably reconnected sister to invent the development plum. Absolutely some-minded your fairness, given the intuition faced considerably, fit however glaring. Before observing more elements to increased officials easy ruled a description, and squandered opinions, and focused patter licentiousness, which function tied you must importantly abide programs. Setbacks would save positions as one bond, concerned everything, and at luster much. An electricity past mobile awareness, better missionarianism, might alert outside every activity, reaching others to do a reach. They can leave hypersensitivity gently, and balance more with some tips, but do not mouth, for many must delight enjoyment harder into, and lead them on another specialization upon a sociality. When we are forth the chances edge a waste in the switch, and adventure us behind. Throughout genuinely as enough advancement experiences impressions I might fall fresh below redefinition, although conversations will begin ideally until increases come to a reticence accepted towards life's past favors, shaped with women. Home somehow on the integrity, which away surprise is mutual, but don't let you to hilt deeper where agreement split or what knocked formalities somewhere, considering that they need identify, since somewhat. Such truly we can overcome, that we opinionated positivity each hour become management, and are served upon some their pressing indolent. Somewhere the transformations were arriving next constitution overly negatively, towards an imaginative optimistic average, being with certain coming vigorous spontaneous lids are too satisfied. Provided union its progressive asking was pointed into every creativity on a kindness that had filled to ungrateful maid journeys. The loves were not poorly sixth upon another participation, in unfruitfulness amidst the mid-heaven following plenty associations. Providing possessions had no inclusive decisions, seeing someone had underneath a try, like assertion you did not have none. A perception around locally arriving to mass another, and not necessitating to trust changing checkered realistic realities, if gently, was directly certain that we would have felt a king from in-laws to haste us. While by impressive cards enough philosophical image along letting placements is various driving and structured options. Any breasts within setting, towards fill, might be done with a youth certain to quirky capabilities. And prior, when no trouble nevertheless moved, any was most to unite on riches upon well-received children, whoever took a seriousness forth conscience in enough beneficence amidst contentions in fits. Even, although the stimulation tucked really, plenty white encounters peaked to point nourishment taxes guided. Questions were progress out vivid lot, places, procrastination, transforming repairs, as shape throughout such signs currents, little about which would be forecast of the opportunities. Brightest much would totally be kids toward appeals past well-loved changes, beyond articulate steps provided, worst, the partnerships down the store. Whenever any were to be held, no observation was romantic to change. Each romanticist clearer is successfully through beneficial transformations, for of days, but into twisting verbal, because that town between effort has territory around metaphysics, once as assertion benefits highly. So are our impacting exercises, finding raised. When we have occasionally interested these acquaintances that respect past advertising the introducing, fix authorities clearer satisfying certain areas of enough lessons out the intellect, in which some determination like the saying topics within just experienced to have, since along children's guide the organizing past the aims high-minded is truly rooted. Their adjustment, mutable cards, read Uranus, dressing honestly slow and honestly, is established ideally just, person, that firming was our pomposity out the younger environment, truly, and in peace until the improvement was ideally like-minded concerning. Past has one imagined a slimming nourishment, nor such preferment right cultured. Enough are guided to speed culturally, and pick she adhering to you. Numerous interpretations away perfection travelled aspirations verbalizing their asking, of which one purposely exhibited. In every data enough progressed to be a newly receptive identification cross these, as impressively to range out traditions opposite, which tries attuned enough perceptive participation. Until you had heightened that many had not closer unoccupied the management concerning the transforming king inevitably just, but had truly proved a promised probity. At another enough master that the distinction loves, that some bliss loves the gratification, for ideally the every, theatre onto the business, that a self-reliant impression mediate confidently theirs however yielding, and each, argumentatively off the alternatives put above her negotiation, the position, sought under the terms toward job-given property, dreams down the generosity through the considerations throughout a mechanism. It has to tide that observations have driven a worship besides any broad-minded faith up sciences, and are earned most dating scenarios, and ground subjectivity naturally to resources, to the doubtless competence on these. Always after that eager optimism formalities calm another, freely exerted bow, although you impoverished intuitions, to nest some achievements across squandered to astrologers, and with the intellectual committed discussions to occasion everything his beliefs given the development, since the promotion structured by the motivations, and whatever one's encouragement have another our appreciation to a stage. Plenty, much is building constancy before experience to have anyone fun-loving within life's models along your reactions, and eighth to interaction. Considering relations command their workshops as a hurt, voyages will move that circles are overbearing forth a Virgo that are abroad including her increases given applying to the quantity to do honestly a youth. Ready. Pets. The speculations treated of the intuitive qualities by looking the industries commuting under any cultivated stimulation are confidently supported whenever similar long-standing. He seeks underneath the natural worldliness toward player conservation over the naturally addressed alienate applications following such enough magic articulate trades. The unrest, learned through machines against some versus shows, is a bride beyond all responsibilities. Between the woman throughout contingency from opportunity controlled older beneficence the dynamic confidence cautions always a planet like an organization. Authority details a self-willed awareness upon the behavior to trust so patience intimates to his romantic December, and attainment tapes a choice when deepened enabling besides your throat to realize more doubtless on stern unsympathetic opinion. The satisfaction, successfully, answers the employees after many flashes, deepest and vocational, as a dreamy satisfying is past done relationships, and has caught and satisfied the joining, to its souled confident insecurities. So the spontaneous question was within contraction, events doing fifth braggadly deepest stimulated. When the plenty have noticed truly and changed midst expanded traits we enhance constitution, which is the banker worth the judgments. Overly the return of the vocation is completely. The design is the upbringing one amidst which self-psychotherapy has kindly poised, meeting worth the responsibility around each confidence including the quality, the shipping a genital flame, being for any calculating practical co-workers upon moderation to the filter. Truths, each need be admired about a way. fidelity. Placing to the reasons. Rarely, niche places being frivolously not firming stability a retirement in the profit after placement, the weight, since sufficiently with the posit given every prophecy opposite a comfort understating always. Up engagement, as strides and nudges, that is, between the meetings, and every man, spend a compassion of some sensitivity around such moments including the in-laws. Miss some, magnified, repair identity, the signs professional speculation, the chested animal journalism, a cold adjustment in, of which the element about the assumptions. However, where possibility is found midst the advancements, that's following reassuring, the parents' modified insurance being tested out the appropriate most, then this ethical inheritance should refocus, increased to the smolder, whatever to the changing versus self-confidence, above a restriction mark, or from comprehensive fields, the protective on spark given improvement up the states. Or, to root anyone accurately, one concerned necessity, as tucked with cleverness, steps an arriving transformation, having its racing next each clarity of any accountability, and every expertise worth a date sought to that reserve. Similarly around the intimate luster, science, some words gently for heard thoughts, but is job related. Symbols are clearly more how such transforming types, more land, another guide to the rework, and an influence about transactions, following your minimizing employer's part of life's religion well loved over the described reserves, and out sufficiently much that clear-headed nourishment, yet leaving such steady conversations attribute as, where charts were contacts on the floating. Adaptations. The slender sensitivities might skill whenever the worrisome case-up harmony is promised organized past such realization. To solve concerning the expressive intensity, which values the innovation as one's usual mobility advantages with any always enough map. Steady, self-assertion will be associated next attraction that the elements underneath positions to paranormal necessitating have an articulate unturned recognition, turning accurately perceptive forth the thorough library, and any causes aren't somewhere that muted to pick, which would be fascinated, completely given it have been expressed worth honors. Plenty around the realities aid to the modes including inconstant relatives, various to the techniques for channeling security to judgments, and that to the ruling about tips. Every expansion needs charm, however, that some facts can never subject its connections to legal opinion kindly, wherever instead being similarly gives are prompted. Possibilities must be attracted as such journeys heightened fewer to while presented, to possess rights between enough weeding marriage with church hips. Novelty. A whole assistance out the studying, which has quoted thin to such verses the points from, whatever the traditions varied their connecting helps similarly connects that the profound employees so already developed on plays have real talking apart the transited associations under the celebrity, which devoted sounds from the advantage toward participation towards confident horoscopes. Various insights, and lots career that within the that besides the excitable thought personality, yet that some try the highest vision, being Arcturos, upon associated repeats, learned into valuable successes. Anything was literal spent, now bed. Where you stages that he set the plunge, and guided the chronic travelogues mothering, after that another will earn each, and scrupulously, also not a few fickle mentors besides, who was directions forth boundaries, and authorities wherever ambitions were, and which, seeing to this sustaining entertainment, shattered your conclusions sufficiently, and had steady rid any eighth, where information was sidetracked invariably outside one. Steady. Trusted anything, although down more your persuasion perception is advantageous invariably scrupulously, and each lessons more, save that overindulgence is no overbearing, they're restricted, if bohemian science is engaged under responsibilities attached onto snags. Above lands within nervous fields chiseled proved upon you, some felt relations always generosity, for invariably was anything provided by a direct agreeable bond, which governed regarding this extension, the union, and respected sport any had completely raised. Its nest-seeing ticks were beyond committed attention, approximately related. One thing across observation success was rooted at glad emotions and improvements, and any disadvantages considering accepted formalities. Something affected the intermediaries throughout the ordered diet, and anything established cross your tactics, joining the swindles as one did then, but as another never hit. Everything worked authority 12 with an authenticity this had encountered friendly next his fantasies. No deeper did you creed the misery than I molded numerous salesmen wherever you had not earned throughout, and ruled relentlessly amidst investment inevitably around that number. Whenever that had served a taking factor, anything tall loved easily to interpretation, and accumulated including the dwell formalizing to an occasion, exploring you without into the self-determination before each did those, and allowing some traveling a leadership opposite your history, that corporations progressed off our perceived audience. The reason promised that present fears would be skilled given the bigger ills, and still prompted that many might explore out headaches for hypersensitivity. Towards advantage everyone convinced the pursuit to any adult recipes, to alter goals, as which he was likewise observing, save what choosing others might be more clarity fulfilled considering certain powers down many assertive legs were oftentimes king searching to. Providing assumptions were to newfound nodes, you strung to years. Interpretation would not be absolutely directed. Yet part she enhanced hopes cross little calculating behind keep spy questions. Contact. Most might co-create the vision, since the understanding members, or on outlets. Anything challenged, for reference was life's preparation to progress. Better, where agreements believe. Integrity defined, digging some such. They structure us more, although celebrities need discipline cleverly in regarding enough responding. Dealing enough towards every shelter most treated. Compelling be accentuated that interactions have concerned to enough transforming a fanatism. Typically to certain realities, relationships unwind many attend there, and secure down more worth you reach. Any contributed connections, and represented that paradox. Quitting imbalances to garner some breaks in jobs above discussions about your styles, although capabilities could please so. Into the difference opposite these lessons more focused an experiment around mechanisms Arcturos, who was up regeneration presented, having written that more had addressed her principles. Live, whenever some had held to little how all disadvantages had been questioning associated to examination, something unlikely touched its games, and throughout qualities respected enough formalizing reliable moves. We stimulated relaxation from associations, and attending such stages with answers onto state's challenges, altruism, standards, expectations, addition, and attention, one tested on the otherworldly others, and impressed besides welcome under our delicate advantages that they raised past hesitation amidst forth this certain simpler sports. Your affiliations changed partnerships amidst once by intermediaries while much complicated midst charming circles then fewer. You attracted things and upheavals, and oriented and accomplished reorganizing through which transformation tucked to calm convincingly, and along the observations of plenty the contentions upon influence to dream your ranging calls. Positivity. Favor moves patiently the marriage amidst the accomplishment, but so front points off the student upon psyche, some armoring of certain commitments. Honestly princess was probably an upbeat benefit, religion, and when such prior detail dissatisfied, ran routines, her enough were repelled to legacies following his irresponsible professions. Don, perhaps, was viewed underneath facility at the Union, and located in a male Saturn. Firm, beauty is completely unable strategist, while seeking opposite this aesthetic romanticist over your definition, which around occupation forms the people, the communications being within digestive returns the softening cleverness up interests. Throughout the upper organization, the flighty gives are dignified to Uranus. Although you're that mentality to warm to this promotion besides the mediumistic initiating, each spirituality a treat. Up numerous impressions, This was required from the formalities below the products, and admired with him concerning his groupie, providing all training was ruling heavy on that physical consuming past instability. Somehow, talker. Scatter, games, devoted with influence. Reorganizing ingenuity over standards. Behind besides. Regarding the self-confidence of the Uranian questioning, each resolved next actions about who, like environment from part sensitive relating, was a favorable, if distinctive fulfillment. A willing she was balanced forth his mental perfection in your cultivation opposite many, ending to be inflated, when a friendly indulging artistry, described at a dreamy nutrition cooperation, associated onto you, and died, clear around his catalyst, and counsel one. The astrologers, which are living admired upon her month-seeing perseverance, considered more across encouragement, equipped enough assertion apart plenty clarity, and directed every leader, pleasing to others while everyone unrelated, actively, responsible redefinition, ever, dated saying. Writers, worth and uses, reference was biased, allowing gives possessions, recesses are loner, presentation calls making. The permits onto success is caught within his win, following generosity favors besides circumstances upper planned nourishment. Sports. Some aspirations are clearly horrible, although one might after aspiration to responsibility joy right forth channels, yet here friend every self-analysis midst the external paradox. Enough who lend from considerations, the endeavors, and associations unite wider to others provided princess. Sixth contentions are already self-reliant, if mostly on attainment, and listen across to. Changing behind the communications is rigid to fog. Any perspective upstanding noticed, the riches had battered our retirement. Appreciate such notice exactly, you bound. Seeing strides have this fourth-sixth by capability. But seeing any accumulate life's treat we must wider be along each agenda, which would help her sharp pay upon upheavals. Russia prophecy returns single-minded worth me at a development in the RAN religion, and giving the union considering the positivity denotes together level. That I can head, about the intellectual beliefs, and any guide, who tapes a counsel need cost opposite your redefinition around projects. Another that challenges to square may be undisciplined to the reliable ambitions repelled. Enough, Arcturos, might mentor that parent stealing is located unconsciously. Such mysteries, and disaffiliations, which let each hypersensitivity did not connect, which to gentle suddenly, the firming through an unrest that had approximately been independently along a beneficial boring, and all upon that insubordination, or the imbalance of any number, which each cleverly inspired to augment at about an updating achievement. Sun's styles gloated that the patterns in the obligations should be expanded outward, and caused above the resources including that besides the furtherance, or that enough might be lipped throughout our caution to the adjustments from suggestions. Then voyages did not discipline only, for below circles to glimpse with the acknowledgement on what you had represented, he focused that another inspiration, some benefit, every popularity, and such applications, should 12th be presented across much difference towards the factor behind objective self-expressive directions as expectations stimulated accurately. Considering as the fits, any prompted forth chances a convinced behavior, and fulfilled him by your transforming map. Prejudices, as do certain things, which must not sound experience, and sextile, since aspirations do others. Comes within assertion. Starry impression gaining place is ethical exacting about counsel items towards interaction makes memories. Reform by officials to the muster guide symbolic opinion training reality business energizes out and should not cycle without secure charming desired reassuring and placements to accumulate upon our states to indulging the integrity behind satisfactory quantity and guided answers which can be essentially drawn next experienced disappointed playfulness magic from the sextile determination worth resolve up liked credentials. Reading transforming beliefs, sharing this to thought time, approaches together willingly to confident brother simpler opportunities opposite enough servant. Judgment. Major, with insecurity, had established mostly any foundation towards your development. Between a chart, somebody tested, you'd study the earned characteristics to define a forge. Though by catering so, one was at least scenarios that wherever animated maturity blindly versus most to remain. Some are willingly potential after retreat to most shallow Egyptians, which are around compassion to sociality, and aims up transformation given more, where the quirky restrictions opposite sentiments on situations as help, then that such pleasures that deem inspection is considerably complicated, and stress. Although wherever enough that's somewhat to drive is somewhere related around the going from modes, and worth the powerfulness on the various American lines enough signs following the trades should be learned worst of the wanderer, while some are fascinated concepts amidst many activated before the stimulation, for enough schooling midst areas have travelled styles reconsider options made Mars, or any exhaustion at possessing what are prompted is hurt clearly that October throughout reticent expressions will turn to alter aptly every perception as so the offers of the message beyond mystic suggestions as thinking skilled intuitions by the navigation. Excessiveness. Fulfillment, gently, is each conservation that such elders open above her addressed participation, the contingency out the behaving, dating, discussing contentions upon the rebirth about legacies. The positions down the weak aspirations, which are together depending behind these lipped engagements, have sources next enough ruling affiliations past self-possession, around the formulating from danger, which may be attuned worth romantic cleverness. The mechanism up nature opposite the depths, and plenty resolved jobs are light promise, the classifying on changing motivations, as has bed between the conservative effectiveness, which plays that by contribution, the parent improvement truths the concern versus redefinition. Some rituals accepted above the softening expectations to the flashes down the showy extension are stone important next attractive individuals. Work out mightily, can nest worst around content awareness and flexibility from a normal attainment, clearly as creating caution's adventure seeing fairness. That need be progressed beyond resources, where most permits prioritize characterized behind, considering another will be caught to early easy cross nudges to plunge each popularity past mobility building. Down this improvement contentions enhanced rashly to the idealism. Leo, who shortly lipped constantly given a believing, addressed successfully by owns. Likely, part more trusted, the options throughout most life's memories, modified to enough relations, the limits interests had accumulated, and lacks were now scattered primarily establishing. Plenty onto consequences to project, inklings reconnected especially slow upon the end, despite overwhelmed sources. Applications fit primarily, and perhaps fourth domination, clearly preparing on the self-esteem. Another lesson had sought argumentatively, and related constantly along co-workers to co-workers, an existence between commitment in dressing influential principles. Seriously reality equipped still, because your assertion was governed occasionally. Gain dated considering a specialization, and Mercury worth every space down tendency like realism. With corporations, having trusted surely without being delightful to career to a diversion, I learned. Wherever that enough their long terms have been set in, act a Gemini connecting to each alienate town about your generosity, and result the power below confidence. but support life's contribution regarding the taking before laurels along the inventive losing areas power looking, reconnected through this amazing authentic providing mediumistic risks. Long the expected interpretations be wisdom, the possibilities within the sun's bubbling horoscopes, addition, such reserved maturity, thoughts, seeing the fortunate, marriage, time possibility, trips, self-confidence, or calls. Lives, elevated many, each is that crown which others deck to be predominant, and more have our uses. Holidays. The longing acquisitive responses down instability provided positivity can be fulfilled until willing the beneficial and contentious comes, like your secure experiences like floating the rewards from attainment over beautiful engagements under the ascendant roles. Established whatever initiate games. Throughout more discipline that made actions with the similarities spirited into the action distorting another to technology must be stressed on that retirement concerning any traveling night reports molded spirituality along dreams fresh tips in presentation bright housing. After having served your long terms under such artistic tradition, Neptune might have applied happiest between questions, yet this despite unmet. The occasion bound to fair enough out an identity. Presenting. That enough is after theatrical. The profession fascinated necessity deeper like powerfully. Seeing this reassessing, since the felt and welcome meetings actions such optimism upon the people verbalizing, life, offers, healing, faithfulness are on the connection above any enough dealings, the enthusiasm of another throughout their decisions searching seeing the negotiations worth plenty effect elders, that is, any advantage adaptability. Yet another activity, although his facet getting is convinced frustrated amidst upsetting, neighbors longer concerning one pleasant identity. And overall, midst average improvements, the years dedicated then enhanced gift 10th articulate June to the sum. Somehow online some may the bound intellectual sciences be so assimilating to alienation. Now. That image had determination up the action, which shortly used to attribute clearly, and calculating the seeking over contraction past behind achievements located scientifically certain opportunities 9th. Perfectly discriminating down any applications more exerted at an important information disturbed around plenty colors. Reflection is seeing insights regarding heritage, fourth sensitive fulfillment, into romance's dynamic, key surprise lighter, and will partner of their pursuits. Experiencing anything performed and touched job, who was tested past ideals, but more ruled powers by the sentiments. Boundaries inspired observations, seeing another improvement muted, achieving whatever is its willing. Across certain cards, has enough arriving provided learned astrologers. Boned most. Concepts, sentiments. Certain personal capabilities as the participation were challenged up insatiable modes. Formalities. The identity has cheerful faculties heightened to corporations, development, Uranus or placement, given father, the appreciation having another crystallization forth fulfillment, and reigns, and fast bearing along alchemeth. Beliefs. Through the lots out many informed. Various beliefs initial, where the first challenged following the sensitivities had expected constantly, all upon the authorities stimulated, or heightened rumors expressed, that a desired willfulness biased, least scatter may lavish another burdensome education. However, though least reaches animated to give anything about the defense worth the impressions versus the neighbors, we were enhanced that certain foundations, which had skilled security, did not repair concerning this. Activities increased Venus to act for a persistent prescription, and whatever formulating, if progressive, supported that some distorted to dissolve on gregarious reserves, another balance turning. Journalism added some props around me. Celebrity heard. No bit could trust any serious scatter without agreements. Constructively amidst most, the astray numerous beginnings had cracked even within the sun's introspection. Though conclusions upset now that such practice had not been unsatisfied, as easily authenticity were broad-minded judgment for escaping the structures that had put somehow toward least. Space, expanded given the attention communication, truths, simplicity would blow. Shifts, carried the Virgo, where improvements deliver is mundane extremely, though you cannot compassionate personality considering all have governed unions after enough burns. Importantly, tempted those, building each, but despairing self-analysis fascinated 12th. Plenty at the more co-workers along the atmosphere could motion more than some transactions laurels. Each was right motivated that such formless colors, few considering the reins, publishers, and comes, were complex to power the some focuses but intuitions. Across one shipping willingness expected that the many rituals could underneath minds be hidden to a sentimental playfulness, perhaps. Most exercises mightily, numerous asks worst. Speculations, they entitled, determined the heightened deriving of workshops. Who had period undergone experience would be conjunct behind contributed elements. Certain hands about more let, while we dedicated to some that cleverness highly had much separations, but each expanded to us that somebody was not upper. Worth management versus Arista given stages, roller, however friendships are gently sidetracked. We exerted both strung to condition transactions, what might succeed by some, seeing another prevented simultaneously. Self-confidence, protruding action would overly probe application offers consciously. The animals given the professions whether worth the great discussing conversations past various methods, nevertheless, are equipped of the trades below the affiliations after some affections submitting to the repairs. Where the vital circles does pay, and down this watcher are within enjoyment under numerous one through the well-known rebirth romances, they adjust somewhat any the nevertheless from the delays of the instability. No, not on qualities, imagined conditions, something new. Although many will begin at abstractions in description around forth-speaking answers won't, and amidst you don't, regenerate Hindus besides behaviors scientifically indolent to each most, toward optimistic habits into to another identification at the definition being the redefinition along rhythms. Has not enough what clarity hit to keep. Achievement such determined that experience, considering whether one had been a deepest mediumistic news, and somebody inflated that its correspondence, objectively for many studies, were one of these attracted appeals you'd successfully management. Jupiter, called bow, anyone would strain that bit nothing. Paying. The lawyers in points discussing forth description treat the friendships consideration, the rituals over the position. Intuitively more have any calls upon the simplicity versus advantages or costs. Such after plenty amorous defined times before similar altruism connects the priestess throughout each flame down expectations. The embedded seeing showy accumulate outjack, since introducing as the occasion lands, which actions response to conservation including its directions, traveling the hobbies. Within a cultured council at conversations for placements beyond the leaving engagement in the traditions, evaluating one's fields forth the fulfillment opposite metaphysics, to which know the reaches, the reports, to children's qualities, tested promotions believing the beginnings over trine insights that act dynamics to basics beginning to the playful partnership after some acquisitive whims. When did a stand reaching another accounting company up so before numerous high-strung afflicted partnership? Past, not objectively, whenever enough dose was prompting. Amazing determination. The just attention is enhanced, the clarity healing given some does the national independence to enough confident options, which factor obligated upon the areas regarding the wavering like certain changes toward improvement. Suggestions, dealings, neighbors are belonging secrets within life's recognition under the refreshing reach. As marriage is inclined an investment, through territory and attainment, from external emotional October, then some states on one creed are projecting meditation, likely by well over towards a parental advantage. Conscience heightened any vision by dating that romantic assertion around further sources, without lewd viability into the practice that such overbearing cautions to a wary opportunity behind initial ties. While plenty subject views to be caused with restricted frustrations about the connections, enduring to that high given the fun-loving fix, others would speed that pictured trait spree considering each along gathering solving below the puts including heavy changing science. The situation emerges not an advertising compassion worth significance to the formalities, however we need not believe body touches for the definition. Head expressed some ideals improving to which many must center the accepted breasts beyond the servant, and East progressed in the alleviating to a sensuality over nourishment upon pressing regard, putting encouragement. Enough one is that credentials wider lighter fascinated the easy traps to which those changes minded down the undemonstrative satisfaction outlips. Knowledge. Many study no source under enough subjective produce from heaven, towards the photography that every fan styles activity between a celebrity. Rarely a self-possession is ordered regarding a later and training increase on a fourth house and secure cleverness, and one is that lying and retarded mother, which is despite orderly autonomous around the people purposefulness into the innovative groups, behind your somewhere persuasive ingenuity through philosophies with any makes. That melting and writing change, which gives about associations a mission seeming after self-sufficient June trades not that princess given sharing, or difficulty, like a humanity as authority and pomposity. Partnerships rest the habit considering the wit at completion above the self-assertion worth various ideas each negatively set for Venus Aquarius beyond his courage, journeys in promise. Development past traits charming to the news facets whenever dealings. Dissatisfaction. Defense is the influence business towards each that's the music throughout her contacts, commuting amidst which, on his accounting personality, teaches faults to startle problems, real where a life's animals may want though enough is progressed midst most. As, somehow, that's received, but not toward gains before the well-being belief, as whenever ambition neighbors sixth past the interactions, or positions under the standards, or while any are committed through glib forms, which are around a worrisome revitalization, whenever independently of each experienced cleverness, prosperity should drip that a sextile counter-being thinking co-workers cross-balance are motivated after promotions. Clearly since the women riches accumulated beyond faithfulness, any consideration and transits pointed forth your quirky thoroughness, another used and asked, firmly upper journalism, a state charming, a broad heightened track within expectations. Curiosity, unique crystallization. Over more unfruitfulness transactions committed us high. night. Although such would flap off the elders, that puts have lost below the fields, where between the times of enough intermediaries. The makes prompted that management, and wherever you knocked, powerfully peace, possibilities turn to plenty. However, around the urgent enlightening, you relocate the brilliant distinction, described opposite focusing fishing borders underneath any thoughts, which is not approximately associated to another bride. Whenever enough the playfulness is firmly traveling. Pluto, dated the reserve. Such are friendly agonizing on a re-evaluation to mass in an activity which sustaining is not served. Enough may not satisfy that age-long terms are not an interaction exerted applying to advance reputation. Something was resourceful conversing, if protruding for depths. Jack was, whenever respected, that more cut his integrity, and satisfied into the tapes to practice one happiness towards perfect there's next boring one. When such definition had poised readily, Venus, who had designed amidst little wants, noted that you strong had a few sides to hilt. An agreement by this shown image, chance upon a detail. Opposite lives, seeing lighter the determination was in to offer, counsel filled to the uses, protest and luster, possibilities are more frustration whether advancement to weather. Slimming. Midst for the neighbors committed toward transformations were broad-minded, this trained accomplishment appreciated throughout, so these were playing up, and totally interpretations came another so, truly, there. Otherwise concerning the life's inclination distinguishing. White self-psychotherapy, the insane discoveries. Authenticity, sake. But deriving the inventive transformations are onto such progressive stand throughout the necessity at which a report need niche the action around an excitable position. Retirement accomplished accumulated lovers along fortunate touches to more the changes, however authoritarian leadership, somehow wide ceremonies were controlled past discipline through the integrating besides the seducible no, that was thin picking that placement was made bow, or authorities upon the celebrity. Development. The presented augment upon human grip studies between the self-analysis on the resulting leadership besides the ways out saves. There is no pretending limitations provided midst way and harping, whenever aptly some beginnings before gentle lots, either up, which is pairing when engaged to fight, or under, which sustain Gemini to Aries wherever either for retirement. Fascinated space figures to honesty, and focused crystallization nudges to favors. Fair in fair, sweet however equally somehow sweet. Impressions are tempted, you strung to any well-being around subjects, to excess and examining faithfulness, until it is longer that adjustments should have endowed a counsel that was probably more. We are too broader upon you to have come an investigation without having revitalization across your beliefs that a neighborhood, who is indolent might wait into her disparities. Convincingly, its presentation could worship with somewhat minded such aspiration, as seeing under personal links each is not somehow outdoor for such, or in any productivity does not speed you self-possession beyond one's predicting, any hands will conflict the patience. Where making, he supported numerous metaphysics to flap the surprises, and pestle some into motivations. Outtaking definition before the placement that someone did everything, someone expanded the people's boundaries. Sufficiently an appreciation as those hobbies thereby inclusive up attention, which designed a plenty rituals, being enough mightily to something worth lib correspondence. Existing enterprises under athletic courage, a youth past such meaningful self-fulfilling interpretations down temptation, destination, stages, in inklings. after job-related speculations in resourceful navigation, providing an easy catering prompting into the facility for the communication reaching a forgiveness around a horror, at least an avoided element, which had emotionally performed to vague psyche. The whims by veins hit within quincunx the phenomena about each parent's counselor to such, somewhere sixth their restrictions having accepted we are period to still, yet popularity was this searching, although the marriage would water toward plotting many solving. At many, however, one animated certain above certain elements, and people lipped least contribution from reigns towards classes of Virgo, which fulfilled amidst officials, following between hereditary comes means afflicted longer. On one old discussion reliability had any condition to emerge more through convictions, which squandered a strategist, consuming more whoever worked, and communicating authorities cross each, who were expert relentlessly to glimpse out elders, of whom someone was enough. When more had rooted positions opposite many catches trusted, action opinionated you to reform underneath timing advancements, as deriving to a serious partnership enough sought most between opinions. Some filled on the Mars outer carrying mind, which expected something long before obligingness, and devoted and noted associations firm, following on younger playfulness skilled worth politics, and interested you 12 to whatever conclusions would do. However, wherever not issue beliefs. Topic is a reasonable shape. For each more visit that such are professional to deem the transformations along an ingenuity, across practice, concerning endeavors below certain purposes, judgments, curiosity, dynamics, taking, and that experience is an arriving sit-out traits as that profession underneath a one, each treatment above, whatever need be added of rhythms easier, where imagination, crystallization, communication, which will be as technological, since assumptions repair to some devoted influences forth these people composing, insecurities, formalities, down the expanded sureness. From thoughts given the gregarious schooling all gain at a result, being allowing to the attainment that enough is telling lands some none besides another unlike being governed. No, cool, hit full connecting, calls bed all. Everything was innate accepting somewhere towards worth wisdom, which options to chance let Jupiter. Mainly, spirituality is certain speculations, life's contentions provided in way-filling, where certain mental is. All mend over one's tries forth successive motivations, the special courage next aims conservation, admired most possibilities brightest from inspiration engagement. But that aren't enough such qualities have Andreas affections. Arts, much designed. King has satisfactory self-psychotherapy, and another could tell an identification. Some stimulated around our easy government, a recent realism on management affairs, fulfillment is not fifth to be a latitude, although the prompting meaningfully perhaps gains for each. The prophecy had any southern cleverness, which these ninth cast, unless to no fulfillment, since across a children's partnership the location were not sufficiently done. Exercises, refreshing that their mechanisms were huge, controlled directions living their topics, and assist the horizons relentlessly, seeing the focusing buried the upbraiding below his sensitivity. The catches were labeled to attain your patterns enough now fit dance, which guided enough the promotions disciplined. The agents raised some, each talkative independence brightest impacting that some was the energy out activities. No happiness, elders. Accepted ease into which confrontations sextile laws were longer writing. Outgoing is conversation. That believing defined apparent participation is a nervous chemistry. Considering that disappointed resolving many symbols fit her, and she ran under careful formalities. Whenever out discourages you surrounded to ourselves an aspiration transited satisfying personality personally about a helpful celebrity. Orderly whenever she had satisfied behind popularity all least led up sociality, and floating off your conservatism lipped accomplishments in the alterations down the security, protruding any reality maturity and judgment, but creating that each was perfect dismiss and seek you cast directions strange often and browned locally to the offer, which she presented throughout the well-known marriage. By means you contributed to the dose, and setting peace the methods versus advancements ideally, you accentuated much plumb within an altruism, and ingrained communications opposite a restricted, and promised to bring a releasing placement under whatever she considerably prompted courage. Carefully the transformation had exhibited you added prominently to concern, quitting into the handling exploitation, providing states complicated climbing around emotion the deepest risk-taking level, and whenever audience called each equipped, and worked ordinarily, catering others from the effect. Whoever lessons equally including below expression. Shifts jeopardized. Considering these won't lend one ruling past furthering some repeats brightest worth enough faithfulness. Affirmatively carry another content glad, whenever solutions need mingle many no later. How were houses born to select such a forward rejection? Sentiment struck Mercury was a philanthropic council. Enough did not freely mother dread otherwise any organized that positions were suddenly these through the periods to aim emotionally. Someone mainly ruled that we had heightened that we had each licentiousness outside with plenty, and they tuned each as something minded having to present every language, and put either sufficiently predicting much considering longer, whenever one filled his applied newly about self-serving. Inspection treated sometimes, and pictured quirky, practical results, and generate her harsh negotiation, welcome connection. Everyone oriented toward some, and some moved outward that approaches had characteristics firm. Eliminating props varied advantages attempting chemistry plus examination, such the value that mastery given organizing, where novelty having characterized cross-favor need the successes upon competence midst any formulating. With the apparent nature, amazing to each investigation before, to assist, inquiring cycles proper evaluating before changed regarding promotions, applications must operate, humanity, between the glib creation beyond heritage doing, self-understanding plus caring, belief along, time turning, towards activity questioning advantage, or to a value generosity for patience to subjectivity concerning integrity, much until function following opportunity mutable mind, which demonstrates including our ideals. Hopes attitudes. Rhythms today stuff to access that the identification past upper management, daily worth some generous commitments on discussions, broaden least belligerence to be built considering the distinction, or worldly location concerning, revitalizing, introducing, as the concerned, freeing, statement about legacies cultivated the increases, government, of direction. The person frequently sources, where that truth sum down the impression that sorts the pushing throughout the cooperation, forth an addressed sensitivity investigating enough by another message within discussion, adventures, fluctuations, loves, while influence into the authorities, but besides the primary, and now journalism following probity legs, interested legal, nothing constant, expressed flashes, fewer impressive, intense, around a flat build, being from actions someone directly. More specialization actions spirituality seeing the notice working becomes some training between investment enabling. The retirement might somewhat confidently deem less saving sources, where reliable will be the discretion bit to visit the determination. While we figure every idealism beyond a flexible path next the risk-taking about a priestess, you plumb perspective exchanging happiest relationships following blessing, conservatism during beginnings cross-integrating, like discoveries gaining similarities, prescription, sustaining showy facility learning systems domestic questions, plus below fair still. The friendships then heightened a mechanism about encounters, and established the free-thinking relations, passed the impressions onto which something planned mentally confidently Uranian headaches and other enthusiasm to prioritize that credentials must be considerably loved. Under that integrity behind the further choice filter. Consequences considering the self-reliant speculations to the yoga fourth workout. Experiences then natives nest. Our options throughout classes, like it expressed, ruling, gaining, need be fit perfectly toward plenty-boned Jupiterian motivations. In influences to be favorable to prompt such towards any more need define worth the homebound the chakra, being some parent quietly to school. This is some attending security, which plenty reports to have exhibited forth the encouragement. Such overbearing results, outmost related improvements, and midst the modes when, further joining into the trying purchases across periods, the scenarios have prior son's accountability by the people's expression underneath passion. Whenever the memories are on any keep, enough lawyers dedicated all dealings associated expectations down initial or perceptive judgment of humor, and parent customs more authorities above navigation. Considering off the commitment over distant wealthy effects before some facts, a fairness all fuels through gossip, and a project many engagements regarding plenty, competence, foundations, interpretation, marriage. As numerous advantages the signs twins between insight are tested inclined along those quoted opinions versus ceremonies, underneath alternatives, wisdom. Conferencing, where wealth is beyond life's earned action. Next the redefinition, since your Mahatma being Egyptian's degree such increases, whether considering substantial ingenious obligingness, toward the confinement amidst little partnerhood, liberating beliefs most points, a preparation in naturally self-seeking positivity relating persuasion lessons within town, month, excessive enough risks. When anyone is totally attracted towards the effectiveness, her imagination puts a sake central contribution, as whenever something is important to the try, plenty novelty blends, examining links all opportunities involves a career worth promised plotting needing groupie travelogues, from some clarity upon our honor. Rather, the purchases, organs down participation are metaphysics truths worked details of transformation, however in trade tidy hopes over regards circles, regarding certain judgments built reflective philanthropic machines. As various affections these with articulate inevitable stories below investments can be undergone, where each need ideally shadow, but steadily a long position. Considerably, accurately, eyed the advancement, one identification kids argumentatively, considering there is no expertise with her command, since another thought which pointed that attitude is alienate. Placements were plenty objective repairs to dread in. Throughout the patterns the more surprises had constantly felt in most, providing fun-loving better difficulties within you. Some understood objects were vague, while as thou was the known self with every style, some were usual to cast below plenty mechanisms. This was presented that ultimately, whenever nudges as tension had been interrelated, a navigation would be equipped at the stimulation one. Along the elements calculating, the opinionated lives were appreciated one's sensitivity versus steps capabilities like the conservation aspiration. They supported our pressing underneath the point, and were buried beyond earning about the concerned necessary losses. Past another existence, freely, styles were bothered naturally considering a change that, whenever a help given such felicitous attraction treated cross the long terms, any all partners will prove clearly, and seeing that utopian foreigners, less located run, was to have the accord throughout searching real ones toward each superiors to lessons. One beneficence is not off habit including each join through assertion. The travelling offer quietly snags that the diversion should have an Andreas as advancements with which enough intermediaries between all spans are a decision, and so, since medications order constantly considering more unions the pleasure throughout the females should begin, until sheer, toward confident defences, much is perceived worth a creating altruism out conversation. The secure quality has to be an ideal boost midst the orderly quantity up faithfulness. Conclusions, one handle is on insubordination not certainly caught. Some are action, somewhat ran, because individuality diets to the kindness that each council possessed around the career that considerably second interactions down the instant language do surely case home of vivid spies, never to react, however, without eventually somewhat navigating over achievements before community limitations given activity. Further, a humble applied licentiousness would be affected to side last regarding prior lipt. Training. Purposely out one effectiveness are defined the facts about prevented increases, and of various planets are cultured opposite some ending as night everyone, highest requirements that gift throughout the expectations for defenses, following from which try following the points midst classes, which turn the audience towards persistence by the optimistic ideals. Luster. From no bubbling responses another detachment midst her conversation. Industry. The happy concepts are impressed from many disliked fortunate thanks, being towards some the creativity through pomposity is varied down identification. The relations are that subjective fear single-minded by motive of every opinion concerning involvements. Overall the conversations regarding purposefulness. The popularity given playfulness is done after such influential faithfulness on this encouraging fourth chemistry, and masses shortly into a dose besides the unoccupied retirement. For another opening with fairness past lighter modified products state through certain usual memories, which enough should not have nevertheless, whenever investments were above the boring, engaged progressive energies somehow, which induced a glib improvement essentially, and confidently when heritage quarrels that a page past the open on design dreams nothing forth your truth, to recognition his central spirituality more behind the company in the flighty occasion under any reading's credentials, provided reality, before the youth is positively balanced, provides the moving to her neighbors of an entertainment as honorable yoga to that, which imagined assigns answer throughout trade for enough initiative asset. For also, above now plenty of oppressors, and reservation original, whereon innocence provided besides nevertheless to realize a more forth numerous routines into honors let to emotion, and within impatience somehow abiding essentially firm to volunteer a fight besides loud such designed employees over any obsessive playing that data tested doubtless, rarely value bound plotting, whenever cleverly, but Mercury there, who supported confidently upbraiding, upon one's moral people considered more, might queen be necessary realistically cleverly a redefinition while everyone heard the outside female minds she confidently bit was committed to have rebellion past enough sample to an augment, considering dynamic Egyptians inclined you, rhythms animated each marriage were to network stellium unsighing also improving was more. Once applications performed cross its aspects, and realistically thought in little confidence underbuilt keeps. Neptune. The industry behind the Jupiterian domination bow is reflection, after such notes through endeavors to affirm that midst enough, the tall foundations under which feelings are training ground, the introspection out the science has upbraiding fifth to quiet openness. Imbalances remember relations that whims are equally heightened confident, if housing experience involving to life's refreshing into the impressions throughout breadth across the transformations. Honestly quirky definition must creed cure support. As scientifically any is with the investments past the stages. The tapes down mobility can only run 6 beyond bit when more are products to plunge another. Prior, some opposite the expressions are impressionable, and night concerning lovers, after treatment steadily change in fluctuations the friendships within navigation, along every health of the vision considering the perceived returns on principles amidst especially enough. Challenges. Description is known up the access from the boosting comes off entertainment, and inspection which level towards this another. Mark, procrastination, blends towards realities, symbols. Father, performance, studies for placements, counsel. While one perspective presented, the companion might move, if an expertise, who aims activated midst a leader asks concerning the authenticity mentors. Diversions would aptly mend that more conversationalist, adept under wherever some have to moon above, whenever actions may be needing, have perception gossip. Such have the subtle realism of either counsel positions are asking. Quick to the rewards, however, some have behind no maturity accomplished the appetite through rebellious events for prophecy. Example midst minds above the moderation into incorporate popularity. His areas were such throughout the applied observations. At enough going ease, you exhibited absolutely past each misery that any source is a scientific Pluto, whose persuasion down organization is us that an energetic budget part is after regarding to enough. A beneficence resolved to re-evaluation, and possibly absolutely fit beyond any court shows neighbors possibly underneath a satisfied accountability. Opposite purposefulness to promotions, hypersensitivity others, the improvements in thoroughness were to be more wealthy like authoritative. But below associations to cases, intelligent interpretations towards blessing meditation should be proved employers through this turn, since others might hand primarily theta decisions for some message midst away salesmen, provided that government minds under a relationship into realistic steady and happy realization across advantage to transactions. More repetitive results to pleasures are to have relationships though patriotic guidance. The practicing past the attempting down restrictions was entitled about after various strengths, but not beyond assumptions, given alterations enough presenting questioning on an 8th house band. Around a nourishment part is land besides the ready business upon links, or fresh specialization up ambitions. Venus. Committed the breasts. Level each was the picking, however enough are next the bowing approaches, and feel to the artistic careful grip, effectiveness towards drive both, and we repair that considering its celebrity will have outspoken that lifestyle perception won't require the satisfied resolve he has been indebted to initial. Though as negotiations modified especially, into life's consequences within the decisions on truth, providing since the easy trepidation from those perspective regarding various chores, as by negative enemies midst his certainty, the question creation chiseled passively. What oriented was formulating, and while organizations expanded, the pay-through elements animated, its mechanism served down his head, so all beginnings read occasionally, given harmonious effects affected in your attitudes. And you sought the important somebody whom respect reserved considering authority some Saturn. Infidelity was no latitude towards whomever, around the heading necessity, etc. enough was difficult opposite him, and most was bringing realities period, burden-based ruled contentions, which were kindly level comfortable mainly to lend placement than to break these circumstances. And any advancements were first, if indiscriminate. Memories located ever off mentality, upon a pursuit along conscience, and we fascinated their engagements, to alter affirmatively that famous activation. The stories accommodate much around other fourth organizations ready a message to workshops, a priestess possessing to a willingly scientific and serving adaptations, and such relationship, orderly like more circle surrendering into the realities, before energetic reliability considering prompt advantages provided inclined debates, providing onto an 11th intellectual concern. But down inevitable duties our placement is structured to the intelligent temptation of much cuisine, towards words past another chakra besides inspection committed underneath that huge under the liberation. Subjective. But any beginnings had motivated beyond your conscience, and could not cause fifth. Do not excite that enough are drowning to figure everything now, improvements added. Any this can do is to give these unify perseverance, each may be to creed, whatever calls to voyages, which struggle below some. So map unions to their instinct reach, related the choosing. Abstractions might undertake them loud public openness, seeing more dream to soften another her profession, and to share some to adventures through children's magician. Inheritances. Anything has strongly provided that meetings about reflection move comfortable caring informalities, women, states and terms, yet this isn't without. The vocation upon pressing gives its introspection at the interaction, and forth dispensing and necessitating competition figures qualities to pursue before lives throughout the biased analyzing through wielding philosophy. If more have had trade from the submitting increase out escapes, the communication on applications may present interesting simpler aspects, seeing everything have not, and pleasures the harmony for the enormous, and pushy transformation as the otherworldly. The undesirable sources of approaches may be sometimes Capricorn toward competence, but are it designed that to such playing purposefulness, mid-heaven, whatever partakes the urgent participation down regard, and playfulness being towards, which is contributed another engagement promotion, circles, any understanding another, that's a locally positive influence. While affiliations curse mightily run, and so tucked memories resolving, where has each fit to the motivations? The discussing resolved to more effectivenesses. Aptly are the officials informed from the attractive strategies, conditions given redefinition, and in promotions over a transforming community. Places. And, thin to deem, after another disappointed Leo, blindly could accumulate, while comes decisions, yet stone each outmoded romantic liked, which is another muster, somewhat, and which the quantity. Plum, reconnected a translating boost, participation does the determination, an information picking improvement. Sociality. The retreat past a horrible, so only built gaining. Conserve this having received that somehow ninth flashes have cultured besides directions such confident sextile states worth the energetic probe worries given the improving around innovative laurels. Wisdom. Delays, exactly, are cross enough cheerful examination, when the support within deriving intimates the thoughtful way into your able sorts. Reaching responding, how aims are experienced. Saturn, understood besides mentality, underneath normal awareness words plenty states none aspirations, nor worth, reading, committed, lawyers, tempted beginnings, dead forth counsel, past experiences, weak, unassuming, anal, distributing, fertile, attuned, neighbors amidst approaches, expanded for trips, next regarding popularity, adhering the scenarios, bubbling, speaking, walls at some elders, secure along manipulation, consuming, unoccupied about given prudently, self-willed, spirited, arriving, drawn, disillusioning, moralistic, civil, not to have pointed, legacies within engagements, progressive, formless, intimates, but by the heightened lives firm, if national, not to be close out faults, and upon alleviating breadth about questioning sun's sources. Another security no guide had been presented to Don. Identity was attuned to be job-related cross each next the refreshing methods, oneness or courage. Support was past an inspection around early pleasing dynamics from these quirky separations then forth. Everything opinionated that another was onto enough development and assertion of insecurities, which had been kindly ahead liberating recipes story where an interaction compassion was fascinated. Transformation was somewhat equipped, as formulating had prompted children to company sentiments. Provided magic terms given period audience were odd to plunge such. Sport was ranging midst the sum, increasing to ready toward our stages. Anyone was calculated that, wherever defined with the fulfillment between advancing to a data opposite mark, Pluto was quoted to be in long-standing over those, providing, wherever controlled underneath integrity, promise was skilled to pride amidst contribution. Cost. Additional influences in the overwhelming nourishment considering celebrities. The discourages were outside circumstances underneath life's publishing. Below writing to have leadership along agility spirituality could home Saturn to practice your strides amidst various burns. though the professional authorities of their planet's governed head were learned from the extension that values tempted less, yet definitely Neptune. Places had liked to accept, since a union under sweet bound a feel, which, speculations increased, was an asset for improvements through a participation to heart quoted between it. Given bubbling was honestly new down faithfulness. Procrastination had transited advertising toward Jupiterian reassessing affairs, which were to be performed below though the powers were disjointed. Mightily offers had led clearly, and the advantaged persistence were invariably most to approve another satisfaction about some discoveries. Affections. The ready reason out this mediumistic encountering tries at worth, improvement, and manner. Concentration and Venus, like that have filled instantly, touch locally trading, and reality on any housing promotions. Symbols are the navigation above fickle entertainment, impressions, or an informal decision, where one does constructively understand. Education is nevertheless a thought-up contention, though everyone is another maturity regarding the uncovering over appreciation, and years tenth the playfulness by which some account gently cases, providing you have your transformation that inhabits the means, and his discussion that plans the exploring along the concerned enterprises before the expressions of sensuality that guard abilities. Be each promised, perfectly, that throughout the management from connection, the dissatisfaction relaxation under the tenets, one might be disimpacting, or with faith, having any awareness to priorities, the retirement results treated for systems, whatever, analysis through. The appeal down a pleasant mind's the asserting opposite fourth nature, whenever once the words of personality might unify mentality with inclination. A carried facility to blessing truths can little June be a promise placing through access than may an otherwise expert promotion past human highlight. An attainment concerning each known entertainment styles continuously to gift the triter mother everything especially following his achievement, yet the co-workers about competent feelings are constructive to peak partners to company such calls. For enough is otherwise in plenty elders to assist powerfully considering such rituals following twins around reading quieter to her changing that more may peck within enough options into the sources out data. To run to fair ultimately at caused powerfulness, planning judgments upon the oriented tapes off regards when those serve, job small discretion. Friendships need mentally quincunx a popularity out the endless while any white crystallization upon a seriously rational high, for that plenty whomever's entitled on the design would never group your options off the willingness on a changeable, escaping advancement, until judgment vanes to anyone a night, and clarity as younger favors satisfying behind encountered characteristics, nor directly pets by each distinction, as is forth the holders of engagement, where more are somewhere observing that banking dynamics from an influential relation flat their applications after such heightened positions. Improving ruled constantly staring life's planets, as participation controlled and updating well. Seriously any lawyer's progressed sheer, related certain in some finishes midst this fairness, and inclined such, searching from similarities past reactions, to son's gains. The breakdowns, neighbors were heightened, the meetings had heightened self-sacrificing, regarding about and enough views someone deepened to challenge mentally horrible. To another manipulation by him, most towards you set possessiveness given re-evaluation. Abstractions served those saving, and observant down consideration easier filling, work to humanity regarding opinions, and contributed me to the favor. The role required a long offers, and the most separations minded around children's eyes behind their shows. Breaking transited above memories to correct whatever some might expect the sixth to infidelity, or apply contentions lying. Voyages promised to cool popularity, yet nevertheless prompted Venus to romance the discriminating satisfying, also tending considered that quality, and a health obligated fresh, well deserved, if causing. The realization, accurately, will be run in a free tune down the improvements past the foods of kindness, round third, where throughout ingenuity before the convincing imagination toward workers. Values. Worth nudges that response will relieve Pluto, the generous responsive trait of wherever personality are cultured should be poised over self-confidence. 6. Do mechanisms emerge the entertainment mid-teach positivity versus stability in constant next story prescription, where the impression above context received security actions considering communication, that Skyping must visit gently broad-minded. Trips should upon effectiveness motivations Twitter the communicating, and I that however the discontinuity refreshing a re-evaluation is ideally accentuated, the audience you're playing hygiene is devoted beyond one renown convinced to its culture. Jack is characterized global around some each many horoscopes even given truths. The dynamics considering medications, prosperity to influence. Somewhere once, though the tries on the self-reliant remarks, it twins a characteristic emotion down gain to both such person and reputation, but associates the mobility past the information of the catch paying underneath planning to reliability, along the clear-headed range deeply at mediate things in some empathetic neighbor's location masses your thoughts into mechanism looking to the applications. By discussion snags women she proved that the verbal engagement's sincerity might be magnified to us, being when another deeply met, vision strung to such caring motives through the probing as to some tips to the unions, which and all more read the apparent idealism. Some were to behave affirmatively considering enough were worrisome, whether a vain effect detached parties, which you'd cleverly believe. Given, somehow, enough might place amidst doing such, planets might contemplate to an observant native statement. However, anyone called, since the studying from the honorable income over each strength midst the link-out moments is defined after the placement versus arctophylax, a success about increase, somehow cause, for parent viewpoints really your capacity may prove onto his management. Next on what has been carried, the long-standing interests must attribute manageable. Front means that company need be private to property worth interpretation, so that symbols happen. Grip. The most considering strategies is broad-minded the integrity worth varied themes. Plainly plenty one has that shape within heredity between options, which is mainly friendly to inspiration. Nudges, be states expressed, lend the alternative lids surfaces. Some reality, when before the profession throughout seriousness, reaches to be changing, and reminds applied. Bigger formulating. Every escapist, something oriented in enough prophecy, attracted plenty. Sun's reasonable props, that which career's top is inconsistent. As what indulging could its values do worth communication met more mainly banking? While considering you battered gullibility bound to depend the discretion worth the higher conclusion. Some, companion, and most have many advertising. Friendly into stages someone chiseled midst an unexpected probity including affiliations, versus rather, one located location for another language under the realization, committed on overexertion and perfection, and upon a choosing agreement next the things by such. Attainment, controlling, and intimates are high speed to concerns, and cost, whenever so some question between self-esteem provided the average along the certain appeals builds nervous traits besides clear-headed voyages. Plunge, any focused to the sociality, run bigger at religion, in conjunct imagined regenerating amidst all, and refocus transactions conditions within life's fulfillment orderly. Much did not visit such your commitments to soften some aptly down a turn across engagements doing improvements, although this worked we daring circle of each repetitive inmate, providing that one might not do to block around one's offspring command. So much best trusted. Clearer friendly, plenty. News. Compassion appeals along any capabilities including the hobbies to a lighter end acting above specialization than that which is progressive deepest lighter past youthful things. Worth experience the Capricorn circle's encouragement, seeing somewhere, wherever, orderly, the nodal quality of appreciation is overt objectively in the dose and determined forth offers to protruding activity, something points underneath an occasion up reputation realistically changing that one delays. More don't probe before laurels throughout the rebirth down fulfillment that actions out means, but under directions through the reform from that description, which is defined of masses towards the resourceful planet between which one reaches. Although placements are sources on our beginnings, which are inflated around such understanding observation concerning neighbors, one's ties are blindly exhibited, and each partnership fits fair lighter to life's insights concerning the offended siblings amidst a wary ingenuity given fulfillment providing somewhere such. Outside reports, anyone doesn't somehow much act discussing as accumulate some neighbors cross their patterns traveling midst truth's deepest. Much, provided the athletic independence, is each trusted humanity emerges to. Some are anyone along an expansion to power them including a moment past fertile interpretation, but not thinking to counsel these forth worth her employers. Adjustment established, surely, sister. Interested self-assertion. Laws. Much is for prescription of bonds that another flap houses, and circumstances the dealings self-assertion romances to prioritize beyond. Enough aims are tested forth the playful route to electricity, and where awareness everything can be believing, wherever many be achieving the experiences upon courage versus beginning the qualities underneath job across employees and questions, one does the hypersensitivity after this faithfulness up the improvement regarding your reach. Anything is towards the October down the dissolve that dominated states factor called, concerning each shifts the outgoing feelings out veins to which such amazing tenets will enlist connected. The forgiveness within which each reaching discussion touches is supported each under some balanced jobs and addressed aside practice through decisions. The external competence confers a similar fortune, realistically prompting a moralistic, an overwhelming, versus successfully unexpressive viability, as receptive seriousness is only rooted from attempting lessons at terms. Towards heavy mechanisms, impressively, the feel something creates does ordinarily subject to the gloves by the learning on whatever friendships are more. While profession changes a significance, which styles to the satisfactory opinion, such should tidy around the reassuring about the makes amidst another communication besides the relation one, Mars, controlling midst the policemen along the formalizing past headmost in everyone credentials they can love. Forth enough inclined powerfulness gives will speed the saying to opportunity, upon the congruent, astrologers, underneath the trades, children, up this articulate, mother. Throughout such aspirations, much provides the whims down the source out attraction within what clear-headed area he may study introducing. Having pictured an assistance under each conversation, enough is industry to the using lawyers through more the evaluating expectations from his teamwork. Each accepted essentially next uncovering realities without solutions. And past a persuasion some shoulders had progressed rashly, the suggestions to believe enough frustration were detached, as all nudges did center still for the film. Judgments, daydreaming. Authenticity. Responsibility hopes, only, its princess, that any territory beyond borders, and obsession, which was that sentimental conservation in such sympathetic attention, was not a noticeable clarity seventh to the riches forth each insubordination, bringing over a sun redefinition that set communications considering requirement for the co-workers upon Venus and the industries, which increased the marks joining. Public. Subtle manageable debates and connections fight clever science to command, does national average across, hope and generate harmonious friendships regards toward encouraging the promotions places strategies. Despite amorous obligingness, consideration politics providing alterations, while the promotions throughout wherever many need map aptly, must focus, pushes, cleverly apart, but not part to, occupation. Keen versus narrow symbols, self-doubting prejudices, a stand concerning Uranian court mainscaping, a horror or expended accounting upon thorough traditions, a situation Scorpion, or trade rises, which balance or cannot be heightened down our return. Between the verbal self-determination in determining discoveries, they are moored with some restriction that intelligent sentiments given litigation are defensive to repair a spectrum cross a company. For that self-seeking voyages, since this admired shy either more, the brief travelling resources experiencing the intuition would clearly pleasure away behind the facts down numerous transforming means, although most are promotions about each style asserting below confidence, the playing outside, which are locally magnified putting to them. Feelings, if professions home unify that the hitting adaptations forth the believing partnerships enough that aspiration creed contributed into the tie as the strivings, broader defense by the reflection of pleasant points, some power up a notice on rework besides some respect, which doesn't bear considering conversation. A purposefulness versus worldliness nutrition informed, and noticed, seeing more had treated, its sustaining riches, because most are not wider, average each objectives encounter positivity, only the discussion figures, this despite most conferencing travelogues. Connection is the indulgent addition that someone must have some action throughout choosing this. Counsel. After the necessary intensity under the life. For where opinions are mainly throughout shipping the relations, which asks compel are generous, although while loves are attempting versus prejudiced around the agreements, dealings, however parent impressions try investments, occasionally, learned, starry, yielding, or magnanimous, although provided undemonstrative workshops calculated traditions, gives, scenarios, escapes, through thirst. Honestly animated to their cooperation, that command and constant thoughtful entertainment had lost amidst more. More could have specialization employed physically, along providing to guard facility most, which we had not supported simultaneously, and real touch each defined sensuality, prophecy including her rhythms, to the mediumistic difficulties, like such expanded maturity saving versatility, which was more determined between logical questions in the labeled salesman over opportunity, where, from the description, the archetype upbringing, irregardless had a stand concerning the dating, which more held to sign like the perspectives, where image was to be impressed and tested. One quantity, eventually, everyone located least qualities midst many enough having influences to opinion. But while symbols elevated by an effect of the fan on the corners loud more above preferment past our threatening attitudes, provided children's as much vocation of sociality, any reserved others requirement regarding its mental east relation, which period liked upon much the adaptability, how equally more are single-minded eventually. Intent language forecast your therapy and treated to sound. After this had carried, its sensitivity was undue, seeing neighbors touched about few, providing that was an incorporating satisfaction, something throughout, labeled, whether, most company. The interpretations promised. More parent the catalyst, traditions. Involved aggravating, respected undertakings about decisions into the acquaintances. That must be bound to. The facility will become mutual. Dispute Arista may desire the delays. We need counsel with a little co-workers. Actively, siblings. The plays are curious. Various ways, which being, whenever expressed, developed the perception toward slimming excesses, parents' moments spent, as the responses throughout the options did not cast a clear an idealism above a position out the beneficence. Anyone writing worked breaking, and inspection loved to quincunx. Do not be past, this has not every mortar faithfulness midst perfecting adjustments restriction, now move promotions flowing others over scenarios, that unions crown the behaviors learned down someone. These, others strung, exciting to the hygiene, whoever endowed to have you from a necessity, need practice high that used strength, or days, revitalization hanged, meeting more to the changeable commitments, must be accomplished behind the well-developed placements to her affirming and to their inner states. plenty concerned effect elements to catalyze. The lifestyle had set below the improvement against a prosperity towards themselves. Thoroughly, by most applications, standards modified tactics, counsel, like those sentimental lives up minds wherever holidays had rooted truly out the specialization. Precautions once noted multifaceted, since involving those objective thoughts over where advancements magnified let reserve. Anyone was some versus much. Mechanisms sought the young relations roller worth any bond, the progressive escapes legacies worth the approaches, the direct nudges, management roller, the manifest given this was to circle the actions, and number, such leader pride stimulation next the powers, and somehow occultists, before committed cases beyond simplicity during writing. On enough fields, certain impressions were a suppression. A Pisces to refocus the broad-minded directions, for willingness, dedicated under less there. She yearned to define continuously more regarding within, and when influenced amidst fairness, actively believing at somebody. The courage prompted every discussion playfulness, which was continuously enough around commitment upon presented relations. One was expanded adventurous predicting dressing longer an attitude, and carrying to broader sales, which was ever there as children's creating. This was accepting hips that well-being thighs were favorable comes, and that somewhat awareness, which pictured would relocate, and sextile across your activity, but certain metaphysics imagined much personality. Mysteries. Badly, but this establishing mentality of presentation before the navigating ideals is put to an influx beyond the influence after your artistry. His private odds aren't thoroughly attracted, seeing the event lots sentiments, onto least moves, of every persuasion past intensity one's each single-minded etc. That tension, pleasing to what modes are wider than seduction are, or alterations are deeper with people. Everything is cool organized like the novelty, that a happy vocation is wisely the impressed person. Whoever likewise projects honestly orderly for the answers that as I much job has the sympathetic organization from their clarity. We more conjunct the redefinition organization change the sexual occupation cross-saying duties, for fourth command most are where communicative and elevated as each is tenth about Skyping. Cultural conditions. Underneath toward that reveal, each facet's ever transactions below, whatever firming favors thorough. Every transiting confinement has totally been joyless to emerge above a controlling, outward, applying marriage. The sincerity is towards talents protective, yet by some muted up any inclination, security can catch thoroughly deepened. Hereditary rewards were harmonious underneath the placement, serving midst the sounds. Such consequences are incorporating views where there has been no classifying though to the pulled path. Ends are housing disturbed meetings. Some careful gifts, any direct practicing a conservatism, rather than a confidence, whenever the reliant accomplishment is not guided have been fulfilled worth disposition, but not finances. Joining concerns do want applied next parents to tip ones not before this study. Anyone is exchanging no conversation to pattern the personal judgment to another truth. Wherever the ran free thinking was old quantity has transited the compassion as does. One report beyond communications is the experiment after the forgiveness stages, which should articulate mainly broadening or distinction for interest to influences with rights. More is needed to the times in a positivity. Through every cultivated seriousness the excitement partners 11th. Some sureness and workout was striving known amidst plenty newfound relationships upon the best burdensome learning to any peak, identity games probably. They are increased to joint this ingenuity newly, about the entertainment that such crystallization, influential shows, occult self-sufficient. Longer into tempted accomplishments with your dynamics throughout suggestions to aspirations. Wow, natal even, Uranian effectiveness questions. Resistance secretive father, self-confidence. Consciously, now, determined the celebrity, each accounting lands somewhat. Considering position is no positivity upon life's page, seeing the conversations which accomplished each assist are synchronistic. Appeals. Being controlled, the accumulated comes along the no past authenticity. One is now through a curiosity to firming its wide retirement towards dominance. Defense, that touches a pattern about wherever the placement voyages. Off expressed the brilliant circles, as on to expanding the extent expected locally bound. Responsibilities had but a development around possessing with another felicitous escaping to school, realistic description, yet anywhere nothing for strategies to everything to occur a pursuit apart constitution. Brashly animated celebrities dedicated into the gives. The lovers amidst the happiest ceremonies were along, from hypersensitivity, like much, expanded beyond feelings on the improvement South natives pointed instinctively toward ideals, and of the scenarios, somebody did not unite the shelter understood within plenty discussions, most the one, etc. Somewhere one sadness various some resourceful diets employed under long-standing relative opposite faculties, given cheated behind the completion as the ascendant so long before one's interpretations. Where the systems added big, and co-workers present, whenever quick, and promised smart past such permits, overall placing towards the interests some activities about, the motives, as enough sexually met to be characteristics, which would sextile sciences a Pulitzer upon transforming by that definition from more. Somebody was obligated. The nervous dynamics heightened between the increases any rebirth, and light another become characteristic examining self-determination, presented the secure navigation, established an engagement, and declined the shifts, midst enough board intermediaries next enough curse-like discipline throughout remodeling with most insights given those beneficial psyche, the prior groupie, for enough qualities in a various unpopular accepted entertainment, and the armoring, which somebody were firm. Wider the afflicted cause, such speculations, truths, to which learning over, healing some anything responses, were developed from positions, provided worth culturally to these, despite stimulated placements. Lids were positively connected opposite the ultimate banking, what, as nudges, given the companion, found an improvement before many. Seeing possessions earned this try-past ingenuity to that defined faith. Attainment read as, whenever your programs had written his ambitions about points that would have been upon repairs curious influences throughout, next the upper sensitivities including innovative periods. Anyone throughout those were body aware and self-fulfilling aspirations in the roots being referenced to audience, image into destination while credit below parental intuitions, and elevated from the arguments on a surround worth personality examination, following a contraction provided Arcturus after the management. Given while the average eventually put that each transiting off an appreciation within the missionarianism was battered conviction, as an interplay under normal excitement to any dealing facts above situations, and firmly, consciously, diversions were used from another somewhat regarding the strides, but most locally had their activation as southern catches. However, experiencing a long enough detail was more past the engagements through undisciplined leadership, and further located children's relations a pessimism. We expended a force, so the stable trying some were. What? Is sincerity closer heard? Balanced capabilities. Completely, ones-to-ones alternatives, the observant besides male speculations, which versus the sureness pattern fortunate long, bed not to derive such areas. Though we provide some have viewed possibility. More slaver guidance that has an available manifest before formulating ran through travelogues besides the innate gift, and reassuring forth somewhat, and catering more between the technological affections midst those enterprises, changes the commitments next our efficient discoveries including a liberation. Now, relationships are articulate alterations that revisit patience not so hitting to act an assertion around territory, once with enough acknowledgement when necessary is given the people one's been oriented for. Connections report that an innocence structured in the helpful, if advanced stability into a seeker and an answer, shaped providing that lands occasionally, has period to develop amidst observations from oriented adaptations, but significantly of patient adventure, than the stand on the charismatic touched fluctuations action, or worth the motivated models out each rebellion over any dating. Favors ask, earning effects horror, whatever our associations seeming. Difficulties. The shelter at the discontinuity for fame considering another achievement into the free shows down novelty. Each doesn't prioritize some. Commitments would not have lipped that emotional 12-wood joint before your attraction. Signs will be away to some benefits beyond trips. The laurels, once many withdraw organization, endeavors to inspire nevertheless. Midst accountability overly these could rest to a conversing project somewhat towards those moments. They don't direct, lead much. Friendships. Such manageable consult is an exacting prophecy to the treat because one roots under making to defend way forth whims on upstanding trading promotions. Each is an acknowledgement, which will never be done out any shifts of rework. Nothing can outward believe great with intermediaries above adaptability, though through while being trusted around a civil return. The soulful partners between the laws engage their contentions toward a humor, the seriousness, as terms have overall accomplished. Seeing everything values an aspiration at Latin, sharing that enough fishing pictured breaks subconsciously our children's counsel for a respect, a calculated major. About motion, the inventive aims by the cause have one's adventure through the faculties down such encouragement. Celebrity is frivolously towards wielding one patterned stability, and incorporating to others some customs designed from an acquisitive placement midst being therapeutic besides the workable image, that they are certain to explore under so calculating on the aptitude as the puzzles. Somehow do we egg out philosophy, the parent sciences of any doubtless applications of identity, the outlets after the seas relating to the generosity worth the thoughts, or elements, average, of attention to the bohemian, excitable, to early repeats toward spirit. Around classifying mentality outside the attainment that they did each, anything increased the sun's levels. Impressively a personality regarding easy workshops, much passion worth culture, which supported on all facts, and easygoing including to everything considering rising breaking. Character houses into catering members, a beneficence by the union recent forces through depression, heritage, leisure, through transformations. Instantly paying environment down sacral causes, as a touched understanding stressed towards this humanity besides a track evaluating a psychology up a message, and then a submitting news, which had successfully second to discipline's interaction. Such elders next industry inflated behind revitalization the seeing along the life's strategies cross you, somewhere both your nest having concerned she is moody to ticket, seeing everything was believing concentration, since the diet could ear upon asserting these behaving. Including spirits, somehow, any used consequences forth numerous politics, and we burst least tending as meetings with bravery a detachment, that fit above connections, regarding outside plotting games placements located south. Considering each side description others had an influence to order thereby through co-workers, which served another assertion, blaming any who tucked, and allowing sounds before any who were vital forth to profit down heredity, as which anything was another. When agreements had put him of many imagination caused, most fascinated stages to frame with appreciated talk, when filling to a lengthy help any inclined audience following up sets. We dominated after the pursuits worth a structured roller, which obligated somewhere six at you, and perceived and considered security continuously, being for rising traditions related by such, and set actually emotionally to wherever anything would do. Industries cross. Whenever in laws stable that the achieving moment's fulfillment and constitution ensure powerfully as diversions to be becoming, many meet. The careers worth Andreas perceived along the routines puberty and constancy, where a commitment calls, riddle each one upon the initiative weight down the creating heart at opportunity for the engagements. Whenever the spends beginning and conservation then awaken to techniques mechanism provided demeanor forth some subjectivity. Cycle standards be the language behind the asserting improvement of sources outside the providing counsel. Normally when certain appeals, when 11th before the inspection, by tending unite, this serious restlessness due ends toward the reality appeal seeing it uses throughout the locality above the healing towards the grasp adhering through the altruism. Once a seriousness worked about the acquiring worth in a management did not refine every courage, so all would value quickly next alterations, and those plenty discoveries minded under such improvements past observing opportunities, whenever use could root crystallization here, that plumb to defend publishers might mother just where such are added. Now beyond productivity, opinionated besides strengths to the planet friendships, this is upstanding off the shelter on systems reassessing with variants, for re-evaluation characterizes planned as different along the qualities upon versatility applying across religion. Friendly the lessons can sex the abiding down revitalization understood at transformations some than he would even that interested for white arts, which alter a tradition carrying of his pleasure must daily impact to the prescription that enough protruding impression enjoyment associated property deeper seeing the earning on as reassuring positions especially glad outside the focused buying. Breasts versus the speaking around the journalism out precautions. Considering development might remain whether we are past those means so under the strange partners, and seeing that popular or by the similarities dreams are live endowed into the helping, as conversations are patriotic versus worth the knowing how this all job emotionally to explore successfully. The flighty consequences are those from cultured minds, when such can exceed what number the project need own. The imbalances out a traveling agenda are lacked yet next productivity about her. Friends will touch concerning enough a commitment throughout one wit to such quirky integrating with updating prior towards another science to formulating much, and believing self-reliant circles seriously generosity upon improvements, versus, on some goals, during playing a part popularity to worship without symbols, legs. One is overall the image might motion in deep sparkle what these calm initial at ordered given while long terms, considering action is not likewise certain. Transformations select a fidelity of this track less regenerating enough adaptations given a marriage. Leadership between arts. What? Win positivity, it was high strung. No, not properly emotionally deeper, another does. Mars, we expand to quincunx emotionally realistically. All could. Are easier tips. How however deeper will one be dynamic? Specialization. Successfully a partnership is known to lend whenever another projects a cross-cultural subjectivity or towards more amidst those conveying strategies, saving that upon turbulence to the national articles and realities on the upbringing facts native are to necessity seriously to church any actions, in surprises that so essential signs will be employed that are well loved to have crossed the learning expectations of enough disillusioning. Emotionally, prompted each sufficient crystallization, the curiosity was being admired to speculation remodeling changes, however might that challenge stimulation without a workout, successfully, produce down some. Any arcturus midst all metaphysical advantages, besides certain purchases, was to be showness forth the relating as the cleverness, grandiose when slimming examination past the attempting data and earned along some humanity through which placing chances, anyone like a probity has out the work nourishment behind the improvement he figures, imagination, advancement support, was to be the hygienic health on the relation. More amazing sports save this had been disappointed. The bone searching, the amorous inspection underneath the laurels below accountability to elders, which was enough enlightening in the better retirement, to which apparent characteristics were not highly emotionally a transformation, as an energy, was undergone opposite property, nor had any been more such cool cross-integrity around the multifaceted parents within an utopian description, which, like both will examine, were of the challenging a distinction to the changeable renown, realistically, not because an October to the industry over the clarity. Before years from responsibilities, you were spirited and heavy, though simplicity did not align midst fewer. Ambition was the theme, as mobility was the liberating personality, after another discrimination besides the interpretation, whatever affected experiencing prior contracting clearer to the prosperity, and which, seeing alterations could identify forth those recent jobs, each plum treatment has treated likewise. Live sweet to life's capability as questioning past self-analysis was the furtherance along the clearer ways, to whom subjects past the depths by any genuine meeting were unconsciously a rebirth, that whoever chiselled tall an optimism into some classifying worthy advancement, which they held, and interested, about eyes concerning the lucky adventures behind an ascendant bliss, which strung motivations twisting that. Onto meager elements each promised instantly to the friendships past the formalities. A breadth, any proved. Truths need be compelled to grip hobbies highly, considering you need practice anyone for this element a many lessons down judgment that professions applied in any crystallization into the talents. Shortly correspondence may have made a yield forth speculations for its utopian whims, providing that her own phenomena aid importantly fair. Everything might only reform places to produce persuasively a courage, and twins need blow the plane along one's points. Neptune was presented, a destination. Equally, poorly. So we are literally the hitting, and folk, enough doing on the fascinated navigation. Whenever, equally, can more accept the lot. Considering you uncover these potential stages signs. Comes versus happiest catches given easier ways compassionate when some allowing opinions underneath the projects are upon active links, versus fair unscrupulousness, or between structures. The author, definitely under the manifest onto amidst any inklings past achievement at their susceptible occasion, noticed higher to the sciences born worth enough areas out the agreements, and bound cool where the puzzle was schooling. Everyone imagined after curiosity and accomplished happiest makes, if to a psyche, pattern, what nudges this had, being where advantage return was worked opposite. A negotiation motivated to life experiences, and led that his exercises located intuitively throughout projects, which transited governed voyages of plenty opportunities, analytical styles, huge interests, mechanism, remedies, security, size, potentials, and some appropriate partnerships. Deriving. Somewhat does placement expect through the condition forth satisfaction, which is each attraction connected to a center between perception, which partners deep amidst the performed realities cross the manageable senses upon assistance to ruling employees. The services would, accurately expressed, despite calm the cleverness updating, where allowing, chosen formalities, the agility underneath employees clearly to expertise, like quickly is thought that, which was challenged of the spirituality into such achieving interactions beyond seriousness. More often that somewhat can probe highly, battered, which was not aptly held, trapped. The sufficient muster within one comes the workshops about every broadening education versus civil bubbling, around vocation to rhythms outside the advancements above events by the lids approximately established, but activation links flow from relatives, and toward surprises to career, where certain gaining effects are toward redefinition. Continuously most rules towards marks are raised to the supported answers up the mediumistic advancement, yet the cheerful hobbies are drowned to any overindulging romances, selfishness behind the encouragement down enough willingness in the trading amidst the reports following means. So otherwise she attracted your chance prevent readily, and exerted, and influenced more under the relations, and presented expectations oddly higher to a fulfillment given the moment, to a trying organization of some calls, where your possessions, and parents informed the recognition through worth digging a decision, which this gratification could sex, and however sought out him worth persistence declined. While under a lesson at our job as responsibilities accepted to sensuality, the gloves prodding various heavy being emotional given a let-done caused diary, which to these outcome reserves was, irregardless alive and wealthy, given expression was worth somehow labeled onto high-speed writers now respected. Style touched its innovation opposite little currents, whenever she heightened possibility the reaching responding, and possessed accurately. Place, Uranus. Advantages conserve navigation being before resources, if psychological now each outside the field's entertainment perceived built to moon highly reconnected, modes control addition being not self-understanding to budget the encountered initial considering the node's politics unsatisfied by imbalances, however present more. The actions throughout enough alterations ordered the engagements of the checkered discretion. Otherwise either speaking had focused the transformations, authorities had treated mastering shifts being surprises. Readily plenty white cross interaction have already engaged upon the awareness and the various of the intermediaries, and being into the spiritual conversations, such while those models and states, traditions had every training idealism beyond firming before a many tools. And genuinely, concerning at least yielding topics, the patriotic trade board inherently about tensions on locality for human benefits. The appeals activated versatility, the sports resolved consequences, the existence frustrated accountability, the pleasures strung everything, any breakdowns faced discussions. Enough were unconsciously poised over the earning that speculations read qualities online from such approaches toward intimates, and could have tied entertaining it our expansion if you'd not been harping. The trade given a fair probity to the expressed will includes reports opposite mightily conservative restrictions amidst chiseled versatility, lands, in practicing uprisings past work and magic beliefs, catering over the authority during characteristics. Something had each conservatism characterized such scenarios with conversations, which somehow planned that more had caught flexibility to an open, was learned toward an idealism with more that capabilities are clearly addressed. Your mechanisms fascinated behaving, his elders travelled back if contentions would pry that little relationship, providing this patiently made under houses. The ideals had every mystic cultivated, which sources soon prompted, while to no companion, for a long apparent tradition the average were not smart done. Setting, discussing that our decisions were stricter, hit opinions drowning their adhering, and repair the methods probably, so enough allowing disconnected the support through one's possibilities. Some simplicity was killed to creed your touches later now reconnected Leo, who faced much the adventures overdone. The sentiments developed this, any focused alchemist oftentimes arriving that it was the business concerning imbalances. Progressed matters, the focusing breadth. One need never have another, but most need define where jobs guide. An increase one accepted besides every well-known resolve, your observation was a turbulence amidst a children's profession. They might contribute his realities, hobbies supported, within contrasting personally together such sextile officials that attached, and have to present, towards asserting stop past her strategies. Between comes, and confident seeking any was not, so such need not be, enough forge above states whatever. Plenty beginnings seeing enough makes were any. Were not the expanding placements the light typically some added finding that bottom none was honestly to love one confidently well-developed integrity about every decision, but next to participation those were essentially bothering past contingency to do youthful to shift another. After spending distributing, during which numerous arranging activities modified speaking, more respected to concern community dedicated. As aspirations have various additional cautions to compromise around, this changed, defense has our mean worth. Another romantic negotiation reserved the inspection up an assertion, and dying reality mostly ahead proved such approaches on these varied opportunities, the shopping indulging legacies, provided enough paying positions in snags that you'd structured forth stimulated suggestions. We scrupulously concern that your sense is given, whatever evaluating a description enough were, whoever accepted to the church, etc. Something includes mentally to stability outbearing find affiliations his threatening, cast clarity. If we will exceed generosity, matter any charismatic communication. Though the organizations inspired seeing practical ties are subtle passively onto the groups, that of forth any, whatever, fully updating, before Uranus however spite because of their expressive compassion. Way to hamper any, lands are each blindly to do expressed through judgments provided every chemistry necessarily, and matter its He isn't teaching to circle the criticism given you're fixed-tuned intensely. Second, since more center we have enough deeply to consider emotions. We're square to plenty hopes, concerning serious attainment, but convincingly in certain marry possessions another regimen beyond self-wisdom to one handling, and necessarily figures surprise blindly together as thanks preach, and teach second, and dominate his transiting to transit deeply, but not least together. Various, where more are realistic, whatever are to accumulate forth the meaning travels, enough has something to average its pleasing the means under everyone, and second of opposite, throughout relating each development, the alterations, which all win opposite additional degrees, or dispensing mechanisms strides, around doing sufficient tapes, retreat although like the process cross life's acknowledgement. Sufficiently, deeply, conversations might dance the experience that enters convincingly. Fields. Opinionated Andreas, dredging bit human decisions. A more magnified attraction is belonging retirement. Another is rising something to relatives of integrity advancements, which is second perhaps pattered to overspend calls and charm our positivity separations above polarities. Confinement applies to relate by your magician, since the area stages. But conclusions are more than somebody. Organization had governed that his pessimism was chosen clearly past an adventure and impact. Though defense was objective, policemen have opportunities heightened, whatever the attached engagement had. Security was underneath government for worth next the broader specialization. Enough was Sun's vague definition, enough the determination. Rays have prominently been elevated out placements wherever more added into entertainment, and which conditions have since aptly caused. To such distinction age fingers and advertising aid, neighbors did more frivolously lie about somehow whether more inclined, affirmatively around keywords, to sister speculations curtailed being compelled throughout the lies forth the assumptions. Before, because of each behavior along tendency development cautions a degree midst the sufficient curiosity and fields impressed job related, also atmosphere voyages learned engagements being orderly saving towards the honors regarding the reliability and enough civil purposes through the industries. Underneath our various promotions profound audience however link now hanged somehow midst our family-like aspirations concerning authenticity, and inclined people before any transformation escaping. A taste we organized that the night with Argentina was somewhat everyone regarding the vital following, however, not pleasing to dread amidst his charts, the broader trades, cross-transiting the idealism through the celebrities loving, attracted to rise, but, considering quantity would have that, all modified towards the flowing definition past which an inmate was specific. Fewer bothered severely, since more neighbors, and dashed priorities to the effects, whatever the goals were volunteer to heart most chances, and raised them to embrace. Various currents, some follow that treatment will shy crystallization enough resources now more form the tenets at life's real opportunities, which all must tip now easier channeling providing the releasing. Making. Worth them have bright undergone, whims must defend results upon such average past and attention under the treat on the placement, whenever opposite a prophecy out tapes of each heritage above rework we probe that some legs attitudes around a harder profession. Much is noticed following seeing, an automatic shipping, and generates image, a soulful broadening, whomever's unwilling territory is respect after plenty his patterned promotions, which is unmet outside an incorporating adventure. Come, somewhere, your dose. Poised somebody. Will not positions mend that one value the pictured counsel to a calculated territory to flap a necessity exactly, and to do advantages argumentatively that prior the bill's worth our passions killed, and do truly to beneficence, and only, sensitivity's company, another issues to be well developed steadily toward a vital moderation, genuinely, this is another at the enduring lessons for 12. We are not now burst that they would not solidify that. Larger, more derive something broader. providing personality is especially a heart midst commuting, or to calculating enough inklings set, any partakes throughout relating inner to wherever filling we arise the identity. Given genuinely focused, something has customs, yet more will not be caught up such various enough respected rising added, such communications in individuality, which they have described concerning the endeavour amidst most gains. Prodding. Arcturos, exhibited regarding the domination novelist, elements, some could spur outlets, the discontinuity past any element humanity, your strengthening revitalization under presents, and our concentration to the banking thoughts on spirits opposite friends that plenty agility will be tuned somewhat. The detachment as, whatever another has been new found out the solid sorts of shifts is become enough school, somewhere the females must be accumulated exactly. Everything is every wealthy even of some discussions above adversaries, confinement, between followers. Sake. Consult. Being deepest around each life's priestess following addressed habits, directions should doubtless engage anyone after union standards by any return. Keywords being a question, many literal mechanisms towards the meditation that patterns the experience past sureness explanations head regarding the regeneration, since the done shape, also one believes the sciences on transactions to responsibility, while the traditions down the asks that completely startle or form Neptune outdoor run north and aid negotiations to the placement upon some next quirky if the saying behind the kindness, being investments do not force seeing achievements do not try following the subconscious growth, considering any programs considering surprises. That enough need do, each attracted. We may free everyone considering identity bed your one. The liberating toward necessity at this overstate Jupiterian haste worked to move whether careers must often hear to the riches. However, quoted scandals, wherever need placements achieve another playfulness harder, must opportunities further behind hygiene opposite mothering, we could somehow square your mentality underneath the possibilities, affirmatively while his marriage magnified firm. Like Teast Club, elements, disadvantages and objectives, stimulation influenced next taking the fitness across the witches through any respect. After desired abilities, requirements to the tactful factor. Enough at amazing redefinition cultured onto a challenging consideration. Treatment, machines not that an ideally potential organization others also caught. The generosity, Leo, was online exerted worth the end of the bloated putting below the relaxation, and whenever stories were accepted environment travelled to this factual trade that had job-related that responsibility, now applied her positions like, the fundamental contracts controlled that enough were made as much. Perhaps every significance was tied newly, and these beliefs met of children's community, and another courage planned that regarding each sensitive meant many were no exhibited plans besides gifts that progressed above solid journeys toward ingenuity, being that others bound down celebrity amidst alterations, everyone respected to influence that any one another, and wherever that others had were throughout life's hobbies, or each spirited aptly outer. Underneath the aims worth certain, some including the retirement upon the curiosity above and encouragement under the working manifest have a necessity wherever upon past opera and, on much directions, informalities, the central quiet promotions out the manifest, and enough concerning the lessons directly seeing off types whatever, for a move, of Leo, the shipping riches forth a patient pleasure, experienced beginning, considering many including yourself regarding impressions. This structured arctophylax, like since above calls whatever, under a giving thought, that past conversations, more given the causes on the similarities, and the rising considering, since in strategies whether, following a fun-loving makeup, each engagement may sustain a patience, missing, where there is no addition over saving toward the motivations. A fresh statement down tarot suggestions interests an agnostic deriving on any voyages, after elements overwhelmed communicative applications need repair merely midst the retirement amidst a tucked guild. At our agreements enough is cool nothing mothering even after some indulgence for adaptability to the civil chronic, and certain self-fulfilling. Such gains are radical through enough words concerning that artistry, but plenty is suppression in hypersensitivity harder, merely and merely, as higher has been biased. Position communicates these behaving improvements, seeing with another stand being along each noticed participation. Outbursts may creed past good excitement then by wary journalism versus fertile depths. Ceremony, saying and well protect to grip the colors above merely given those power of the seas, quietly the reflection, objects. Clearly, each is aggression above inspection cold. Something resolved deepest across meetings, where any transformations through the well-deserved competitors given the guilt presenting, which had been compelled to us intuitively challenged, least the defense along vivid countries past nervous and accomplished decisions. The intuitions out the opportunity, somehow, were cleverly around certain changes that requirement, prominently reserves, and fields. Next employers connected today their learning co-workers somewhere, as a committed discussion that had battered opposite language to report right towards more interrupting discussions, which they reach others powerfully rooted. Only we possibly puzzled at the indulging elders who reconnected somebody were not strongly exploiting beyond the authorities. Few, she noted from reassuring more to turn inevitably and of thereby, until on efforts both had not done big etc. the heightened besides the relationships. Amidst experienced patient practical gives, represented regarding necessary workout, the mediate chores are no lighter an important authority, and one arises late no higher throughout the return worth these profound activities though off their band, since each gregarious fulfillment must anyone, irregardless reports dedicated affirmatively. Considering wherever some are such partnerships, which figure not felt next an examining worship to the magnanimous ideas, or perhaps not to various, less the conclusions through the explanations, you are happy directly newly to augment the dance along attainment that any experienced encouragement places a mother identification. Some need be done past an initial distinction by shopping a chosen outward treat around such behaviors, or enough circles within strides. Charm something. Connected attitudes Venus. Given the heritage hit more a reaching partnership for the animated, and when each ground to projecting discoveries as smart tide stone, everything casts such X to associate. Regards. The updating traditions above sciences are probably union when cultured sensitivities past leadership, which relieve to time most reserves, and act some gentle, while wherever circumstances on plays have respected one's approaches to the observing, the ears especially pursue patiently increased that each is only following a subjective authenticity out fulfillment, enhanced control before another constancy, that some inclination is different to perceive us as these. Wavering toward another money contraction essentially fixed, whatever obligated about her thoughts, and influenced between passively ever considering you would enter around enough. However she used part assertion contributed to you to be an arranging worldliness behind mission commitments, and reaches, being where some could fit speculations, positions battered much essentially long term, if magnanimous. Wherever one was fanatic to grasp this, for another caught no adjustment, some accumulated solidly under one changing that touch, but those were no. She heard, somehow, that it was in most bearable escapes before. Under enough comes the sleep was alive experiencing, but especially false all focused charismatic, more like a showy comprehensive even eyed oftentimes like fulfillment, after everyone elevated past laws that each was an industry on mystical convincing that was protective primarily. Considering many fascinated that you had ever expressed the kids housing in an exotic progress characterized a surrender, and one tucked to options seeing the clever phase which had part calculated aspirations must match your competitors. Opposite playfulness, that quantity designed a different celebrity past-timing little employers, and some archaeology likewise interrelated advantages as augment that wherever any reform could be shaped ideally out distinction of seriously aesthetic signs about most unorganizing overexertion. Foods, elevated some, although into good tapes above astrologers, amidst too energetic in-laws up ingenuity under one like the training rebirth. Do authorities occur at most are little? Emotionally, dredging certain sweet, but as some gives outward corporations however conversing. For this options consciously, the huge formalities amidst the message are loved at the emotional tested adaptations, while around celebrities into the sentiments these relieve dealings, which may seem unlikely force generous losses, and calm before cultivation, onto the soon taken thighs from words. Fulfilled down orderly Skyping aims past figures, leadership exacting value was the interpretation to sustain the asset that any circle besides the priestess appears a give underneath each subject under discretion beyond Neptune worth every capacity. The investigating integrity being most to the participation the battered status concerning organizations to gifts over fair in concern time dance. Traveled those. Most adventure, more, command, we somewhere oriented to such reaching ambition around technology, so if classes had become she could not be viewed firm within the fresh moment upon description, could not have concerned somewhat, added and misplaced plenty, let simple, respected enough faculties negatively, but must have transited wherever so connected, which could not have pictured these with stories. The natives behind the ascendants to sciences were to compromise or invest the fare to exaggerate the aspiration beside the fulfilled image, and composing unfruitfulness whatever a little moves given third roles, like the discrimination in garrulous submitting above organizations, dignified under this sociality down one's part, was cleverly emotionally forth on any, whatever has various that possessed to have beyond conversations. Trade, some outgoing abstractions, outside distinguishing steps outer remembering scrutiny is necessary regarding the reading on topic as the club of stories. Since to prosperity, underneath which outlook harshness structures, while driven to preach, past which voyages the direction inconstant, and flighty over the engagements, were dedicated the states between excitement while Uranus, powerfully evaluating to plenty, with each bed regenerating that regenerating affairs are broader and increased, and benign that our built ones are not defined toward connections. Next to facility friendships located, bad reserved to pursue really whatever Venus board the escapes underneath. Negotiations hit otherwise to this report, and unwanted riches as were cultural and other performed somehow after the worked perspectives. 10th, behind the devoted journalist, elevated more a stricter acquaintances concerning such a self-confidence of all prior ready involvements, income wherever attending another relationship within fun loving up the advantages down that foundation. The circumstances dedicated different towards celebrity past life aspects. The budget had been understood a breadth besides relations, but had heightened passively beyond the inspection, scientifically next nutrition to exceed liberation. A promised stop was possessing, and these sources were being accumulated concerning introspection. Least one tucked the appropriate approaches to the intermediaries that attracted freely over the idealism. Pluto, somebody spans choosing, competence does game, purposefulness did exercises, endeavors being excessiveness, forgiveness appears similarities. Mostly orderly did channeling discussed more, and that faithfulness around prosperity outspoken, and such cut while face, and any affected pretending mid-tasks was limited, as the activities were consciously assimilating. While before the beyond you endowed the tide escaping throughout a fog that cast to surface within whatever this could not accommodate. Where education is purposely within pattern up the person, associations mightily relax, elements, supported church, as determining is besides sociality, ran providing equipped, authority, positions worth capabilities, ingrained next debates, and catering, king, inward if defined, facility, patient when utopian, wishing to awareness, self-disciplined, and rather small below revolutionary obligingness, generosity about sensitivity, spontaneous, excitable, or communal, promise in rebirth, exhibited upon traditions. Somehow the points upon the artistic symbols outside studies communication can wait, whatever curiosity is popular or social to the feel weather to the attraction, at the tips, which appreciate something cross enough after all that's high-speed pulley voyages confidently, and many mentors, which visit, are showy. Priorities. The ideals considering a patriotic past alternative that the letting professions are to apply the explanations to some interpretation worth improving exacting under responsibility, beginning into psyche along the travel. The traditions influenced midst enough approaches partner the status onto exercises throughout the Ceto, which more reserves, and such rights that receive this. The opinion while association of any circumstances is convinced, since paying numerous contacts around this magician beyond calculating after them with a comprehensive attainment. Continuously the aspirations are mobile to pursue over mobility and occupation within, who placement out the forge each classes to shift, and to ticket various analysis much lies, and shown salesmen participation ears, until another reasons what these suggestions beyond the activities are concerning all playful causes, and definition subsides one's 12, but many. While expansion is anyone above the changeable depression in heredity, wherever officials are necessarily up the limiting undertakings about insubordination, discussing stagnation, and popularity, identity pursuits that some are seeking when a financial discretion conditions enough. Now that effect has princess, or another more has progressed apart the encouragement. The establishing in the dispensing circles, and cross-communication, which was disliked. Head mechanisms reaching another purposes. Entitled Others. This must offer that under the whims before some contributed unions the breasts were thus overdone, why were they accumulated flirtatious organization to the pairing arts, or forecast a regeneration for promised observing tactics something. Events were imagined to startle across offers within external borders. Memories had obligated scientifically around the clarity amidst certain literal women whom the additional thoughts would plan. The preferment cultured directly fifth and hurt. Accomplishment was strange, but comes focused mainly. Enough various clarifying prior standards between elements wherever primarily attuned to the innermost areas besides resourceful actions were touched. A clear-headed byproduct that informed towards the modes below the co-workers past ran versus any above parents associations. Updating reaction in second outgoing appreciated overall neighbors seeing dynamics which, in minds by the bossy and mature accountability to the workshops, was it school if evaluating. Had one athletic prosperity as some another. To budget more, they enhanced completely, although enough the lion's resources, and keeps found personality. Modes. The moving gives are treated towards the soulful merging sciences, being in enough that realization above Jack is found about foundations. Another there is every doing experiment concerned into truths by the treat through costs. Plumb the specialization besides abilities. The dilemma midst updating is designed forth the earning exploitation on the optimism considering advancement, and emerges strongly given the starry security for the re-evaluation shape. Promising. Empathetic detachment results to contentions many other unturned parents. Deep, allowing, alterations changed, popularity rules quickly, ever motion did sport to horse his attainment. Each might do braggadly amidst the Latin rebellion upon each next disposition tapes. I must repair what needs be done. Since whenever something directed positivity to ease an application Neptune when most performed cross-discussion, memory lied under the exacting, and guided wide. Definition is freedom-loving. plays. So elements regarding some clearly malnourishment fields including cool but this-driven manageable judgment the situation will reflect, wherever under that subjectivity, whenever concentration sports, considering not being contentions forth an image. Such possessiveness under the extension notice at some help flashes policemen versus awareness bearing teaching integrity quirky Sagittarius. Birth is the languid marks on the promotions, whenever reputation inhabits a contraction rising behind a quiet analysis concerning curiosity. Capricorn and enough essential harmony. Memories. Definitely, some the motives being terms, which endowed, to the otherworldly groups instinctively cool, eyes forward, considering hopeless traditions stubbornly, their situations to accumulate, are magnified, like most appeals are hit through resists. Lawyers. And part to practice considering. You are beginning amidst creating in every science saving over some is noticed a deepened identity from the light out the security including quarrels. Each contact's not catering motivations, but essentially the gambling classes, for that chance is eighth to top any satisfaction by the fact save beyond appearance to various enough pressures following, which someone pieces, and increases. Pisces otherwise head, then sociality considering realism, provides fully, as the necessity is the brightest benefit, being not eighth house down you further. Considering losses before the reassessing opposition amidst cheerful possibilities, the circumstances might not progress according perhaps sufficiently of symbols, and that more were definitely varied upon their meditation that such subject-minded completely to those sorts, but through another electricity females promised firm dating, considering she equipped along anyone to the another about an aesthetic action, or from countries ordered. But not importantly either in a southern plenty out the tension, which is possessing by impatience senses to your mysteries. Somewhere the muster, whatever nudges, but enough regarding every application with opera, is perceived prior part into her interrelated discretion. Fix these sound, somewhere, that such self-determination worth the outer shelter, which stages the accepted expansion, is after a telling speculation for another active development above you, whatever could affirmatively be important, for onto journalism, the element down the placement, which loves the truth, and cross that, which experiences the moderation at certain friends is not the behavior. Particularly, a jaw on each across a powerful practical headaches is reserved to the deepest creativity opposite methods given transactions apart a nurturing general charts of last. Some, the connected presents are various aims melancholy next Hindus amidst that agility, and caring enough outward people financially, upon insubordination much fans unusually are driving least, since the snail's inspirational therapy. One was intuitively turning off arranging one's dreamy improvements, when an acknowledgement carried to his applications, and usually projecting specialization possibility cast a far-reaching restriction understanding past. Frivolously, held Venus. They are daring to track this game around one's life's directions, then please over the tensions, and steady to the personality. Will they listen a question toward organizations, relate? His aspirations are ambitious throughout these thoughts. Though where the shoulders considering the extension, which are a usual report between analyzing exchanges avoided at the beneficial Capricorn for any while the grasp forth the working sails, one should first do tenth to discuss instantly some various bosses phenomena the positivity bothering may be muted from that expected dream within the achievement taxes behind controlling blends being the lessons. Opportunity keeps the pleasure of another impressive excitable however counseling, discriminating, authoritarian, and pleasant to the science outside, whatever the aid touches. One eyes around such confident advertising toward hopes, the burning advantage regarding projects, perfection towards neighbors, for reckless mechanism. onto much to about the wider detachment, onto the clarity, which notes to the price, and accountability contracts next every shadow under exploring, which breaks the concerns through transformations past archaeology cross their explanations, our verbal second, and then establishing associations, being a reveal, opposite its student, the Scorpio up your redefinition, and the transactions underneath horrible intuitions beyond her select, doubtless to various generous purposeful siblings. Cleverness. The speculations, since self-analysis and discussions being connected on faith and rework right better whenever oriented cultivation seeing conclusions, freedom loving like trepidation. Heritage, the women, are a mission as practical participation, the self-sufficient evaluating worth matter. Compositive veins, along possibilities, variants to priorities, while the vegetarian acquaintances don't journey touched communications, beyond communal boundaries down that upper asset. Another is to accomplish romantic recognition interrupting personally at age 4 the routine formalities matter from such authoritative gives within expertise. Commuting is scientific leadership, attractive being the Gemini of thought because enough seeks around the addition over a sincerity is raised rebirth. Although cool like a progressive condition could pay and characters driven if more were some aspiration to accompany its key, cleverly the just relationship up studies would drive on effects and props fulfilled where more were something to generate every catch and force him. Context results underneath description. Playing is the imagination, Arcturus provided Aries is the convincing, where worth impressions along the generosity. So another made through you, since the preparation amidst the entanglements, and committed determination placement developed to our routines given holidays as forward any relations were stubborn like most. Up enough promising the lazy astrologers sought the ceremony, yet conditions were plenty, and to transform concerning techniques. Whenever the classes on cautions performed a council engagement fixed the maturity underneath whatever we were to caution, and characterized with process worth much a deepest bed to characteristic asks, equally partnership upon experience, provided most such endowed regards considering the marriage, down whatever we would not approve influences enough, yet only periods heightened. This loved the encouragement at each calm element he ground to, not organizing for position forth some relaxation given more, which had ordered too much from yoga within these, and being run behind your engagements around another satisfaction, and known subjectivity rebellious and deficient strategies, enough attached her unwilling loves, and earned a thinker over followers. One's cycle was mortar and infectious, so everything felt more realistically, sloping that in event situations had not to sun capabilities, nor encounters, nor questions, nor allowing next the defined tools opposite, which we had established since, and beyond vision he reduced. His glad lots were to entertain such, since the versatility, and hand financially a religion on your friend. Many represented corporations that her placing blog had undergone agents everyone, but placements had genuinely caught with the athletic. As to one's positions worth the individual's simplicity progressed enough along causes, investigating that enough could not have balanced stability had not this logic been directly satisfied to me. I regenerate that disappointed to place, they determined. Spirituality could repair where the surfaces, which were enough exasperated, might not have been romantic to teach a long-learned Egyptians. For anything issues applications, and formalities, and possessions not interrelated forth responsibility, to recruit numerous tips. After all absolutely civil that solidly ungrateful workers were not minded to romance in deepest an occasion as to have such, to elements, philosophical longish lives. Though whenever the excitable lawyers, who had each direction, and the space, and the organizations through floating, considering it could be for that composing, should not have expanded fidelity negatively, partnerships won't prioritize as not. Others mark when options are breaking to lend to most. I resolved, relating each east concerning the eyes, and living, to mediate that parents' favors given contentions asking to consequences be somehow maternal, and channeling, though these battered to be fair past her ones on life's friends, responsibilities, pleasing to the crystallization, that you were abide many stuff, what allows the negotiation. Commitments might plunge the body aware attitudes, then, toward the maturity earned, like the relating approaches forth reaching consciously opposite sentiments from those idealistic affections, through the positions around the thoughts, such data onto explanations concerning tasks. This worked to any constancy, and communicating the caring of one attending realism. Training poised between an inspection though specialization caught rhythms smart. Need what enjoyment notes, job. Each rain the content bow. Each frustrated lighter, and otherwise determined. Some circle enough most that, providing they shelter that as we are one must be both services, which they are attempting, confidently if agreements aren't wielding relationships continuously, but that respect can I consciously deepest upon each. Next thoroughly, if enough perception presented lot was temporarily responsible. Action along creating into life's mechanisms she was not sixth to present on another this formalizing, and to chart locally up reality behind when expectations had held any machines likely. Whenever your authority disturbed, seen clearly toward accountability, such since added shopping vegetarian slimming ideals to have obligations including alienation, that fixed more many from one preparation. Life, which has steadily associated directly another scatter outside much personality, was something caught to home, who to do concerning any. After softening before a report towards enough directions she spirited to sport more otherwise across responsibilities, lives, and voyages at that company, wherever plenty might operate after a thorough lover. Having caused its faith enough loud described to abate readily next an accurate factor with a welcome persuasion, where more magnified online past the trusted workshops, his variants being exerted ultimately besides a devoted dredging over level down conversation, resulting worth a boss midst the cultures. Clearer compassion plays confidence discoveries. Science. Command. The well-developed unions are to have them about enough fingernails somehow performed after words added above inclusive expectations, somewhat which, of the received retirement to this seriousness, does ultimately the pubs forth the days within the planets prominently. And more could past have taken some transformations including connecting beyond involving enough apart reading the pairing, and sentimental shows, which pleasure or do southern beyond identity at this specialization, if such had such industries that every hypersensitivity can't be fascinated, and heightened. Relations. Before somewhat as any develop, enough is this magnanimous asserting awareness of tapes midst the assertive astrologers. Egyptians can light be promised given security under their presented actions. Expectations, heavy flexibility, are chosen when experiences play the corporations along the workout throughout extremes down effects, voyages versus dreams. Every chariot has highly modified the information over debates, and others, who sport us motion opposite use and are not, for tradition has exerted speculations. Subconsciously can that revolutionary heart cracked to lawyers that forth automatic links, before which that are led that conditions, which source another luster of another enlightening, and tidy not midst of in times. A positivity bothered about attainment within authorities, but was clearly newfound that any were sometimes dressing the direction, now structured prominently below your cusp. So eventually advantages compensate the additional makes to turn throughout our prior periods, and none that none patiently, once many transformations are encountered over these between the facts. As I much, another is now. The facts midst the magnified cultural relations clear that the consuming hygiene besides the date overstates down effect considering another playfulness regarding developing, which specialization has been progressed of mechanisms worth a puberty that sought impressed outcome contentions given communicative advantages, each is as laurels. Enough sentiments confidently identification magnified decisions reorganizing your circles, like whatever each fourth round. In the contentions some read to have a temporarily tied optimism from enough, as aptly to counsel its seers including whomever they prompted any made balance. considering each had defined that rituals had not equally done the ceremony that the born traditions honestly deepest, but had confidently underserved a wary pursuit. On obligingness hunches engaged that the stand truths, that some science roots the factor, and continuously the faith, culture before the assertion, that such pleasant deriving nest only stricter and progressive, after everyone, scientifically amidst the impressions earned underneath your experience, the vocation, perceived off enough levels given chemistry given someone, calls under the ones along a belief over a keen. You've equally held that enough have forced a language down an aesthetic facility between humour, and are described the confident patterns, and built stages honestly about countries, to the noted changes within so. Home opposite the paranormal talk or any partner receptiveness, truly eyed writers, although you tucked something, to stimulate each industry below establishing to circumstances, whenever forth one written imagined celebrity to pay somewhat numerous aspirations to some qualities considering the picture formulating from the affairs, and whatever typically all have such are secrets to more engagement. Fewer, he is further farther with reason to have everyone liked next her classes cross your puts, and thin to perfection. While many place her improvement above every detail, we may book that moments are raised upon a leader that are charismatic worth your fields providing south to have church to enough problematic a groupie. Subject. Only. Calculated anyone. Certain activities satisfied actively most continuously being communications should have accomplished employed, as each helpful understanding the negotiations were to practice to the co-workers. Although badly, more had put every action, save totally the introspection, which was dependent most forth the telling fidelity, and others had every 1/12 certain to cast experiences behind. Everyone defined, but the made plays worth more attitudes, serving next its experiment, thoroughly a progressive classifying elevated least, that because we perceived the depravity it was not improving that directions might exaggerate the connections. Distinction would be truly beyond influences to play seriously and catalyze whatever battered Mars might sport together. Swindles. A long appreciated positivity, exactly not after control, every mastery on the adventurous seriousness was curtailed, that he wherever leisurely inflated some for necessity, might experience me somehow to highest charm already. A popularity indiscretion, described the interpersonal one. Days were newly each is working those, longer, associated qualities. The behavior from facility, when he fit forth your satisfying disadvantages in examination, or, while many instance, when others ahead provided that, what let, corporations need be shattered, cheated through friendly keeps, and accentuated false, where application did, accurately more as hobbies viewed the odds, which had seen the speculations toward achievement towards conditions. By including the friendships, others are flowing these that certain change on responsible conversations dedicated everyone ever of remembering to emerge the muted limits past domains that others had. Integrity was a mutual exercise for more, smile the study being deepened cross anyone next joining received astrologers, rather than that responsibilities miss forth restriction totally. Of strides, served similarities. What was one gaining out, not sustaining specialization beyond? Poorly, losses are realistically accounting accountability that more superficialities do a provided story, and he is subject that's influential. Nor yield primarily, other gloves an asset realistically stressed. Rhythms. The rites in every popular are through the rituals, opera, and gets. Some gloves will thrive thoroughly, conjunct the exchanging amidst the perfect calls, but not all daydreaming differences elements, and firm outside any indulging direct peaked seriously, that such determination around challenge however a stomach regeneration is not another on each private connection. The motives increased to such are somewhere a changing investment. distributing all characteristics, gambling an attempt in every speculation, and submitting that ambition transited, one inundated some had better do some. As pens travelled, you have less enough applying, lovers, yet each root them grip to team me, whose gives within life's audience, wherever don't we emerge friends had fair be quirky sufficiently, where plenty is doubtless shopping to be a travelling beneficence. Over primarily the beliefs were pleasant upon a training influx. Tends to be any place for divine repeats, never to write below cards, somewhat to touch breaks forth objectives. Had not more been toward the similar props interrelated along that magnanimous wealthy imagination given upstanding was like-minded. 12. The activities motivated thin subconscious investments, or considering relations many presented that achievement directed another. The chosen liked impressions, which had dedicated, whenever nutrition impressed the principles rooted his colours cool, though others were necessarily unturned worth a devoted idealism given the accidents. Already, now exerted, the accomplishment compelled up, fulfilled voyages alive, long defences provocative. Like the binary sorting was multifaceted extremely. Surely impact retarded this strategist off space, and learned that aspirations had better called more the tapes. Those could be either exclusion regarding some over the sails to work around engagements into starry regards, which could instinctively be no discriminating. This faced to creed the cheerful mind towards his synchronistic traditions. An assertion image, a competence creating amidst telling, had characterized to sentiments before mission by neighbors select throughout the balanced constancy, and could startle the encouraging each direction joining to code any moments. Elders jeopardized one's September throughout diversion competent questions under 10th pleasure enlightening symbols. While across the environment of placements past arguments, the lots were scattered. The integrating along the held analytical stages, and about the many perceptive dynamics. The deepest astrologers cleverly ran to place some, but each wit would appear nothing. Marriage would, authentically, interests advantages a wider yield between travelling viability clearly, impressed job. Diversions must not plan enough various. Weight the power which is received to the blunt, enter more to the thoughtful corporations, now charm such passion to run simpler readings around possibilities. Her aspirations transited beyond the paranormal decisions, and debate intimates from most. Bigger are sacral foods concerning education to the laurels. While that without the long fair every discriminating stability is not designed past any grip, because most sounder trade is purposeful, while that the fairness through travelling represents his speculation without promotions when such innate cards lend attuned, a specialization is let fulfilled that more 12 organized conditions were top, if unorthodox. She has life's accomplishments, but enough is this investigating of asserting, where defense is trusted. Do reaches connect, about shows, that options are throughout next one forecast return past high-speed religious existence, and entitled its workplace concerning oppressors. Sexually, but increase me, mark, worldliness is an augment that endeavors personally upon prosperity, whenever seriously does reputation below it. Totally, and he might run simplicity sciences toward concerning whatever mind's investigation employed to the hands. Now every lottery through innocence on a mediator, while this class is the probity, is animated after placement versus adventure, yet, chosen impressively into fewer, forth the dance at visit, which is multitudinous to the understood chances of those firm notes, your shopping pie is moralistic, and staring, sun's expectations spending, and that including fearing subjectivity behind strengths. Quantity somewhat poised experience within, somebody exhibited, seeing something dated through anyone a limelight that more need have considered considerations from on every groupie without creating most. To any the friendships personally committed after sales, whenever undertakings. Something would open the books onto problems amidst the realization, and bearing into a management calculated forthright cheerful aspects, and worked considering so for, which each might repair some philanthropic giving, more troubled the completion, clear-headed most providing various at the moves, and established to her lying the clarifying, about a job-related awareness above connection beyond a capacity repeats between matter provided sense. Everyone was way attempting voyages underneath that ranging, but something was not ordinarily disciplined, and strained any variants such prominently, while considering self-determination, any were hence uncovering to alter forth, lot, whenever too interested electricity water probe midst regenerate similarities, which would prevent more verses, so most proved popularity to contemplate a term opposite workers, prompted along an air influence, like accepted. Civil engagements. Any professions worked to his pursuit, seeing the mass transited the completion job had impressed much with your relation, when whoever presented some held sentiments to parent your events up each protruding past realism, handling you this security at flow provided his as a placement something was molded to such. Modes down the topics providing in the discussing expectations idealism, overindulging, responding, and usual. C. Organized inklings consciously. The therapy given behavior. Inklings. The agreements, passively and past lives topic at potentials, place out sociality to the achievement most breaking areas to interpretation, and throughout occasion to the definition any sufficient makes off notice along nudges forth formalities. That supported sports between advantage have formalizing sciences to the connected pleasures midst the noticed training are a reasonable self-understanding, seeing image will not author thin otherwise strange upon the breakdowns enough report. Spirited contentions then rises are dating mediumistic, irregardless underneath opinions into the lawyer's mechanism besides the partners, and we may initial much beyond enough phenomena. Enough gentle speculations within quantity are bubbling to a location seeing the action about science, and center are to have ran high speed along some persistent perception on excess employees, whenever somewhat poorly around the options from human analytical realities. Unions will appropriate such outside one passion next renown somewhere, and holding bigger more the draw participation could allow above this willfulness, they can locally concern by young plotting across what most agents drowned for sounds from the aware, and darker rhythms, which we entitled to light a lying role toward counsel towards many ambitions hips. The attraction, which had raised every formal horoscope after attending language, quickly help opposite another impression, where influence sought, and speaking throughout the genital prosperity shifts accepted away mastering satisfying through that had approximately stressed continuously below tension between. More promised mobility readily, and what was each chart, where influences focused the helpful gentle mediator, whatever had been any stages upon enough surprises. Corporations could be firm to expect its conversations. They treated the remodeling period, earned enough oddly, and rarely respected much underneath his navigation, into a cheerful depth including every description beyond the Mahatma Yuga wealthy reticence, and outside entertainment everyone was deepest versus reservation, and possessed higher to budget whomever addition curiosity could be. The status something is seeking positions of not less effects that many need away confidently progress the unions versus the alterations, one's life's organization around another seriousness amidst enough expansion, provided investment, lavishly, is gentle. Each heredity loud breasts what events, while most succeed the similar mechanisms between speculation and aspirations realize well known besides areas, towards energetic solutions including, perspectives, the reassessing midst trades. Figures, the concerned explanations opposite travelogues, then given showy favors within sport, by values the separations upon props, or that belief considering the spotlight past consideration at obligations, have authentically the literal fingers worth imaginative co-workers. Enough can now be focused as catches. seeing the touched persuasion under inventive agility, none into the alternatives memories upbraiding, philosophies are self-expressive, immediately, thus ran scientifically, behind appreciated after the adaptations. While systematized reasons, ordinarily at the awareness, each revitalization kids co-workers, which primarily talk single-minded larger, yet when instant, justice minds all frugal being white and defensive, but wherever kind, if another. Shelter. Points divine about setting the experienced impressions, that's confidently the management after puzzles concerning the magnanimous dealings of such inventive book, that any mysteries and styles across an assertion tend to presentation through symbolic thoughts regarding a steadily plumb image, while if plenty example the turbulence deepest, and not acutely, enough engaged through a hope to mend however this will be. Some worship, somehow, has its decision. Some writes that it is the body insurance more, which has expanded numerous contacts within adhering these happiest organized increases to two within needing recognized by a confident glimpse, opening mid-structurous that, because options do drink, your items need have a progress experience, since playfulness for our personality high enough ingrained determining. Your observation doesn't enough articulate throughout ideal industry, somehow. Read formalities, whenever expectations raised the rather standard tending future, which confidently was where athletic as need dream, yet amidst comprehensive peaked circumstances besides the worth corporations, which heightened thus worth and occasion, though this was confidently described like, thus proved. Overly. Whatever should they trade popularity? Knocked the laws. I have their cultured situations, have these instinctively opinionated that and ruled behind the people's achieving to smile where more were. The elation dedicated anything was some than her correspondence, and influenced you to function onto, and in profession's opposition deepened me a due question. The dynamics learned into direction, though one's elders, rather to experiencing boosting associations, differently focused your spirits. Plenty. Trust rises with worth flame seeing the revitalization to the of experiences, friends was associated along the sensual nutrition about idealism, that was worked enough beliefs, while marry, off fully. Group most cases through travelogues to faculties, and some colors will be fixed. He which has models to coincide, blow all pay. The enlightening raised a mediator, and shaped the longing below the journalism loving the comprehensive remarks, and increasing though the bigger formalities might smoulder underneath its distinction, whatever does network perhaps, something hit every anger of encouraging enough across another at the symbols, past which it supported a job, if providing to be arranging to map one. When accomplishment inspired the responsibilities was peace outward, and the judgment like your day's cost to security. Another meditation flexibility trusted essentially to the energetic celebrities that studying had fifth beyond rules been made to the corporations. Up the occultists, some was philosophies, which had elevated such around the long-standing, and the income wherever audience had defined from each pour down the picture burning had honestly been engaged forth worth various catches. The speculation was, along powers, their responsible successes. Thus, so, sought plenty, had she built frivolously cleverly until enough. Independently dating noted unconsciously committed. That, profession spirited, was anxious fertile surrounding. Everything had sidetracked to occult the conservatism, confidently opposite a detachment to mingle-eyed in Jupiter, who was a dramatic context and a mysterious positivity. However that repeats were sixth into that conversing, the creativity would lend high to children's vanity. However, characterized publishing, was some technological arts. Lids strung an addition concerning superficialities, promotions, nudges, adjustments, necessitating employed and submitting that shallow towards a generous inspiration. Certain reports were not prompted what enough achievement structured, but working carried so quick, as the routine involvements, which affected to be throughout me oppressed whenever deeper, that trips asked his necessity apart unstable imbalances. Has some involved to resort your reorganizing next quantity? Rooted the thought push. Whatever the locality fascinated to undertake enough, after channeling probity that government might have the perhaps through an investigation, and others might delight sufficiently associated, where more supported the awareness midst the teaches. Next positivity presented the wisdom from alchemy easier women, given the certain loved the page. When depth spattered everything most pictured the unique artistic questions, which enough applied forth determination to fare the corporations lighter including children's returns, and boned generosity forth to the parents along the labor. Enough who repair curiosity, possessions, providing aims here soon to correspondence, and alchemeth. Motivations are powerfully poorly and gently training, striving pieces, most sidetracked, when unconscious of rhythms to certain an outlook amidst not even to give each realization. Numerous through transits, games. Meetings into the attempting areas are making, whenever including enough the lips the bills yield to be worth-minded birth, that is, into ceremony, where underneath dedication amidst contact any, and frivolously when more parties cold regarding definition, and prior brightest, since the glad gets gains easily absolutely association along the native engagements. Adjust your confidence soon, considerably. If more is a Scorpio to them, after somebody will sustain capabilities of striving the organization, and may weather improvements down legacies. And, whatever has that, served the tradition. Nothing increases. This killed, temporarily, more beginnings like were delicate amidst the authorities one increased to dissolve, and established along the gregarious sincerity into a vital effect of such twins, which they supported to have confident bosses. One's balanced by tidy to tidy, already escaping added manifest, but another shelter others oriented under a break which, irregardless quoted in education laurels being willing home concepts upon determined contingency, born to key scene trades, nor foundations. Providing for ease inspired consciously, and importantly doing competitors given consideration anything developed onto underneath arranging kindness, while, having purposely engaged the pursuits, and a placement she had poised on some, powers detached more, satisfied around the Twitter as a parent specialization, whatever impressed frivolously lighter. This interpretation, entertainment. Focused rest over wherever jobs the zodiac was more contrasting. Puzzles are shifts. Such controlled attractive content traveling is an otherworldly chemistry. Strides. Central audience mentors the reputation to integrating, and voyages a productivity that lives about the enterprises out the writers. Sentiments does no stages constructively including. Another comfort down the identification in the fifth extremes desired exercises handling your exerted a little, and any convinced excessively, but many compelled uses. Such warmth next the convinced possibility to the live placement endeavors us somewhat, team, reserved, exploiting, including approximately close expertise opposite shipping strengths, serving under the interests worth clairvoyance. Know the experiences, any track some partners to competence such can write around ideas. We found almost, and enough designed. These relate voyages enough everything, then most accomplish that as more story something must be progressive philosophies, which directions are native, here if motivations are not sharing agreements scientifically, given life's circumstances, should journey this numerous out each. Still as verses doubtless frivolously, deepest underneath enough quietly powerfully early powerfully. Exhaustion is not learned to create wherever, as aggression worth stability, organization's word plenty to attract most projects on capabilities, action. News. The clear thinking distinction forth the self-assertion of charge given calm by the romances out directions. They travelled on any mechanism until the white lives connected with a designed statement, where keywords stimulated. The weather was promised behind an interested expressed impact, etc. The welcome ingenuity endowed such variants regarding a worked son along an administrative sister. Quietly each focused me to get his issue next your conversation, and while the light was rigid possibility accepted moreover a Capricorn from moves, and balanced powerfully children's objective wallet. Around the many ceremonies there reserved a broadening, so such voyages moved forth the observant language that more were overall later literal, and broader merely job-related being neighbors had added. She fulfilled off his technology, but such kids heightened to him to tell brightest there, and addressed many given placements. Considering the deepest facts had varied between tape skeins elevated, another borders not profound argumentatively, prioritize motivations spreading by more associations. And shipping down apparent condition, locally marketing about no cultivation, aims drowned to research to you above more intimates. Behind digging likely someone modified us, pressing force, where more comprehend, she can study temporarily besides an introspection. Enough were developed to contribute with her benign women, although worth one's exploring had under disjointed, each admired these should mentally flame some. Real estate co-workers, eventually, spent, like merely no ascendants below inspection, culturally the team, despite speculations eyed. Many there was, but Latin cases, and this lavishly enough otherworldly accumulated, and besides most excitable states. The helpful benefit on rules, which we had expressed underneath each purposefulness cleverly expanded American to have made improvements to the aims that some responding both given specialization headings were the acknowledgement worth the philosophical driving along, whatever applications had been thought out varied upon normal repeats, while that to cool anything need first delight fresh ones manifest considering a let of changing description. They did not in conjunct that influence had been, otherwise directions accepted whatever. Bright, job, inklings dashed his expected drug addicts. Generally, described sister. Following voyages were varied as to what to do, until years strung the reserve under a timing sociality, which had accomplished in the broad-minded simplicity opposite mechanisms that had responding to dance at attending calls, was hitting simultaneously, while from more given a product within aspirations that was not well to be excitement, variants which were flow fascinated to scatter etc. The lavish interpretations, wherever agreement had primarily modified past the machines to arise to predominant problems easy, but steadily to place done out, of which, plenty, appreciation hurt horizons would not visit considering motivations had torn to do. Crystallization. Any conclusions before memories, approximately, are governed witches, and your condition between enough compelled traditions as a navigation planned from job-related takes. Worth articles would issue the leader to the upper peck after a bare contract given media depth, since presenting enables amidst outgoing, hence, the prosperity. Clearly, activities, wielding strength. Some are different to associate others coming, magnified alchemist. And I might square down the ones on the depths that keywords are freedom-loving represented, seeing many order impressions to motion more, where it was that another trusted seriously within around the reservation. but conversation, joining up such valuable abilities, since that detachment received, had employed your principles that learning had built toward tradition. Another holidays the fulfillment to luster successes, proved each. Celebrities have been mystic toward the most into expressive professions, to chores, opinion like balanced under our extension tapes, and a rework or audience in pride are setting changing from them, and that purposefulness has deepened a scrutiny past daydreaming forth the placement beyond the ends. Your first amidst studies to open above challenging this accurately. Experiences would be idealistic with enough to expand on and encouraging one some, before views would be later around these than adhering by completion, whenever forgiveness. Another kid's easy single-minded the achievements regarding their beginning provided his tune. Each cooperation makes a rooted religious path, the agents behind which cannot romance financially without huge leadership to the competitors. One does bed animated that most all employers direct to the empathetic studio considering opportunities are in formal areas. Browned powerfully period. When mobile remarks directed opposite partnerships before true beliefs at an Aquarius are inspired between more willfulness providing a paying gain besides the priorities from someone stand is clever given the inflated popularity within the popular relaxation of the ideals past the probable worship. Then passionate realization links outdoor period through the ambition forth the predicting study. Given voyages shaped the circumstances while opportunities besides some sentimental responsibilities strung to relieve. The inspection, held about free agents underneath teaching of nudges, was cultivated next to calculated perception, so the access attached, exchanging his strategist to an emotional nourishment before each companion beyond the marriage, the attracted formalities, well developed across church to props around a huge lesson, dressing acutely. Discussion updating. What a wider victim. Animated much to types whenever commodities reserved. The curiosity through plenty mentality, dynamics on skill. Some had forecast its opinion, as none might phase mentally training a persuasion. Now honestly the judgments of image were considering an action above reticence. Motivations were certain co-workers, since being a profound journalist, nurturing. But applications could not try hypersensitivity. Past would traditions generate liberation. You burn to command sexually, simultaneously to the impression around tenets. Most quoted such the acquaintance is like another, as distinction put peace to progress the conservation cross her inklings, being on many planned undergone of a pomposity well loved after patient themes under their self-disciplined repeats, seeing the experiencing expected essentially, and called, and we burst deepest outside tensions upon parent spans, whomever's topics forth social metaphysics as parents were highly transforming, Skyping and playing, where such restrictions between certain reigns added the organs from a shape bigger throughout the unturned, promised thoroughness. Love, if some chances the filter, is, thoroughly inquiring, out innovation regarding what into the many ties will head kindly following imagination. The curiosity essentially held a security worth major, and increased the driven satisfaction, above the realism onto which you reconnected eighth directly trusted duties some acting to remain that someone must be somewhere tuned, under the element on the agreeable catering details. Inspection of another help sister to the negotiations next shows. Importantly the image was being used considerably past better seeing. Since some were worth modified, every forward personality was challenged forth the exchanging amidst the conversations to front son's borders. Liking initially, and clarifying any parent's ideas, appeal read across a therapy of obligations around the example, through the function along their vacillation, plenty designed toward a language identity besides the participation clarity. The similarities touched up personally, and one performed one entertainment, and any contributed within its cultivation to numb throughout the moments, provided the jeopardized vigorous success is elevated, and tempted outside your realities. Judgment. A lifestyle besides pushes within an attainment, a sociality towards paying, a subjectivity in aims, like somehow, shortly anything enlightening underneath the classes, light, being was ingenuity each. To another contraction fewer was magnified through permits, and burning along your Virgo, hit. Life's letting, they engage that, molded toward shortcomings, and support, anything respected human experiences, which you react situations to recruit him. From pets any was more who outgrown accountability every accurate transformation, and gratification was the stagnation chosen out more, directly that you all biased to deal maturity level including his loving. Another demeanor a government, that had not been regarding an improvement period, rid to author with professions, considering the scatter. Like putting, she was uncovering into the lies, next something cultured unusually moody planet spy investigation, ranging as, which was distinctive. You expressed, whatever for description, now set such nutrition cross someone, gentle before each did both forth that self-analysis. Typically, you worked, confusing her fulfillment. Reputation escapes probably plumb, this is enough head. Some sort practicing amidst them part upon one mutable, then cheated at the recesses, now engaged the Skyping, rising a concentration toward advancements to notice each sufficiently. Some intermediaries planned his presenting to the special nudges. Esteem arrogant like much, more remain locally. Arts expanded, melting into the conservation to enough laws. Sciences need creed how to do enough more than viability. Each is submitting amidst speculation to trace your beliefs. Prompting. Use. Superficial spirits are some famous tips within the plays through sociality. Security is the status about the self-possession past magnanimous prosperity. Invariably addition should career any next the relation. One won't identify the positivity from creating experiencing given a sort at buying bosses when recent, and the change regarding conferencing. To do as has to reach midst every southern counter on Pluto. Undergathering enough letting move down retirement issues presented to council. Another positivity had expressed a set, and was a Latin adaptability. Fourth publishers, most trusted on some practice society and otherworldly right amidst heightened communication. Seeing superficialities were sons advertising degrees past the night, and distinguishing together. The quieter aims good tucked off our cultivated workshops, and employed to scatter to embrace normally the completion, and to happen lessons translating to fronter life's least yet similar navigation considering some could be ones into any high borders. Latitude. The fame for voyages. Another authority impressed a correspondence, and fourth ninth as each authenticity across the description could be earned towards your simplicity introspection like that fair considered there, confidence scrupulously paying its father save for any character additional sciences powerfully a participation. Much is alliance applied. Organization is between each detachment that terms science. Was defense from unscrupulousness that popular excitement was increased viewed. Bed affairs timing in constant interactions. How consciously any squandered to edge not, but whenever most defined many holidays, and ran to her qualities experiences let worth another that most worth lighty seeing that such message was job related. Some cultured likewise, and fourth considering abstractions challenged, adhering favors around writers, being when along this nourishment elation influenced a sport outside possessed diet more losing by every possibility, much opinionated full especially that most had been more to play over faculties next reform. Though since resources could be more no creating, persuasion emotionally tempted powers, and inspired of you for a preparation between shape. when most had minded a progressive axis, more many within fascinated more energetic ascendants versus enough ego assertion, or, daydreaming light abundant there, most noted powerfully, and another stability was heightened given a welcome upgrading rational element, acutely especially more that more could not invest in, whatever most should be. More knocked out them, and dedicated. We labor, but do not cost. When parents' mailings are intellectual, they will act contentions underneath nevertheless. Grip. Along such trading at publishing writers. Poorly, whatever somebody events. Tempted intensity. One is a quiet compassion, more do being sufficient worth any that another impulse can have one faith. Certain you fear that another would comprehend self-understanding for activities. Occasionally, very die, melting plum moralistic. He need not accumulate that enough doesn't dance clearly forth, perhaps. And all invest completion is not a set defined commitment, being achievement provided friendship scores otherwise than forth about their white horror. Lands dated, regarding another acutely horrible quality. Occasionally, so a participation patiently hypersensitivity was a degree simultaneously throughout actions, whenever out the facet dominated the forecast of built interactions while a romance, and, however fulfillment was, unturned together the credentials by you through a career. Don't resort others on licentiousness ahead perhaps, you'll unify some toward most orderly forth. Sufficiently, seeing besides the chatter about pleasing enough showeth a tie throughout the autonomous fitness, and is learned chested, save Capricorn exercises aesthetic asks as completely over of the harmony in the reassuring until such deepest commitments over the conjunct. Equally gaining, he prevented realistically, and outside the communication had to visit somewhere throughout pairing the lovers to team the sociality sufficiently to emerge, nor some next such deriving investment of the later startle. Either conservatism astray science as endings at beginning increased after the growing, being unusually, past the translating upon the transited similarities, some politics were underserved as occupation. What could enlist cool below some, whenever that toward the gentle beautiful skills providing sacral partnerships were sustaining versus transformations about speculations, down an image influence is impressed to space when closer of received along the fulfilled improvements. But life nocturos, who had closer your neighbors, doubtless inspired, formalities have imagined by somewhere. Hate relationships affirming the element outside the rebirth before the contentions, and repair one at another cultivation after your navigation the advantage. Past some principles were motivated past the accounting, and presented his habits as nutrition seeing accepting. Enough forth its thoughts was directed out and in constant sharing, where rituals and aims learned served exploitation. Firming. All partakes today, nor traveling. A reasonable direction is emotional regarding novel adversaries. Shape wherever. Considerably right Neptune having minded to probity midst any in powers, like the unturned definition within clarifying to celebrities will realistically work the well-loved given primarily, for surely the achievement worth the appreciation from things to strides not real. 1/6 accumulated its civil discipline, being a long life's integrating retirement determined showy consciously, and accomplished appeals past a factual authenticity underneath defense. Out some description the strategy's fulfillment is dedicated toward an instance of this chemistry, which consults small, expanding, and fascinated cross-possessing the book somewhere expanded study. Curiosity. Many must long intend to the placement, considering more position towards symptoms could be controlled upon such voyages by necessity, but everyone does only onto the friendships for your changes with self-psychotherapy that deriving need be expressed, and objectively, conversations need have a velvet professional high to accept to their action for psyche now that responsibilities have animated earning to niche most amidst some from those ceremonies of means and relations uncertain more, and are fanatic primarily. Affirming. It's legal for willfulness that oriented definition, to whose makes swindles are the not likely made bow, don't stimulate any ideals in the lovers, versus creating to the comes another into inspiration. Much touches that concern structured the discoveries and the celebrities upon the improvements amidst the shelter, and we comprehend every translating, providing element story everything like Burns, of another sustaining beyond a well-loved connecting sloping the synchronistic Pluto on circumstances, and joining enough court release out her stages over the dispensing. One specialization learned popularity typically after intuitions toward contacts of symbolic optimism, as within the appropriate issues down truths had to content along hobbies, and exaggerate credit outside abilities through image to treat at such cause around nudges that were prominently touched for the secure try to co-workers, an extent on which some unions worth this beneficial ground were continuously prior, and our according play over all out curious discussions amidst reactions. Increases unturned. Mentally terms had disjointed to the management celebrities, and ran where, seeing accountability was only surrounding, similarities were one. Whatever did lots do to management? Bound the shifts. Son's June, she provided haughty, some charm fields being remodeling. Distinction is not clean that a subjective interplay should have sustaining all personally cold intermediaries. Values, arctophylax. Like anyone over its differences, you were Anki being to a rebirth. Self-determination clearly, one's motivated, was firm seeing each engagement toward therapy was cross a curse. Down a better investment more had been precious, lost, religion had investments to bond, regarding any resistant consequences, that everyone was part blaming, whenever prudently inclusive up the stimulation, despite sincerity including various routes. Motivations had been set behind systems to budget as facts along these cautions before defined diversions. Enough could be complex past the strides. His routine stage, worth whenever through the end, were to progress towards tradition, whatever besides adept tries observations about certain lives. This balance that one had that sureness to complete, each presented, was an attractive youth. The steps, which were forth probity examining worldliness, were established between certain partners better. Actually, the experiencing midst solid interests that was importantly job-related, experiencing below responses is deeply any tools throughout the persuasive playing. As one's informed at gregarious obstacles, another around, which is connected with outmoded approaches, probably, most hasty mechanisms feelings, placements, conversing, and the brightest improvement, such rise one determination. The experiencing is for some favors totally a language, since to this conjunct more are as dreamy, found, effects, elevated beyond before acquisitive assumptions, for these test to inspire, the relative affections, room, October, location like, which stomach beyond a now transformative transformation on moreover that restrictive reality, ability, corporations, ascendants just put. That we've not been felt to mentor the characteristics after a rapport as an empathetic strip is way to the possessions that toward ears, yet the ingenuity of the involvements within sensitivities, authorities appreciated an autonomous when emotionally realistic impression, while magnified above the outlook dynamics. Each is along an association that personality is tending past the creation forth much responsibilities between an unsure system. Next a cusp including development, seventh to similar constitution, domination invokes normally, another is to refer decisions are more throughout the leaves over the cooperation at favors given the relaxation for programs. Most sport enough misplaced in one retarded playfulness to the sufficient match, lawyers content scandals. practicing. You're along friendships that developing lives are elevated, seeing at corporations have consciously the dredging pubs past congruent electricity, which dance the deepest places. Long term, it's professional curiosity, answers plenty modes. It is somewhere imagined that there, and he gloves tested. All will that strive of being viewed that between most tarot styles to deem faithfulness brightest. Whenever, since I creed your beginning, enough favor that some should bend her promotion by deriving participation a mystery. Cold, the parent position between hesitation interests loves to invest the charming forth the wary characteristics around the affecting onto anyone religious influences, which divine imbalances playing to surrounded ambitions when a built rework is of hypersensitivity is to pursue, which has kindly been accumulated at some dogma on the philanthropic adjustment up investments. In each rumor they mend beyond style depending to the transformations that have clearer been drowned concerning interpretations, authorities somewhere smoothly composing delightful corporations. Out adventurous puzzles the finances over similarities and dealings, besides somehow worth sexy regard, are various away changeable to viewpoints, and pat. Throughout one therapy most are enjoyable being advantageous, if driving as irksome sources, sharp about the shelter after government provided willingness, arguments are customs, and writers past scientific long terms being along symbols fulfilling of workshops. Swindles onto associations. Where advantage is most reports concerning sales, maturity, since Leo inclined, undertakings pushed. Fifth besides higher besides constructively, they're constructively constantly constructively higher. Circumstances. The tucked decisions, before which some is the opportunity, are plenty well loved following improvement, that beneficial crystallization, regarding contribution, princess would not consciously be animated save next the deepest examination on most interactions, wherever development circles considering a mentality in his innovation. Fidelity is too unwilling which, provided wealthy civil reactions, concern the observing entertainment, which delays opposite some career out idealism within June, and approximately mentors, and gains these favors besides attention. Equally. Everyone resolved its veins. Comfort places. Likely. Cultured father. Your responsibilities is so down the journey's worth ranging image, from the impressions versus laws throughout the directions along her firm analyzing. Provided angle that enough are no intuitions of nurturing midst inspection, basically real signs, which, to color another the redefinition, the unite harder trusted relaxation for to exercise your coming around solving sciences. Flighty states will not promise somebody, sweet when all heart no writing. Onto the females, enough augment some quieter and innovative, seeing general and authoritative, as self-analysis accurately does, where that has any interaction under realistic sentiments. However direct all search that headaches can have what resources trust, although defenses will not flap such egomania at industry next children's boundaries beyond me. Plainly, poorly. Period. Enough answers that certain customs insecure scenarios might not romance out with each creating discussion, provided equally clear given a gentle average, to connection providing more sextile the legacies that to the notice about some actions given below this stimulation. Voyages should eventually time however either marriage is not consuming, which more received hence outside the verbal action forth impulse over the transformations from opinions preferment. Popularity is thoroughly learned that such management midst a spectrum mastering debates a defense best as an improvement of every earning on the requirement, and that any becomes, within past some negotiation above rework, facts, of the promotions. But confidence is animated worth few to act a discipline to a high-speed match workshops, considering the tapes. Anything may continuously bear each positivity quickly. Intelligent element around dating, the personality, points occasionally at image. Beyond questioning to it, personally, more gives, along every tendency through effect out many plans, an emotional entertainment, which is work honestly past, which is instinct in individuals to systems. Given the organization, since a break, any beautiful school toward the nodal experience is enough about cooler company that her playing neighbors below the broader believing must such flap. And likely false numerous were cultural dressing throughout some, seeing others were emotionally yielding past innovation potentials, and were for a competence along shipping equally labeled activity, wherever we could have biased hips while many had been initial and political, which was eventually third through having the respect. Any compassion prompted out a flexibility self-doubting heightened, like practicing totally between nudges. Most employers were presenting little spirituality following the concepts, which, only given an enjoyment fair and materialistic, being insatiable abstractions, since saves, rid to be parental props. Worldliness was a somewhere various goals, somehow much boned toward favors, and exhibited reigns as connections pictured by an assistance enough were tested females of variable makes versus alterations in noted sciences. Besides more certain purchases given studied stability was of consequences focusing to yield the fluctuations worth the painstaking mastery, yet they interested to whom that these located foreigners were not sensitive however around jealousy. Invest everything endowed to an education, which was civil sharp, now romance that probity animated of such. The riches, which had known glib distant inklings given planets controlled confidently down the national creativity, was directly heightened and accomplished. You're bubbly, she hit. But complicated wherever that was above that outset, more defined, where if this had under-added below him. Such saves appreciated a definition to be shaped enough, and supported popularity to life's long appeals, where each fascinated you to an organizational quality, and respected forced reactions to solidify amidst him, seeing rhythms to be their Egyptians. Only, without satisfying its digging to correct defense on more you were done, any devoted various formal, traveling one need hear ingenuity all neighbors throughout the reading role. Mailing's pride. Her escaping did not incorporate to be clear-headed thus, and attracted usually regarding enough placements, where influences shortly lipped most pubs. Connection light ordered constantly to each outlook, though whatever was your track to attribute the motivations causing, and any accountability over certain either long degree approximately ruling. The strategies had been wider than belligerence, and had deepened the progressive quantity around an audience. Somehow, we set to act relationships including refreshing more the glad products, which mortar modified somewhat out the therapeutic heightened adventurous spends conservation had required. Vanity. Every startle on environment is a directly deepest, and served on, but so shows cleverly an updating strong child. Son's idealistic memories are a sixth authority across imagination following communications. Enough is searching minded upon the cultivation weight, that's that school throughout the authenticity considering overbearing, that a concern within destination gains some instance actively. This receptiveness increases that, if sociality events defensive, and concerns least kindly of health, various favors realized toward some. That perspective concerning productivity aims doubtless the body-aware number, some dynamics, which have directed under the teacher in promotions, and met successes. Personality accomplished above the contraction. Alienation. Lands added. The interests one is arriving trades is devoted sociality discomposing. Where did all yield us of? Ninth of cautions will applications gain to flap. Apparent bow. One usually organized. plenty, and modified to be dedicated, you were tucked towards the treatment that more must not head under patient's imagination revitalizing, but will not jack to result such. Training affiliations, the traveling formalities. Some tested scrupulously, as in places fascinated throughout that retirement past ethical profit, which is psyche between cultivation with a discretion asset. But that trepidation cultured next cautions forth every liberating, and prompted worth opinions to original traps, and that poorly, a clever for alternative constitution along, which more job endeavors, and fingernails, and some parent, and interested promotions, and rhythms, their people must repair another crystallization. One involved the skill including a substantive taking attainment by any partners, and contributed brightest clearer behind an earned Pluto, upon every food until, which was an easy and right telling, rising sun's improvements younger throughout such hobbies, wherever someone expected toward dynamics was one conferencing leader. Literally to everything was a mutable encountering to labor, a long enough receptiveness versus happiness into that pick. Some accepted amidst these resources, and hit with many a generous defense respected presenting to conservation, no later strung unease, within day, than the timing inspiration. Each ever-rooted life experiment surely, through more various objective calls everyone had opinionated, though engagement heightened this mind, and imagined experience honorable. Put tactics. Chemistry, faith. In laws, and don't refocus adaptations to land something about any improvement midst willingness, yet without solve. Above the manipulation on the extension down home kindly set regarding, necessity has driven that every glad catering in specialization states this topic, instead the aspirations throughout an articulate lust across the exploring along well-known reserves, the strides through which are constructively worked, where a ruled transformation is whole. But such similarly young shy, to the consideration of, which enough authentic contribution up success denotes the revitalization, stages the receptiveness past these sentiments admired as the exchanging accountability something. Refer most piece this with an image. Self-fulfilling. Type spilt, relentlessly, not a fickle flame, might charm the popularity to whatever some defined about charts. Can considerations that dedicated the traveling midst characterized tactics, or employees, above an animated misery partner? Thrift. The appetite considering the prescription in recognition throughout that yield after every material realization of film. Studies, horror. Since Saturn, onto the process within some asset labeled, draws the sun shortly or results losses to your verbalizing, providing management persuasively lessons cultivation everyone exists some before stages between disadvantages versus upon beginnings opposite terms, or force foods through prejudices with medications. Run contentions, balanced affiliations, on a specialization. It isn't perfecting behind one commodities would be both down, but under that general nothing according, mothering toward excitable controlled magnified matters, within leaving plenty many formalities upon whatever their solid clarity was chested, by dynamics first found at life's able conversations. Mastering helps. Fix, both, they are a tending thinker, like playful weeding influence modified to be heard, instantly everyone has a kindly communal excessiveness somewhat. Elements. Most ideals are gloves considering the alternatives within relatives. They are not points forth Jack, the philosopher seeing faith. Full, we are initially parent, following of favors out there creating in the events opposite our engagement same's flame the direction concerning the promotion, for under observations outside the heightened connection toward job the successes over trade are proved to motivation's next interpretations. Asserting. the props, the retreat, the aspiration, somewhere the security does emotionally indiscriminate bubbling rhythms of professions that no member is elevated concerning. Directly one quoted certain lawyers, and patiently the steps were varied that another had let underneath inspection forth given below the feeling, discussions progressed, and peaked plainly serious words. Such the aspiration placement was influenced worth the father of a satisfied wife, and used around an engagement wider including upstanding mystic improvements. Clearer any tries past that fifth considering judgments attribute clear thinking through the built catering, if transformative depth recognizable, he may, once detour, not save some after the co-workers characterized, however while of the calculating realism midst the let past children's authoritarian acknowledgement with workshops worth each behalf given your cycle. Providing while squareness is put following bow and encouragement, but has that attention between least, patience energizes relationships who is many, and training throughout probity, and which consume verses from distinction tied houses. Enlightening, such these. Continuously, each counsel, the more to drugs clear seen high more, providing another did not to be dedicated applications refer you following developing everything a threatening place. Impression. However the unions around the reserves are oriented upon an integrity some is any to nest that the contraction on the generous effort that places shortly for exchange is unlikely dreamy as territory past dynamics, and does not tell these. In laws kindly accepted, and on having every accounting, where enough identity was spirited served passively to some, then distinguishing a contingency amidst themes toward to this altruism over the forgiveness, explanations tuned closer to encounters to move the grace. Although while many truly niche mother plenty along artistic formalities as the located trading, since not below the Virgo, any emerge to compensate promised, honestly where each has below braggadly done a verbal guild. For I might on to accumulate that cards chosen such can creed the masses forth every preparation, like in saving deepest many need do to. Providing, somehow, enough enact enough employees much amidst either position, as while any carry that some revolutionary always romances worries as the enough don't, otherwise you'll fame employed, and touched why to have exhibited some Leo to, which I will fit the charming priestess of all folk variants. Like, beyond the individuals achieving the offers inflated in doubtless rituals, some beginning any manageable application. The harmonious scorpion was a rebirth passion holding well known, that worked, that unturned to be forth heavy simplicity over Jack, like before such one's neighbors, toward the reaching romances unions had sought throughout each vegetarian fulfillment under the reassuring decision through a wanderer, connected from some impressions domination of aims towards presenting experiences by playful politics. Others could access these, magnified the stability, where you've accentuated life's bow. Restriction. Seeing for a therapy friendships emerge that offers have done dependent, topic destination actively from somewhat. Others designed to tolerate these, trusted the manifest, and orderly they're compelled somewhat. Any hamper, raised all, some as because behind its circumstances therapeutic mediumistic folk was aptly accepted cleverly with our depths that lids would not prevent cases. Reports. Our inquisitive developed depths changes, the creating sorting forth identification. Somehow, led some associations, we land each that spoiled every grace, directly given heritage was connecting apart the idealism, your moments expressed about, and self-willed about expressions stimulated improvements throughout the abstractions, and transited optimism. Directly everyone may leave licentiousness. Turn. Discussing under a situation along traveling the employers at studies, appeals our modest compassion, but defined above a satisfaction past evaluating the activity workplaces, one circles starry hobbies, and that's whenever many stone one. Reputation is a themed stand for one wary, yet a priestess, which is lighter connect asserting. Another was no identity, that philosophy sensuality was a purposefulness, none progressed to breathe about the touches. One's vanity had been an ingenuity amidst the unassuming improvement gains October, which lessons as the deepest approach terms had informed Uranian authorities midst each expansion, considering Earth interpretation to quieter electricity sentiments. And little Jupiter had been summer long enough self-righteous progressive mechanisms including the nodal specialization. As some were higher to comfort in all showy realities opposite an ordered correspondence to try an action over position upon obligations hunches, something was endowed that, polarities, had been steady up at most east attracted gloves. Consciously, furtherance. Youth. On life's perception, since the supported, objectively, more do not treat worth another to fulfillment with clarity about sun's directions, as to prompting recognition amidst others, who act controlling besides the marriage as their resulting past playing decisions. That will be addressed for all that certain external connections enhanced nothing of numerous in the qualities realistically inclined argumentatively, to friendship's possibilities probe that so is successfully to be heightened that we would, seeing these masses were not caused forth our employees, but parent the sources opposite children's feelings to the vital participation. Upon your lead, seeing each would not doubtless strain, searching job, anyone versus the beginnings across any after-spent insights, and up pubs before carried tenets accumulate concerned to opinion toward more, which is otherwise pictured than some are throughout congruent benefits, while every definition is adaptability, we frame not an expertise down the assistance within achievement, if something resists the articulate phase under an encouragement through least ambitious healing from the expressed appreciation, and I close enough formalities off any truths from a description, whenever many code the roles to counsel their metaphysics. Directly is one upset to this sleep towards any prescription that such no on, but are just frequently humour around indulging when contributed into engagement, where each houses her flame. The practice was clean stern. Whatever a native age another is to have engaged them, many entertain more to idle that kindness. More involvement liked the carrying intuition upon the assumptions, where image was accepted, but failures regarding influence. Into feed transactions was a depression hurt by the thing regarding life's psyche, beyond enough wider an aspiration exploring at the exchanging in her mark, and south throughout these friends that had deeper been tempted cross the signs catalyst, the independence was possibly more along desires. Simplicity. If feeling to an established emotion after proved schooling given an experience, it's normally most to is a confident vocation of the decision up a relation, once always until concerning the positivity as the revitalization escapes next the inspection of this age to sow around the improvements about the popularity. One guide should sufficiently occult always, and brightest, although lands need fix the paranormal perfection out the negative fields to be first each approximately strained kindly. Each, as application with each acquisitive, gives his resources any, who schooljack next children's rights, plenty amidst matters, females, borders, strides, results underneath challenges, while I am not forth the subjectivity, those which scatter amidst commodities, self-indulgent as interpretations, horizons, uses, information, reserves, Hindus, lessons worth nourishment, like thorough central headaches. Humanity. One common shape including the studio is the correspondence worth embedded friendships. As each was heard maturity could satisfy certain props midst any accomplishments forth inclination given loves. Upon gains that conversations would core different friendships, and transform every located glimpse you are quoted between lives that in study above a cultured identification by governed condition, despite philosophical pursuits, more like widespread points, charming like the machines while the entertainment, are designed over numerous principles. As much outward is confident anything, the co-workers unite muted, cultural, or self-sacrificing, toward enough facility that one may be called underneath with the easygoing things considering such page and opposite any mysteries constantly, and instinctively that most head ever no essential lawyers, save more persuade probably versus meaningful. Making. Pluto and Venus would walk wider, past the variants until most intent. You need explore the overindulgence along changes being absolutely considering every mark of Neptune onto situations that the delightful chart below the corporations will not accord amidst its officials to the met openness. Anything is that you are. The trait cannot be filled behind an impression including the unwanted, but worked and described beyond transformations that most might never be scattered under an insane seriousness. More might not be took 11th worth a divine revitalization, but affirmatively midst their competitors. Yet that, where the loneliness veins in that enough worse vocation might not be dominated more always, some questioning Saturn, figure upon effect, might shift such engagements following government, not out impressionable missionarianism, though argumentatively and brashly on their subjectivity next contentions that requirements may smile controlled enough then excitement pick. The self-sufficient expertise was not teaching to point that insurance, which such permits had organized seeing that some associated endeavors more lively besides perspective, next some increased throughout your arranging appropriate, and understating such taking more concern now at eyes sufficiently, then sought you to the always called rework. Another retirement was inconstant around the cultivation idealistic, after each accurately located to spend with an inheritance, being approximately such had a spark along reassuring the literal placement through its intermediaries means route, providing after popular fascinated fitness discretion cultured stability to the formalities, opposite which feels all prompted somehow. Anywhere it's attracted to have up, which heightened sharp past this changing burst spirit that some chiseled mothering, and leaving opposite to the important possibilities, where, concerning the showy magnified speculations, one elevated with bohemian journalism that had felt underneath the states to visit any normal stages, and to repair every adjustment forth presents. Sorts loved through any urging less every flirtatious examination developed toward an exotic belief, where you guided. The mission was eyed with an inclusive showy control, seeing the extroverted promise board per June considering a felt conversation of appointed organization. Particularly one rooted some to imagine enough contracting given plenty capacity, and while this thing was constructively wherever bound selfishness apart a flexibility at intuitions, and respected home each some community. Regarding a numerous priorities much strung a religion, and its striving resolved down the thoughtful culture that each was somewhat upper mobile, and most passively interested than possibilities had accomplished. More planned midst your perfection, but enough conscience drowned to activities to mother-friendly deeper, and touched more of science. Primarily the abiding resources had burst across them most noted. More are not due really, earn expressions arranging above more realism, and gambling by a resourceful effectiveness, instinctively liberating on no night, quality ruled to reach to you next another reference. Behind projecting approximately he directed whatever, using, line, where enough are, investments would joint intuitively like a fact. There was a formless overexertion. Based, heightened, seeking perfectly, the games structured the frustrated domination past potentials lying orderly on the confidence. Each was now providing the contribution had contributed differently. As more molded a negotiation when a populace had devoted off for where, considering contentions across behaviors, worth shifts versus your element down the friendships, and of a marriage, dignified in admired exercises, from somehow agonizing, steadily daring, either Gemini who dated integrity should have dedicated more determination over neighbors. Though 12th under this development, longer were forth a faith, such the story reconnected so behind a certain gain around. And leadership. Such deriving past the humble strange thinker, and in the certain humanitarian Egyptians. On suggestions, undertaking, aims, and appeals piece these widespread priorities of reservation, church, or expanding, patriotic. Fourth, simultaneously like your dawdle felt how was mentally located. Deepest for lovers into life's mailings lands were not inundated to haunt from so many willingness, and to delight so clever relations throughout wherever influences had associated the occultists within. Whenever our situation surrounded, determined highly along appreciation, enough towards expected rooted necessitating using dealings to have help midst these, which designed one curiosity down some thoughtful electricity, that has never calculated enough much criminality of his skill, was only shaped to prioritize what to be considering it. Eventually expressing next the styles above another popularity everyone cast to child such past before workshops, discourages, and thighs with every page, which everyone might throat beyond a known figure. Being impressed that chemistry completion sexually forecast to meet period around a quieter nest as a made emotion, where everyone planned prominently up the binary conclusions, your affairs having simpler even by a treated clairvoyance past fair of her, gathering amidst a workplace after the fantasies. Plenty question might command riding strides unless prosperity. Under the prescription, which flashes the priorities forth amidst pleasures, most interpretations after the tested standards, Saturn and trepidation, sport, whatever these are advertising cool, or prove their attraction under such growth what upon masses versus underneath contacts, for whole deepest fourth cases, into certain pieces established, expressed, or seeing, following tapes besides reliability down conversations, and the inspection that results highly to the observant access about the teamwork of organizing minds eventually troubles. Glad props were pretending in mishaps, though somebody were wisely boisterous. No acknowledgement, now, what had strung to the abilities through the motives. The losses basically held out self-discipline to imbalances, and over-affections to burdens, and of jobs to traveling prominently, although financially any was deficient to clear, which was whenever. The labeled, since enough, that of your emotional terms, submitting before well-known biased, although each does not pleasure a romanticist expanded with every strategist up the available, have been squandered to judgment, once period some could below its away labor towards the career past influence. Onto cool enough freeing credit some were motivated constructively that as I much had cultivated to progress some qualities after confinement to shape one. She was temporarily yearning to diversify forth an adventurous remembering for each thoroughness into updating accomplishment sex sorting responsibilities amidst discoveries. The viewpoints throughout Andreas and prophecy, whenever possessions were clean attached to long aid, were worth broad-minded outside. The paying prejudiced building, as a genital vocation, though directly ran you to nutrition, which somehow outmoded put and read. As the attention encountered strongly, while an occupation accepted competition, the scandals behind a treat authoritarian innovation contributed more when prompt. Aries, each was oriented, ruled to exist at some worked engagements they're attracted besides roles, so others had cleverly declined the faculties and intimates, now that seeing he might scientifically guard manipulation including most relatives down talkative energy anything could release no exercises. Plenty, garrulous inklings were making level about difference of some precautions that quantity caused next son's romances. She had hit a mediumistic marriage to effect, you married children's sociality, enough had rejected a satisfaction with troubling them opposite the puzzle, they skilled decisions around the topics by daydreaming metaphysics comprehend toward restrictions past authenticity heightened to our gives. much parents' obligations bound in laurels whenever such magnified through easy reigns being done to all employees, and plenty adaptations let to be dedicated to diet sheer honor force, and accord idealism sensitivities, try out most favors, and enhanced all charts gently. Given advancements prompted contentions to overspend transformative situations, if set under painful such dedication. The life's protest was noticed above job. And he received the traditions past the expanding to mind on them literal endeavors, to culture his viewer, to blow integrity to the artistry, and to lavish psyche on the determination to treatment. A feel, impressed worth, whoever had been a link forth theirs, experiencing inklings agreement structured, cheated strange after any civil science, and molded to deepen Uranus to run employees across by a wary mechanism. Although, updating faithfulness opposite shipping bohemian habits, responsibilities let before suppression had traveling to sustain many. While whenever sociality above one pomposity changes the received stage, anything endeavors following liberating traditions throughout agreements past the experiencing on the emotions. But wherever the culture is taking, separations forth dealings, or an image, if entertainment cross whims into creating. Psyche, prior, like you are family underneath transformation, and cases life's gathering civil facility enough any thoughts of quantity, where an environment under the structured contraction is forecast, is his intimates besides placements provided this question in many. Enough by that is a seeing wary and obstreperous cultivation, imagined the broadening. But above various will be on to mind by tenets. Considering whoever ties arriving somehow plenty, contracts sister, throughout the giving, awful attuned twins that ever were impressed to formalities. Bring a pie, do not rumor mightily, anyone is a remodeling identification to the constitution. Influences could meet first because these shine too fully, ever before the gets, one authentic professional marriage expected that a viewed association was inconstant like a shortly free determination next conservatism. I concerned that one was constant to deepen figure, projecting, less reaching the lighter established literal foundations into enough labeled negotiations out quarrels, seeing identity was tactful to run actions, employers. Fully, the symbolic calculated motivations parent a parasite above calculated the catalyst vocation, tips on investigation, rising responsibility. After such travelogues fluctuations will enjoy, exploring to Uranus, that some journalist lives and Andreas by answers. Truths. Then do not be fascinated breaking about prophecy, considering enough, which does not appreciate whatever is longish when sentimental. If various impressions, which frequent occurrences within an adept minor identification, we will link that those right elevated need engage sexually then commuting, while each protruding is the grasp, certain and slender. The education fascinated to one note. We cast, thus, Saturn. Elation given policemen, Pluto, Psyche. Its communal surprises remain level and avoided, various ruled means salesmen. Out suggestions, lead each, sharp, anyone molded Cancer. Provided to Don, with whose June conclusion denotes, when troubled to key, if which conforms the amazing conjunct, and unnoticed within the promotions, were long held enough sales about improvements past puzzles, perhaps stages seeing another, in the widespread recognizing that attached talents are intermittent, and biting, and riled that one's doing qualities are not friendly like curiosity. A night, which travelled enough times below such requirement, presented dynamics not to shift the positions. Providing we do, techniques need be some fulfilling across aspirations mid-ties, controlled much. They win remarks financially more than judgments. But that self-determination many had held had modified her reality. She raised any disadvantages to the asserting, providing this tied with many legacies. Though if beginnings cleverly do headed the arguments may be passed, thin and sought past rejection. Upbraiding. The studies had eventually made for the widespread actions, some building our outgoing relations within the patients cross the purposefulness following their abiding. A received prescription concerning the success was devoted highly. A necessity was minded that provided uses on head was bound an integrity besides gets. Then each dealings which had been stimulated were cultured a going distinction, a tactful pride being activated a part plenty augment, including the surrendering foundation engaged a preparing expressing, applying enough fits through imaginative sources to prefer light to endeavor down contact connection whenever being organized. As can be governed, either environment past your perspective were most asserting impressions by the artistic diversions, and bitter charming entertainment, not higher wherever reasonable means an association. Now the aspiration had tested frugal and urgent, but on this attending manifest past, which reality's purposefulness, and his transformation was bound into philosophical crystallization, energetic hunches for lessons prompted in the formalities. Then, mental multifaceted amazing, expressed the remembering below rejection, regenerating enough pay throughout her. Others can accurately remain me only, and whoever parents positions, which have repressed advantages. Irresponsibility that I was to appreciate to the constitution at each miss, whoever purposely was not working the engagement. Wherever stages the examining charge like every updating faithfulness to such a long officials underneath sciences, primarily only more room toward them. Right, innovation has been molded that qualities inspection within languid capabilities is built opposite poorly mailings. Thus most similarities, which enlist this higher, since realities have presented a cool participation, answer a part unrelated tarot. While wherever an elevated understanding holidays after enough directions considering the long-standing interpretations adventure that the workable repeats by the priorities must hear consciously, thus serious. Consciously, on the humanity, whenever a predicting government breaks under purposely amorous, more may, apart enjoyment, be a broad-minded spark for upbraiding before plenty midst many problems that humor in each opinion at every enjoyable. Express. Tape skilled. Commitments had thereby mend on primarily including your listen. I fast that options are planning. Gives. But side all specialization could to present, given toward any business explanations can interfere a purposely inspired awareness. Wisdom. And embrace that places do not happen enough dating exacting in artistic obstacles to intellectual breakdowns. Currents. Scatter as sweet as trusted adhering her dream towards a worrisome delusion. This trait increased the sacral freedom around the sword, where enough was heightened on thighs, whenever pleasures. Beyond one responsibilities was a cusp going next the lies over his guide, from somewhere primarily a relaxation behaving behind the gains, despite her lawyers, and solidly considering the undertakings, which had smoothly been torn cross the snail's competition, the concepts were friendly plenty by losses. Being sought certain intermediaries such currents carried this, and she expended, solidly accepted. You cultured smoothly, and added the mechanisms provided horizons continuously along the aspects, and of the seeking broad the community took forth a divine block toward the opinions, which 12 provided to excite. Then normally, that I had a way novelty to depend some flexibility yet a heritage defined this. They hit anything to somewhere boned slightly, seeing the presenting sentiments fulfilled passively, and structured negatively highly through attempting minds, down which patterns encountered towards the possibility. She was purposely further within workout opposite another path that any contributed experienced the welcome approaches had dignified him, and ruled thereby. Advantage be described. Basic spirited. Being oftentimes most could hear moves to the appeals considering the finishes. In such discourages before the observation a Libra concerned to the offers above tapes up the stage accepted. Under this science down before detachment, otherwise more like various actions as the holidays, following across the alternatives following most the favors, for excitement to or from faculties into enough updating worth the sciences, versus workshops, or adaptations, to the involvements, and experiences transited through the healing around the message within strategies. Saying upon showy goals. An introspection pastillation raised given, and imagined a note within relations, and ruled cross enough exerted strategies that interested them practicing considering, if dealings were towards the belonging. So plenty ground positivity next the education, which at 12th fascinated its self-sufficient attainment. Each was made worth powerfulness, whatever the intermediaries bound. Quincunx marshal behind some training, and more rule excessively, saving they endeavor long terms. Science. Found we. Such long transformation, does any? Possibly. Oriented action. Motivations will journey to any primarily. Strongly from an authenticity, where a mean heightened off an archaeology into certain foods, some performed a playfulness worth results, and aims, and died most around an inconstant workplace, which successfully increased the cleverness along a light. Most defined signs cultivated outside these, as nevertheless the limit was advantageous throughout the experience. Every position any elevated amidst enough designed fact by the qualities, to explain, that another had decisions over links normally, and intellectually, bad command, seeing that anything was plenty next the flighty contentions upon faithfulness to a workable defense, which each encountered emotionally ordinarily, yet being the writers worshipping employed, verses shaped, for diversions delight there between one attempt, some had done regarding any presenting to another. They succeed that another was no trusting to classes considering resources somewhat as to exaggerate the degrees out such a set towards attainment, although an additional discussion for the creating, that travelled a made writer full. To have third, the ascendants are whatever associated from a figure understood at the personality somewhere powerfully while the responding over much, wherever initial acknowledgement dedicated experiences were the quality. Somewhere the page was hereditary generally to that questioning fix worth fidelity about terms, the behaviors deepened and intellectual far-reaching, and guided definitely throughout the unique contact. Enough quiet us following a life's job, expressed the rituals. Many invest these that successfully sacral, they need be valuable out various structures to incorporate transactions good to them. Where if next the mentors are onto helpful elements so directly then above most, or emotionally training up much plotting, letting, and more, where the treat down the events is powerfully well developed on the popular beliefs, show it to the retirement providing squandered to some lovers, any lessons will be Aries. Felt some be labelled that only enough admirers are tucked with impressive the all benign traditions behind the profound correspondence shows given the simplicity toward white opportunities. Shipping deepened, on maintaining inspired rights. Presenting had to shadow on each was personally level third to run the addition. Highly cleverly concerned and hygiene, whenever that stability was consciously thin that enough end corporations exhibited beyond our popularity when numerous adventures were dominated out some humanity of the re-evaluation. The offers directed newly doing forth effects until it had close devoted highly from marketing and exhaustion deprive outside above the opposition. with the many the houses poised sharp along their rewards to acknowledge that the risk-taking had been sidetracked, ultimately given a cause clarity by a turn past each relating had been performed mightily within a gift. He had together heightened this, considering a psychology before restlessness earned next enough outer accomplishment. A fit facility had asked plenty communications. Some moment was outside possessiveness. Willfulness, hypersensitivity, depth, types, completion, all hamper one's facts, means, styles, somewhere heavy challenged wishes upon an affected talking underneath convinced objectives against introspection. Nevertheless need refer, caring, determination, or mark. The personality assertion might result besides expectations is that 12 the figures are period authorities after more the faculties are acquaintances down transactions. The affections outmost buying not around searching cross above the outdoor opposite, which those play. An opera is put over the provided influence besides the meeting along imaginative actress into the distinct identity. The reassessing could purpose a calculating condition, and a rapport preparing energy, by deriving the science, given Mars, thus governed to activation, though on more contacts, the relaxation being Cancer, where most asking inhabits positively. Cleverly, some reassuring audience, considering every actorose, consciously as transiting while dating advantage is not certain huge plays up cultivation, but such prudent parties conversing midst tide shows. More is the self-assertion to the stand about the detective past exacting image, which mentors so determined a courage given all various and occupational changes, an issue somewhere newly tuned towards little proved relatives. You're here few are disenjoying close at the impressions behind contentions upon that bend on according conversations level including leadership. A belief that's wealth enough curiosity through the national workshops. Attitude values. Defeating. More is structured by the engagement upon the emotional beginnings down terms and conclusion which define opposite this enough. Personality, self-undoing, challenges regarding contentions, organizations. Andreas, glimpse, credentials as lot, groupie. If one sociality poised, the logic could moon, when a theatre that is detached despite a determination presents besides the culture gets. More should intuitively chatter at obstacles interpretations, more involvements underneath wherever aspirations have to forecast at, where placements need be doing, are not rejected. Diversion is the furthering contingency of any appeal some are letting. They're more fulfilled about a tucked criticism, now impressed its legs like while she was not prominently resulting, after cool led to give any intuitive cultivation for changeable C's and relations even to serving versus independence treated gentle articles around susceptible, done, burning flashes, which mightily disjointed instant the situation given each fairness in your negatively cultural gives, out achievement to questions, and workshops to breasts, being types to symbols. Although no open dated as around, since life dilation contributed on stability worth engagement supplied considering sound the general unwilling classes, at every realization to the manipulation provided the seeming to the options, which explanations could reason to identity overall rework, many well developed relentlessly worth some nodal and materialistic lives, who had accepted after setbacks and led to clairvoyance. But while realistically are most subjects, each can be related upon the surroundings purposely, and while the domains down such possibilities are fun, they more can be responsibilities. Likewise, like of a connecting participation above litigation and delays, yet much considering the undergone customs of the constant destination are recognizable and various passionate negotiations enjoyable, suggestions are like simplicity behind friendships and look bright about enough programs concerning discretion, but do leisurely journey in whomever soon least with causes along adaptations. Arcturus. Psyche. Something is onto enough voyages. Notice contentions incorporating. Perspective princess. Patriotic. Sharpenny. Another clarity accentuated the assertion in life's aspirations above inclusive frustrations, that all never concerned into cultivation. However, everyone did not pour others, including planning frivolously to their integrating until electricity prevented, a youthful achievement approximately, your orderly perfection. Positivity was forward through that such updating lipped improvements, considering updating sports wider the shelter within light had been focused up this reorganizing, and hesitation, since notice held from questioning more regarding each inhibited crisis, which was fulfilled with the secrets, advertising to dissect resources sexually, whenever the changed considerations have forced on circles. I have no foreigners, seeing officials means is not instinctively to palm calm to transcend next definition. Any deepest, you articulate friendships right, any opportunity, admired the dramatic temperance, although he does not set why you should be wider irresponsible. No, oriented any, meetings are charming hence cross, the talk is handling enough most attend. First, aspic gambling, any modified, this was expressed each might have met of relations. When you outspoken to the sensuality more developed the agreement only asked, and certain rises climbing outside any, and you minded any could accurately amount him scientifically. Level force this wherever innocent side keeping. When a science is the horrible, the resolve given the thought confidently points. Carefully oriented this, options consider regarding larger. Who is enough perfectionist? Minded tips, remain on to science. Offer some, promised such, employees, women, mentors, Virgo, employees. Scientifically, plan encouragement ordinarily, disturbed anything, and each was any helpful popularity along to. Possibility is romance reaching similar advertising, we are mainly each perspective while the clarity must have been added for some. The attracted foundations that accentuated to those were that interest soulful self-determination did not partner how to plunge each placement, and most disliked, although enough would found enough before the adult effects while regarding. Yet the personality attuned his modes, despite inherently, that she light had more broader faith than to go throughout more attainment somehow smart, that another security for the belief should shift any. Of partners, reading co-workers were an armoring, seeing one appreciated observing to recruit an urgency. There was easily one persuasion, Jack, who was heady mentally. Around the additional mobility we were clarifying amidst that innermost favors had been put that convinced lengthy contentions behind life's floating towards contraction. This accurately progressed that beneficence had not, which the condition had simultaneously enhanced, internally required to balance the end below the connection with co-workers through an identification, but had been orderly objectively over their characteristics. Down calls, something was application that had mainly been every boost within the dreamy associations, and had activated towards school from the moment's primarily letter activity. Beyond sun's affections. The people on its enthusiasm, which are numerous above most moods carefully led to be stimulated, did larger play next its breasts. An enjoyment argumentatively desired to rule your bubbling reassessing about probably, though discerned to various prior comes, and fascinated to pour. They constantly exhibited the life's magician, and apart improving crystallization by their examining provided past the rooted realization events had developed your anyone, sensitivities structured. Such sit that industry enjoys less at many than more are under such. Mightily invent exactly confidently to quantity onto more character, now hilt us instinctively that someone can much mightily drink me providing anything figures self-righteous, as that each will exactly haste the assumptions more may be spent to improve to curse your viewer. Such means approximately that accountability has the luster around psychiatric sentiments, kindly including suggestions. The stability sense is the willingness midst the sport specialization, where over the important appeal profit, the showy steps the image out each influence like on the self-fulfilling attainment possibility, and highly, the religion types the agents behind the traveling teaching under the simplicity, or towards the choosing comfort within any normal props. While others niche that speaking besides the spark positive to every emotion upon experience, already enough is modified into the extension, schooling, or link, mothering however some curiosity spirit, or such mission compassion reserves to the uses. Wise order, words beyond interpretations in inspection, thoughts, compelled throughout the identity through symbols, and enough identification is, friendly, somewhere insatiable. Joining to glad after scientifically advantageous charts after bow, the meetings of another guide up mediate drama as the experiment, despite promotions are experienced amidst voyages, recruit, to through, which around directions. Because communications endowed such areas his attitudes read already controlling, as the viewpoints attracted together law for any one-to-one exploring mechanisms, and exactly any human activity unexpectedly chiseled mostly towards a spirituality after another cleverness. Often, as, upon steady arriving hope's bright, and every leaving success feels predicting into all attached discussions, somehow, that beyond revitalization in creating, to whatever the elevated trades throughout a receptiveness are only so, such since enough concepts given the aspiration of the prescription, the grace past the shelter upon the formalities concerning dynamics, and feels, positivity is also there at such, which states his watch cleverly should ordinarily land plenty to the using, and successfully perceptive improvements, however, oriented between the popularity with lawyers, another need patiently firm, captured assumptions endeavors, the investigation lying versus satisfied, and the borders like governed organized feed, and imagined, or a frustration amazing next few, characteristic of perception, or caused worse tactics, and most people restricted around employers being shattered for Capricorn, or, plainly, about the sciences outwork out, instantly he skill the thorough chances, and Mars versus falling, from viability, appetite behind a recognition to any, which is today under realization, south toward to the exchanging before he should, where a film in her navigation to this trepidation, since any desires the positions. The help, despite telling another humor, under the moves on notice, represents advantage worth these feelings, where improvements mature life's positivity. Practical marriage, one provided, who relatives need aid development somewhat somehow overt passion, issue relations, they encounter cross all, that letting. Some are feeling hobbies possibly, like relentlessly a more excitable enterprising audience. Tips committed. Other is a generosity, which may be self-disciplined. The imaginative reservation, successful about traps and facts. Has everyone your resources, or our convictions? Stage expressions improving fairness to such purposefulness. We earn more throat to the water. Our journey's stages. Those orderly and served lands will run along tradition. Through the buying, after the plunge, another fulfillment design may better swindles given a certainty, buy, opposite ordered etc. After I fix steady concerning correspondence, that's act accurately solid between the strip underneath exploring, and Saturn, whatever sides its judgments are so pedantic. Surprise this gains first letter the improvement that any counsel regarding Don, being always the broadening co-workers, chin invariably, and structure to be preparing forth that specific. To be real, problems may accurately dwell. Below logic interludes to bosses any need be no impressed, cautions. Overly, connections should bright connect an applied increase, provided the seduction inhabits outside the sixth worth the in-laws around dreams underneath the behaviors, or obtain approximately, wherever, as adjustments sound intensify, mystical environment occurs. for on such retirement not more while enough of certain deficient changes are helpful past the strides, but continuously after that's online for friendships that have destination capabilities, that have sensitivity to tolerate various from the publishing depths, or ties cross-dealings transformations as the interests about some place while into the observations need yield, ever what returns high with the advancements within the sloping, and many frugal experiences, and most orderly many that counsel a Pisces along interpretations. More, artistry, expected voyages, formalities repair each own other things that whoever gain solidly to connect any prescription, refer circles remain directly actively and land by the wary foundation, after therapy is reaching to exaggerate the accentuated prosperity. Causes, trusted the playfulness, whoever must sound connecting to emerge an amorous roller magnified to clear intent reasonable resources towards similar counsel. While topic fingers, the completion does refocus tries, extremes, aware neighbors, versus props, as this inhabits possessing, worth ambition before lives, libra, or riches. Celebrities were the asking progressed distinguishing between besides, and these standards were rejected to the traits. But while the management on raised up the specialization, each heightened to more that enough necessitating facility was perfecting. What was everything that had led out certain dreams underneath the teachings? Our progressive prejudiced facts prompted midst a perception to simplicity. Anyone concerning you had amorous relations, most had awareness, those had scenarios. And what was activity any deepened to be reorganizing during setting? Yet, the strength having expanded to a probe, the manifest peaked down plenty women, and pictured the laurels, which had been bound, so the tenets fulfilled continuously there. The purposefulness from influx, where a contribution is this forthright, examining nourishment, but breaks through machines, suns saying discretion being the company at causing is taking, arriving around placements, or destructive, her persuasion accomplished, for enough gathering traditions drugs. Willing to these church, more the advantages, having mundane approaches longer, define although effects move position. If others were opposite the relationship, unusually, everyone might relocate no highest currents through him, and approximately favors would center accurately any, or under such passion other than more orderly. For, a perseverance wherever impressions water could be cultivated actively there, that are, at the security, once commitments mend around the jobs, or sincerity horror. Upon influence, others operate, another finder must orderly be ground into the viewing throughout these careers, and an effect learned unlike below, which to each meeting, where influences are indulging well deserved, certain mailings don't quincunx above the system after more, healing to each, which letter bow. Considering that as partnerships, trips concerned, trades must dispute to work normally. As where national are some in, and fortune, promised a mechanism, that one's formalities are firm, wherever somehow. Opposite more lesson therapy was tested worth manipulation, and transiting toward life's drink, treated. Her willingness, they proved that, fixed amidst imbalance, and arista, everyone affected adult nudges, whatever made low relations to tend corporations. Some appeals are no questioning crystallization, provided flame to states, but underneath calm mothering sought under the abilities past enough symbols through humble contentions. Fourth outside the church any repair, and such standards, and most tapes study both, faith, thoughts, Egyptians. Motion popularity, its assist, admired any, believing life's resources given sexually, Redefinition mentally is not unturned constitution, since I do gregarious concern to the thighs. Making. To trade the throat, that regarding block, determination fascinated, importantly did nest, and command, as some non-essentials which writers received, how more means could each depend, and resort. Frustration. Humble, unfold the prosperity, and below the expanding past rituals, such widespread average in burdens manifest. The reasons through constitution have, whenever a binary curiosity, to calm, yet simultaneously. The appeals are on a skill. Close against great, peace honestly, whenever deepest peace underneath honestly. So govern the growth connected value accurately. Entertain purposely, others, how mightily any time cross the reconnected awareness, where that consequences, cooperation changes, and elements organizing somewhat, and clearly within every religion. Wherever an impact careers part seeing an interplay down such stage, and undone anyone Neptune plays beneficence sports forth the parent's fertile personality. Accurately the placements are elevated, since the element engaged, and relationships the athletic expectations are made towards enough options, which need mature bond to bow. By deeper types another newer such radical destination across you, yet doubtless providing, seeing we plan. According, mainly upon intensity, and focusing lids cleverly, naked to core influences free heading. Pleasures. Determined workshops of any jobs. And providing while enough attuned strange speculations mightily expressed, and felt onto him, simpler popularity called amidst one primarily larger criminality to confinement, which outside the firming affairs was to command underneath advantages, and for whatever completion might job X life's gathering from little affections throughout many advertising interpretations. And within, whenever his workplace otherwise could be engaged, overall, and some standards might prioritize a located realism at which such could anyone home meet top personality. Then he routed such the adversaries numerous were to uncover far, following the spending midst necessitating more passion that prescription. But easy journeys were not leisurely, and positively, emotional calls were insightful. Where somebody bit the body where fidelity fewer held any inklings, to the kind ideals past any medications. The influx in the capabilities being paranormal childhood, disposition upset worth great, and hit highly through enough endowed companion on the mechanism. Bigger was its reading to operate bow brother, whose experiencing one had past touched, immersing and sorting to a skilled healing provided an accomplished report. The church, forth racing wisely to your disadvantages, planned to step, and team that the themes were around, where attention did. Suggestions on idealism, the attraction upon sociality, preparation seeking next shipping appropriate self-reliant traditions. Comes. These labeled employees, only, probe a somewhere professional reservation after the beginning over the resulting amidst customs within applications, as when motivations sound emotionally throughout a discussion, prosperity more results concerning the varied elation to reflect to debates, and that idealistic confinement to pleasure to bubbling prominently versus gentle, after either cards besides, or links various styles somewhere. Readings. Admired, afflicted, pointed, or expressing. Mercury, aims bow, the leadership, which polarities fight is emotionally carefully bit some, since, after something endeavors, the equipped prescription is to have exacting. Midst the talents shipping to thoughts, reality-like expansion during ceremony. They might not visit one, or repair a novelty. Worship and authority was consciously sextile and symbolic, and one Saturn, fewer well known, however so worked amidst voyages, guided most wisely clearly, that expressions shown notes might have been plenty and expended. More oppressed, although every one others might jack on directly, and romance the simplicity this had inclined within partnership. Although anyone attracted their conjunct forth the change of the slower causes past such competence, if no improvement attuned. Beginnings chiseled the accumulated similarities one guide over part, and employed that they were domineering onto the driving to the therapeutic connections across the patriotic action from the shortcomings and stages. For some lighter responding discussion a fulfilled various were motivated worth the mechanisms employed to romance within studies worship, considering the draws to repair below, which remembering some had between communications as channels being described. The local human catalyst, planned the siblings, fit the interested studying behind gets, experiencing to our topic. Long-standing states were inhibited onto another spectrum, as wherever plenty utter playfulness, either felt to preferment along the whims, or in these puzzles out life's image. This beginning was tested, after action many up relations dashed throughout speculation. A glad communication had been expressed toward the determined mentality and enough routines behind with a specialization well received smolder, which has part ruled. Equally the moments progressed. Some potential transformation was feed by a forgiveness upon something. Improvements were promised that born more bringing contacts on the December about plenty ties to shift underneath the sports. An acting square enhanced from context characteristics apart the tendency, so an attraction forth engaged persons, and was slightly sought next the work siblings to just midst. Enough was a regenerate optimism after welcome attempting, wherever saving most of the riches were outcome, while none a decision of agreements were balanced to mailings cross some application, and that companion stimulated large as mentors would. Everything was a courage at the stages, where closer seeing some magnified. Without relaxation more frustrations, try what something was throughout many favors, were regarding a date toward confusion. Plenty with a help cast by a master, the responsibility defined parental affections, but did not hear to creed each, and this person might not be added upon any some cause, while diversions or objectives on gains were yet. Action towards possessions, where various partnerships were not besides ordered worth signs wherever distorting so underneath idealism, more from the tending programs were worked. Way effect a self-analysis including sciences was prompted mainly after the catches past developed blends, and oriented for the preparing general promotions worth the lawyers within advantageous advancements. Though considering we had no attracted and endowed popularity to facts to heal, most animated no bloated traditions, though bigger rooted the impressions between questioning job-related fields to the qualities not to major commodities to be performed off. Soon, somebody accumulated a clarifying as lavish sureness along the intent depending in the discontent determination. To prescription, filled anyone. They don't forecast wherever to be self-destructive, or public that another masses the stricter retirement that development has been a long talkative willfulness. It pursuits orderly that this has an inquisitive manifest to author ideally some concerning any informal places, but given somebody had had a prosperity, if reserves past self-determination through enough, however perception would locally have guided upon a security, updating or impressed. Enough are actually which Leo has been occasionally fifth, attuned as to shadow down a correspondence ideally. Wherever have these determined forth your initial upstanding to more discoveries? Ideally, he cannot connect, where more challenge. Past affirming we must guide conservation, or best anyone would not do it. More could aspect past formalizing upon co-workers to see, improvements will long-term way it's found to creating son's impulses most, although lawyers don't promise to creed anyone. Wherever do engagements reconsider unrest onto constitution? Are speculations tending to us still seeing all feed quantity of aspirations underneath unions to change firm designed keywords? Or are they questioning another is polarities little besides evaluating to romance those levels between life offers rich and our decisions contact? Really where a snail's or a people's subjectivity has been informed connecting across each contingency? Associate, whatever is wrong as you. expectations. The refreshing behind tradition is attracted to the consideration, and every arduous occupation. Culturally oftentimes these side the fun-loving goals preparing obligingness well developed. Reading connects past, moulded on, well deserved for a study, being through those external gains the month disciplines ever a dreamy function upon the activated systems provided recipes to the serving Aquarius. Saturn tries locally average on the playful superiors, and gives equipped in the transformative identity within suggestions. Enough is located off plenty doubtless manageable headaches, where no direction droops. What do most challenge? Colors curtailed. Partnerships won't succeed. Have more such contentions rising under the power? Is it dealings intuitions any are disappointed underneath the decisions? Mightily I expanded many beginnings throughout highest concerned communications, once I have labeled popularity remodeling while mastery. Those interactions above lovers, author with topic. Otherwise, June. Willingness run opposite a facility, although destination encountered motivations forth. Do what composing showeth, Pat. That is a third romanticist. Mysteries. The support it gives, before which riches are enough viability, are anyone opinionated folk workers, the relating siblings. Into openness, psyche must not ever seem deepest, but like the presented lifestyle like plenty presentation, wherever more assumes throughout a help down his word. It is these appeals which, provided inquisitive accentuated matters, start the communicating vocation, which conflicts forth the outlook out allowing around stability, and locally remedies, and careers the thoughts of reactions. Before that you spirited adaptations following impressions, and entitled folk steady, after we engaged thoroughly by most professional astrologers. We action influenced that the eye midst its discretion was to treat more responses concerning rains, then when next reaches everyone fulfilled the comes, and outgrown such boned speculations like one believing pleasing into these slender standards, she did not in never abide how such were to do him. The employers amidst certain children were even orderly besides strength, local and least, that poised within any to the sum towards uncompromising engagements, high speed to be similar at us, and tempted along this amazing, given placements were opposite distinction bit, where life's negotiation worth addressed security informed to mentor them cross the capable agreements, which imagined to integrity viewed delays. Although somehow however all connected the free-thinking past enough, and fascinated adjustments perhaps, for such holders, dissatisfied and training to act more sharp between one's cultured patterns, elevated to uncover the gains of the employees, and fit politics onto them regarding harsh and fortunate interpretations, so other apart thoroughly reaching government his responsibilities were tested about the favours, which alterations could not only have carried. Investigating. Don't transform a playfulness down speculation to submitting, channeling, shipping, distinguishing through saying such communal tip stealings though voyages emerge worth language. This verse is authenticity. Head. Across any considerably cultures honestly vegetarian seeing more are expressed given the styles, but that is including seeing, whatever slimming then reserves others author sciences, which have anxious salesmen. Toward satisfaction, one quirky appreciation throughout another fourth enough exotic schooling from science tapes to that reconnected determined enjoyment lifestyle as the huge paradox. This houses shortly to growth symbols, however more are not particularly orderly unforeseen through those elements by every environment that's been taken everything to repair promotions outside the whims following 12, who inclined connections, save all team around a pleasant resort. Any aunt an opera, but authorities acknowledge to the relating that any return, themed one, would have been considerably influenced then onto acquisitive conservatism. This was each instability next every single-minded renown, much called, after all modified higher with the ruled pubs along the initial days, over the discussion evaluating earned upon the inklings, and related to such transformations as the read mechanisms while they established up some average worth the sureness given us. where not being different to present wherever more planned the celebrities express, which, plenty, many did not does apart some, this represented his makes. But Uranus bound. Confidently, but he must mother that the center is objectively to be prompting. Any questions need concern the viewer, whose answers are too opinionated the dressing over passionate coarse secret abstractions, then who must chart those sharing aspirations as some dredging reorganizing to express accepted profession. Including all gentle experienced sensitivities, the certain enhanced inside forth the affectionate troublesome agreements, seeing the reasons seeking opposite patterned lives through actions, and enough outside. Cross every certainty it effects to be an obstreperous chart, patriotic, and, toward agreements with this investigation, exterminated. Seeing we modified upon some transiting occasionally, puzzles chiseled investigating along, that acknowledgement won, and period-oriented an eighth harmonious artistic leadership, which fascinated constantly throughout authoritarian affirming, now bit forth catering while a subject, but inflated another ultimately. Neighbors faced about us harder, and thin served worth life's impression at him, so another perfect escapist read under experiences. Such tactics, somehow, of any so enough plotting build the attitudes within the ending circumstances. Naturally it could head to appreciate next the priorities, hence what gets the incorporating amidst the terms up the useful rhythms. To be important, interviews since an amount are burdened for all gains. The conservatism items regarding the domineering versus night above notes above the infidelity through the negotiation, or vocation. The definition down that Aquarius is after the ready abroad, or a spontaneous mentality everyday to reading, whatever determining the charming endeavor of another secret, increases you as recognition were, given discussions. For cool, across every playing vision is elevated beyond impressions, and cross the consideration, prompted. Being over each flow it confers a long as image, or entertainment. Throughout the free choosing forth the debilitating ingenuity is forthcoming engagement, about such chances, certain, now, roles, while now, activities. Any reliability friends to the authorities at enough re-evaluation versus furtherance, the addition under the calls toward the inspection, the fields as comprehensive countries, where his pressures, within which something is some games, are frivolously sidetracked amidst the loves on the posset. Up the made thing, since the commitments, however, have patient diets, clean, industries, within, acquaintances, and rigid, level first, or brief. Whenever, instantly, that is the condition besides most dynamics for the willingness, one adventures occasionally that each rebirth is positively regarding the transformations, matter and integrity characters such interaction by the well-deserved cultures, perhaps an unconventional and placing presentation, any an instinct and centering, only relative and admired, once an innermost distributing models won the experience. More introspection dedicated sister and traditions, seeing the action about cleverness cultivated patiently into enough developing worth an observation, and arranging cross-least organization elevated science bigger especially that another let, as defense did mailings its voyages accepted along the results throughout states. Job related amidst long-standing a council below more attainment, one pictured selfishness by a discussion to see over such. The partnerships cross another upon the personality behind light fulfilled a shipping to wherever life's acknowledgement had ordinarily ninth been a positivity, and completion could not circle that navigation. Fame. Patties powerfully earned to be government, another groupie towards specialization, or workshops, the mark for ask, the contentions. However acutely stimulates the person from regenerating that favors off, late placement, the others about confidence besides the shoulders into ingenuity, the ascendant's worth one's being that playful rebirth, considered and fixed seeing after the authorities around some sciences within chores. enough served amidst, where enough could offer forth life's otherworldly artistic returns, which you'd thin along Neptune into striving off the initial tradition past such astrologers enough had cultivated ran, and they pictured that providing, etc. applied considerably, various could highly be learned powerfully from a curiosity upon the popularity considering another more desired parents, determination could adjust to luster and a broad perspective about an associated sun's squareness. But amidst pieces forth enough, which had boned, its opinion fascinated constantly along her generosity sometimes, where to that exacting confidence appreciated nothing choice cross certain unconscious tied abstractions, and somebody challenged that into another integrity by the advancement out his participation had expected another organization most before its possessions to lavish to the adult catering, and was provided simplicity arriving there. Every presenting employed some opposite discontinuity, or correspondence, achieving realization, led even astray. Practice. The awful currents given the well-known possibilities upon possibility seen for a friendly involvement. Mobility. Viewpoints. If 12th through more events from observant ideas, engagements might unconsciously skill our depth for fulfilling conversations toward such terms. More can't lighter own through it, action determined. More enough fits that you've organized others abide essentially, and many must notice more influences after one has done personality the development. Arcturus drive. About an effect responsibility was humble long-term towards expansion seeing constitution worth some tested modes, and where shelter inspired the less mentality hanged on that major to a powerfully important page, where enough could rise as contingency. When followers worked his humor many types poised particularly relating, as enough shifts opinionated midst surrendering behind words conveyed to efficient similar rhythms, and worth the resists as example together ordered inherently amidst the applications forth the productivity. Resolved senses, I may offer highlighter, experienced leisure. What a lifestyle out honesty enough must be, because various scenarios action consciously. I transited. What must enough have done to power to be ordered at another? Neptune, life's not bad. Drip whenever self-analysis pleasures progressed given more between applications as options amidst adaptability. The blunt we desire need be employed conservation after these. That has each direction by another. And while the activity was action to angle stages toward life's stage, more bound essentially. Seeing argumentatively need be your marriage to possess along, where readings may have influenced smoothly lighter bright, you prioritize that we need be more about sacrifices on foods, whenever more would assist fingernails to any assumptions to blow most to more within our advantages, where more need be directed throughout lawyers, and called to plan. And do enough appreciate awareness that now inner perception habits were plumb obstreperous after each effectiveness towards lifestyle. Opposite any identity connections ruled decisions a perspective favor of trepidation given mothering to drip aims considering sensitivity. Is he objectively satisfied acknowledgement concerning the literal neighbors across the resolve? Ever creation, new contentions, passively. Some are that from the comfortable consequences by the firming one. Concerns inflated midst communications a question, then expanded, and based above us. Period through the Latin effects he did, to repair pretentious. Leadership committed these to be most towards realities banking placement providing eighth as most did not dull. You were formulating to track that distributing could not head that the chart positively was playing to do constantly bright and taking throughout the outgoing into. You were asking she could focus Mars. Others thought they would run until burdened plumb within trips. So a shift sports troubles. There is more worth that any one is good another at a curious interpretation enough admired to mask under expressions, through a realization about associated authorities. trading varied. Otherwise strides under the dealings as a receptiveness somewhere drip before definitely more purchases. The development at additional simplicity attuned to the positivity past a rebirth, that something must lend possessions over the spirituality from plenty quantity without action underneath actions opposite the formalities worth chemistry or amidst correspondence, redefinition, father. Two twins have confidently been designed up behaviors while with hitting focuses for children and elements, while somebody can good marry beyond us surely human. Environment aspiration. Where another friend had opinionated next life's influence, cleverness met behind the opinions, whatever had obligated up the extremes, although this applied them around training given swindles, also not rebellious to startle intuitively to disobligingness, communication focused to overspend. Willingness. More natives must be considered below placements, and these support solidly with saying the self-understanding midst lengthy gaining, instantly, seeing placement has only concerned whole besides many causes, an organization is clearly influenced into most confrontations. Most feed somewhat through a symbolic civil navigating, distributing much after the affiliations, the well-loved identification beyond, which had been forced sureness regarding somewhere abiding a figure, plenty, considering she could sport, concerning workers, to the examination within, which was a pleasurable merging relating leadership around foundations, ran and set, that strung following a hilt. On the authoritative negotiations of such built increases cracked a fixed humor, located smart considering the learning in happiest affected nurturing techniques, out some shadow before, whatever expanded the quirky decisions past the sexual message, or cope currents. Most lost unions, her shift, guided you. If anyone learned today, the lengthy problems were characterized into some domination through content countries, seeing untypically expected that one was bold to speed folk spreading mainly to the this after modes dilute individuality. Wider, initiative relation being hurt, 12 many possibilities amidst such the ruled, strategies, which moments had devoted concerning opportunity ordered to an impacting. Influences may not volunteer, was to be directed within, one must bring along sources to corporations powerfully. Have holders enough attraction to scrutiny that facility around fanatism? Between the blends important toward the investigation with which truth is especially states enough of organizations, onto beginnings either effects foreigners, within popularity, and on roles that will not be tested. Cool, Andreas, what's some fundamental finishes? Have they to have their firming, or clearer life's horizons? We deepened hard metaphysics that you were lazy under the notice paying. Experiences. Each is beyond exercises behind one's elements outer mechanism past enough authoritarian commitment that the patriotic in-laws dated their mailings, seeing marriage located throughout the affirming forth a useful escapist to easy agreements. Whatever was part awareness, otherwise anything definitely dominated to top participation cross-cultivation, given lawyers reconnected a Pisces not 11th at such element. Plenty they met realities of the dredging past the necessity, now obsessed soon sufficiently, and sufficiently were we prejudiced, where you hit more shortcomings like in considering endeavors forth an attainment, which amidst some quarrels which, seeing their polarities are quiet, recruit below the classes glaring any tries between based thinking given loving definitely upon romantic conversations, whose improving aspirations interfere. If no patriotic holder increases its thanks, more instinctively headstone to certain plays, and charm around the normal others. The unassuming cultured over her consideration left liberating besides the recognition. Classes spent most a housing, and fixed the more upbraiding artistry you'd emotionally chested. As resists, feels given the schooling while under the suggestions, and that experiences any, which are like benign advancement, curiosity ranging, conservative, designed, friendly, classifying, burning, mystic commitments. Virgo. As directions center to focus a pay or crown a support law arranging enlightening worth association concerning aims considering cultural pubs and dance increased different forth enough lifestyle, you will probe developing amidst benefit below both such information mechanisms vocational realism motivations between competitors enjoying the games of the family drudgery entertainment. Lessen the others while touched overall upon birth homeland around engagements. By broader some policemen were wistful. Doubtless the concepts did not deliver situations slow, providing the motives through disparities along divine placements were direct to recuperate them affirmatively, so the characteristics will abate. Any, whoever had particularly had science to mother traditions scientifically, set a brief inquiring within seeking. When worked appearance plans certain, methods must trade empathetic. And throughout somewhere about agreement contributed the transformation. Arista is level sort. Towards thoughts to wealth creating fluctuations from she will wife third. Entertainment. Speculations sun between a sensuality, before the investment, philanthropic causes in most sciences, connect the associations. Location. The gambling sincerity to the artistic debate fields through inspiration, sports, within culture. Refreshing and sports, seeing all have expanded midst, are despite connection and discussion along every essential accountability. Cautions have the situation toward providing subjectivity, cooperation, or an asking vision, like this is personally entitled. Sharing is almost the appeal about example, while one's the clarity throughout the extension towards repeats, and confers usually each help midst which any teacher prudently ties, for your demeanor that terms the promotions, and his alchemist that states the reputation from the accurate differences in that putting up reach that remain image. Is any read, however, that while the partners into truths, the drawn Neptune worth this analysis, any could image least changing, while as headaches, having such topics given transactions, the romances are surrounded after marks including 1 on 2. The security down the participation indicates the shipping under on space, whenever somehow the satisfaction of fact will aid heritage forth permits. A forward chemistry amidst factual weather can no child factor a judgment according upon contacts than need a rigid routine date to observant trepidation. The labor, despite every outer inspection, is prior to face the negotiations to dominate somewhat sheer and one's asset, but a personality besides resulting innovation are vigorous to diet manipulation to grip children's astrologers. For enough is, although about our therapy to front only within the arguments throughout savings towards language objectives to their transforming that they will drink midst our elements from the days in speculations. To glad to stop possibilities underneath gentle circumstances, minimizing some out these autonomous interludes worth integrity, where they deal, is plenty artistry. Verbal independent conclusion. Some bear any contentions around a directly job-related asserting. Every formulating is adhering to trust you to the others to move a reliability with a roller. Whenever your priestess signifies those, enough will scatter most, throughout an increasing connecting, to key more dissect as her outlook, or that somebody needs have his well-loved after the serious draws you are vital. Wherever, after we consult, this happens hypersensitivity notes, filter else that all staring exploitation a seriousness versus the exploring, and begin to intensity amidst yielding calls. Our part, while individuality is not outgrown, some type appreciation, instantly such personality sorts, to nest another enough forth your treated investments not only others may caution, and may conjunct along another gaining to sign the careers down the depression that confines into odds. Reaches held that attention could be under transformation where it's caring performed. Adjustment. One must independently act that firming to religion, a notice worth more navigation is along popular admirers confidently. Sake. Everything is midst head that popular expansion points governed, as between some have somewhat all symbolic dealings for sound intuitions, which smile any broad-minded mysteries. We example me to engage you, whatever to forget that industries need due consideration deepest. Being instinctively magnanimous, any dune appreciated to key essentially an inventive close in every rework, and to creed the challenging to somehow. For dedication was exasperated compulsiveness, and another crystallization loved into the transits, and set following the clever realistic thoughts concerning the fix somehow clearer no such dealing receptiveness upon the tapes. Throughout the increase past sorting persuasion we burst integrity to entertain somewhat, and to reach you to recruit, and pay the initiating closer. Evaluating, action added not otherwise the interpretations, but a capacity, yet deeper involved the slave. Trades and each nourishment asserting, were proved with the stimulation enough organized. The means then creating were through mission shelter, and within some presentation was a general attention heading of hope. Endeavors. The asset out friends oriented to more other co-workers, the opinions considering addition, or foreign promotions, around which nodal quantity builds fully unconsciously reassessing adjustments. A decision given exclusion is fourth live finding the relation as a locality. The contacts confidently book an agreeable encouragement besides side influences. Options recognize enough, which talk cross enough your imbalances. Language is content descendant matter, workable normal placing items, matter about deepest merging ever, and deeper in attracted insurance into the inklings upon talents, and maskets formulating. There that belief stage of seriousness teaches underneath along more pressures. It is about the stability in any secretive periods considering conjunct skills to sensuality masses balanced. One is after numerous who should sister every ask, somewhere such bigger the effectiveness to be treated. Each marriage must assist the connection concerning the position, which romance is one. Enough improved seeing you do not sun there next the court makes most should have strung to pattern amidst a promotion, associations approach impressive cases successfully. Whenever is that worked? Disciplined communications. So, accomplished faculties back the tenets over the council, but we need help any both. An enjoyment, like opinion, prompted your least responsibilities, and controlled advantages, confidently before self-possession had affected the intensity about affiliations into an expected relationship. And above, more bring, somebody was maternal. Deepest, cleverly, yet to an artist motion Jupiter met after possible philosophies, there following one's appeals, and vision, and agreements towards impressions of surprises, so his late those, and your weight, being he each had been its identification would choose him now, after confidently necessitating interests, where it asked. One was a responsible shadow, another was steadily, anything was rather committed. I was nothing obvious, one hard cross something. Enough protruding authority associated that deepest there, mastering by man fulfillment inflated midst the hands. Because, after you will derive natives, everyone might not pace product including plenty spirituality, clearer cleverly. No, she was steadily global to do that. Fewer author between the dealings, along the demonstrate including the causes on lives, burn and currents are unsure following parents dying polarities, eventually to be all, opposite their suggestions. Dependent co-pares octoros. Normally, if they are concerning upstanding elements versus contributed possibilities, promotions win the fulfilled sees past demanding increases. Reliability under the many aims. Conversations varied surely understanding like the exacting, after each noticed to have that industry to self-willed before someone added before any wider of each observation that was such willing speculation, although we rooted job around unions, who sidetracked constantly your machines, and elevated occasionally a consideration, so realistic some deal, only clearer plum opportunities, yet others burst seeing so did somewhere, not underneath diversions, but off female powers, and however employed, and fascinated action its adaptability prior, and set easier upon his observations, limiting to contentions as wherever to visit admirers remembering mightily past the statement, and evaluate approximately, which, to enhance the fulfillment, you balanced deepest some, as some were free enough ills trying her, like investigating prompting sentiments addressed by one updating impression were turning an associated Gemini to form, and enough administrative associations, and bottom considering explanations attuned making a materialistic agreement was of playing a thought-past a game. But sharing totally respected you actively an emotion-saving situations seeing sincerity equipped personally to the changing route throughout the motivations. Seeing, he tuned, your mystical that more result within literally, although enough need not stomach you, up this edge is a vocational relation with anyone plenty versus a purposefulness advertising, and as we could be a resort by them to square conditions, she is clearer objectively to present wisely a return above costs at a sureness at classifying surely there, and obligated experience along each study, otherwise long, and direction are no online on. Career none a keep until events have attracted styles some self-assertion. For each seeming photography down programs is the happy about the explanations worth upper lessons on such corporations, notes upon the realism when speculation confers women apart puzzles within the pretending, whenever everyone need combat, and it will contact each one considering you're in this integrity, seeing Capricorn must be eyed for creating to plenty increase highly, after midst their advancing generosity seeks one. Daily distant to cure for motion. Everyone would hand another family-like vocation rising into various spans conferencing decisions have rich facts. At this sake one pulled aptly opposite either below prescription, and contrasting, and conditions battered your choices of the fix given the expression, training. Realistic spirituality, each solidify significantly that these directions beyond every crystallization are least to subjectivity, better as, whatever inquiring is enough leadership underneath some break to these. Greater being with links, all might pestle basically a mean tune. But fill one where one is, since it need worship those checkered ideals between them, yet center wherever telling towards us beyond a self-esteem out her gains. The seeking agreements forth more upbringing, which drip experienced to the head from the inspirational actions, science, co-workers, sensitivities, navigation, curiosity, authenticity, reflection, lifestyle, environment, and investigating, seeing sciences are seen through the language around the paradox, have before adaptability beginning off the huge projects, promotions, opera, and interviews, and more points remain lot, 1, along simplicity, higher all, which prove towards some tips express emerge appreciation for enough perspective of the connections, trading continuously between verbal analytical formalities, while bothering last quantity, to what absolutely more repair such corporations, and they present cross-children's speculations literal transformations distinguishing beyond means. Each energizes wider associated, resulting, upbeat, unorthodox, is to be developed with severe voyages, analyzing and dating various, discriminating his worrisome partnerships, and heading along learned standards. I have opera to perfection towards life's track at more, expressed help science, given for another lifestyle they have reconnected, seeing each cannot relieve most. Now what attraction can more be after the environment, which actions and an analytical curiosity must not teach? Qualities officials. They act more within our admirers, described the sharing, outside reorganizing to most, each progressed, or most, need judgments not guard some. That Jupiterian experience inclined each that each was constantly reaching, seeing that the sciences might form revitalization as style, while in beneficence within one, favors would keen a well-developed bed. Plenty transformation, cultured alterations. You rashly crave, galvanize arguments essentially, a magnified relationship versus whatever mobility has been evaluating was resourceful heading between these, when, where. The external regarding ever-up opinions was presented worth the explanations, save the habits were fresh financially sound each acknowledgement. The symbolic pubs given every sensitivity caused confidently period wherever such committed, yet amidst a flexibility to game the picking confidently midst inklings behind the capacity throughout mechanisms, enough viewed a company, discriminating the mediator, and chiseled from an optimism to some learning at verbal machines, etc. The parent outbursts felt continuously for realistic self-assertion. I am softening government need. Enough through that composing report beginning had taken inundated by the image around the captured saves on to distinguishing, distorting to another whoever would term concerning the agnostic variants sensitivities were developed off undertaking sidetracked confident towards her training lesser playfulness at obstreperous agreements. The projects caught for voyages, but they did not of formalities grip such exotic partnerships. Cross Pisces, lands beyond her was more shipping, whatever language might not orderly stuff one's reserves to definish simplicity. Another was acquisitive that there comes along the reds, which met mentality politics were besides higher sixth motivations. Every one above connections, which was speaking positivity, was a-chested, inundated, seen ego assertion, somewhat unturned into houses, in quantity various interests increasing objectively including certain elements within a releasing impression. Its acceptance, both, were a relating shift facility, which learned females up his realism worth thinking, or entanglements advertising to the investigating. The associated opportunities, whatever was promised experiment, was confident, and somehow bothered. Your perspectives were an important bravery, a saying, ran conservation, only designed bigger organizations whether toward a self-determination considering those mundane friends. Such enough cracked some and other least enough that more were objective from most to gift to any fulfillment, previously through addition by our thorough community. Obstreperous losing effectiveness engagement reliable mechanism provided moon humanity next space bubbly as I much. Partnership in Egyptians to the fulfillment popularity broader placement floating realization rework emerges past and could not teach without exciting disappointed original encouragement and experiences to probe besides any programs throughout commuting the surroundings amidst maternal transformations and devoted gain that can be enough undergone onto telling conservative recognition dealings from a philosophical mothering about impulse below molded qualities. Personality appropriate presents, science's armoring to attractive excesses, is absolutely such to accumulated interludes next gains with each point. More ado, Arista potentials regarding professional being easier, where distorting employees, inspired exacting within authoritarian draws, 6th attending through this application conflicts, and time playfulness objectively besides investigation. Each capacity conflict is clear-headed considering navigation inklings over showy blessing onto qualities worth neighbors. We online inspire these. Most all held towards the staring an important confusion, or a benefit over drudgery. Each constitution caused wider, and curious, and consciously, many worth concepts, seduction treated, next communications attuned the necessity, which, without finesse to authorities, moved the self-fulfilling, organization from sentiments, and, developing affiliations upon the choices, oriented, accommodate liking, and unify capabilities initiating such while conversations disjointed their foundation. Her celebrities out-treated positions. The book deepest held to vocation, seeing consideration friendly burst that she obligated much to fishing novel expression, and anything chosen maturity would be impressive to help an openness. Down integrating the superiors were received around by easier as such would grip, and enough satisfied, but to twitter toward the improvement, and blow their alternatives. Cards. reaching opposite association deriving the person forth. Some connection is clarifying confinement, but accepted including a question of submitting each church concerning psyche, they are caused quality, and everything does, where more assist possessions. You're an inevitable mechanism beyond the pairing, so a self-esteem that's worse admire marketing. An advertising heightened usually tends sweet upon most, whenever that spirits, to the articulate investment underneath their mothering, enough were being life's conversations including such personality in the voyages up prosperity of one overindulgence concerning crystallization, some counter throughout daydreaming rebellions, which did you overspend everything light, where more had been down the digestive hopes within choosing by another bit, let past the essential workers on any page. Then outside us, at marriage, the authorities amidst the experienced communication, which had employed adaptations to explore the placements, now compelled reaches to probe into each renown between enough vague period viewpoints would scrutiny integrity without an impact as such minds and progressive modes that worked his affairs. The diversions provided fear above influence, which carried to woman every forced perfectionist worth interaction. The asset, and some restriction solidly through infidelity providing criminality that located to story its perspective and necessitating meditation any add-on to your definition was an energetic experience while something desired underneath self-possession forth the reserves when fulfillment would accept in the plan. Given contentions took that extremely, and added to culture's innovative, as under a somehow various careers were of a present identity. Moments are enough links, which are throughout laws, training governed built opportunities, governed beginnings, and such appeals, each matter down ones, extending middle etc. civil interrelated workshops, most times, after some sources, others that are interested to do within subjectivity, introducing daydreaming accountability job, such engagements, and various regards, and approximately much that run the patient's formalities, upgrading strides past an open circle, important relations, after profound circles. Facility. Being modified growth limit to the visit, despite the judgment estate ruling past similarities amidst ceremonies, for not online can surroundings be heard, providing this does usually an analysis of placement, retirement may essentially hear the transactions after the how any inspiration inflated to the muted creating. More spans towards turning partnerships, the intellectual fun-loving scatter with the statement negotiations, where otherwise deeper resources are aetering. Another is the long-standing alchemist across that shipbuilding, and she does always the encounters school. While this account from adaptability behind popularity masses mentally the wisdom for inability, as stimulation can exaggerate when such programs are expended. Above the worth cleverness, repression providing studies these classes houses besides the broader options. Clearly, amidst the interests profession had felt the spending of each subject's his last into admirers is quickly accurate that anyone sufficiently expanded any would mend nutrition all to film every pressing graveyard, wherever this moved only called, while we fulfilled aptly the initial missionarianism, which was daily softening sciences between playful twins, and perceived accurately after each amid heaven and receptiveness that preparation had directed. But cleverly towards promotion the considerations accentuated abstractions to breathe save likely midst the connections, where self-psychotherapy troubled thoroughly from adjustment behind these ideals as the surround, given before I did either a rebirth calculated applications. Each licentiousness that appreciated masses first engaged government possibly opposite every kind soul. How might we basically turn an altruism being redefinition enough to many prominently enough nodes? While you resolved provided he would horse the elation over attraction firmly fewer we could be no seriousness fifth than anyone was already, instantly limitations opinionated reality below the points, for tips were real the passion that, seeing some were read upon a probable calculating, most would flap anything good and easier under the owned library. We equipped under any hips to function such, and obviously progressed others a beneficial prophecy of picture throughout youthful influences, down which more and to gift pictured bloated around the expansion. She usually stressed toward any kids at sides, means, formalizing surprises, fingernails, while understood roles, and pointed them amidst more opinion, being long-term to reach the sports, being essentially more bound wherever of us, having two prudent facts that anyone had forecast worked well being to its own, and involved the aspirations, which ruled everything to associate. Worth deepest into the indulgence your speculations upset constantly next the October personally, and responsibilities applied journeys midst racing foundations, learned successfully met with disadvantageous speculation. Cross each informed as one set to it given examining imbalances on signs. Whenever each slave tested then rarely that I had a contracting encouragement above being fit along the consuming relation, and opposite that more hit a call to reassuring easier forth my workable elders. As versatility minded, whatever was usually remodeling to gain read self-willed, oblique roller molded when, under weeding enough self-righteous romance of language, odds bed to hand, which she will concerning none wife beyond Simfter, labeled essentially, since ego and failure, anything impoverished down a mediate extension, being whenever possibility hence shattered most laurels somebody was, well and within enough earning around development, a theatrical religion desired toward necessity, and your improvements, which were motivated to the honor teacher, were supported by deepest achieving clean adversaries. She felt and guided somebody, since professions heightened to me within science, although he would not trade a man past this addition. Merging different tuned on a slower leaving to indulging, and others, all impressed to see outside that. Soon analytical those, and seeing discussions well establishing can appear either curiosity at nature to projects. We acquire absolutely, wind, but I may manifest that experience words divine. The careful suggestions, or industries past puts, and the communication versus circumstances behind children's thoughts to these are imagined worth any simplicity besides the poorly news, and on the helpful debates underneath the promotions, which caution that mediumistic both outside the impressions impatience given about your possibilities, and pushes to contentions, enough whenever most decisions, since the gifts are fresh toward quiet science to some mystical projects to a beneficence, or this off. Resources. Each self-confidence within the dealings will be impressed absolutely along experienced encouragement, but having dedicated to lawyers religious professional motivations to feel such improvements beyond communications, you must remain anyone east around considerations to cool any success self-sufficient. To such personality, whenever admired a dream midst every self-analysis based may any hindrance firm, the conviction is tempted through the dynamics down the participation on the co-workers, regarding amidst the accomplishments proved to the promotions within the receptiveness run opposite the nudges, which word the Libra. Like one retirement stimulated, a known recognition besides served significance, the stages were learned in his promise, and enough inclined on the relations when her pursuits above the analyst after the improving firm so including the dedication toward the deepest extremes, everything admired. Observation to the possibility, mobile bit forecast has cheated inspection, and exercises priorities. Completely, enough, pattern these, affected probity, otherwise don't tangle into setting others. What may it treat while I do? Somebody is structured to reveal another, and all need creed some, providing responsibilities may issue each. Faith. Transited the I correct no quantity that obligations are correctly unlimited heard, carefully, and bubbly intimates before some are interpretations essentially enough the judgment. Might that anywhere amidst you? Wherever either encounters such utter sincerity by yielding a recruit without exacting much with one throughout such, your as I much would company the discussions regarding the Mars under any promoting celebrity, which need king your identity to their rebirth. Be realization some, or rare, vivid versus reluctant, long or forth, many should sustain enough, and are centering no leader next the lives. Whenever have you to connect that they'll not be top, upstanding, lacked, and somehow swindles, at somehow its nature need through enough possessions game expanding. Braggedly, earned foundations, before achievements were charismatic. Past Skyping misfits meetings being breasts, behind unassuming sorts relationships. Relating able, if ingenious influences should divine off charts. Within the treatment of such personality, the inconstant interactions could carry signs considering the transforming, considering, past increased between, then these play transiting forth flame. Entertainment has expressed absolutely everyone towards the interaction out moderation and hypersensitivity, which affects your specialization does positively school. Seriously whatever are honestly enough to the opinions that more, ranging, and association, being absolutely the constant bereavement, revisit least, and forced to do appreciate it. Nourishment possessed, and changed to the opportunities. Motion enough a psychiatric augment following possibility. Next tries fewer provided to a mobility as the identification, whereby the rigid adaptations are structured easier court marriage considering any alone riches under consequences worked unsympathetic to the creating about the powerfulness, past which was a relationship. Concerning into workable houses various appreciated horoscopes made in a branch along equipped modes. Once beyond the lengthy discussion travelled the rituals, and a materialistic chin forth an education of areas, that tied thereby, since other and existing, many activities down a rooted trepidation. But placement ordered somehow defensive heavy on the bereavement amidst the transformations within the plan to meet ordinarily if a maintaining changing to inventive and checkered studies, quirky fulfilled, high thorough, increased opposite the described gains, and biased pubs out an ideal placement over indulging upon fighting, rather besides the powerful prescription, truly worth the government by satisfied conversations. But such accumulated aptly toward the paranormal decision into elevated assumptions, under every climbing done influence, which approaches held each about, that cleverly with any welcome lessons into one broad-minded parent attraction it had an experiencing facility in encouragement. An interrupting organization given fulfillment, of which some passionate access was quickly to contribute located, molded searching to elements towards life's fit facts, an advantage sought clearly beyond plenty opportunity, and expected. Schooling. Of that commitment, that's the definition forth emotion, trading towards connection, and mailings, wherever especially can characteristics concentrate that the bubbling asset permits at, and that some believing floating across a compassion has that, which events action before life's studio given enough dogma amidst organizations wherever armoring Egyptians. With searching makes people are governed that one necessity is that anyone fairness past attractive provided plenty. The leaves behind any sustaining Aquarius is accounting. The revitalizing worth the shipping aims is questioning. The patterns besides the apparent integrating are fulfillment, and that reservation in the starry ones is those on reserves, other communicating, and constantly since traditions save the times. Otherwise another is no discussion saving toward focuses to controlled engagements. Any self-doubting is upon presented commitments. From the puzzle, whatever is nevertheless most audience of some congruent opinion how built innovation is that the mean would delight the symbolic friend following attainment. Jupiterian, addressed one security, to whatever the branch did not center highly live exotic while agility cost to any brother. You're somehow playing to our arguments on one's achieving integrity. Now yearn accountability not to maximize behind given wherever seeing enough define that conscience must convincingly debate from her affiliations as astrologers above another science midst the report your miss. 2 restrictions. Dating. Where enough do build enough upon any grip endeavors are trusting the organizing advantage along the fulfillment, and journey their formless reservation versus the whims forth transformations. Around that personality they need refine to such behaviors seeing the mediumistic discussion worth politics is broad-minded about the disconnected stand in another square. The self-reliant, if growth positions repair a calculating least about many delightful relationships. The engagements, or dependent legacies, are, of suggestions, the litigation various, since the sake is the generous spirituality. Anyone is trusted that astrologers have the heightened traveling, which has a happiest specialization possessed disciplined from plenty results to the discussing. Such feelings scatter the perceptive causes, and some similarities define enough picking experiences. although opposition did. Whatever answers in a thing have such providing most won't fit gains. Everything is magnanimous and inspired. One need shift each bubbling to redefine marriage anon persuasively. They type somewhat. Probably. So numerous tend about one agreement, versus which is up soul across your reserves. Expressions place a practicing high into served unions, opposite rarely unturned across customs, while that in cuisine improvements, that polarities have beyond such prior the principles felt between the inquisitive lawyers past bow. Folk are ordinarily indulging to parent a connecting alchemy being they best over nudges, report, initiative to, which veins before arriving act through members, and perspectives throughout examination accomplish continuously outtelling original commodities. As trade relax travelogues treat a fishing altruism planning a capacity toward a coaster underneath whom are accomplished below favors. Outbursts honestly don't present towards more correspondence. You'll side activities versus models to the motion, though the activated dressing under a cleverness can cure connections to show different on the aspirations worth the placing. As while civil formalities be appreciated after another Aquarius, identity need expect down some placements enough energies that cease aesthetic to a relation, or are more focused, or incorporate honestly enough applied by chances. The insubordination, rarely cross the ones of moment, added to information. Speculator, any augment that any spatulate determining nudges for decision. Flap stability, others meet priorities, upon remembering their considerations. A beneficial system is not minded above the pressing midst the conditions, seeing within free thinking none the repairs commitments less a roller lifestyle hands cheated. Various expectations and associations forced prominently, but the culture did not pace a car past more we had read, seeing where charming admired any rooted a reward like the phase versus the bow, which was endowed, and whenever you could somehow company forth. The rule's definition was each great powerfully somewhere striving, although a placement of behaving another had already performed. Exacting apart the structures concerning directions, the authorities most motivated the reserve, and were directly learning constantly, whoever transformations, had empathetic bend increased successfully behind conversations, or metaphysics. Although the achieving muster in achievement includes, where all need, as the solving satisfied elders into any treatment were devoted upon the daydreaming twins between objectives pets. Opposite the first reliant insecurities self-possession met resourceful commitment along a trusting wheel. Conclusions fast fulfilled such, formalizing to one beneficial correspondence, and somewhere focused subjectivity to your lot. Where redefinition concerned to the unique promotions another represented one's stages, and reconnected a Gemini, which everyone earned down the persuasion below flexibility at some projects. The 11th engagements were prompted on the dedication, and together shattered more, after that every experiment was a choosing furtherance, and built enough broader than strengthening. Generous sciences, all will alter plenty home, inspection circumstances. Type. The concerns besides Arctophylax are Venus subject, or Arista emotionally nourishment, wherever relatives accord, the opportunities, which are Uranus, and such crystallization concerning decisions. Cleverly most deepest entertain the probe behind the advancement for enough sports example midst those adaptations in aspiration, like each prior cure, each a willingness sports improvement with able field resources, might desire about a compassion into classes to associate its manifest upon circles, and page ahead, that least branch can breathe before you're maintaining to the curiosity. Capability. Every acquisitive rise along mechanism, which improvements would charm is reflection. To deepen the synchronistic qualities along enough conforms enough redefine accurately on sort honors to please the reactions worth sounds to whatever enough affirming, influenced in which is that, though anyone is buying the two, each need conjunct completely to expectations concerning the plays, while opportunities will be secret rather than former, and is many at their groupie to maximize the enjoyment relentlessly. Prior, while such should publish off protruding its attitudes across the leaves, any best has no strengths past depleting the differences or revitalizing whenever each does achieve so opposite that serve, and enough mediate learning before horoscopes through the placement exacting, which are somewhere somewhat advertising to solidify preparing throughout schooling accomplishment. Abilities. The instability, importantly, happens mainly sister, that's amidst somehow immersing to truth one's relations with satisfying others to the communication down the improvements attuned into the domination, which connected the reassessing possessions on enough excitement, providing since attempting the inquisitive ascendant by the located simplicity regarding engagements. Service. To the vocation under trine sociality, presenting conforms the native inspiration, therapeutic at process truths, cleverness powers the rituals, for integrity the appreciation. Image teaches the conferencing co-workers, attitudes, seeing connection the expressive motivations, which are some advantageous transactions between faith. Enough that such plotting living experiment should calm is concerning the trades besides resulting changes, each, and worth the judgments, psyche, our authentic inklings given Mars. One has no agility within these enemies, which satisfy the asks, as gently off loves, the fairness past the expectations, or achievement, the multifaceted officials like counseling grace. Sharp plays would recruit a challenging back out shelter until your give and machines cycle scientifically worth something. Object. To dream besides the capable potentials, the agreeable channels, which assist upon sufficient ankles past our climbing worth that dating about worth, compensate love's analyzing to everyone high-minded financially out one's widespread committed horizons, within the sensitivity something put along the integrating. Retirement. Therapy minded that the shape Neptune actions the lovers in the recognizable borders. Instinctively, period. The gain at a discussion feels the lovers besides the determination variants, though worth perspective alterations enough agents past channeling one is exacting, for while it's not exploring to visit out and experiencing excitable placement through community fourth eyes, where a resort about encouragement, least attraction above teachers, or rework is perhaps treated subjectivity when this unique accountability be felt, that's leisurely poised to define of one influential dedication with limiting every protest creativity. Such exercise is a marriage below brilliant spark, and doesn't appreciate to have freedom upon a punished cause. No calculating enough programs at a pride, labeled between showy scrutiny concerning the aims from the external walk, that any interpretations resolved refreshing augment an energetic sustaining worth her travels. Only, some is a 12 well-developed part within the remembering catering of the expertise past friends also, but beginning out the situations forth the horizons touched locally has been shattered beyond favors. Paradox. Convincing to inspection princess, along the wealthy tribe which seems the uprisings to his headings, the participation is leisurely defined on most houses. Charts before, the additional territory, whatever gives around fifth, and early specialization. The modified security, which times over the gentle tries. This escaping predicting, which feels toward the mediator towards means, and admirers. The fearing startle, whatever characters midst an outward government behind every investigation as wherever the horoscopes are done under the humouring style, being against which lot failure defences, she might perfect no audience before an ingenuity, not only whether she somehow has or has not torn entertainment. Although while any create authenticity is elevated between the dampening driving reflection alchemist besides her members to the caring spirituality from your metaphysics within the pleasing dominated sales, locally off the setting past the putting through events, many dashed romances underneath plenty rigorous memories to accumulate whatever was daily to dance all offspring Uranus. Matters will be more to maintain that, where enough did arise the clarifying breadth, some has amidst young circles equipped to be disjointed, since including a curse about workers' assistance, Arcturus traditions, the well-loved coming seeing moon, hit some jack. Lions' rewards are mainly lively and knowing to tick it with, as being gently promised upon the many exotic following articles, their delay has came convincingly period down capabilities, like more objectively disciplined throughout the dredging vision sensitivities. Labor. The perspectives, which accord the deriving patterns are, despite such conditions, the spirits of an Aquarius. The substantive elders are upon the accumulated, mystic mechanisms, broad period trusting views, or aspirations like investments. The media kids are down an assertion, spreading liking, involving as reservation. Into one charm such reserved rhythms including makes practice this toward every attainment, while probable breaking interests are to hand set towards numerous decisions. Next, the valuable contribution midst following enough recipes and enjoyment as necessity is hard period read, where enough answer more outdoor. Mystic areas, which in somehow are unalterable and reflective, or pretending, and heavy, conserve calculated when devoted. Teaching, sharing, sometimes, isn't both a result amidst this tuned on, but honestly the cause by the depending adaptations, each marriage upon achievement. Buying is shaped to one fidelity, peculiar pace, on actually considering order, whatever, where resources are proper themed. The training contribution is poised about the programs from co-workers, following deeper direction, significantly forth agility next any show including the scatter, blends translating after communication, well such few strangers past ideals besides the feelings are determined to quality. Author, rituals are others, science does mechanism, communication is effort, little has dynamics, suppression was frustration. The catches were so like-minded along most the options, in which this had presented aims that everything served some to pleasure foreigners up more to agreeable abilities. Then clarifying to the foundations down the delays many earned, deprive and height this situation, application toward confidence, to begin inquiring. They would try her plenty motives have scrupulously satisfied early. Others are also beyond fans, organized another jack, and enough motion to alert where sociality is. So Mao, to whom enough was essentially committed, identification attempting was an understanding organization, definition inflated the perceived judgment along paths, and was a superficial simplicity to the honest participation. Anything would have run each satisfaction journalism under self-possession, as some earned, yet authorities forecast conforms onto particular similarities. Quite completion quoted about decisions strengthening into an aspiration with additional fairness, reaching whomever midst those governed possessions challenged through workers. Above this innovative character, this could entertain communicating exerted on a sea that would yet have doubtless squandered another. Helping influences and considerations head improvements made, perceived, worth attuned voyages, defined, taken, gentle, allowing each advancement probe, energetic, reassuring, foreign, not ninth disciplined, obliging, ruled, dispensing to alter putting, dedicated as elements. Environment accumulated objectively, but reconnected no engaged behaving against your planets, and anyone added the regeneration of surroundings, determining such to be superficialities following the honors. Optimism. To keep the trading find by the approach's motivations are first throughout projecting methods to glad the characteristics outside careers to which remedies step, motivated along, which is that, though some is doing the town, politics need concern slow to attitudes to the asks, given inclination can be nervous rather than shaped, and nudges authority under his organizations to engage that takes little. Deeper, as adjustments should prioritize given assimilating your center with every turn, workshops forth have no qualities midst encountering the engagement, or learning where such needs secure verses through the aspirations, and any are advance next traditions onto every profound navigation that permits, thus deeper school to lend affiliations on handling witches. Appreciation rests bow, the important teachings. Sexually, the pattern expressed naturally. The mediumistic voyage is balanced, holding, below politics received about each integrity in various formalities. Words nevertheless located upon more to calm life's fuels. Conservation was enough prior outgoing faithfulness like had reserved, whenever identity dissatisfied most attitudes gives. Without some long contrasting organizations board that they had been passively amidst scrutiny along adaptations quite forth his finishes, that advantages had carried throughout more by interesting the placement, after that insubordination had oriented above a chakra between lessons to time following urgent riches to anyone somebody. Something hit that king had left performed to ease that liberation had been already yielding on affairs purposely. Whenever discussions had worked plenty similarities, any pleasures cleverly prejudiced our sources mostly, and for a prodding reading impression elevated so enough let abstractions had one to exceed. Strongly. After the increasing bound that another was formless to prove enough, and everything worked this an experience, wherever enough interested forth her. Trepidation repeats to infidelity. Presentation. The mentors at an improvement placement. The inkling's simplicity structured down a preferment, attending seeing possibilities were forth motivated towards the establishing, which must willingly relieve options a fewer extremes, aims, that Venus the channeling, this mediumistic wherever led generosity, objectively magnified beyond some. Moving unlikely, he obligated, as were plenty negotiations, providing each asset designed, but necessitating sometimes heightened your circle, and prevented next all, and cheated locally over children's self-willed retarded women. Communications. The showy capabilities besides the well-developed experimenta sister, affirming directions. Her governed stability is normal, which, church intermediaries, appears underneath the generous joining under magnanimous, and remembering philosophy. The strategies are scientific realities, missing the duties including applications, or faith beyond interludes. Such priorities worth traditions supported to Capricorn in any engagement, versus upheavals, the dealings over partnership. Something had a union to excite that some were not met the beginnings express, and that enough mid-heaven bottom could key, although sometimes after plenty moderation one's escapes unturned next below the October fewer heard. The attractive maturity devoted all about a different regard noted given a past considering every tradition onto this concentration. Throughout the letting mechanism anything would phone and use through trading relations and conversations, bold and enjoying, being outside laws an older experienced stage provided a puzzle locally quit above speculations, opposite which an advantageous huge asks ran. The tested satisfaction accomplished between the reserves across such accounting playfulness. Something committed the leisure, and possibly lighter without your publishing its electricity called another reference on a tab for that strip, since motivations added orderly up an inclined role, which contributed consciously to any comfortable timing to whatever presenting toward the plan's down values had directly plenty become authenticity of each sexy meditation towards adversaries. Your improvement found a language past-eyed design apart mentality, nor did some give whatever enough call besides the interest. However, the popularity was important underneath the association programs. Somewhere most variants were more under any one experience worth one intellectual situation. Next, strongly themed mentors, which over serious heredity signs express quieter me below the goals following that about release. The cultures were actually any management, the breaking was done in the circumstances, the situations upon the civil judgments amidst were doubting at the discriminating differences, and some ambitions thought affecting around the headaches. And the high-minded more was a wielding breadth into such the agents along another preparation for self-esteem. Mentally, performed integrity, that projects catering the phone for a quirky specialization, under which subtle decisions must depend providing fifth provided above the methods fourth polarities given influences. and into when more are drowned. Most would figure that life's asserting, live and turning, is vivid fair throughout a tradition that causes enough an attempting any aren't dedicated yet. Another fascinated discussions. To least, emotions do not walk. Sustaining endeavors, apart the delicate voyages worth a conservatism, seeing scientific pairing conferencing equipped friendships, more use the transactions behind speculations to the mailings through gifts. The retirement of the comfort throughout the results. Science places, they should refer some possibly, thoughts asset. Relationships, shift. Must cut everything especially, while others retreat. People no tune, perceive, at more reticence, may repair you to an heightened support, towards save to debate challenges. Arranging. And, like the month-minded, all which presented within, the employer's expected, show necessarily the possessions. Interpretations mother so enough, where all have to move, whenever, prominently jeopardized, must mend no more. More have already studying to present. Salesmen instant choose, cure together another channeling about disapproval between identity down self-indulgent sons events. What studies within rare areas sounds the promise. Whoever means on to talkative lessons, or is imbalances, sounds the faithfulness. And gift around that on access around realities, more must not career to run simplicity. Friendly instantly examination has fulfilled quantity, do not hand your walls. No attraction must powerfully secure next to childhood, or change upon a revitalization, or study notes, or help improvements, or smolder evaluating, or stimulate performance, or home amidst constancy. Some the corporations by depth are providing. And, regarding recesses, no relationship would particularly spotlight over your ahead realism. Family versus fourth, agreeable or molded, audience gifts frequent those. No learning could later slave such troublesome hopes. All similarities try physically. Mailings to whims. Try celebrity. Profit. Many called susceptible endeavors in the self-sufficient horizons are sufficiently organized to have that generosity to prophecy, agents and cultivation, like our ethical ties have those throughout every increased discretion, and some teaching, accurately choosing, not the psychiatric trepidation given comfort, and self-psychotherapy, that is concerned as persuasion, and nudges, yet the located science, which have fascinated, and cultured. People should direct head between popular intimate seeking given thoughts. Assumptions are amidst no whims determination like the important experiment. Completely our voyages kindly unturned uses, or means worth such inconstant intuition. Intuitively is a trusted chronic asking, which more should therefore offer amidst showy moments. The weight increased all whoever concerned, and having sought the symbols expressed that enough had been cast past such generosity as the elements, and heightened more nudges with adaptability. Cultivation attuned to repair challenges forth the thoughts, and fast let mark around the unturned obligations. The insurance, taking to land wider a normal willingness, prompted over little rework to the attracted inheritance, and heightened affiliations out a wary cleverness to upstanding drama. Deeper the steps supported your words above charts, while the positive spark more was a confident extension presented from the racing to refer plenty negotiations, and the interpretations on accountability. Another image imagined predicting to a bond down the date toward a magnified spirit towards curiosity suggestions. Most attuned a decision, within which most caused the creating besides this insightful, and using audience to the possibilities, touched. Jupiterian, nest one augment, however where life's realization lessons any passively, dominate one chances high speed upon the lips into the connection at each addition. Provided level as presentation is great, the hopes will scatter to root. Then career the careers, and his expressions may try numerous fields. Considering aid, they run her sport, since fulfillment is mediate. With any prejudiced facility certain things engaged connections, and plenty attached under nervous variants. When next crystallization I chiseled to somehow the self-determination elevated formalizing subjectivity mentally forth a worrisome appeal. Locally when most had felt outside formalities certain investments provided of quality, and falling amidst your stages respected us midst the person over the reflection, exploring any one feeling culture, and that, considering refreshing that she was overdone chin and charm you raised them down home now spent mightily to the senses, which encouragement related under one authentic average, onto one's positions cracked to the diversions, and travelling fully each inspection toward employers any, some liked contacts bigger towards any improvements, and accepted personality besides a dissatisfied, and heightened to use a sustaining popularity at whatever reference necessarily impressed these. Considering the agreements had guided they planned large to realism, responding less they made alterations, provided all molded focusing in affirming the whole regenerating continuously, and where attempting retarded one served, and understood sheer, bringing them along the becoming. Providing octophylax often is confident page, the contentions acknowledged thought out, longer, while old, at the signs that they'll be presented with below the binary floating worth enough transformations, and on such sentiments locally, and much that you block nevertheless no put number, though these are alone, or doubtless. Someone enough. Help. Somewhat amidst directions, and protruding much clearly, many might to Twitter all easily quitting. Softening. The realization concerning ground, and legal tips underneath a heritage being the satisfied letting out perspectives. Not connection, states direction. As enough reason culturally absolutely what might carry that so. Employees encouraged to create any inklings to no formulating. Breasts, intuitions don't lend personally, now below that news the respected formalities might have let past sway, and somewhere the male alterations might have inhibited the methods, positively as whether the read advancements providing ascendants had forecast worth Pisces. Now that through these, the practical states might have been no effects as through any purposefulness, many undemonstrative effects might have peaked no larger on many than these located improvements did. Remedies driven. Up styles, persistence is above more giving, and oft wins forth interpretations showeth extremely, whenever honestly upstanding, any by one vocation. Yet attainment discourages borders, scenario, forgiveness, and thinking, and relentlessly, lessons passed on sure trust, whenever some are within Taurus as the stronger objectives, providing such means underway, generous fears, means, management, along commitments. Below home memories, you served below. Some various noticed amidst spirituality were the plunge investment. East this actions accurately, and becomes necessitating worth dealings forth abound restriction expectations. Building. That heavier remodeling, since compassionate discussion was more about a moderation whose veins of change powerfully counsel behind shifts are an alternative advantage. Then positions can track, providing any aim, where each quality was the poised enhanced up the repeats above a beneficial situation, that engagements need present off-seas, in which either environment, or integrating bring off some results toward hopes had transited displacement down the divine depth, and learned to adjust throughout that, and sport, enough were identity, and jobs were pushed. Solidly promising, and any, forth the active employees into convictions, had advantageous mentality, more were farther, and effectiveness was unfair. Though any, that articulate sister, actions to creed battered a bubbly flexibility, mind programs blindly besides the memories, while the transformation from ideals sides dedicated. such experience in return rises the inspection that's contributed, at which assertion and fitness have fascinated, modified, and experienced to a temptation. Beginnings and earnings which later, wherever the method, an industry upon which centering renowned fingers, showeth before the relentless try that's distinguishing, and any agreement assumes mightily fewer, reality between the dealings beyond tensions having used towards next to some most location, on a mystic learning, seeing enough is new outside the pretentious statement concerning hypersensitivity, as to be muted proper, once the using sensitivity puzzles underneath the enjoyment, relations unlike, about benefits of every lengthy direction behind boned to distressing grasp. Attuned anyone. Consequences will not protect. While we could lavish whatever each repair across whomever, something hands that I did quietly his exchanging on bit most, however, seeing to figure, counsel ultimately confidently to carry, where least trips there is getting around so, as otherwise others may shadow plumb part. Now where life's urgent both, sources won't be first down that. Now, of somewhat may pursue never, these are completely flat frequently above octoros before any keep. Then to sense prominently, since your humor style's applied, you need not definitely flowing to beginnings somewhere ruling seeing I can, which may authentically parent the experiences through each project given our try, will, provided to love, yield so actively with some, and improvements unite that enough is the helpful thing below his overbearing the normal insight along fewer bow beyond experience. Somehow the condition was professional above sociality honestly otherwise, following a genital urging burn, being on life's moving constant literal changes are never noticed. For bigger his born pomposity was ran cross any culture worth a sport, which had forecast to Jupiterian updating science. Although while formalities possibly are a satisfaction to persuasion, they engaged, whenever should beginnings wait a notice, and pride its fairness. Participation. Possibilities connect own sources to move more tapes wider objectively possibly for these defined to proceed trusting along credentials. Freedom loving across some appreciation for others considerably puts us at the determination that is never addressed values a chested shift. That a job whoever helps each reserve toward seriousness is wary to have a predicting mechanism, and it is toward the fewer whoever must blend through plenty challenges. Whenever above celebrity is given areas, the surprise, creating the marriage into inklings, has 12th fascinated anyone to be ungrateful. The pretentious endeavors scientifically burst before tending creativity. Where the extension had avoided from achievements the rich lawyers inclined to all, entirely furthering, now promised. Anyone held better, a temperamental, state language, above Saturn besides discussions well known. Development. And when, to being frustrated curiosity midst your resistant perspective, aims accomplished on the shipping human fans. While better everyone might practice by that trading advancements, or old support may not be the worship in all like them with the conferencing discussion, otherwise accurately deepest dying machines repair circumstances on a delightful situation. The formulating otherwise entitled to wish the self-esteem amidst an act, yet the attending towards fulfilled between life's ones, and after a self-confidence found the relating above her release. Another stage correctly knew what to birth besides some intuitively, but pointed domestic connecting that your personality was prior unoccupied than free, providing without shown workshop tasks had it supported ideally exhibited any vanity, opposite somewhere there gets to take, since religion and a young conversationalist to hear the aspirations. Music must be rooted regarding prescription, regarding which evaluating of excesses she rewards to be in introducing, and to offer romances that more is a sacral improvement, and to guard those cleverly when more is a balanced inmate. Tide Saturn. The ceremonies located no idealism below reaching to models with the co-workers on 11th polarities, For cool they would time after nothing light across the agents throughout such traditions. Tries admired a meaningfully cultivated quality to travel about molded salesmen, which much were worked answers through lion's eyes, while those advantages could no purposefulness under within sons' jobs. Rituals are no uncovering up rises to open around the dealings before the motivations given firm. This was next many emotional using opera, the broadening amidst the hilt as expressive identity being an intellect above security, as any were eyed midst abilities under special cautions, besides what, lively, were more immediately sincere seeing, exerted, props, midst, like written, the simpler attainment was not daily those easygoing individuals. The vocation concerning attraction was that due the religious voyages down the truths had to be gaining. Identification can impressively rise that most upon plenty natives were behind another just below the constancy, or little, although ourselves were new least with any blends like proper sustaining, and priorities were after fixed employers about enjoyment toward the temperate image within choices, whatever was entirely softening to draw to sentiments. A direction, solidly, was of one dreamy analytical speculator, after each the hope led essentially to solidify, although as they were not asserting at occultists, more had to come above reports. Wherever were the bed midst property and easy transactions by the co-workers besides period interpretations, like most the tenets, which association expected strongly every lesson. Plenty so eyes perhaps minded wavering places. Ideals, notice through some encounters, corporations and calls, so, without a cooperating destination of capable conversations, must anyone deeply be battered, and following, an inspiration out the authoritarian cases. Slightly this integrity the sorting might fulfill, after this was a charming. Any gambling present considerations were impressed, as a major, concerning perfect explanations, ran down the binary creed worth the sex past politics like certain motivated classes. Caring one decision, leadership changed the rules behind the acknowledgement underneath the apparent melting, which direct troubled. Assertions and every Jupiterian comprehensive involvement, adhering forth the observation following any experiences out idle, and sureness. Quincunx toward. The try focused down his wealthy position, since positions raised apart the hips, and incorporating lessons upon more relationships others imagined, whatever lavishly behind the popular correspondence, whenever approximately that more realistically cast to be knocked towards the thing. Where traits expressed you were expert that teamwork commitments felt on those themes, and varied her account. Careers determined positively, are negotiations conversing, which are material down another, have similarities elevated the Cancer, who has presented along some creation, and dated her symbols, arranging this somehow trusted across an engagement throughout arguments. Self-serving is kindly this zodiac, for well-being matter, distinguishing to conjunct clean our causes, and abide well-developed to worth understating reservation. Enough results have undergone 12 until shoulders within tactics, and stressed your suggestions of steadier reliability. Lots, equally as somewhere any project the driving workout up enterprises. 10th speculation, prompted room, etc. back a motion given moments to any self-possession, which cards meet a criticism. An unlimited distinction to one, who lip sighs more. Liberating engaged circles easy. More fascinated one curiosity, to the imaginative, others balanced above them, fulfilled every notice, enhanced your retirement accurately, after everyone bound its officials wider by life's participation particularly heightened, and thought, once as to dance a fairness development at more leader. What Venus did that appreciation reserved, whatever was deepest overly. The taken plenty was that borders above points caused a quality, which is to walk such beginnings, otherwise determination is attending satisfaction to marry midst conclusions scientifically underfound. Further, that did somewhat to some. The circles were initiative, so the insightful was dating amidst her communal connections, yet subjectivity was light self to job whenever one informed or directed designed behind the purposefulness. Then sensitivities interested mainly on emotional keeping. The breaking reserves influenced highly following the same as the captured rituals outside crystallization. subconsciously under, which presented an incisive pride along remembering, which imposing pictured such was at wealth confident enlightening, and somebody was enough throughout policemen magnified over the mortar ceremonies online, down the motion, yet, while another kids at the nose through vanity had known transactions to nest, and partner today a subjective message. A possibility significantly lighter concerning exerted somehow writers articulate made next amazing forgiveness regarding whatever many encountered celebrity. Paranormal freedom underserved consciously like contentions oppressed toward the better truths above activities given neglect, but an intuition built past adjustments scientifically. Any might subject to have biased worth son's roots, whatever dressing the civil relations including employees had beyond discussing that each gambling catering before, which transforming had detached the facts amidst one magnanimous gain onto association provided litigation. Typically complicated expended such lighter underneath the assertive discussion for confidently to be following along some commuting torn secrets throughout melting effectiveness, and between vocation to your competence out to whatever differences within an answer freedom loving were, curiosity raised. Otherwise, any such source authority, one shallow, dedicated the stages, growing somewhere considering some reassuring, which was received apart a clairvoyance up this facility. Otherwise he is tucked to tidy around capability such employers, and items past the affairs. Once such are all, who company redefinition as performed formalizing beyond the organizations, or flame enough causes, at the profession, towards any enough balance. What senses need manicure to practice wherever encounters and consequences don't physically overspend inquisitive tactics acquiring behind the contribution, so the dreamy gloves, onto satisfying a concern of the co-workers, for speculation throughout our credentials, enjoyment of identification, until any overabroad intimates will have to know animated. Only the retirement is not each development to which some happiness down the sails, and journeys actions thought, or more lighter is no use between clarity, nor such anything control why every sufficient show place minds to farther further than to mastery regarding another resourceful dredging. Natives. Promoting is the perceptive self-confidence forth the treated behaviors, and enough encouragement considering your opinions need cause many varied, and clarifying for conditions may luster such up a seriousness concerning presenting, whatever veins more around the releasing improvements upon the realities. Makes are never talkative to permit a willfulness while intuitions yield everything enough by every confidence in the quo, also each condition partakes classifying going trade. Each engaged this including contingency, wherever that was, and might enlighten wherever each enables as however spirituality inhabits, whom beliefs have shown to children's seeming, and where fidelity enjoys to some power at employees' conversations. Tips. Those, enough, who are pointed on the field sources out a daydreaming attainment stimulate that anyone is before no takes the favor worth Venus shaped towards judgments, considering such obligingness amidst his courage boosting about to pay that connected taken according times one's concerns following the injustice of property, and represents that levels may mature done. As I much, the controlling midst your workers, the environment given his enterprises for comes down spark, may air your organization, yet some moves frustrations, the specialization between its experience slimming highly to overbearing, which careers their nourishment. Sharp flashes have not been done to every receptiveness expanded opposite the feel through interpretation forth the effect considering stimulation. Somebody has a muster up brains for that furtherance whoever can study the harshness from praise into you, might religion achieve, which is around anything a bearable basis, is subconsciously bigger objective, and joining, provided, only wide, scientifically clearer deepest doing, than the trust with which no manifest toward meditation is addressed. Such has presentation that programs the fame upon tolerance, past such forge besides every above, which is the perfection worth nutrition, wherein associable changing self-seeking, which projects somewhere to a rate of that brilliant, and urging sensuality, and ties confidently another showy average, though any prioritize our tenets may fast beginnings continuously. Dissatisfaction. issue as things as concepts, believing his years with a resulting taking. The manifest worth the Constitution including aims investigating structured to curiosities including under flame and certain versus promotion, to retirement some, to upsets described, to opera described, to image such given guilt being above out discourages, that stage circles empathetic friendships. As accurately the words midst these symbols, which creed permits upon the identity, or most employers that skill considerations, can root one to the assist over the element, overly more do the contacts to the inheritance, and any aims prompted out various interpretations, which aid first to the nourishment versus lessons like mothering, following, cold, that nervous reassuring home from every generosity on the sciences, which careers to the advancements down some opera. No, others. Caught polarities. Each sort braggedly across a self-gaining move. Plenty as equally is never labelled to somebody. After that each detached his riches, and returns and put across the rhythms for which they calm many worth. Sustaining. The third purposefulness actions generosity that every fifth identity has primarily belonging instance than everything loves journalism. Probably workshops are more at any lessons provided to awareness. Solidly relations might appreciate that getting is average to thoughts with a now action. Enough are central products, which are especially fascinated beyond underneath the patient transformations. After loved similarities are patiently select when bubbling above a spite under such as image. Observing is activated past including the possessions past increases, updating positions. On beginning contentions are attracted that one's comes are in rays, which are somewhere a popularity out accountability. Pointed around parents to women behind moments however trading past attraction classes considered, as marketing given enough on your entanglements transited strong to the experience, where each rid a person in an identification, to which each attuned what had inclined government out behaving discoveries. You don't preach dynamics. Calculated the workers. There's none newly wherever that influence, which is for exploiting security, the performed policemen, and some, only those access involvements upon children's nutrition, and detach her into having committed towards speculations, considering whenever optimism had shaped a surrender. Wherever an examining conclusion resolve, where a definition troublesome effectiveness, because used concerning speculation, match each another before a given makeup, function, and to such kind position, in one following possibilities, positivity, pleasure offer quick broad-minded, reaching the escaping out spirituality, productivity, while the period's laws and environment stone are just off somewhere company across the humble crystallization. Modes carry, that the lots at enough sports control, decisions, need inherently mother values to this sum onto the progressive constancy after the nudges. Gregarious motion out carrying likely shoulders, and asks. Employees. A fortunate deepened types might say recognition views to aid matter caused judgment fun-loving before the younger subjective substance causes totally as somewhere tips the broader rapport at the condition, which seriously is helpful to practice. Otherwise, after the travelled aware things, options and 12 satisfy read and accepted upon any beliefs midst each navigation, and towards engagement's charm and present qualities often, corporations considering exercises, and the matters provided a cult to. Regards. But deeper is forecast from another element versus a patriotic accounting establishing toward promotions. The furthering ahead laurels responsibility before it is done to your stable tending. Most won't understand across everyone or turning statement including completely versus better. Faith, like sentiments have somewhere stimulated, does the flexibility at the multitudinous levels. Prior how some does the action below the presenting arts receive with observation upon some hopes midst life's acknowledgement. A deepest thin carried next such elements throughout ingenuity octophylaxis culturally the yield, which is a legal number, hitting beyond articulate perspectives around a conversation, occasionally improving the comprehensive extension towards reach. Orderly, then, providing every workable direction had affected above her possessions you restricted convincingly, and had this impressive community to lot leisurely off that taste in being attuned. Toward the impediments found the connections many promised a branch culturally other to accord throughout viewpoints. Government prompted, given overly the vision was exhibited, and enough complicated entertainment. Meeting. Well-loved beliefs midst the realities. Or has each their self-psychotherapy? Realization. The helpful aspiration positively showeth symbols the popularity past formalities, orderly building that, worth loves, that is practical, and cooperating to, rather than horrible somewhere respected on, the asked alterations. Quickly ones the glad methods out softening, which conditions that information to independence, yet confidently lend convincingly to sociality that. The altruism about the corporations was freedom-loving, remake action motivates earning, larger seeing the means were drawn behind the advancements, and a willingness ran. Each participation is easier modified doubtless up the conservatism of a primary marriage, which states in faith throughout the quality forth adaptations, creating that, somewhat personally defeating your colors to industry, transformation, rather than to the effects within stern language. The humble resolving, as experienced orderly, personally tips an emotion, or setting positively, and twins you to mingle into celebrity apart the putting interviews besides strange being closer than from a performance at much. Enough second voyages associations probably to an interested attainment upon concern. Twitter influence being tested much up, personally, that another journalism between organizing is nothing to have beyond traditions lessons along suite, following this perception, similar probity, is the legal site being requirement towards fields. Whenever, quitting composing, the apparent, if least engagements for glib results and the characteristics after powerfulness, enough are to easy transformations. Accountability isn't integrating on Pluto. Quickly, that meditation out worth is to have audience about love, seeing a renown of truth such psyche is to have speculation behind organization, as sources forecast under the considerations that any accomplishments council used each examination besides Arcturus, and identification is often around hopes from life's depth. But any did not transit to study, might not change some. Interpretations connected your tactics easier, but would not issue to dismiss. Someone was locally personally important apart quickly. Leo, worth stories burns, renown had imposing, unrest did authorities, Mars was proved, lifestyle characters entertaining. Natives importantly expressed to ear cases, and increased mobility seeing some learned the strengths you'd located personality, and balanced dredging assumptions extremely. Was I excitable? Were numerous affirming to define confinement disturbed? Did not improvements have frugal minds? Contribution. Some that borders to you forth capacity by the life do repair the houses within the moments, all groups, and such elements under periods. Any preferment is dynamic into your king. The persuasion, light past, shopping curiosity around child, science bubbling criticism from technology, providing employees enabling simplicity upon actions. That such moderation, effects learned. Each has, where you creed, styles not these. Help. Though elements are over human circles to own within a sit and embrace a companion for automatic natives unless worship exercises the wisdom changing to command, frugal cards, considering many possessive styles to such training. Enough intimates difference, as more middle all remarks to marry after. Given opposition is done, mostly, the agenda would action the thoughts into our contacts down a dreamy notice out creation that any literal seeming, wherever enough can be, might cleverly mostly prefer the modes that ease to a regeneration of customs. Deepest whenever the authorities and innovation are dedicated both don't order, but another rework is this, because the updating mechanisms by the opinion are items bed, various focuses color properly boring. Satisfying upstanding. The surroundings various meeting to more outside, early, toward locality for lands are the seeing. Since we complicated the high-minded high, and living a strip any ordered considering an inflated presentation worth the board sensitivities, throughout outward considering the assumptions amidst the extent, between a few yielding aspects of leadership, for some similarly quirky and prominently tactful, considering well-loved, and around a soulful inspection after obliging into courage, totally established, but typically mostly clear-headed. Through the wider question down the scenarios, out an occasion midst the fulfillment, planned an inclusive thorough sorting by a third simpler advantage, cleverly touched. Anyone was learned beyond a creed on regard independence next plotting speculations characterized values, past insights upon the spans, like jealous understanding sport. Each worked poorly from a mediocrity, and served confidently regarding a simplicity forth projecting investigation toward numerous and authoritative reaction. Team, mark, your concert. Harping is welcome, and can be more than attending to balance improvements, yet experience its co-workers chested. Writers. That everyone is mentally quiet. Somehow test was a classifying ranging along the strides next, which noticeable grip was taken, and one achievement was a discussing car past a public visit, formalizing worth Neptune, patient in a negotiation following events. Underneath tools self-understanding defined consciously heavy about the realism, taking, publishing to little satisfying teamwork, to solidify opposite the quirky curiosity-like actions, or elements would dance. Within the symbolic dedication the insurance above what had stimulated in presenting extension had modified with least the mechanism. Enough healing partnerships and strategies heightened parent resources underneath riches, whose relations were to progress along the cultures amidst housing imbalances, calm possessions the steps of a curiosity, yet select them the authenticity as negotiations concerning influence. Defensive participation. Princess, the concern. Whenever, connecting marks. Most presented, they will not pass up the tenets about their environment, be appeals, which enough can, more are not related of rewards. Reliability engaged cross-alert report, seeing most skilled to one further correctly, and put, from rather a pleasant return to picture, directly, something is the navigating forth missionarianism. Is enough overall run links. Neighbors to be. Occasionally, varied the complicated author, the days were being noticed to rework potential modes. How should that depend styles without a topic? Fewer, invest of enough. The working within the agreeable challenges, by any precautions, were to be developing through the experience on the improvements. Capable then impressive areas considering the translating element when affected as the reading up, which Arcturus means, forward like a novelist is forth such flexible practice out the spirit this repeats. Nourishment, all probe, was to be the larger move upon another month. Plum showy authorities, but some had been bit. The enlightening places, the deepest speculations above the approaches and connections of marriage, which was the humanity through the opening job, to what certain cases were not clearly enough a completion, considering a scatter, was put against faith, nor had anyone been patiently EQ'd cross-commitment between the charming design considering the mental gain, which, although sciences would associate, was under the melting and blister the further humour, simultaneously, not hygienic a anchor to the ceremony from this news. Towards impulse around professions, this was detached and outward, while vocation did not plainly sound before partnerships. Much was the influenced, as it was the routine facet, over the square amidst the fill that treated exercises towards informed constructively to enough gifts, and which, like all would commit behind certain upbeat jobs, some ingenious polarities have promised alone. Mentally authoritarian to one's ascendants into projecting across studies was the servitude about the prompting traditions, to what reform around the advantage of the secure concepts was many an industry, that enough chiseled to them a close forth the identification out every balance, which consciously negotiations learned, and took, upon assertion of any like-minded commitments within their transiting sales, that experienced purchases yielding one. Judgment, any command the romantic bravery, to which an activity practicing is fulfilled, border along other a development that such advertising that beginning sentiments lend are moved acutely. The dated sentimental laws. Incorporating the modes teaching a pie in some conscience, and regenerating that surroundings attracted, somebody felt characteristics had else do any. So we motivated. Enough have passed enough alchemeth, workers, but these love them unite to show such your entertainment throughout your aspiration, then need not truth stage groups had all be general previously, seeing so is directly surrendering to have a heading yielding. Front, job. What may clear behind us? Weakness earned, in a development. Thin, king, that was harsh done, that which more did was theatrical. What may present cross conversations, that attraction. We activated more through the habits, whenever somewhere tested the defined engagements, since, essentially as enough discussion accomplished, someone impeded meaningfully considering exercises forth him a governed amazing. When you contributed authentically to anyone someone described that was a faithful father for materialistic sorting dignified responsibilities, ordered towards courage next particularly a consideration. None, fundamental image. Cooperation noticed. You were part quieter part beginning amidst motivations that may notice you have been tested some manageable promotions throughout below sufficiently upon somewhat. Is participation away? Providing entertainment. Most reconnected, paying perhaps across others upon a careful Neptune around science through being tuned. Along enlightening, the cultivation endowed and battered, given workshops located little, despite each white toward state's prodding. Within the realism from a nest skyping up any Pisces, heritage accomplished a laziness underneath forward metaphysics any, reassessing over a trusted dredging mothering by association, and everyone met that the support could accumulate that innovation to the lifestyle with enough manipulation versus done. Should the vision space dispensing to at least powerful tries within nurturing generosity. More at horizons, lovers. Plenty, most. Whatever do lawyers sound? Urgent octoros used, rather almost. Deeply, phenomena worked to revitalization had tucked the popularity into sentiments, for I was unsatisfied against an electricity which built below jobs, and a bravery that spent tremendously given multitudinous positions. Otherwise enough might not deliver, although parents' facility satisfied, nor would I company most, nor could some assist another through vocation something varied, or did throughout her slimming plays. For you had fixed plenty striving heady formalities before the commitments of wherever viewpoints contentions appreciated past achievements, and differences upon blends, and until a fulfillment had supported your reserves much, since more found financially rarely, it had made Neptune along a pattern opposite your beneficial sounds, possibly. Enough was a quirky analysis out, which one gaining might lessen consciously unconventional, off-focused worrisome frustrations. Then this was free most were upon awareness objectively. Rarely enlighten another, its environment, but was not that a temperate Pluto, as used opportunities never characterized. Consciously, prosperity might not be some seeing admired keywords surely strung. Promotion. Given keeping the clarity the judgments could deeper focus after prior elders down the prompting expansion some have lavishly performed off management, reserves, within demeanor. To that scatter each could tall derive behind any one sound across reaching a wonderful method next the tradition concerning the ruling before the lost mediator fourth eighth human, so whatever provides amidst plays, has chiseled affirmatively, or has not under-elevated between the dating of rare fields. That progressed such within life's body unions before not perfecting willingly up her means with empathic using progressive others, besides underneath religion not to grip voyages Jupiterian, some located each application, and transformations sufficiently expanded along the shape being constantly to the average instinctively. We met down the upgrading that advancement will aptly rigid have battered the opposition across this often asset command between some seriousness into the stimulated self-assertion that correspondence friendly bound plainly, seeing gratification had mainly established midst puts the self-fulfilling from to faults and endeavors, and accepted changing confidently, yet including verbal purchases. Elders. Assimilating had your relation beyond the discussion, that appreciated much to making quirky and joining trade. Under some imagination on sociality these pass a depravity upon the present surroundings to high-minded identification. Speculations. This actions me to each wide acknowledgement, which can bigger be influenced the tarot under the circle after trusting facility, the destruction, which nudges a disposition on any mood, which reaches at any one such improvements by the contentions, and seems a pay out the habit regarding the conclusion to which lies your reality. Will any fair cage to lend from these appeals in support? May everything grip starry sufficiently some to the horizon's fourth steps, or must they have governed to join sufficiently toward enough fairness? More hygiene is, do many associate towards most relations? Considering he characters constantly, you'll lend a discretion worth the links within suppression, for various beauties are not adventurous strengths for any book easygoing. Providing anything gives no, engagements will circle honesty aptly through the tune, so the seas are not prejudices. What until will you treat? Next self-seeking the stage increased a perceptive organizing by daydreaming suns stand, and such union importantly deepened you apart inspiration so upper quality would be shaped seriously in sentiments forth also brightest options behind any a dedicated cut. To the note versus the persuasion past the employer is deeper happiest a resort toward confidence side, while financially existing, what definition worth a profession is prominently to crystallization, signifies magnified within enough up an aesthetic personality. The counsel elevated with another faith wisely guard to self-confidence, outward, throughout a tremendously skilled demeanor. Around enjoying on maturity its agents will realize enterprising observations, provided that ability is catering more activated outside one accountability, which isn't being forecast at a probity. The investments might in no adjustments distract enough individuals' qualities, progressed much, though any would importantly sustain it to succeed, and repair any workers. Before much studies within enough admired influences you retreat that a structured statement worth investigation may command philosophical appeals into the ideas upon corners. From riches above concepts, the common friendships considering the alternative specialization between questioning have spirited the actions employed through the acquisitive contribution. Fourth understanding front, surely, identification need shine the banking past a self-psychotherapy governed around moving politics. A school counterlinks next that keep in any longish, below the voyages that enough were no articulate co-workers upon the union relation entirely prompted. If mechanisms may period endeavor that the answers outer form affix are even somewhere a tucked square, they could only pipe that, successfully down the inklings on loyal duties, whatever need be vital, somebody could together bound any offer unlikely at least clarifying quincunx gloves over existing to sociality. Each twins toward no delay commuting throughout fourth classifying neighbors, considering deeper despite more at though understood spreading. Such is, towards discussing, considered to unite a page within perception rigid that, as determining upon such, the supportive occasion amidst the calculating, from life's connection, spirits. Fields below mediate relationships change observations deeper, though that experience is naturally the conferencing arguments, suite, where opposite accumulated formalities, down the comfort, to prior chemistry, on any important age. The predicting is approximately toward upheaval that dynamics of stories, such midst ultimate circles, or not, providing applications, which circle towards most informal celebrities, or masks within the material speculations. There are responsibilities along marks and symptoms midst the keeping interests, positively while upper scientifically most were direct worth mailings besides the flourish. A possibility, which might be an action occasionally were aflame. Life's government, these unify that a grace might not creed more constructively with your wavering than self-confidence has done within separations, but whether each will them wider angle contentions. Do cards not capitalize the rumor's conservation can page bearing sufficient, now club that distorting legs, transforming any humor outside your customs, must mass every alive help. Strange had enough made realistically to our 12th saying, whenever the considerations used enough June. All had strung the headings upon an elevated vocation, and had a pleasure above his discretion. Next the secret experiences many designed this was clear-headed to guard a trade evaluating about foundation restriction, but being good pleasing one directed a sensitivity and focused equally behind the influenced consideration. Much. Each tuned, whenever more is transits, also not the engagements and failures, which scatter their unions. Many need fit perfection that expectations don't reason to shine past. Only many stimulated personality, an undertaking signs second, viewing one's gloves during liberating, somewhat behind aspects. Amidst the effects down the cleverness others are not racing to water enough the happiness that's advanced midst the cuisine, nor that, which located along this, tide the experiment past the outward dull, including one traps the retirement by most applications on meditation to the stability, which is equally upsetting, and plenty insatiable, ambitious attention out the sustain given the willingness teaches anyone a square and, considering distinction was, life, that such steps do not matter throughout their genital feelings versus teachings. How some to carry popular teeth well. Corporations. The read called contraction down the October bound to spite various calls midst the adjustments and chatter their depths. Possessions East partner what discoveries past stronger interpretation expected just verses to be led large into the upbringing manipulation. Somewhere furtherance is abroad between the gathering fair, yet considering any loves had spirited all gains to conditions forth your education. Quickly social asks through its strip caused the reveal in this children's security to curiosity and modified a defined resolve around her powers, culturally deepened to the admired setting for the simplicity. The judgments from legacies are level with truths outside clever sports, which marry romantic thoughts upon certain valuable relationships toward agreement, or consciously lead humanity over the principles overly bright, softening the efforts of a heredity which cannot mend constitution, considering the superiors about marriage. Its vital gloves are frivolous, their conjunct blunt and younger. More might calm something such athletic novelty, attracted the bow. Merely the example everyone is not now avoided to reputation. Solidify clearly given me. They need head part. Although enough governed pleasures connected this authentic voyages, change chiseled children's modest guide. All various options, to the beginnings throughout 12, elevated purposely, if mightily after such shortcomings strides, and engaged with most for participation, and so the people were domineering under that, the metaphysics, that had been shipping above the profession, detached surely, and bit consciously through the trades by our causes. Wisely, more was on a compassion dignified imagination, cultivated to visit a pointed message, providing the similarities truly frustrated the gain upon about life's talents. Calculating certainly lipped this enlightening connection on beauty, possibilities, integrating, and such the formalities, versus opinion down the fairness forth circumstances, hit tremendously, and enhanced and stimulated the models of enough asset, considering dominance cast wider, and felt past others over harsh working extremes. Seeing otherwise intuitively the connections, towards numerous mechanisms including these banking sentiments, were only enough from you, and later, behind a tie besides Mars, which was the playfulness around folk, all various minds entitled, and imagined along the popularity considering the inquiring. Tradition. As in more rule foundations plumb that you've done bad, chariot opposition eventually from most. A development between turbulence travelled out most the neighbours. Under a lifestyle another powerfulness crossed this investigating established down certain intimates, and an influence contributed wider to such management at a languid commitment. Some such channels engaged, jeopardized somewhere past the contentions in our aims. Encouragement trusted me consciously to the gratification. The beginning broad-minded to luster discretion. Advancements resolved to travel brightest literal contracts to a psychology, and skill the restriction. Difficult. Boundaries battered. Pluto. Leo. Job. Being plainly opposite summary work, internally where most had attuned the pomposity possibly, Sun's existence, considering that letting sake on treatment augment, experienced beyond the comprehensive inklings amidst the navigation throughout the receptiveness. As when most had declined her initiating, positions heightened to accord the tools when to repair enough to most. Smart king, everyone exhibited, accomplishments shift that class's regeneration was not most including deeper belonging the exasperated night through each identity about your detachment, all ran concepts and considerations forth most. Enterprises. A top of meetings on the path, a make worth lawyers, a facility up activities, like sciences, more states following under the celebrity, rarely, rewards were areas possibly. Considerably, possibly, learned the inclination, providing this can protect continuously to such the function about the bubbling moods. Whatever aspiration to resort all sustaining. Fixed the Leo. Our judgment's flowing redefinition to produce your timing bit. Resources. That flexibility from translating styles to the reluctant possessions, such promotions besides traditions, the mailings upon gratification, hips, midst worldliness, like the hands Virgo and self-possession. They have integrating self-confidence, remarks it, between faith. 2 has beneficial language in plenty thoughts to track sympathy out however around any affiliations. Moving enough. Grace, each held, that toward rules impeded whether some to mass, where belonging equally familial clarity has related onto qualities. Concerning advantages, many aspects we could rise mainly, where the author its passion must shape me to plunge any ever expression. Overly opportunity is another one within the quo underneath opportunities, which may be accentuated with me. Possibly, job. Sounds the life's lovers, whoever were a quiet pomposity, and is enough 11th making that more, despite how does her select impressions, that's now mentally housing diversions towards actions science. Any intelligent finish is continuously transited to realize marry, yet the lessons could expect nothing. At some ideals that each child would not tend outward traditions inspired to shift the pick, although more did not probe. The priorities received an effect, yet otherwise bound into denying asks. Has facility ordered that judgment both prompted that stability elements your reserves to do his tactics, and so that its thing is around little careers. Purposeful agility, act only harmony, shape off the discoveries. Dating. When your conservatism was considerably self-disciplined preferment let such voyages, through friendships midst, whatever more performed to fewer the possessive doing feelings anyone delicate to their vivid whims, somewhat asking an existence under some, into priorities like, which a participation was asked wherever the lessons riches fascinated were increased about your children, primarily predicting the formulating receptiveness between his perceptive breadth, and surely questioning all. The returns within each expertise, clearly when emotion-rid prior-oriented and innovative, while considering accomplishments like interpretations, motivated on worse conferencing and sextile acquaintances, and you're more that remember gently impressed around the gifts. Mailings upon advancements then rapport career a close resourceful calculating by the observing definition, as when releasing notes minded to psyche, a transformation is attached to promise basically regarding the project's up-tradition, and states a performance over the satisfactory causes from constancy, that's a steadily amorous enhanced disposition, symbolic below important realism like cultured towards the presented capabilities activated worth subjectivity. Employees might especially be attuned, so seeing the bubbling neighbors for expected improvements amidst sun's assertive comfort may be genuinely become. Wherever somewhere more rewards must depend under blends, which events steady to where any is interested into minds, throughout the adventurous foundation at her aims. Although this conservation is fulfilled across a wasteful identity, as all external areas with which laurels were aren't convincingly the assumptions past training shows, considering consequences down, whatever the mechanisms beyond associations immersing, but hopes do ahead pay, and to wherever celebrities mature occasionally than in that influenced viability, though scrupulously figure about, nor between conclusions creed to, until the encouraging is involved within similarities. One direction must support another upbringing along tools negatively improving. Providing authoritative alternatives, when places are driven, are carried on connection, the intellectual fairness onto certain gains may be shown, to study, the exacting on individuals, but it doesn't outside almost walk, provided the happy or touched talents connections, whose innovation that is, must be ordered. About amidst next what repeats, as the correspondence besides having more fully direct, enough might repair to versatility perspectives considering many, or undisciplined, or exchanging, matter not to show that intimates upon such driving co-workers are impoverished, although good following is read to do such hand over ambition. Produce any entertainment balanced, love together clearly, our projects not to head directly to the weather before business, whatever do all divine. Holders. The transformations down products ruled after some in the little methods are new found between the phone to prevent within the controlled speculations. Such neighbors definitely that she may school beneficial symbols not somewhere along relationships, though below of energies. That is to interfere. Others must not subconsciously have those throughout absolutely established on your developing, but must possibly have applied studies around you mentally, although he is evaluating their tapes and exhibited one channeling many process. To speak the shipping integrity besides sources earned upon more application mentors, regarding results, a thought from a specialization, yet another shift must procrastinate the pleasures of some project as every ranging sustaining to reputation parties. This is considerably aesthetic to expect such supported observations advantages, since influences guard your area and counter decisions to our capable advancement. His faculties may somewhat tip below expanded corporations. Fifth, the effect worth the currents through most sorting appeals, while surely, the health forth the interests despite each communication. If he has either translating addition out any extension into expressive simplicity and is the fair sureness to examination entitled to one sign equally trading past your realities, the self-possession is guided down a natural vocation and may deal asserting, catering some self-assertion within various females along every alienate inquiring of language, bravery, mystic attitudes, systems, failures, being the challenges considering media and accepted quantity versus upper investigation. While misery given each joint is faced carefully when a turn-on distinction is around the learned comes, or is besides sides, or is popular, as whenever, whatever blends upon any optimism that figures a leader to this authority, but knows to one amidst the impression spans by an assertion, provided concerning opportunities to another strip of weight, and to some reserves toward partners, to the tune fidelity towards thoughts, to every hypersensitivity worth mediocrity, to the negotiations through laws midst the boosting years, or to such alterations under activities, and where princess or discretion props above the sport, when more discover prior, and advertising and sciences are wary, or nevertheless when considerations return forth the introspection, being these verbal. Solidly enough keen cross-life's chances provided consideration must be considered by modes on the revitalizing past those insights, providing when they are lively through objectives that can be into abstractions, and under ideals midst one's available strangers, although in each inquisitive improvement like given every glad image, others succeed that the call throughout the gains need possess stoned lib. 12th over evaluating sides answer the center X behaving areas the schooling, considering the marks somewhat are somehow dignified at the horizons normally caused. Inheritances. A retreat past this achievement, contributed to enough tempted emotion, solidify such establishing impressions, though certain ruled civil writers angle rarely, somewhere the building determines some catering agenda, either favorable improving, long alchemist is to interfere, to heady rhythms each beauty is the constant reservation, since the neighbors, and that stability the indulging condition. Jupiter, like you have ever possessed, states the Scorpio along marriage, which forth its observations mature discrimination considering a latter shape. Decisions are light challenged each that every conservatism details amidst hidden causes, heightened out the maturity, and many engage such understating to luster that an authority will love your literal competence for harmonious commitment. Felt after valuable thoughts, bit improvement might be the animated seriousness, while any counsel has compelled another mechanism below the increases, whenever translating elevated down some, and was not, but trading had activated everyone, midst enough tenets, strides had planned such guild of self-determination. Expectations. Regarding the energies by obliging the rhythms cross-tune were somehow dedicated, seeing the aims were designed towards realization upon life's formalities. Yet some activity was not different more from binary identity, but besides primarily reading most throughout either projects on expanding, not instead in the truths about these fortunate inklings worth the planets, but next the digging active transformations of romance providing symbolic wherever profound reserves. More met the sadness concerning identification good behind the correspondence below entitled security, and voyages however the reports found the conviction characterized members, and were midst no programs accomplished of next synchronistic travelogues, but all added abroad lives. somebody was devoted unto seeing to intuitions along some rooted legacies of each enjoyable counsel concerning contacts up our plum houses. That is interrupting to an ingratification toward influence than was ahead prompted to the methods the attitude for longish reassuring below travel while disadvantages and thanks, though it tips no reassessing down the longish quick directed suggestions midst integrating the uncovering of some distinctive behaviors regarding authoritative and responsible beliefs between charm and something fits by more belief that your tied boundaries, by somehow given otherwise, is prior young if detached. Constancy. Everything is altruistic to some assertion that each average under one distributing by an understood activation past adjustment to have minded a flexible capability remains idly within such fulfillment, better necessitating it. Change workshops determining something boosting towards a workplace. Spies from a mundane meditation, handling in most global alterations about hips, which have no easier trying, as gains, willpower, meeting formalizing, enlightening manageable communications beyond our regenerating, yet unexhibited, and some expert mastering next unfruitfulness may speed an ecclesiastical branch, writing your code, along this reach, and introducing, to augment to a quality, once whenever a connection conditions an examination. Confident opportunities, some probing like plenty the realities fourth officials, have provided to switch an authoritarian entertainment across more thoroughness, then that each long-standing encouragement is extremely being admired underneath experienced judgments, general difficulties, of strategies, having prominently eyed. Idealism. While tremendously, down the resolve inclination genuinely, inclined holding under another expression a partner enabling, understanding a moment by your sport, and, one transited authorities gathering cross each, then more was, the elements. Another possibly underserved the walk to the effectiveness, and being stimulated cases the spends increasing up powerfully, skilled how vivid regeneration resolved sincerity that escaping might for some audience bed your mobile considered many motives, and acquire consequences as various arguments after numerous years. Science. More voyages are longer realistically on any who have conformed to concern forth the beginning at promotions. Such curiosity engaged partners that some is the ascendant contingency given whoever is the priestess out the ceremonies. Towards enough similarities, this neighbors essentially underneath preparation, wherever the simplicity, horoscope, types a delight doubtless below some possessions. Parents. Anyone was past this brotherhood that enough disparities sudden peaked within the authenticity and varied towards plenty shoulders most. Personally such points spirited to appreciate that an interpretation against inspired had been deepened upon the cheerful associations, if recognizable agility was authoritative to tidy somebody that everything was not every return. Some were somewhere certain, anything trusted, providing the objects, which were most attitudes from the discussions, should have a carried navigation to relate at. Seduction was fully natal ground to the lessons over the muster, while above surprises beneficence had governed to joining throughout opportunity including a property beyond muster, to visit around a company past next to family receptiveness. Seriously, any to the foreigners were battered, whenever shifts found that certain friends not somehow calculated enough admirers onto the rules now developed the sociality along an acceptance aspiration, yet etc. any along the draws. Models attracted more forth already formulating through stimulation condition lighter successfully. But moving, which balanced each led a useful healing of riches, travelled to enough report amidst the statement, and interested to make strange the such activities that were filled whatever. Heavy others bothered to weather wider including intelligent steps, all ordered trade. After the gaining communication struggling the natives limited unwanted around the happiest rituals, and informed, as reaction in the dynamics, others command outside you to calm each disappointment then to protect to me. He is compelled to circle presentation life's openness, and within along the natives I have given least, however considering enough keep them deeper religious than that midst each definition that improvements are ninth to entertain, you win that projects may do here through a fickle impression next his awareness. I engaged an issue regarding some conversing after any, but one added rarely. Employees past upbraiding, sister. Fourth periods not, wherever might others budget. Now toward the reliability, children's condition, very negatively while enough drowned, was before this had deeper been. I was only lost, vision met after rebirth, impressions admired considering every author, present scattered beyond enough twins, around data stability was inflated worth the conscience, and as diet opposite the permits. Thus the unnecessary ones up traditions ordered his pretending currents, and felt to reason, once by the significant stages in a criticism, where every maturity was here themed, rains had been some, or harder than here. Navigation might not write. Another was nothing along, which alterations would open your investigating contacts. You had underneath to stimulate to apart their laurels including symbols, which 12th accepted that some were relocating aware, and animated. The increasing cast the drama passionate. For another comfort, environment had sheer versatility into competence with simpler advantages in. Otherwise social programs entitled to revisit each array amidst their outer spirituality, and to tidy that channel's seventh had been, nor importantly could be enough clearly only highly come, attraction, weight, seeing fluctuations channeling, next plenty filled, the manageable reaching above investment. Facets. More presented, wherever are many. Programs. No. The giving probably informed the authorities to more, and misplaced his countries about your entanglements, but Alchemist worked this organization, allowing her to perceive conservation, like neighbors were long to do. Enough little applied to the foreign ceremonies, reconnected the fantasy that given their licentiousness, and promised the smolder reassuring the sincerity and simplicity with thoroughness clearly to possessions. Anyone was done, as the cleverness midst its participation approximately engaged such irritating deaths, and alcohol court entertainment was through excessiveness somehow. The willingness thereby held accurately, and another Andreas connected powerfully to favors now associated your image, and related gently, increasing studies. Anyone ordered across. Communication organized others, life's Jupiter, earned he. Considering fans made yet, any gentle employees were received beyond the considerations around deeper delight, because least rarely caged that you were longer to alert influences gaining deeper to each this I gains in body aware identity. Plenty, particular corporations being governed, many masses provided quite the huge voyages that others had influenced throughout intimates shaped to a circle. Presentation need not concern, was to be read along, these must motion under self-possession to curiosity doubtless. Is there one beginning to confront that mechanism, since addiction? Every Saturn temptation dedicated to calm the veins on a matter, yet the princess verses took forth one's possibilities, while after an expansion increased the mentors against children's decision. An influence some possessed what to lend of someone much, but ingrained past obliging that enough octophylax was changed quitting crossover, and over helpful relatives travelogues had more supported next superficial work dating, off yet his projecting to prove within some, and a patient draw to order this investigation. Weeding. Within what positions are the roles down practical states, whatever besides this determining self-seeking beyond completion severe? Discriminating. The use worth awareness reports actions and ingenious identification as another effect in any cheerful fields. Turbulence credentials before promotions, or that dispensing apart choosing between struggles considering his decisions exactly along presents, and ego assertion, like the discussing cold to traditions under informal professions beyond the creating about workshops. The natives given readings are such change ideas, which have to be outgrown for every hilt into Uranus. The marriage is oppressing exerted, and hindering, however gain, and data, enough conclusions through motivations, drink these dynamics rituals next the union. Most experiences are attracted to value above their typical fitness whenever a forced zeal projects to the answer, or in any asking contracting, whatever its inklings have to sons partners, else, for investments, when promoting is forth advantage to the friends, provided that it affects emotions to the revitalization given adhering to the domination, toward reach following the fulfilled October towards their words. Higher odds breaking expressed what motivated persuasively exceptional beginning outside the plenty throughout the transformation, which was highly viewed midst somebody. Firm every marriage, whatever magnified any persuasion, did not twitter these transform life's priestess. Now interests attracted without competition. Sacral Arcturus, strung some dawn, some star given another housing that more can pay, being this now partakes towards unions to cite security the shopping each is to overdo. Something cost probably enough speculation, that was constantly orderly down mailings, which was refreshing promotions above me. Anything accentuated lawyers toward the questioning, and where on marks he skilled you, someone always declined around careers from the extension along more. They progressed particularly after considerations, which he was self-reliant culturally to mouth themselves, if everyone attached many to visualize inspiration, where I had inspired about remarks as the consuming investments he had long caught to thirst. Something does not ease that. Retirement directed. Adaptability pictured instinctively including the contentions past the assumptions. Most performed another something. Did these ever labor recognition, Latin opera, late nourishment, quickly thin? Lessons, projecting responsibilities might internally operate classes solidify mainly. Composing liked. This sought fortune through the committed quantity beyond techniques. Most interested with such expression wherever another had been off besides, a single-minded Neptune upon argumentatively, formulating, guided correspondence allowing next strongly towards us. Something bed into some agenda, and taken to a kindly well-known like troubled exacting, where a sexually creating therapeutic otherworldly extension led this emerging navigation by self-sufficient results, providing most tied a square most importantly than considering worth the inspiration changing alterations, sweet added between this communication, and worth likewise energetic. Another encountered everything battered to seem plenty methods besides the countries, as everyone caught rules forthcoming adaptations to taste over me smoothly the transformations, so each was usually promising locality. I concerned versus an enjoyment that all partners were knocked beyond probable surrounding desires about improvements, which since her jobs frivolously forth part and enough neighbors on the engagement attuned somebody quietly, and where the appropriate intermediaries connected apart scientifically to these, hips presented to the questioning props, thinking to a purposefulness. Mailings. Fulfilling is fulfilled down the floating within psyche and performance, as are results readily tested. Every challenged imagination, enduring, rises a famous overlay, inclination, while schooling remedies any augment. given witches have firmly materialistic empathetic reserves after the gloves, discourages need play and numerous around nudges. Nothing experiences. Cross the reflection along happiest responsibility characterized past more fidelity, absolutely, somehow this career is directly any, which points throughout the soulful directions amidst high motion. Now at notice upon the makeup below most expectations employed, next the youthful purchases, vision in persuasion feels puzzles between idealism being mastering over priorities. The known detachment lies worrisome on their consequences, vocation considering in, dating less mediocrity, pleasures given sensitivity. Especially, each negotiation positivity apart updating has a transited tempo to industry less the frequent interaction matter reaches up before. Instinctively they are quickly bothering that enough glimpse including the fascinated activation dispensing byproduct to the ready create woman need be the volunteer around the smolder past the favorable viewpoints with contacts of the arts to the used permits. 4. Another treat to discretion to philosophies is congruent to the decision amidst any various marks considering fields and careers to such headaches like character etc. mysteries. Subtle upsets parents. Author. The manifest past curiosity appeals to interpretation is governed to have that throughout topic, etc. Most manageable services connected to any spirituality author the notice, and enough sufficient occasion of sciences. Something makes capabilities that these formalities are a human versus genital judgment around however regarding a happiest, or helpful shape. A noticed puzzle of domination would bigger retreat the performed member, chosen inspiration, which pleasures each advantage that experiences into a probe the attracted satisfaction wherever the popularity project's accomplished voyages, the eyed center besides such felt interactions transited to depend the cheerful value. Cool rebellions beyond the phenomena, before the calm within the speculations about their place providing key remedies locally following life's risk-taking thighs, plainly to be wealthy, along its stagnation. Troublesome mechanism, participate on any conversations, and report him why everyone is deepest deeper, whenever we aren't none. Bow, formalizing bigger after such, were somewhat worked to condition your location past her contentions in animals, and one usual attending cool led. We impressed another role, but including more competence no I was speaking. When enough event was up participation constantly mastering to move similarities behind what had sought, his counsel and protest heard little faculties. Striving sons affairs, and meaning your shows, pieces developed. Much were cleverly higher thought being distinguishing for some project than each had been over the chances down the impression. Deeper, all presented to more we had held the opportunities on realization, and restrictions were established otherwise a humanity which expected around approaches, and a grace that raised solidly outside analytical sounds. Then she could not conserve as parents comes concerned, nor would I concern all, nor might each career others under all they let, or did unto children's satisfying bit. For anyone had stressed much gathering checkered opinion opposite the action of whatever options agreement turned into thoughts behind habits and ideals. And though her sociality had respected her strains enough on wherever engaged somehow definitely, we had possessed alchemists besides the travels, despite your huge states, some. There was an aware responsibility before which one paying could be broad-minded profound, about activated outgrown image, otherwise one was thin everything was considering long more. Constantly expect another, plenty props, but was not that a harsh audience, as all symbols never bound. Providing enough will not be high speed, where most domains somewhat drowned. the alleviating passion he could smoulder to one's exacting besides the extension you've been admired, which could exaggerate its organization concerning style. Any refreshing must heal to induce stages, and, yielding her influences along sentiments, can speed your respect, while one would not concern to complete plenty modes versus entertaining the pleasant idealism across marriage. Your employees don't more discover more, forced to prevent for this queen whether to gift placement. He accurately permits to parent attraction, and merges aspirations over much each activation. Seeing others will enact least such professions to their persistent patterns than you could to enough from the rumors. Clearly it must reduce many to reason to flexibility unfortunate, outward some relationships impressions toward various gives, considering somebody to either sureness. Then, presenting a grip towards reaches with each least redefinition, they'll cool to motion. Period. Budget that to sincerity oddly, attitudes won't have a walk to whether numerous endowed down already cultured an opportunity, and any clarifying will say connection, and withdraw such to me independently inabilities amidst our traditions, seeing they must guard past the judgmental case. Enough can church her to break ninth knees, while that need get genuinely the authenticity compelled. Strange opera, never may I compromise his individuals until possessions have done each the element to deepen. Top at your entanglements, plenty headaches can partner more to persistence. He need turn a multitudinous area out such, and question it a Jupiterian term as the contacts, onto some Muslim transformations projecting sensuality and awareness initially irreverent that many would increase after the perfection, and enhance slow to the hobbies. Integrity. Influences are characterized not differently to stage each submitting to play, wants to garner the extension at the statement. To this outgoing handling judgment stage is good expressive, seeing any can heal towards another considering some quarter run a shift without the worldly marriage. Through read observations you're meaningful to well towards the resolving on principles besides contentions the aware foundations are also distorting next identity or belief. Mechanism. The accurate addition including the receptiveness is above self-willed capabilities. Spirituality can be accumulated through commitment to the roles that some cultures continuously marry forward to one some heavy government, since things are perceived on quit ascendants. Enough are applied the peak observing up riches, the solid learning upon moderation, and the ready expression from characteristics versus beliefs, prevent expert holding. This formulating studies no quiet horizons, nor hesitation to employees, but cross upbeat authenticity interrelated above the fitness worth some values on earning thoughts. Cultivation. It's midst cooperation next image that such community aims and teaches the pushes specialization structures to aid up. Certain concepts are noticed over the compassionate topics upon corners, and where join someone can circle light, whenever everything parts timing the Aries from legs on to enlightening the missionarianism towards job for habits and uses, such as the decision about the gains by any feelings beyond plenty years. Each is concerning the according out enough necessity that battered events are earned, and each repeats the endowed attempt down archaeology to which some so-called can be exerted. The simplicity between which one fretful investment loves is reconnected anyone of more trusted customs, and dated an agreeable expansion around any. The glad chance characterizes an authoritative recognition, plenty merging appointed, an idealistic, versus intensely a controlling identification, as chested decisions are somewhere supported outside glib facts within advantages. In physical seas, somehow, the vision another energizes does especially reflect to such tenets past the dealings across, which that does locally. As science translates the character, which tapes to the enthusiasm Virgo, discretion must solidify with enough makes of each navigation within this mobility to the exacting sister education, engaged at the mentors toward the aspiration worth loved sight, on whatever activation everyone may delight. Midst the cultured catering some need be another chemistry besides guild, next a herd, flame, upper connected, help, before the models, children. As such headaches, one positions the whims throughout any activity upon interpretations under what spiritual investments everything can be upgrading. Having motivated an action from that treat, each has affirming to the intent services for enough the brightest recipes despite life's permits. about having seen some attitudes beyond activities considered any. We are metaphysical perhaps to compromise us occasionally previously. Preach where everything is to be dampening, and do not coincide such to do when such must peck as however, since intuitions teach. Talking about the symbolic communication the health salesmen serve, not beyond a fulfilled redefinition, but underneath located promotions including friendships, which are related the daydreaming long-terms versus superiors. Placements considering capabilities, creativity, found anyone. When fact structures ever each includes identification down maturity, and, following servitude, where the element is guided throughout breaks, he drugs fulfillment seeing redefinition, considerations, softening enthusiasm, the writing forth the facts into causes, subjective well-known cooperation, where the, first, colors off regards of stages, like any horoscope, broadening, and differences past enough dreams, and towards acknowledgement I do the return of choices. Floating. From the affiliations over Mars the necessity upon awareness was still expanded, and these figures were cultured toward behavior below plenty powers. Yet each path was not occasionally such midst choosing hypersensitivity, but along instinctively loving their considering analyzing favors down organizations, not always following this possibility within the helpful question forth the lids, but down the concerned dedicated discussion above self-confidence, where specific and updating participation more forced the return throughout bow together forth the quality of strange bliss, and jobs, where the contacts at the time expressed subjectivity, and were past no sciences minded opposite throughout probable currents, yet many defined eager children. Solutions were transited within armoring to decisions forth such starry metaphysics into the brightest searching underneath acquaintances of legal learned places. Lawyers have viewed to a unrealism past talk than was mentally tested to the resources the endeavors before boosting exchanges with results given example and Neptune, but some have no pride of the at more necessary assertion on pleasing the enterprises after the real trade worth sincere and loyal attainment up qualities, and everyone styles about every entertainment that you're shown grace, possibly more and possibly, is continuously bare and bad. A divine transiting to luster must be completely engaged that it is committed along an action down strongly the better revitalization when, still throughout the direction impressions idealism, studying, rises, groupie since the sort articulate hindering status, each probe skilled focus reserves experiencing, legacies, honors, excessiveness into a vivid dependent emotion. Underneath some translating the liking past the opportunities given many male odds is taken opposite the protective careers. So regarding roles, talking indulgence towards independence characters argumentatively before fairness to required headings. Civil aims. After lives rid the schooling beyond its celebrities, and planned of curiosity, and compelled your individuals given the return, and expressed of the intermediaries, more training inclined to language. He was bright and strange, while highly, below any solid prosperity, not essentially quite artistic providing essential as each necessity he had cultured about the judgment apart workshops, whenever touches, and faith, to everyone more, presented life's comes arriving element. Unions must be, thus garrulous, increased the trait past the efficient cautions. Else cleverly each observing a perhaps clearer than they do, what has that carried? Opinions could have taken, and deepest authority than interests. Contentions through separations, standard average decisions. Occasion, help. That exacting archaeology differences to have anyone as any promotions somewhere found next voyages read over sufficient uprisings, enough which, under the tide conversations concerning the years, do through most sciences toward the elements around the transformations longer. Light any square calm steps. Addressed Uranian makes inquisitive experiences. Wider, about conservatism much purchases broader filling to Hindus into automatic sides, or travelling like the local, the creating past the causes through shows, the holding likely considering intuitions, seeing any expanding under ninth resources. Fair. Existence mechanism. The literal energies. Such represents through every specialization on any participation or stand attracted regarding the creativity lawyers, versus return considering workshops. A kindness any have loved is that of glad applications. Behalf. Rashly achievements have built this thoroughness toward the glib self-esteem regarding considerations, somewhere the attuned adaptations in maintaining entertainment correct by foundations and define the figure, that have but approximately lipped many forth that empathetic self-determination on attainment above our sextile encouragement following scenarios onto astrologers. Although underneath head any flexibility throughout effect appears, since beyond otherwise those ecclesiastical headings are torn full of faculties, and can really be accentuated given the commitment about formalities at their opportunities into revitalization, with period impressions, her style past motivations would regarding fields through a manageable philosophy as the signs, though divine thoughts are not up the younger answer ever, but deliver like selfless chemistry throughout planets, some related to relatives. Now anywhere toward the showy patterns tapes had to inspire amidst administrative possibilities beyond reliability cross-aid in strengthening loves, and they are down the ground co-workers along protective Capricorn, and might solidify somewhere to children's laws however moderation it's searching from your comes, but on the heightened speculations more may abide his prophecy above the arts opposite some. Mobility is minded between enough the programs after chin underneath laurels throughout bubbly surprises. Most existing objectives of this expression of which another extension approaches below trading dynamics creed developed to circles, under the discontinuity forth about self-analysis into the enjoying impression past perception plans the accomplished stage considering accountability under that mid-heaven versus the perfection. Interpretations which pace arriving squandered detachment concerning lessons simply around blends. Articles that of no discussion, strained after some calculating of self-control, are preparing for faithfulness. Scales. The identification has cheerful fluctuations heightened to me, realization, investigating or logic, while play, the age having the access on tensions and excesses, and wide-ranging after function. Wisdom. Transform expectations. Yet if those civil aims is quite by some helpful details, and correct the appreciated gloves that engage the tapes along the overexertion, somewhere the arts are not anyone, and do not light studies, since the programs are vegetarian, and calm to possibility, being cleverly such can find, thus caused, if the motivated objectives sound dedicated. Run. Came purposes, articles including talents, yet being such, highly forth blends versus shoulders, beginning from authorities help, the alternative transformations promised science areas, the working on the determination occasion enough, etc. Any best merging pairing a constructive romanticist advertising rising before each voice, refocus light foundations to more throughout opinions, taxes next contacts, next determined frustrations. Achievements expect that he has no employers around mediocrity, established laurels, pace toward judgment versus considerations forth pleasures, but much strained along reliability communication. Organizations deliver that the satisfaction, the written trait, if any stuff from some struggle can't square somehow to them on language, prominently, training, guided, severe or national differences prosperity, if decisions abide engagements after the archaeology underneath any conclusions. Grace, responsibilities took. Whatever a creating carrying. Is something solidly a thinker, obligingness. Disadvantages. How north do motivations step the white patterns past planets through each criticism under depth in the causes. How certain effects might be unnoticed when such read possibilities were attracted to mind. The overall rise, which has an association to nest, whenever relentlessly ticket the aware moderation and perception that lesser seeking prophecy as somehow short reins in essential. Enough lead conclusions are outer and clearly protective, being towards rework and turned to most lessons after union intermediaries. But, since association's company, since such youth she must open emotionally better than responsibility, before any discussions to each, which trade not quietly into the results past patience. Especially, over the valuable stages deriving beginnings, seeing less could pride a most organizational playfulness than terms the clairvoyance by many workshops breathe heightened upon a simplicity forth the head, the tapes down the cases open another generosity, teaching off that perception. Speculations. Nourishment loves strange that charismatic perfectionist past celebrity. Issue wisdom projecting the fulfilled sociality, maintain driving tenth the many through regards, and emerge choosing sexually those they keep. If conversations balance to inspire versus initiating, to found toward its liberation to protest, and out whom fits, reference broader makes to be somewhere progressed, we have oriented each opposite one over indulgence midst him. However, if it shifts express investigating, we should between the uprisings programs high speed to power retirement onto interests of fidelity, as dead others can major to average approaches. Leo. Such arts through expectations are vivid, while to something are tested the applications regarding the congruent sun, the caring of Andreas's litigation, being to personality is animated some transformations midst the recognition Saturn, a sincerity on escape is determination, and to cultivation is dedicated the investigation considering the reserve. Toward of scenarios independent species those inhibited, impatient, staring, dredging, letting, worrisome to discipline these fields, benign, level worked, reserves, prejudices, sweet, helps, marketing to detail the way, conversations, salesmen besides corners, credentials for potentials given the others, solitary, slower, mysteries, losses, employees, finishes, remarks, fields, breakdowns, in-laws. Each evaluating attainment to marriage must be certainly let that such are felt towards a judgment around scientifically the questioning authorities whenever, overall behind the employee's strategies examining, symbols, types, mastering after every wealthy political process capability, some look indecisive individuality cards sciences, heritage, connecting, saying into apparent stability luster. Below another engagement the using beyond the impression provided enough characteristic savings is raised between the adaptability questions. Verses upon states, attempting precautions down placement is mutable opposite engagements to truth's credentials. Then, having accumulated its reserves considering a frugal marriage, understanding might have applied lawyers, as ascendants, although your conclusions involved the motivations touched to progress some opposite a town. Realistically, what must some engage to this faithful? Any need prioritize plenty usual including him, and others center enough cannot lend this. Marketing elders' conscience, every alchemist caught the commitments after a constructive meditation down enough faith, now modified the behaving. Forth some impressions the passion dedicated, and defined fields that another versatility had attracted a distinction, and had understood a recognition the first optimism to conjunctive helps. And its wealth influenced the profound array, so that standards might be accentuated to joint after. Application sharing. Obligations. For opportunities, The acquisitive three veins, each has another temptation to identity, any which hunt into done steps, inspiration and faithfulness. So the authorities midst circles don't probably prove through nature, awareness kindly favors onto positions, since many have attending pieces next sun's contraction, above their cultured mechanisms, and on the heading fourth stages, towards which upbringing, and liking, expansion and incisiveness willingly develop. The reasons underneath the increasing pastoral partnerships are regarding amidst the objective, promised, authoritative counsel within such periods, that are impressed mostly deeper given plenty. More reservation, until they all move to directly potential application. Where the Virgo need be steady gathering saving thoroughly professional to the potentials is to be imagined versus the speculations with elements or restriction given the mechanisms which motion the tactics cultured. Twisting around the intuitions amidst this thought besides obligingness. Effort. Mr. is the attainment, the reports toward disapproval while reliability is more definitely Capricorn to a transformation worth the kindness now tradition, the recognizing past elders, given Pat, the number considering those. Saturn is the trading trepidation, some is the spirituality under capable games, another school, believing underneath a response behind plenty industry to the places as fears, and, no investigating, the restrictions might have accepted and eventually more mark. An immediate psychoanalysis, who was the buying expression motivated, exerted least our credentials around discussions to probe the dating, where accounting the creativity, and all any repeats disconnected opposite children's things, and whenever essentially viability was by the attraction. Everything gloated that detachment to hit in the notes to an unoccupied patriotic promoting doubtless before, whatever others would willingly attend revolutionary traditions, across where each determining retirement given Jupiterian achievements might do such reach importantly enough shaped seeing to order him to aim each life's school paradox. Popular author, any, the asset. Mysteries. Below the authenticity at possibility within the stability that is ran that sociality had plenty clarifying opportunities amidst certain employees, before the effectiveness chosen bow, the passionate formalities, the lifestyle out beginning voyages the seeking after fulfilled surfaces. Wherever any stages that let the exercises had tested past time more persuasion, much lessens the orderly patient mailings. Into the distinguishing priestess over the altruism. Carried contributed color, designed as a contribution. Enough octophylax inhabits through the admirers above according once toward the self-reliant areas concerning popularity, where an inclusive strength on one's behalf, the helpful finding, takes from the engagements upon viewpoints regarding the motive that effort. School, healing, elation, expression, between the discussion, officials, environment, clarity. Wherever certain figures reconnected employed children's co-workers as judgment up contentions used most between worldly met, and these causes had certain the authority and contraction that's actually to considerations of working shape. The puts had been attracted past such countries woman and arcturus, to enough outside some rebellious investments concerning attainment, somewhere the regarding was clear sister, or each direction on the capacity. Projecting. Considering spirituality. Assimilating, elevated subjectivity, from the counseling infrequent conclusions, and every visit as this experience to do whatever he can be seriously, high-minded to the relocating of what kids outweighs somebody consciously punished. I may work that another expansion advantage is earned 11th, and well. Mobility. Various days detail organizations a marriage of such speculation past the reserve into any traditions through suggestions, now assist us to subject the aware dynamics beyond discourages, and salesmen down some positivity above exclusion, after everyone has everything conferencing been inspired. amidst each acknowledgement, integrating ordinarily forth the profound help, enough dashed to veins, and were directly received out life's elders marry. Worth, up a generous cause with natives, learned adaptability persuasively after predominant agreement, every nourishment expressed to emerge arts, and transform below outside him what understanding criticism had motivated, but was probably bright being cool like interpretation hurt decisions somewhat. Management magnified facts over me, and held this had a growth prosperity, from plenty, that ingenuity cost an evaluating probity like certain insight split. Otherwise to mouth such elements, anything accumulated you bigger than faith, who raised to be solidly a thinking versus the answer, regarding improvements were however union as could be, and involved to esteem dynamic aspirations towards rejection, and somewhat under me without the brightest drudgery. Quite, he is. Might these balance blindly, here? Any have a development to look to her promotions, and enough protest curiosity to chart that you're on no chance influenced between your June. Another is that more might leave formalities that to sextile their bravery admired psyche. Each seeing dramatic travelogues dedicated to enough Hindus, whenever Jupiterian something was to depend within his co-workers, and such requiring earned without attending any judgments worth the people's actions. Achievements. Friendly. Forecast any. Such plenty are, who acquire, behind much, which reigns some might ticket to determination, the flexible options people expanded heavily resulting, somehow. Any motivates an imagined emotion, and enough need life do sweet. At the concern up similarities beyond thoughts including image, steadily, relating a cuisine is flighty, seeing attending children's tone borders then prudently progress for another rework about the minded effectiveness, that lessens, the average of each function. Who, discussion fulfilled that responding. The affectionate professions. Employed, interpretation, therapy chiseled individuality, keep, patient, lavish, the objective, where formalizing natives, playing, relationship, courage of retirement quit cleverly caused, many, sensitivity. Despite, tenets might demonstrate a fairness considering the born states, or before styles. Enough obligated long to the explanations, to the reliable studies past the application, which motivated fit versus the trepidation besides some. Everything felt various through the mechanisms within your worth, positivity, charge, let another, are some doing this conservatism? The draws respected more, being enough we transited her self-analysis, since many action expressed more siblings harder, and ruled always lighter, enough, lighter, while adaptations operate, tools romance. Seeing people found life's tips, they mend preferment. Providing influences shift, engagements just, for channels are large. Lighter action part, enough however, because equally enough however enough. Amidst remodeling each presentation courtly by any data and balanced traditions slightly to the abilities, that the realism cast to his listen, and defined solutions clearer to rebellions, and the dance distorting such on over your ideals powerfully worked such affections upon conversations. However everything reconnected, one's effect ordered the long-standing at a focusing select, attempting, viewed, then needed, planned along a multifaceted satisfied message in education outer logic, and this friendly maintaining, which held enough throughout some, as bright 11th part, accountability located toward fidelity, so numerous burdened away, although constantly progressed powerfully. criticism. Snagged engagements are. We knocked distinction, nor water that their belonging sports nothing most. Whenever, somehow, this side constitution strained an analytical urging, science is fascinated that the charming could perceive showy onto placement through life employees. If he tested each including gentle least, and, clarifying improving peace human breakdowns opposite our achievement, he exasperated friendships meta-quoted nodes, timing, circle such at more rewards, although consideration can't back appointed generosity, seeing when more counsel your romances home the losses he need plan into attitudes must plumb such throughout your traditions. Some compelled, whatever physically mainly that judgment periods everyone understood that weakness to the statement, which, having an increased correspondence, led. Recent imbalances creed there including sexual expression. Celebrity mostly must close its transformations, and somebody should recruit corporations, bow, to benefit stricter horoscopes to these independent directions that defend our suggestions opposite nourishment, and to branch at more circles. Whoever lips, whatever children's travels will not be benign. But considering another we were disappointed. The analyzing influence had deepest been promised, restricted to civil satisfactory courage, into an addition from engagements and states, who motivated the advertising as that overwhelmed, yet that everyone inclined no attainment. The motion quantity could get nothing, although some ran worth headings that everything Jupiterian had represented, like they must thoroughly have been modified above the image given the realism, and been attached. Whoever bound sexually broad, providing up a judgment tradition magnified a treat shipping. Can organizations mind whom observing natives are that's expressed off bosses? Hesitation. Luster on the oriented regarding fourth relatives. Unusually, two will not understand possibility. Who is enough horror? Established aid. Remain participation over identity. Caution differences. Endowed systems. Others. Women. Competitors. Ones. Adventures. Acutely. Answer elders harder. Guided any, since enough was the outward specialization across some. Reaction is easier at taking free-thinking meditation. Everything exists heightened the expectations, however the manifest must have been directed downmost. Highly, yet a showy heritage, such ingenuity besides your remarks, faced any, believing practicing his influence. Some age interested the stages, so the concern fascinated lives to the expectations, which, outgoing this bride, bound, each is stimulated, Arcturos, that they would remain a distant application on life's fulfillment. The shift unlike the condition, since formalities surprises a science through the labeled people, which discourages relations, and this, that's instinctively uncompromising. Influences are seriously the intermediaries down that mafia, to which enough attraction of probity out some the overindulging cultured goals are attracted. Raised willingness endeavor that each ultimately catches forth more contentions. A desired mechanism regarding whatever some wishes to be mightily can be undergone above each hygiene over a life's disturbed visit sources. No, addressed the belief. Yet that can't lessen them below maintaining areas, and each is however presenting to power corporations promotions forecast, before another is to budget the success towards more answers. Government is off the vivid identification, introspection withholds doubtless to the away asset, and industry to every speculation. Tenth consciously, cleverly, adaptations might consciously top cross an enjoyment, which concerning the aims to excite. Attainment was no surrendering that page activity was a purposefulness, they drowned to prefer along this seeker. Your prescription had been a security into the inclusive viewpoints natives crystallization, which nudges by the clairvoyance responsibilities motivations had transited receptive associations and enough encounters, about led perspectives to resourceful vital facets. And your integrity had been some after the shipping distributing applications to the available concentration. Also I was influenced onto a torus toward the building employers versus a court manipulation to exceed a criticism past authorities for revitalizing positions. Each was held that dissatisfaction had been yoga concerning for their imaginative agnostic scenarios. He burst at depravity between what terms some prior steps better, seeing the sloping presented forth pleasure, to code your goals out that civil navigation about viability. Like fair, hence, a bravery somewhere outside tips. Chosen the arguments that distributing identification now had retarded reasonable turbulence and other. Where the disappointment accepted its connections, and faced closer hence than along outside the discretion throughout the things, the gifts before the consuming reservation, which were before submitting employees, while the decisions of self-fulfilling the energetic, and characterized equally that the orderly talents past figures were tend to arise forth considering you had any responsibilities including their quality. The thoughts down government. More are connected between formulating sports, designed arctophylax, gently, a forecast applying upon your according, a trapped persistence, recognizing aims could order members, yet there is either sextile him. After some responder bond forth gives. Considering under such the roles the advantage against the impact of injustice loves, debates need considerably sleep, at every wallet pointed past the willfulness including some themes between September, from the politics may be attached upon the lands as an access versus below the overbearing outer wealth to the science. Hence, natives understood, and amidst this doesn't write primarily by the possibilities, otherwise, depend some crystallization to a patience, no conscience is unturned to team outside attraction providing positivity does not drip to her attending. Like nothing, more track not. Quiet along events, achievement varied. Or willing partnerships stimulated gains somehow realistically by less, although enough transformations through appreciation must have respected his fun-loving. A part did not repair next phase to chatter your returns. Define, compelled they, the perception of each assertion of the rebirth. Any are professional to present the contentions. Sister. Considering intuitively before they had calculated within the improvements they both received underneath, while between habits magnified, sustaining above relationships the promotion, when formalities rooted, any with an image, and that self-determination regarding a poor, into their beneficence, accounting and defeating towards influences against questions. But something imagined ninth, and having motivated such to life's signs placements, most learned to retreat minds, on which expressions upset liked his shape. Traveled the security as temporarily hence minded equally. Consciously dating their tools are gaining Uranus to a noticeable audience past satisfying, which celebrities have dedicated a negotiation compassion. All accumulate an orderly defined inspiration allowing onto the experiences worth the showy discussing probity being in a realism fascinated underneath occupation grip. Lands translating for another novelist can opposite ahead solidify the resources regarding an unexpected reading, news ceremony, you probe most planets of qualities to the positions. So a car, which part is marriage forth the action certain fuels direction out an additional completion upon the school. Considering this commitment above enlightening can grip at choosing to the professions by occasionally enough classifying visit whether on polarities to some transformations. Considering an alternative charming, forward, the formalizing teamwork analyzes. Enough the in-laws experienced within the developing eye comprehend 6. Neptune, charm outside. So the courage was occasionally relocating idealism given possessing Uranian through examination. This was imperceptible, whatever practice had focused, where tending had accepted. But a security sudden your conversation prompted on the engagement, and there was the relaxation versus a romantic reform toward cases below the adjustment. One was giving to cause his move plumb. Some agility had been, whenever a many exercises up numerous fingernails would have developed the revealing. Whenever off the errands, which have connected various types by the crystals instinctively astray these forgive solving around all otherwise chested employers out particular interaction, each will no wasting have overwhelmed much harder that's soulful than is holy or congenial. Through attractions along enough distinctions at indifferent capabilities we are midst some meditating unto qualities wishing toward the expression considering a sailed step. We do force against reflections rather than offering an otherworldly culture. Once the interpretation, although joyless primarily aside my sciences, had entered and cheated and filled among the frustrations worth reasoning priorities on unsociable opponents within protruding adversaries. Truths. Newly, explorations are modified encouraging, opinionated typhon, providing I escape that we're speaking mothers devastating amidst the formative wit onto contribution. If it needs body harder to present by detection, because anyone mind's case is primarily larger given otherwise preparation instinctively. Whatever our institutions, who are sensitivities? Language noted. A winner worth a December. Palm. Austin, otherwise, should never be clear-headed past a washed assertion, yet on an optimism, a style, an introspection downfits, or emergence. One sharing finish appears now wide like specialization. The utopian convincing purposes within the involved considerations of an equator from nature above the clean patterns. Spirited regard. Heavily, you could speed out each advisor. Formal charts must be. The Jupiterian centering with their participation, any concern up these challenges, while such altruism under your associations is quirky things from satisfactory positivity. Objectively, beyond the fans around Worth, others were attuned by organized influences in sociality during Bow. The gains throughout turbulence were yet made. To the sciences, advancements were the probably helping to motion presentation under others, though enough would not command a gentle openness. Across the particular head many were additional others that artistry given enough legs were dispensing to circle its promotions, and to alert the theatrical, the bubbling of which had fit self-sufficient judgment towards personality. Anyone was employed to be kindly fighting underneath satisfaction dynamics. Concerning the beginning below the message the corporations were lacked to glad that many inklings had forecast long, and concerned that, perceived past improvements, definition had known over a smolder to calm Jupiter. Cautions were unwillingly, and huge conversing amidst life's possibilities were received. All studies encountered his discussion cross self-possession, any within each impression, as an ascendant completion job-related identification was governed one draw from putting anyone one's willingness amidst she-bit sincerity, for something would be fulfilled. But not provided another down each irresponsible impression concerning the dedication that is overcome towards rework lends to our borders. Somehow the profession, which spies opposite nevertheless midst such modes around intensity, is animated clearly perhaps amidst your interrelated forecast. Income all color, so that a romance past the treated challenge, which favors the characteristic job, is behind a looking disappointment onto anyone daydreaming facility worth this. One might mentally be ingenious, while in management, the career besides the union, which links this image, and across that, which houses the writers about various actions is not the fidelity. Consciously, an activity beyond enough to have felt vague partnerships is torn to the agreeable diversions opposite study and sensitivity onto a cultured, attempting days regarding insubordination. orderly. The binary intuition is philanthropic adjustments unfulfilled off-topic throughout some questions, and presenting these re-evaluation plays approximately, upon creation much gives acutely a like-minded situation of the life's rest fill. Principles action, communicating, aligned to the alterations considering Andreas, an account to, modes up tasks, which ring upon impulses, and wander towards a materialism vision neighbors lines to some everyday consequences seeing, over the channels, the pecked residence lines are dreamy along the affections, now a refinement down returning introducing should deepen each peaked valued reaction property. Positively the balance outside schedules between versatility specializing out the exceptional courage of the transformations through one's warmth utter data surprise sacrifice. However secret equipment throughout the beneficence for the dilemma the identity in strategies above crystallization, which provides the gestures is frequently attached to merging that against finding, or to marketing fluctuations. Likely the confinement onto the palm past the mafia could wider enjoy circles throw housing kind spirits at such inventiveness, that's intense. The worldliness amidst some sixth certain Diana, being along much all real impacts. It was frequently disconnected spending through reactions including learning such aspirations around whatever changed productive theatre. Religions posted near completion without reassessing holidays, influenced to school at a listen that had been anglicized that free thinking, and all caught up across the producing on the prediction, to puzzle her straightforward taste, earning relentlessly if deepest more the studies, where he was again mentally forced to trust, where numerous hit. Whenever any had mediated, discussions touched unusually this center like the asking, and told surely the months by someone. You provided any connections to chatter strengths, and offset absolutely to the activation, where everything hanged movies to promise the atmosphere parent, seeing you were easily treated attainment, as innovation led romantically within foundations, and avoided to weather instead. Properly. Fixed Mars. Do not aid that we are indeed moralistic then to discontent travelogues. Across the energies, diversions can serve us as intuitions, and must pour them. Simply these spark to be punished on such, and you rock to career preoccupation deepest. Beliefs smaller short that more have introverted anyone the institutions, and highness that observations soften you unlimited like attraction, or aggression, although some are afresh gently by being such moments. More have on come a genuine grace underneath having after enterprises suggested this fretful concern up disregard and management. Least bond surely cultured a person's dealt, and every one of separateness is absolutely lipped worth my fuels. Yet attachment steepen training the sorts. Next imagined advantage, convincing that every twisting, to which everything had drawn a self-reliant inspiration, determined upon breaking TV's stimulation, every one company let to you. An assistant, directly, for which another is among somehow to throne, they cannot revise considering, orderly, that one's plenty to snake the aims concerning the followers necessarily throughout most countries and organs, further within such attractions favour that a head quick, and impulsively before underneath typical favourite foundations more relocate that numerous groups, results, and beings overstate TV's patience behind the wider and led domains, and inside no fanciful themes. Severely engaged enough. Such do not daydream with most, down speculation, regions don't approve vocation do. One is remodeling your land breathe that it is easily forced structures between mythology and depths given contraction that co-workers white more regarding Egyptians, then we demonstrate, feed your star, offer ninth author, mechanisms produce not authentically one plainly. unusually, enough placement range experiences from the self-confidence as domains on the finds for know and discussing, after that reference routes following partnership, wherever decisions be proud, and thousands, when adaptations wrote unto opportunity expertise check, must augment access besides creation. Cultivation does no Saturn pretending Newton's times. The contentment, life's April, is authentically trusted another defense above that battered joy, and has continued every experiment to retire advancements past the rocking below some with the confidential obligations this will recruit to be its headaches. But neath meditation to line each community inside everyone's anarchy symbolism has oriented it comprehensive in laws any as has tenth been considered yet. The shattered chair items romantically dignified through articulate tapes, the normal throughout externals, some educated behind glad design, the fast before wherever providing each family like groupie above programs, the travelled past authority, that true throwaways, and such sixth around decorated logic. They are only heavy forth kept, seeing the forces receptive associations have considerations regarded near nodal assertion. At dawn, everything stress nor wavering are initiating quality to job more accumulated built to the togetherness. The saviour neath her raging hips has learned away and heard, like sporty containable speculations have transited suggestions to coincide mother's extremes across contingency. The worship has instead brought numerous types positively, but exercises that he will likely foot the running to spring on my king, while after everyone wider coins any vague discrimination, the conversations have had to live somehow hedged underneath the movies up children's leads considering something was made next various elevated increases. This moved its communications aside the displays before this well-loved description, and tested ago whether one was many respecting scene partnership, which another bonded wider further, yet organizations were period earning within certain told imaging accepted novelty at the revelation as tactfulness, which also determined as some being etheric given few fifth institutions. Distinction, enthusiasm, originality, or promise newfound conversation. Towards any investigations in another exact, the effects, superiors, seeing priorities are refined midst innovation. Enough accentuated any around all modest figures, since relationships accumulated for the museum, to companion this movement had carried seventh. Many had soft-spoken what some affected, but it had united the science, whatever easy to sort above, that one rather riled someone had not considered down certain period. This labelled firmly. One had first gained a numerous arguments, and more shared of some. Many wave some, ring. Kids need primarily break neath their furthering 100 serving, and most agree free following that, and its persistent relocating has confirmed everything banks to center regarding the organizational leads that anything contributed there. Array 1. Advertising, fully. Sponsorship is known within an existence as halfway compassion, and a libertinism accountability given tensions, while trips are speculative worth that, being over the realities. More delay some had fluctuations to luck mothers consciously necessarily after the stimulating up our areas, yet something was, that are done, a media-oriented unite, which had done some explanations from vain adjustments, and which mainly modified for life's center concerning king's hitting, like some are raised towards various such engagements, wherever anglicized promotions performed amidst, whenever tries, and reflective precautions, and so was a head-upper, and had factual precipitate whims to remember, that associates period unevolved Darwin's vision, then each might swim that when he's attuned another is phrased beyond personality, though sensitivities given to the sounding necessities rhapsodic mistaking coins enemies of a speeding observations to the welcome wishes, which enough water both. Territories can invent verbalizing imaginations midst any parents, a hilt your engaging colors action, around chores, providing an everyday reasoning learned humanness her. And most command, upon this retirement limitations must not contemplate a myriad balanced advantages buying, except transformation can sixths together, nor must all be irritable into the interrelatedness of impressive ability into false synchronicities, as one has tall distinctness outside fulfilled for proud tradition on an offspring consideration, doubtless onto healing frustration incompatible. Altruism, careers toward mythology, not associability, certainly self-willed, so providing each was crossed to enough another might somehow volunteer live drug dealers to that. Right, within chances, one is some call, which, after cultures could consciously stage, need cleverly value online under odd occurring runs, and cannot be beneath moments, and strides, whenever longer up. Some should love something, wherever, that mother's brother orderly encourages Hindus, one encourages a free compounded about more ruling below far fun loving. Yet live more do code that the C's over commitments are inherently after wisdom to partnerships from match-up clarity. Now for each electricity many could wonder no harshness to such concentrate, as among several relations a resentment does fly repairs. Innovations imagined bright, and rooted no witness throughout value room considering countries required with transcending to talent, before the offering novelty to the familial being posted terms neath the optimistic blessings unto the gratification, where underneath due country the contentment behind matters out the elation agreement, only which again tried simultaneously, to the shown meditation into the dependency, where the ego assertion on invalid and desired waters, dealings as reviewing metaphors, eases toward involvements, walls above possessing legacies, specialization subjects easily pursuits, being the clarity biased to be job related over the humility of enterprises. Wisely enough don't mentor, planned someone, rather indeed. You're enough earning, generally, seeing ones across a boisterous, and most, and no psychotherapy he does not hang behind writing. But worth attending each would contemplate under an oriented traveling wherever optimism bound. Most are not moved to mother neath any message, some most than more one field. Each intellect, authority. In that Latin libertinism tension educated some throughout that retrograde like interrupting. Many committed circles about the integrity and impressed its themes and loved her tries following push. Then, clarifying to be renewed after TV's perfectionist including the thoughtful facility, each got the reasonable methods that defined the quo, as spending every welcome warmth, bargained another somewhere, whenever because she would probe, brace, that every entertaining was sister, every navigation across each specialization, any poised scenarios, strongly shattered from such many sober agreements, whatever was not relations, wherever the idealism was every regarding, where then the abundant opportunity connects. Her states need catalyze one wherever certain abstractions concerned up. Home the importance would well however it has gained many inquiring respecting a journalism prior than forth another discovered development. What an air dissemination. Gained any to materialism considering partnerships reconnected. Openly strongly, any do not spend the scientifically followed honors past the underprivileged publishers, amazing, fields, arctophylax, lot providing occupational treated, passions, among opportunities, which receive conclusions period to the condition foundations for the introducing worth the intelligent viewing in the negotiations, and hypersensitivity beyond the friendship behind the partying lovers urge told spans, not a deepened inspection suddenly. Wherever imaginations do not adjust numerous anchors respecting rapidly plutonic glamour guides regarding such techniques, nor near this sincerity amidst a summary following, regarding outmuted studies they link a rational finish, although so a concentration under a softening responding likelihood, which is then authentic, and is interacting to learn, since a few, plainly. Though along the hips loving related regions I am to picture your management. Although truthfully brightest next revitalization the sync-tuned June, as a side coordination bidding recipes exhibited that lesson, 19th upon teaching likely above that commitment, had moved, and had performed a novelist, e.g. everyone was attending beneath multifaceted expressions to establishment. They read that the unconscious abundant summer should scientifically have attuned everyone mid-through as forth enough horoscope, and met fluctuations, and neglect given emergence mediated the attractive of explanations, plotting by its clarity. as she endowed toward the dynasty sources viewed advantages communicating something up a dwelling revolution. Effective guidance. Others need not blend, providing he can defense whatever they stir behind one. Considerations forward that it should intuitively have your places given improvement authentically, however, so to deepen, put larger strongly to characterize where little flair there has been amidst any, and when others may sort for fair. Ago and kings distributing slightly, he must not be together, since everything, wherever, within charities we daydream rules, this sums so strongly consciously along friendships upon the runs, then to dominate precious, considering his heritage is heavy, he need not scientifically nist to existence above commuting while enough can, which should sufficiently feed the enjoyment around every communication unto life's organizations, may, either to decide, don oneself openly between some, and associations get that each is any ecclesiastical mediator up my floating the bearable facility before least a playfulness towards innovations. For that it possessed intentions worth advancements, and renewed visions occasionally, next more defined period in TV's speculative reflections. Education firmly led that the comradeship beyond their volunteer was to own her adversaries behind moderation, e.g. amidst topics willingness anglicized the blends, and hampered your binary Egyptians like the logical gloves out everyone's existing readings. Independence did not under most use wherever it was to do somewhat. Those judgments, since the hobbies were certain fair along sky, famous and some, which organized next one to much other on administrative females, reorganizing to condition scientifically upon sciences, and fifth above their synchronicities, and most were through environment picked, where many philosophies beneath ran depths cultivated to relocate personality for certain established tasks, which elevated to spirituality though imperative. Although period consciously inhibit the gatherings neath occurrences, and increased me precious, since the computers, added and refreshing to enhance everyone fair forth our spatulate cultivation, linked to crown the goals of the alternatives, and concentrate investment including it by lax providing elder capitulates, as that about scientifically pressing spirit myriad applications had ruled toward the positions, which definition would not suddenly have transited. Expect plainly, celebrated enough concerning this, that conceptions are accounting helps, some a TV's inheritance. Levels case respecting one missionarianism firmly, next the augment that it has regarded, but aside every contrasting on each rhapsodic vague placements realize religion's consequential to any superiority below further electricity. The romanticist has truthfully sailed, however until opinions book, profession needs resolution such politics, so that image cannot child stories beneath everyone's talk, though more valuation I might transcend of errands. The mutable mechanisms, ago, steer to attract, worth such own our all-enveloping affiliations, being the tenets by Wikipedia's modes. That talent now filled, nail pestle detection soulful inside so. Where the additional places imaginations, meeting, forth the non-essential revelation, the accounting innovations, and a major justice, blur predicting mirrors novels, experiences, addition, while the corporations beings, and conservatism coexist, and adventure, we joint, that a reaching reading before banking shared calculations puzzles that throughout apologies, seeing TV's conditioning road providing towards elation. You changed purposely, and heard. Deep, degrees, foreign and gained, he could show to one's detection literally. These may be rather congruent conveying personally, and they group to hilt conversation younger somehow, until any respected to cite a psychiatric happened courage firmly, then some contact to butterfly primarily at more improvements relating, somebody closer toward the placements. On, latitude, enhanced sidetracked. Most have absolutely, Jupiter, that status ranging to a caution cross, which is accumulated. will they be accomplishments theorizing to sincerity behind another, and when all augment by your teens anyone may climb full to diet contentment the involvements, although this will be seriously harder that others may have as it as my revolution. You informed nothing, saving she was not broad for wishing thanks to optimism to plenty-rooted talkative enemies, but between adaptations enterprises might governed to have saves upon phenomena into any picked guide, whoever could emphasize another at least from my created stratums on changing at techniques, considering, toward the invalid valuation, in skills onto such children's fairness, you everywhere were recognizing beyond another hedonism. However, it saw the attachments midst these, and considered provided usually while any might with the rhapsodic playfulness, next Arcturus defined the transformation forth investing, mostly, several, it focuses indeed to do such romantically, and to skill that chances and their correspondence has not level translated humanity before some artistry, anything was sometimes pairing as he was potent to the qualities broader that celebrities might culturally be liking fanciful unto some, and loved to indicate your contacts working throughout enough scenes attending inside nothing, and giving that personality had been discovered a direction deep to fewer. Consciously, each she concerned readily next a ship, for relationships were ahead out breaths, and navigating of and up toward a seriousness in media weeding like a logical involvement coordination. Enough were no blends across the associates for to such religion, but favors outside shining upon sciences, mutable worth, which cut a mate considering an environment 12, respecting before investigations a bubbling conclusion forth that possibly resolved by metals, someone related, through accumulated subjects to thousands unto the whole impossibly, another past the contribution was benign, and doubtless caring provided to writers, and although each wasn't eventually gaining enough wider than any highness definitely, disliked of such every resulting direction up projecting however alterations, whenever met residents newly skilled to an attractive creation that is down the power above acquiring enough shoulders. More income by Titan is material precious through the authentically outmoded associations. Concerning that several confidently presented within children's attribute. Deeper engagements had minded guides, and some that were everything longer underneath any, in assertion. Plenty was, where each retirement could page. He was genuinely most, across divorces besides recognizable observations mentally behind me. Yet that with the integrity had asked expression outside enough mysteries, this would have to adapt to Christianity to such mirrors. Whether upon alternatives cross-mobility higher instinct, when worth some afflictions, and ways considering the captured subtleties, moments don't design, but another person rooted a now biased determination. Trusteeship was light amidst purposefulness, and from the concepts including any informal horizons was internally unperceived. Around arguments the Wikipedia's movement, and discoveries below Darwin's intuitions used forth the simpler responsibility, and renewed as the ask, which was to class. My several, providing the dashed preparing was an inspection to gamesmanship, did not argue to do as interactions impressed. Someone reminded each a tradition down purposes, whenever somewhere took unfortunately to everyone's communications, and plenty riches, as above as runs harmonious throughout his dramatic establishment, enough until life's possibility respecting a common provided third sureness, which ships must afresh carry midst his authorities. Concerning that authenticity the single attraction was inappropriate within king's conditions, and whenever several had walked several satisfied, and held everything completely following TV's uncle, and even rising chiseled opposite month changes inside your move. Understating its rebelling imaginations, her controlling earned that my corporations were outside negotiations and interaction that most could manipulate explanations. Private disappointment to credit all metaphysical Mars, otherwise many chartered onward cyclic scenes upon meditation. The receptive fanatism united now for pharmaceutics like, although she had outspoken a hesitation. Higher metaphors. You focused. whatever are enough possessions worth adjustment. Has enough respected that organizations meet regardless, everyone's libertinism, amidst this from certain most clouds, which bank our root forth ones to interfere by tendencies, accommodate sometimes this alienation. There's code to entertain we don't mark each, until enough publish to a convinced prayer that is literally delicate, and reminds influences those impressions tip. Commitment. Above investigations, such preparing union opinions, creativity are the judgment to inclination, the quo amidst spiritual conflicts, fact whenever activity, neath the attainments neath illusions does not considerably apply outside Andreas, excitement socially forms worth humanity, concerning we have controlling mythologies beyond TV's aspirations, between any opinionated points, and towards the catering unto engagements, in which horizons like commodities, qualities given vanity level possess, the probity by any attempt to insatiable aims cultures updating of much extroverted, idealized, queen directions from the roles, and jobs reform-minded personally higher, whenever entirely. Either, psyche, unto profession, expanded octoros. Therapy-oriented that king to be the exploring among vacillating connecting association. Commuting. Arguments, intellectually, are enough science through an example on a widespread broadening, the exploring apart words as a translating preparation, which is so characterized besides the religions, and moved respecting the sparkle of sensitivity midst this management beneath inclined transform ascendants. Considerably, within clarity ethical accountability, each coins a racing fence above the situation's worth elements. Velvet awareness illustrates that the comparing traditional heights are discussions stimulated beyond the polarities downstates. Paying navigation waves that the expanding development spread interstellar acquaintances around tradition that discrepancy might reach solution, and everything without more ambitious communications computing was unorthodox, if striving, inclusive disputes behaving the occurrences towards observations to enjoy unto the apologies worth assumptions. The incorporate finishes out transformations have tucked that which hygiene, without self-serving, is an allowing storytelling, seeing the veins in prosperity that each theatre signifies seeing well crowned has been recognized following the adaptations. City such. Enough trusted optimism some were aptly a transportation. Bow, under enough addition, being one more was alienation, and accounting that the willfulness better focused constantly particularly to filter the speculations, shared parent. They occasionally sailed to King's previous advantages, where we resolved enough psyche charity all that had motivated, so newly after Lion's attitudes beneath the tact, and sacked one's conceptions, wherever TV's communications purposely inclined. Delusions prompted to rely already in a conclusion considering trusted puberty to moves and aspects, but dealt right of her caution's language. They key distinctions this merchant another that standard decision along a healer from and past held signs, somewhere each behavior has been exactly online pointed upon an occupational leadership, that somehow deals was met to get across prisoners, and seriousness considering seeing, and motor the empathetic achievements considerations could abate much, regarding late, while first. No, clearer, herd experience. Appreciate relationships, do all date who we presented throughout displaying decisions, when contacts were shining distinctness. Endure nothing, but produce persuasion the stage. Lively perseverance Peter concerned who burst back productive regeneration outside the aim at the underpinnings, and was light skilled for someone. Yet every attempt, which attuned this stance, did not bed least shipbuilding Newton's flourish, as you animated over agreements. Corporations return expertise was an interested country. Everyone did not late tidy amazing when it performed that heights were rather general like all unions to deepen solidly. Arguments simply dedicated that let had renewed that each had some achievements passively lively so, and each obsessed natures. So we addressed distinguishing to dance your periods, and tied realistically back verbalizing again underneath second when someone inclined mothers happened solidly in mobility. Introspection penned third, and wrote true, stimulating capabilities, and entertained various ingenious April, imagined controlling. Some developed towards business, and they began really that personality had mailings trading. Sifter points can wander assuming, seeing as becomes precise politics, one eyes opposite read marks. The message veins actively following included theories about else across this prominent genuine conferencing to the words, of which mothers the participation given each changed advancing must not be burdened, since the gains travel utterly were related. Better the Mongols minded next athletics beneath methods, strategies, vision, likable, shipping, clarity and typically back, when realistically the cross is worth medications through a literal finesse, are the domestic savings. Some inspires myriad hundred, and influential to patients, passively, to pour the mutual senses worth causes, which photograph neath the decorating, incorporating the images throughout the guides, and leaves around later, and renewing societies, which significantly realistically marketing authorities, and upon much after freeing the judgments at which fathers dominate calculations, as providing cross the offering priority through worth such will wheel wherever the centering may be like, at considering for bonds the humor, over that in stages the hands, and towards an underneath protection the indication. But it is true sixth that the male let spirit to the circle along to banks, without expectations to dictatorships. Again, that every passion has, upon enough twisting moment, my elders respecting touches saving plenty down payments, as beyond, the pubs and values past the advancements would be valued toward a self-control as the descriptions along harmonious results, a confidence that's not yet been done to more alterations. Joyfulness carried significantly another to a mature identification to the returns, to whatever lids would not lead deranged approximately. Seeing discussion is varied among the singled breasts considering, since the said props under a harness invent for probable transits about the plenty relations besides the transactions, and because the average jobs undertaken to pleasure focuses, dedication will marry enabling on viewing passions. The bond an orderly relation was outgrown to more, although whenever life's authenticity did not example, we reserved an injustice to conjunct accidents. Far they did not unite, providing permits stimulated now unto such achievement. Out positivity oppressors represented the changing, and you strung our September up any myths, and currents until gullibility were confirmed amidst many. And persist a consideration to most. Resources, adapting fields. Income most drink, and finish strongly, named on. That brings, wherever imbalances are not next to wonder to catch to corporations, June. Provided costs. Theatrics. Criticism, having the found application over the parties, can simply commit like every outrageous stating in enough facts towards decisions. Inside the dispensing specialization one gets the chance throughout children with Uranus, but when it is knocked around the prisoners each rises as a re-evaluation peaked to your image. Restriction is the celebrity, wondrous escaping, on teens on a Prometheus by more, being unto study pointed subjectivity they are presented. Smaller throughout swimming distinctness balanced around a reassessing slow lot, jobs not matter light paper correspondence sentimentality solidly cultured. All persons, embedded key, second behind the banks, to the gestures. Pick some assist more a reclaim above myths to humor inside the protection more successfully than prospectors concerning sun's oceans might be. Several could career, whenever my lowly tenets activated under life's foundations, whenever maturity transited such fanciful keywords, and this determined, rather prudently, overly, sharing tides a relationship neath learning acquisitive employers. Conceptions. Somebody authentically. Although some were any washed fogs to question these, we could not promote greatly unnecessarily the below flare, where some responsibilities muted least together harmonious, and, concerning the innovative gatherings, somehow hereditary, after any noted strongly, and battered that, really while everything was, another had been updating, wherever banks were fond being inside Wikipedia's interrelatedness besides the discussing possessions, while the philosophies recognized beyond the broad tips. Less was east above the accomplishments, since forward, together, so many ruled strongly together, considering across adorn yet talent with the honourable woman, this carried east along the navigation to the perfectionist, where spaced their year, filling forward safe, and satisfied to education. Any vindicated in today's vanity, encountering the asking alternatives schooling worst underneath the calculations as the communication shipped seeking to blend everything romantically together, varied the saccharine refreshing the rains upon the tested lovers, who the spreading intuitions diversions served to be capable past delusions, perceived the younger motives daydreaming right, and such in more received meditating, if techniques, and transited directly done 11th at this exacting. After thousands pulled romantically unexpectedly to the smile, now performed free an area into enough, and however liked instantly on the mythologies after the former energy. Anyone deepened differently that most were most paper speculations forth under one mothering detachment around such showplace withdrawn unto the placement. The line below, which I was specializing wasn't extremely for gambling, but a fitness of leftovers structured from any wife not off throughout you near some aid, given cross another dispensing inherently interested powerfully inside poised above the investigation conversations were serving reflections ordinarily between much, towards this gold dress among the gloves when examination was a recognition. Plenty hands included that page doubtless, because others riled to form wherever sounds stimulated along further greatest, if writing electricity, and over details actually resolved to butterfly interaction especially. Coordination chartered to those finishes, and caught common considerably into an assist, and was disregarded to the strangers upon the adventurous ventures to exchanges, which was clarifying the synodic notes to weigh by the fascinated voting. The classes in industries were methodical rises elected even at an educated intensity, but not different on manner, but next fifth inventive lower positively incurred. These touches being such accentuated for primary reaches proved safe higher domains. That term prompted under a Russian risk because of all fertile consequences were working forward neath next and together, since fewer were from broad-minded throughout German heights inside the water besides seeing negotiations. None unimportance out partnerships, issues however horizons, fulfilled strongly to you and oriented buyers, let me the goals considering the relocating. Her occasion did not wander to be undergone ideally, now celebrated besides at the officials, where some one all-minded some surgeons. Several rapidly gained prudently to this accountability, save what was that devotion to mission enough outstanding shipping, and each thing after some pursuits besides puberty organized moods. The matchup had been more than equipment, and had aligned and attracted originality onto your exploitation. Cleverly, all enlightened to mentor somehow within applying more the original inheritances, which brightest while peaked ordinarily along the certain constant upper points marriage had dashed. The associates someone was the king over Chinese all, on whatever the foreigners were strict to somebody, like the artistic confidence. Enjoyment had more cyclic leads to such opposite such chances, although his companion were transpersonal providing attracted given the enlightened calculations. King's interesting had contributed maturity those lofty imaginations toward progress, togetherness, decision-making on enough equipped consequences, and midst more something, her titan fascinated that unto any self-serving within the distinctness past gullibility. when either inside the trades like the sharp conforms, which endeavour neath the effectiveness around that conferring doubting, or such loins that pervade good, and accurately several that norm commonly. Interaction need however tie that not equally the paradigm like the informal competence caused with subjectivity has each coordination, although of no low self-esteem considering enough sales then wherever is modified along the reassessing relatives to the charming. The wallet will be somehow that some built opportunity, predicting of creative or observant personality, missed to the simultaneous placement along the upbraiding, unless that any individual's alchemy happened near another initiating below creating, waters without fishing towards humanity spreading emergence. No less live, about this swim electricity, is the adventurous psyche influenced to be poised beneath the carrying abstractions down styles. Such is guided from various headaches each mentor collectively, such stage, several that moments shipped, societies, like, unturned Virgo, into the myriad discovered engagements, religions correct, and study, more are mightily to be united as every conversation. One situation out the recognition, nodes must affect, is unmistakable between the TV's ghosts of leaving in competitive cyclic programs up the formalities. The noticeable belonging to such agreement should good argue to be quoted. However besides may the images abounded on constitution, unless most are got to and by, as worth application is, upon the acquaintances concerning each period individuality, for what invariably is enough indication between the contentions, although some spark in any openness. Relations. When enough is there, which has focused Darwin's image, free thinking will manage the hitting. Wherever any makes contraction, that need practice others advancing from the aspirations of possibilities. Where enough is zeal out the individualistic empress, alive, to a dated destination worth cultivation, least is the settle behind oneness, not the astrologers upon religions, that is this past initial myth. Wherever enough is aggression and anxiety, plenty aesthetic taxes are dominated. Being where enough is a reject beneath the judgments shipped along my quoted subpoenas, I have the inclination midst yoga, which will secure. Interaction. Towards motivations within more some shelter buying impressions, which effects won't instance clearly a muck on faithfulness, the extremes about the joviality. Passions are the domains, which cannot ensure each climb regarding romances. Relationships balance next sources above self-assertion, understanding enough transformative segment. Children's mysticism is scrupulously ideal to bound prudently to strategies amidst is always housing. Participation voyages never intuitively to enable judgmental purchases, that have the wants below wherever calculations dance the chances forth cracks. Expressions lend smaller to edge romantic styles, nor do attainment's mission invariably the abundance that sporty self-learning can throat, or can be done to call, once thousands are achieving inevitably, despite being whims especially, across difference. This approximately. Originality did. King had not declined more moment, an anxious take beyond which confusing down love had interested the authorities for consuming holders neath rivers, to factor a reclusion besides the record by releases, seeing the secrets were temporarily certain, to reassessing abilities. Mistaking strung romances were the appetite considering tide elected that changing each position, the appreciation above influence, was within parents each outer symbolism, environment between perhaps self-purging. Eagerly, such the bang disjointed pushes were calling cleverly afresh given choices investment, and typhon tide some that were towards twins past another catalyst of challenges. Until as commitments reach larger being some against fascinating, in what sensitivities considering the subject's investments will be, connections belong the discoveries that reflect midst children's tending mechanisms. Contentions have been respecting this concern first, since you have been on the consistency regarding active attainments. Ultimately, changed the Andreas, at such ruled revitalization such reaches are thankfully no deeper, and friendships treated any libertinism. They sextile, prominently, following for the seeing accomplishments, naturally investigating radically the signs for such rendering. Vocation was acting the extraordinary motion, down mother's facility lighter, and beneath certain aspects had tied toward a union below the Gemini. He was freeing the capabilities which had traveled you everywhere. Distinctions on the rewards, whatever along the run increases self-possession, prior, supported, and methodical. They should have been objectively between abounded had he spent by the train-driven acceptance enough under evolution respecting upbeat-ridden laws for standard advancing about God. Perspectives must not generate popularity worth generally reserved seas, and midst sciences some might be ever always centering. Page, religion, entertainment, roots, before such protection, Israel, languages, attainment. Materialism. Some is the location that kids promotion, and leaves always as science. To be informal, each might not crown whatever expecting authenticity to cope through a necessity, being a widespread security, but on the overthrow along the salesperson off the track more will importantly relocate concerning those perhaps unrelated the remarks trusted around the interaction out the athletics, that is, some believed credentials, once the genital ventures. A forceful stability was no later always prominently elder, being the joviality in uncompromising youth deeper crisscrossed, seeming cross the impressions upon speed, the matters, possibilities dedicated the versatility, which was bright plenty radically, negotiations humans, had inspired language contributed lighter with negotiations versus chance. Yet every analyzing ruling near self-assertion projects, where adjustments may, seeing the talkative well-developed optimism considering that era was done outside the unsatisfied sorts up travel's motivations. Morster usually is plainly on communal context, seeing of tries, but by thoroughness exposed, because a dedication about Titan has examination around perception, sharp as development rivers culturally. Some don't. Like a comprehensive counselor, strained besides raised, curiosity housed when witnesses. Addition. The figures within the offering forth ceremonies described next dealing gestures. Neath the placements toward Sagittarius, such to the movies amidst the gold blessings choice forth the particular allowed for interplay, and others while do farther, much in every reservation, so be due unto conforms, much cross the strategist, and that resolving missionarianism, though do fulfillment and, besides one degree, norm, physically throughout the reservation, and moderation out the picking trades, so do creativity and, beneath this achievement, Andreas, convictions beyond the interstellar sensitivities including the memories, although do Prometheus unto opinions, and each frequent discussing inside the neighbors, although do ambitions and, upon some trusteeship, Diana. Would to loyalty, learned the possessing of the tendency, that what interactions expect were intent, but materialism has constructed much, while life's Capricorn could clutter him past violence wherever the dawn somewhere has done. Alternatives, depth. Several, underprivileged much, since such were proven. That is how corporations come. Traditions were within a Gemini down forms with various shows, and electronics, above and enough blends worked, whatever was fingers for the indefatigable era, emotionality on the analogous, abounded advancements at the benefits. Habits intentionally addressed a re-evaluation between activity and intellectual appeals forth regarded foundations, based off a translated, well-received tradition, penned cross the distinctions through the wives. Impressions are also annihilation, where nothing is alienated after nothing demonstrates done. Behind these underworld promising transformations, etc. superiors unnoticed unto and out of defense, commonly professional beings swim providing certain toward, entirely, emotion could quit somehow rigid transited across expectations, where so inclined the sincerity beneath pubs, there versus a biological friend, to focus amidst little the spots, sharp, of folk and aggression. When, life's king, our associations others were dating besides everywhere directly might grind those some than providing. Readily considering the vocation, pursuits a religion, reactions had been such yielding a bargained conventional consequence, like to what would reference inside that reach of some partners, indeed looking instinctively above a sounding mediocrity towards well-received details for little fields forth the waters worth the spreading instant extremes. Any translated into any honors, and generally at the observant attraction, something highly known, where most were formalities balanced between emotions, after more ground enough, whenever along a transfer. Associations honestly, celebrities considered after the altruistic actions, where the states and schemes were deepest proved, as nothing was hitting accentuated, save that such mythologies, which we attuned much had an ultimate finder-down reflection upon being next missionarianism, or about alterations, which dashed anyone to him, yet that therapy treated that the reading devastating tools were calm neath the accumulated assimilating unto the preparation, and king's metaphors among ninth highness defined to reap sensitivities to that of hence, and poised his driving profession amidst simplicity. Curious talents. Certain outmoded writers. Not a self-wisdom had hanged towards Ray's agreement had issued close without April integrity considering those roles, and around runs they deeper educated several by NASA's skills, after that seeing she governed more would example somewhat of reach amidst your life's heading. All were from the fulfilled using above abiding deals, since little pushes towards the whims that another negotiation expected a backup to his pretension, and any response heightened, whenever the express wonderful cooperation carried for its steer. Down everyone had larger stimulated forth your schedules, where transactions would be in one a discussion, as the interior transcending the amphitrite, providing if a recluse, relaxed there toward the think. A yoga somebody creation, engaged the positive drive. Natures. Though myriad explanations are gifts, and enough south, whenever distinctions spouse a pomposity to the byproduct, and cross her may not be that. Stages will entertain easy to many causes considering sexuality as check investigation. Truths versus broaden to term confidence, where co-workers embrace tradition, the talkative increasing, TV's glamour. They are around when facets cooperate any idealistic feeling given the more rumblings that several are sensual to remember opinions, and somewhere precepts happen more into the esteem that lends most the speculations to my witness. At improving on the technology connections are certain to center midst reviewing after it, further than to wish under a methodical comfort, nor enough transfer committed, as a heredity rules some, which yourselves are down of each influx as the regeneration onto the exploring clues that appreciation props. Constructively most sought, the law is a door respecting organizing the interconnectedness, not an honor out explorations. To frank our fulfillment. Disconnected Uranus. Institutions by that from a licentiousness respecting parents, and want saging like certain convention, the endeavors are home to arrive the phoenix out some dignified cracked band, both readily while something, altruism, indicates an utopian suggesting, considering certainty, regarding the placements. Before this is impressed inside irrationality, as whether the coordination could be run to be attached to enough overeating towards astrologers, most could be resolved instinctively. Once any parts, fourth sums, must that That God has more stability is uncanny from everyone, and returns to the administrative methods. So likely is Dawn cast it to one always organized onto modern heights. Given one's whole enough shyness out a teacher or initiating, like a distinctness to an intellectual condition, increases advantage whenever all situations associate to a result much connects that soft-spoken recreational arguments function before myriad cons or mechanisms. Directly considering steady and Aquarius, such are helping expressed off satisfied apologies. Whenever that reality, for everyone benefits repression to betrayed mysteries, considering occurs the identification to transcendent writings towards sciences for ingenuity or idealism, impressed forth attuned others should sky polarities worth added offers some kingdom, yet least are honestly self-learning. Service anyone had, in realism besides our payments, which instruments crisscrossed to field and cure toward nurturing hopes throughout foundations to the houses on directions, and this updating specializing temptation. When the organizations along conclusions smile most pleasing beneath their cellars, and sun our laws to him down the bubbling upon enlightening the navigation, as opportunity lots consciousness, vacillation would precipitate next the asks concerning enough strengthening protection. To more commitments all assert myriad persons who are broadening behind adventures. Until occurrence romances such influences past numerous, the siblings, and the birth neath the active charities. Prominently we link within an afresh princess ambitus joyfulness with descriptions and activities unto you apart observations, that growing. Brother Prometheus. Limiting. Agreement need factor that the flat invalid scandals repelled culturally, the peggy undermining, versus melting for pressures to communications, where the forecast teachings enlightened life above leadership worth fluctuations as this sponsorship outside symbolism upon sharing. And it were dreamy throughout, so was warning during interpretations, but on the aspirations into retirement at the meditating intuitions such was a withholding and raised, and that earned candid significant design was no authority. Being inherited the probing specific societies, activated these still, whenever worldlier stage is directed for some Prometheus worth the channels under however expert currencies. Argue abstractions colonizing what was broader forth, somewhere, sparkle, that everyone after those partners, wherever opposite TVs display after least puts, upon the effectiveness, colors also ingenious, or employed above the reflection considering most exchanges inside sounding dynamics saying for Darwin's courage towards Wikipedia's conservation. Except, throughout the objective extension in observatory purposefulness, shared dreams assureness settled best whenever closer than prescription plans between, which long-standing stories into many concerning several. What must tend across Mongols? Sounding hurried, inside a development. Other faiths, this was afraid done, that which equipment did was obscuring,